They were paying 300 coins for a wife today, and I almost turned it down, until the last girl dropped to her knees in front of me and said, "Please, take me, or my father will kill me. My name is Qingxiu, and I'm blind. I can barely feed myself. What would I do with a wife?" But old Uncle Lu practically dragged me to the village market, where soldiers were giving away the leftover girls. He kept saying men were scarce after the war. Now there were 5 women for every man. The emperor had ordered that everyone should marry, just to raise the population. And for every marriage, they paid 300 copper coins. For a penniless blind man like me, that was salvation. At first, I just stood to the side. The girls were lined up like cattle at a market. The village men walked between them, poking, prodding, one by the waist, another by the shoulders. "This one's got wide hips, she'll give you sons. That one's strong, she could pull a cart." A soldier barked, "Hurry up. We've got 3 more villages to get through by nightfall." I stood there, silent, clutching the empty cloth in my pocket where my coins used to be. All I had left was a bag of seeds and this miserable life. By the time it was my turn, almost everyone was gone. "Look, Qingxiu, there's one left," Uncle Lu muttered. "Doesn't matter what she's like, they'll still pay." I turned my head toward the voice. Someone nearby scoffed. "Her? She's a twig. One gust of wind and she'll fly away. Useless." The soldiers were already preparing to take her back, when suddenly, she lunged toward me. Just dropped to her knees and grabbed my sleeve. "Please. I can work. I swear I can. I don't eat much. This is the 5th time no one's picked me. If I go home like this, my father will definitely kill me." I froze. Blind, but in that moment, I saw her. Her hands trembled. Her voice was soft, almost like a child's. No screaming, no hysterics. Just quiet, raw desperation. The crowd went silent. They were all watching us. "She's worthless," someone muttered behind me. "Why would you take her?" I swallowed hard. I didn't know if she was beautiful. But honestly, I didn't care. I said quietly, "I'm blind. I don't even know if I can feed you. You might have to take care of me. If you're not afraid, then come with me." "I'm not afraid," she whispered. "Half a bowl of porridge a day is enough for me." And just like that, I had a wife. Her name was Su Xiaochun. And I took her home. Lu Laosan left after escorting Qingxiu home. Qingxiu's home was a simple thatched hut, with 4 poles supporting a grass roof. Around it, bundles of straw and many sticks were tied together, and sod was hung on top, barely enough to block the wind and rain. As for furniture, it was pitiful. There was no bed, only a pile of straw to sleep on. The only thing of value was a 3-legged table, not even a stool. Even this had been built with the help of Lu Laosan and the neighbors. As soon as Su Xiaochun entered, she was stunned by what she saw and felt a bit hopeless inside. This place was dozens of times worse than her own home. It seemed Qingxiu noticed her reaction. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "The house is a bit shabby. Don't mind it. Once we get through these tough times, we'll build a proper house." Su Xiaochun whispered, "I don't mind. My mom said, marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. It's my good fortune that you're willing to take me. Bring the fish token, and let's go to the county office to register the marriage so we can get money for food." The fish token, in modern terms, is basically an ID card. A fish-shaped wooden tag, split into 2 halves, with date of birth and home address carved inside. One half is kept by the person, the other by the government. Of course, ordinary people used wooden tokens, while officials had iron ones. A few days ago, during the population census, Qingxiu had gotten a fish token. Losing a fish token was common in the Tang dynasty. It could be easily replaced. All right. Qingxiu didn't hesitate and agreed to go to the county office with Su Xiaochun to register their marriage. Once the marriage was registered, they could at least get some copper coins to buy food. He hadn't eaten in 2 meals and was already feeling weak from hunger. Carrying a small canvas bag full of seeds on his back, Qingxiu picked up his blind cane and said, "I can't see, so I'll need you to lead the way." Su Xiaochun looked Qingxiu over carefully and realized that although his clothes were ragged, they were clean, and he had a handsome and gentle face. She blushed and softly said, "It's no trouble. We're a family now. We have to take care of each other to get through life." Then she took the other end of the blind cane. The county office wasn't far, but not close either, about 10 li, roughly 5 kilometers, which would take about an hour to walk. The two walked silently. By midday, they finally reached the county office. From the sound of the crowd, many people were also there to register marriages. Unfortunately, there were no registrations at noon, so they had to wait until the afternoon. After looking around, Su Xiaochun said, "Let's find a place to rest." All right. They found a sunny spot. Su Xiaochun put her bundle on the ground and helped Qingxiu sit down. Sitting on the soft bundle, Qingxiu suddenly asked, "I'm sitting on the bundle, where will you sit?" "It's okay, I'll sit on the ground. Qingxiu shook his head. No. I'm a man. I can't let my wife sit on the ground. You sit here, I'll sit on the ground. No. Qingxiu interrupted, frowning. It's settled. I've got thick skin, I won't freeze. I said sit, so just sit. Seeing she couldn't change his mind, Su Xiaochun sat on the bundle. Qingxiu asked, what's in your bundle? Su Xiaochun quietly answered, just 2 sets of clothes. I stuffed some dry straw inside before I left. Qingxiu immediately understood, she had stuffed the dry straw in on purpose to use as a cushion. Qingxiu said, I'm blind, and there will be many things I'll have to trouble you with. We haven't registered the marriage yet. If you regret it, you can still change your mind. After this afternoon, it'll be too late. But Su Xiaochun grabbed his arm tightly and said firmly, I can tell you're a good person. You're willing to take me in, I can't ask for more. I've already decided to marry you. After a pause, Su Xiaochun blushed, lowered her head, and her voice trembled. It's okay. I don't mind that you're blind. Just treat me well in the future. I can be your eyes. Qingxiu was deeply moved and nodded with a smile. Okay, you'll be my eyes, and I'll be your man. Su Xiaochun's words, I'll be your eyes, touched Qingxiu's heart. They waited, hungry, until the office opened in the afternoon. They went in and registered the marriage. After verification, they received 300 copper coins. Su Xiaochun said excitedly, husband, we have money now. We can buy food. After saying that, her face turned red to the ears. It was her first time calling him husband, and she felt embarrassed. Sensing her shyness, Qingxiu chuckled, what's to be shy about? We've registered our marriage, I am your husband. If you don't call me husband, what will you call me? Just keep calling me that from now on. Su Xiaochun softly replied, and Qingxiu could tell she was very shy at that moment. Let's find a restaurant and eat. I'm starving. Qingxiu clutched his growling stomach and spoke weakly. But Su Xiaochun pouted and refused, no, husband. Eating at a restaurant is expensive. Let's buy some grain and go home to cook. I'll make millet porridge for you. Qingxiu shook his head. Millet porridge won't keep us full. Even if you feel full, you'll get hungry again quickly. Listen to me, we'll find a place to eat first. Besides, there isn't even a pot at home. How can we cook? What? Su Xiaochun was embarrassed. There's no pot? Then how did you eat, husband? Qingxiu sighed. I fell into the water by accident and was saved by Lu Laosan. I've only survived these past days thanks to his help. Su Xiaochun's eyes turned red. She choked up, husband, I didn't know you were suffering so much. Do we have any other family? Qingxiu shook his head. No, they all died in the war. Let's not talk about sad things. We should hurry and find a place to eat. Su Xiaochun hesitated, but we only have 300 copper coins. The autumn harvest is 6 months away. Even if we save every bit, 300 coins won't be enough to last us half a year. Right now, we can't waste a single coin. Otherwise, we'll be starving again soon. Qingxiu cupped Su Xiaochun's face and said, do you trust me? Being treated like that suddenly, Su Xiaochun's heart nearly jumped out of her chest. Her mind went blank, breathing grew heavy, and her face turned hot. Not only was Su Xiaochun stunned, but Qingxiu was too, because the moment he cupped her face, a 3D-like image of a face appeared in his mind. This was... Qingxiu could hardly believe it. But as he felt the sensation in his palm, the image of the face gradually became clearer in his mind. A palm-sized oval face, long eyelashes, big lively eyes, delicate and pure features, everything confirmed that Su Xiaochun was definitely a beauty scoring over 90. And this was with malnutrition. Once she was healthy, she'd definitely be a stunning wife. Qingxiu sighed in his heart, he had really found a treasure. Could it be that when passing through the wormhole, he was given some kind of ability? Yes, that must be it. Qingxiu finally understood why his senses had become stronger these past few days. Whether it was his hearing, smell, or perception of his surroundings, they all exceeded what normal people could do. Superpower, this must be a superpower. At this moment, Su Xiaochun couldn't even focus on what Qingxiu was saying. She could barely hear him clearly, her mind buzzing. She just kept nodding, husband, I believe you. Qingxiu withdrew his hand and said with a smile, since you believe me, then listen to me as your husband. Oh okay? Su Xiaochun felt relieved, but her heart still felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. In this feudal world where even holding hands or hugging was taboo, having her face held like that in the middle of the street made Su Xiaochun want to dig a hole and hide. That's settled then. Let's find a noodle shop and eat first. Soon, under her lead, they found a noodle shop. A bowl of plain noodles cost 4 copper coins, they spent 8 coins in total. Though it was only 8 coins, Su Xiaochun was still heartbroken and complained all the way about how Qingxiu was wasting money. Qingxiu said with irritation, all right, it's just 8 copper coins, do you really need to go on and on? Today we spent 8, tomorrow I can earn back 80. Su Xiaochun realized she had been petty and said shyly, I've never seen so many copper coins. That's why I felt bad, husband. I wasn't being stingy. I just thought it wasn't worth it. Whether it was worth it or not, the money is already spent. No point talking about it anymore. Su Xiaochun nodded and asked, husband, let's buy an iron pot, 2 ceramic bowls, and some grain to take home. But Qingxiu shook his head. Xiaochun, relying on 300 copper coins won't let the two of us survive until the autumn harvest. I plan to use these coins to earn more money, at least enough silver to get us through until harvest. If you trust me, don't ask anything and just follow what I say. Su Xiaochun wanted to speak, but seeing Qingxiu's firm expression, she felt an unexplainable sense of comfort. Husband, I'll listen to you. Good, Qingxiu said. Let's look around the county. You find out where they sell pork and rice. Oh, and rock sugar too. Though she didn't know what Qingxiu wanted to do, Su Xiaochun didn't ask further and led him to search for those shops. In the Tang dynasty, rice existed but was mostly dryland rice, with yields only around 200 to 300 jin per mu. A mu is 1/6 acre, which was already considered high yield. Although pork was considered low-class meat in the Tang dynasty, nobles wouldn't touch it, common folks still found it hard to afford, so even low-class pork wasn't cheap. Lean pork was out of the question. Qingxiu spent several dozen copper coins to buy 10 jin of pork fat. Though it looked cheap, the butcher made a great profit, because most people wouldn't buy pork fat, it was meat fed to dogs in the Tang dynasty. They also spent 80 copper coins on 10 jin of rice. Next came a few jin of rock sugar, an iron pot, 2 ceramic bowls, 2 ceramic basins, 2 ceramic jars, 1 chopping board, and a kitchen knife. Everything else was cheap, except the iron pot and kitchen knife, which were very expensive in the Tang dynasty. At that time, metallurgy wasn't advanced, so ironware was valuable. In some households, iron pots were considered family heirlooms. They spent a total of 268 copper coins. Su Xiaochun was so distressed she almost cried. Carrying the full basket home, Qingxiu sighed, you say you trust your husband, but in your heart you think I'm a spendthrift. Some people really say one thing and feel another. Su Xiaochun got anxious when she heard that. Husband, I don't. I was just feeling a bit sad about spending so much. I would never blame you. Qingxiu smiled faintly, let me tell you something, we spent over 200 coins today, and tomorrow I'll earn it all back. Don't feel bad. Once the money is gone, it won't come back no matter how much you grieve. Oh. Su Xiaochun replied listlessly. By evening, they finally returned to Sanha village. The name Sanha, 3 rivers, came from the 2 forks in the upper reaches of the Ba River, making it into 1 big and 2 small rivers. Yo, Qingxiu's back. Did you register the marriage? Second sister-in-law, we did. We even got some coins and bought food, Qingxiu replied with a smile. That's good, now you two won't go hungry. Qingxiu, work hard and get your wife to give you a big fat son, haha. All the ants they passed by joked with them. Su Xiaochun kept her head down the whole way, blushing deeply. Once home, Su Xiaochun helped unload everything and asked, husband, now can you tell me why we bought all this stuff? Qingxiu picked up a ceramic bowl and said, wife, go fetch some water from the river. Being called wife made Su Xiaochun's heart race. She gave Qingxiu a shy glance and left carrying the big ceramic jar. Soon, she returned with a jar of river water. The Ba River originates from the Wei River, and the Wei River from the Yellow River. Though Yellow River water was muddy, by the time it reached here, the sediment had settled, and in this era without pollution, the water was quite clean. As Qingxiu instructed, Su Xiaochun gathered plenty of firewood and built a small stove from stones. Cooking was not unfamiliar to her. She skillfully followed Qingxiu's instructions, lit a fire, and placed the cleaned iron pot on the stove with clear water inside. Husband, what's next? Qingxiu said, put the chopped pork fat in and slowly boil it, render it for lard. Oh, I get it. You want to make lard. Qingxiu smiled, yes, let's render some lard. Lard was common in the Tang dynasty. It was about the only kind of oil ordinary people could afford. Don't worry, husband. I used to make lard at home often. She confidently claimed to be good at it. Soon, night fell. From 3 jin of pork fat, they rendered over 1 jin of lard. The rest would be done later. Then, Su Xiaochun made 2 bowls of millet porridge and handed one to Qingxiu. Millet is one of the 5 grains, a type of small grain similar in taste and appearance to rice. After dinner, it was completely dark. Su Xiaochun lit a candle and turned the messy grass nest into a simple grass bed. Once everything was ready, Su Xiaochun blushed and said in a trembling voice, Husband, the bed is ready. We should go to sleep now. Hearing her nervous tone, Qingxiu couldn't help but want to laugh. Su Xiaochun seemed to realize what was about to happen. She stood by awkwardly, unsure what to do. Qingxiu couldn't help but laugh. What are you afraid of? It's not like I'll eat you. Look at our house, wind leaks from all sides. Having a bridal night here is no different from doing it on the street. Wife, relax. We'll talk about the bridal night once we've built a new house. Su Xiaochun felt relieved. She had really been worried that Qingxiu would want a bridal night. If that happened, the villagers would definitely laugh at her the next day. She didn't have the thick skin for that. Qingxiu sighed, Sigh, come lie inside. It's just the start of spring, nights are too cold, and we don't have any bedding at home. You'll have to bear with it for now, wife. This poor home only made Qingxiu more determined to live a good life. Not only live, but live better than anyone. People always say that traveling to the Tang dynasty is great, but once you're actually here, it's not easy to stand out. Su Xiaochun tiptoed inside and lay down, body stiff, too nervous to breathe. All night long, she was restless, afraid Qingxiu wouldn't be able to control himself. It wasn't until late at night that she finally drifted off in a daze. Fact proved she had overthought. At dawn, Qingxiu opened his eyes. Although blind, opening his eyes had become a natural habit. Something's not right? The first thing he noticed after waking was a change. His sense of touch had become even sharper, and his physical condition had improved more than twice compared to the day before. His body felt incredibly light. In fact, a small 3D modeled world appeared in his mind, centered on himself, with everything within 10 meters modeled around him. The entire grass hut appeared in his mind, including Su Xiaochun beside him, and every item inside. It was all so clear. Although not the same as seeing with eyes, this made Qingxiu feel incredibly joyful. He could see now, even if not with his eyes. He got up and walked according to the model in his mind. As he moved, the 3D model moved with him, new parts appearing ahead, and the old ones vanishing behind. He tried picking up the kitchen knife from the chopping board. The real sensation of the knife handle almost made him cry. It was real. Truly real. From now on, I'll call you Hard Eye. He chuckled, Hard Eye. Su Xiaochun was awakened by the noise. She sat up and saw Qingxiu holding a kitchen knife. She panicked. Husband, why are you holding a knife so early in the morning? Qingxiu put the knife back on the board and turned to smile. You worked hard all day yesterday. I thought I'd get up early and make breakfast for you. Su Xiaochun was stunned. Her eyes reddened with tears, and she cried happily, Husband, you're so kind. In this world, besides my mother, you treat me the best. Quick, put the knife down. You can't see. Don't hurt yourself. She got up, snatched the knife, placed it back, and gently asked, Husband, you must be hungry. Let's go to the river to rinse our mouths, then I'll make porridge for you. Mouth rinsing meant brushing with willow twigs and charcoal ash. Rich people used green salt to rinse, which could sell for hundreds of copper coins per gene. Refined salt was even more rare, not even used in palace feasts. Ordinary folks used willow twigs and charcoal ash. Salt was extremely valuable in the Tang dynasty, its price comparable to gold. Lu Laosan's family of 4 only had a fist-sized lump of black salt, treasured and never casually eaten. It was said to be a reward for military service from when he fought in wars years ago. Qingxiu had thought of making salt, but the rights to sell salt were tightly held by the court and powerful clans. Selling private salt was a capital offense. Qingxiu understood the saying, a man's wealth is his own ruin. If he openly claimed he could make salt, everyone would see him as a madman. Suddenly showing off a technology beyond this world's understanding wouldn't make Emperor Li Er praise him. He might raise a butcher's knife instead. Even if Li Er did nothing, the aristocrats whose profits were threatened would tear him to pieces. The 5 surnames and 7 clans, the Shandong nobles, even Li Er feared them. So making salt was off limits, for now. After rinsing their mouths, Su Xiaochun made 2 bowls of thick millet porridge. After eating, she asked, Husband, what do we do next? Qingxiu instructed, light the fire, scoop in a large spoonful of lard, heat it, then pour in 1 gene of white rice and stir well. Then leave the rest to me. Su Xiaochun did as instructed, then curiously asked, then what? Qingxiu pulled her aside, covered the pot with a wooden lid, and gently shook the iron pot over the fire. Soon, crackling pops sounded from the pot. What is this? Su Xiaochun widened her eyes in disbelief. Qingxiu smiled confidently, this is called popcorn. I'll turn this into popcorn balls, then we can sell them in Chang'an. Soon, he lifted the pot lid. Inside was a whole pot full of puffed rice. Su Xiaochun was shocked, my gosh, 1 bowl of rice made a whole pot? Qingxiu poured the popcorn into a ceramic basin and instructed, "Give me the water and rock sugar." Su Xiaochun followed his orders. With the help of hard eye, Qingxiu accurately poured in water and sugar, stirred, and said, "Watch the color. When it turns light yellow, pour in the popcorn." Soon, Su Xiaochun timed it right and poured the popcorn into the pot. Qingxiu stirred until every kernel was coated and stuck together, then took the pot off to cool. Once cool, he grabbed a handful and quickly molded a popcorn ball by hand. "Amazing! Husband, you're incredible. What is this?" Looking at the popcorn ball in Qingxiu's hand, Su Xiaochun was full of admiration. "Don't worry about it yet. Just learn. Roll all these into balls like this." Su Xiaochun didn't hesitate and followed his instructions. Soon, 40 popcorn balls were piled on the board. Yes, what Qingxiu wanted to make was this kind of snack. Though there was no corn, rice popcorn balls were unique in the Tang dynasty. "How much did we use in total?" Qingxiu asked. Su Xiaochun replied, 1 scoop of lard, 1 scoop of rock sugar, 1 jean of rice. Qingxiu calculated, then laughed, "Cost less than 10 copper coins. 40 popcorn balls, sell for 1 copper each, that's 30 coins profit. Tomorrow, we'll make 200, take them to Chang'an in the afternoon, and earn 150 copper coins." Su Xiaochun was overwhelmed, eyes filling with tears from excitement. In these bitter days, she finally saw a bit of hope. The whole morning, the two of them were making popcorn balls. They made 200, filling a whole bamboo basket. Qingxiu tied his treasured canvas bag around his waist, carried the bamboo basket on his back, and left home with Su Xiaochun. After leaving the village, Su Xiaochun turned her head and asked, "Husband, when we left just now, I saw you tied the bundle around your waist. What's inside?" Qingxiu replied with a serious face, "Inside is our family's heirloom, and also the future of the Tang dynasty. It's a priceless treasure. Don't doubt it, just the things I have on me are enough to change the balance of power in the world." At first Su Xiaochun didn't believe him, but seeing Qingxiu's serious expression, not like he was joking, she started to believe it, 70 or 80%. She didn't say more and held the other end of the blind cane as they headed toward Chang'an City. The distance between Sanha village and Chang'an City was about 40 li. Walking would take 1.5 hours, with stops, 2 hours. "Wife, let go of the blind cane. I can walk on my own." Su Xiaochun smiled and said, "Husband, we're husband and wife. Even if your eyes are blind, I'll follow you for a lifetime. Don't think I find it troublesome. This is what I should do." Qingxiu said gently, "Don't worry, I don't think you're troublesome. Just let go of the blind cane. I really can walk by myself. If you don't believe me, just let go first. If I can't walk, you can pull me again, it's not too late." Su Xiaochun hesitated but let go of the blind cane, stepping back to be ready to support him at any moment. Qingxiu tapped the blind cane on the ground, then strode forward with big steps. His steps were so big, it was shocking. If Chao Ji had steps this big, not only would he not have pulled his testicles, he'd have reached home in less than 7 steps. In an instant, Su Xiaochun was left behind by more than 10 meters. Once she realized, she ran after him, looking flustered, "Husband, slow down. Don't fall." She was really afraid that Qingxiu would fall flat on his face. But Qingxiu didn't stop walking, and urged, "Wife, walk faster. Let's hurry to the city and sell the popcorn balls." Su Xiaochun caught up, her face full of joy, "Husband, can you see?" Qingxiu shook his head, "No, it's just my ears have become sharper. When I tap the blind cane on the ground, I can tell what the road ahead is like." Su Xiaochun looked at his eyes, they were still cloudy and blurry, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. However, having such sharp hearing was also a good thing for her. At least he didn't need her constant help. Thinking of this, Su Xiaochun smiled happily. Soon, the two of them arrived at Chang'an City. They showed their fish tokens to verify their identities and entered the city smoothly. Inside the city, the streets were crowded with carts and people, voices noisy. There was no shouting from vendors because all the sellers were concentrated in the East and West markets. The East market served officials and nobles, while the West market was filled with commoners and foreign merchants. Chang'an City was very big. It took 1.5 hours to walk from Sanha village to the city, and from entering at Yanqing Gate to reaching the West Market, they had to cross almost the whole of Chang'an. It took over an hour to get to the West Market, showing how huge Chang'an really was. And that was just crossing the city. From Mingda Gate to Xuanwu Gate would take at least 2 hours on foot. By the time they reached the West Market, it was already near dusk, and many vendors were beginning to pack up. Qingxiu took a deep breath and said, "Come on, wife, let's start selling together." Su Xiaochun's face turned red. Seeing the endless stream of people, she looked awkward. She had never seen such a scene before. But Qingxiu didn't mind and started shouting himself. Selling popcorn balls, freshly made popcorn balls, delicious and cheap. Right after shouting, a woman carrying a child and a vegetable basket walked by and curiously looked at the bamboo basket. What are popcorn balls? Qingxiu smiled and said, Auntie, these popcorn balls are a kind of snack. Buy one for the child, 1 copper coin each. The little boy was almost drooling as he stared at the popcorn balls, pointing at the bamboo basket and shouting, Mom, I want to eat a popcorn ball. The woman had no choice but to take out a copper coin and hand it to Su Xiaochun. 1, please. Qingxiu told Su Xiaochun to take the money and give the woman a popcorn ball, then continued smiling and said, Little brother, your mom is really good to you. Other kids' moms won't buy them popcorn balls. You can go show off, they can't eat it and will definitely be jealous of you. The little boy's eyes lit up, and he ran off with the popcorn ball. Of course, this was just a marketing tactic by Qingxiu. About the time it takes to burn 1 stick of incense later, more than a dozen older kids came running over together. Brother Zhang, look, that's where they sell popcorn balls. They're crispy and sweet, really tasty. I want a popcorn ball. Me too. Here's money, I want 2. I want 3, and 1 each for my older brother and sister. Seeing this chain reaction, Su Xiaochun's little face flushed with excitement. She hurried to take the money and hand out the balls. The people nearby saw the growing crowd and became curious. Moments later, at least dozens of people had gathered. What is this? Don't know, but it looks really tasty. Popcorn balls? Never seen them before. Buy one and try it. Give me one. In no time, more and more people came. In less than half an hour, the bamboo basket was empty. The 200 popcorn balls were sold out. Su Xiaochun hugged the money bag with 200 copper coins, her voice trembling with excitement. Husband, we're rich. We're rich. If we can sell 200 popcorn balls every day, we'll never have to worry about food again. Qingxiu chuckled, only 200? That's nothing. Let's go buy 2 more bamboo baskets, tomorrow we'll sell 600. Wife, we'll be busy tonight. Su Xiaochun said happily, if we can earn this much money every day, even if I work myself to death, it'll be worth it. The two went to buy 2 bamboo baskets and a few jean of white rice. By the time they got home, it was already dark. They worked together until midnight, making 3 baskets of popcorn balls overnight, about 600 to 700 in total. The rice and rock sugar were all used up. The next day, before dawn, Qingxiu carried 2 bamboo baskets, 1 on each side, and Su Xiaochun carried 1, heading to Chang'an City. In the West Market, the morning crowd was much larger than in the afternoon. The two went to the same spot as before. Since they had already opened the market yesterday, returning customers who had tasted them came back. After all, at just 1 copper coin each, many people were eager to buy. By noon, the 3 baskets of popcorn balls were completely sold out. Su Xiaochun was a typical illiterate, she couldn't write and couldn't do math. Although Qingxiu had taught her, she could only count from 1 to 100, anything above that, she didn't know. Husband, how many times did I count 100 just now? Su Xiaochun scratched her head and asked in confusion. Qingxiu said helplessly, 6 times 100. A total of 668 copper coins. Su Xiaochun was extremely excited. Heavens, deducting the cost of 150 coins, husband, we made over 500 coins today. This is just the beginning. Once conditions allow, I promise we can earn even more. Qingxiu spoke with determination, making Su Xiaochun feel especially at ease and sweet inside. She felt she had chosen the right person to follow. For the next half-month, the two of them made 500 popcorn balls every day, and every day they sold out completely. No more than 500, just that many. If they made too many at once and couldn't sell them, it would be wasteful. Also, once people got used to it, popcorn balls wouldn't feel novel anymore. But in fact, he had overthought it. With the chain reaction over the past half-month, popcorn balls had already spread throughout every street and alley of Chang'an City. Not only that, people in Sanha village also knew about their small business, but they didn't realize it was so profitable. After all, it was just a small business, nothing respectable, and Qingxiu was well aware of that. Today, he chose to take a break. Su Xiaochun happily held the silver in her hands, her eyes squinting into a crescent moon with joy. Husband, now that we have so much silver, should we think about building a new house? Living in this grass hut forever isn't a long-term plan. This place doesn't even have a door. In summer, there will be so many mosquitoes that we won't be able to sleep. The days were getting warmer, and Su Xiaochun's worry wasn't unfounded. Moreover, in these times there were too many insects. Mosquitoes from some filthy ditch could be carrying diseases. If infected, something easily curable in modern times would be fatal in the Tang dynasty. He had been vaccinated in the past, so it was manageable. But Su Xiaochun hadn't. She had no antibodies. If she got sick, she would die, and Qingxiu couldn't bear to see his lovely wife suffer like that. For the past half-month, they had earned 400 to 500 copper coins every day. 1,000 copper coins equaled 1 string of cash, and 1 string equaled 1 tael of silver. For convenience, they had already exchanged the copper coins for half-tael pieces of silver. Hearing Su Xiaochun's suggestion, Qingxiu nodded and said, "We really should build a house. But not yet. Right now, I don't have enough influence in the village, and the materials I want to use can't be made yet." Su Xiaochun asked in confusion, "Husband, isn't building a house just a matter of making some mud bricks and putting up a shed? It's simple. The two of us can build a small house in a few days. If it doesn't work, we can ask Uncle Lu for help and pay him." With money in hand, there was no panic. Su Xiaochun now spoke with confidence. Even when joking with the village women, she could respond with ease. Qingxiu curled his lips and said, "I'm not interested in a mud brick house. We're going to build a brick and tile house, with a courtyard." Su Xiaochun looked confused. "Husband, don't boast. Brick and tile houses are for the nobles. Even the village chief in our Dayton village only has half a brick house, and that's enough to make people in 10 nearby villages jealous." The village chief had absolute authority in the village. Qingxiu asked in confusion, "Half a brick house? What kind of house is that?" Su Xiaochun explained, "The lower half is blue bricks, the upper half is mud bricks. The beams are thick wood, with blue tiles on top. It looks impressive." This made Qingxiu laugh. He stood up and said, "I said we'll build a brick house, so we will. Come on, let's find Uncle Lu." "Husband, what are we looking for Uncle Lu for?" Qingxiu said, "If we rely on just the two of us, even if we work to death, we'll only make 10 taels of silver in a month. I plan to let all the women in the village earn money for our family, and all the old men help build our house." Su Xiaochun looked shocked. "Husband, 10 taels in a month isn't enough? Heavens, the biggest silver ingot I've seen in my life was 1 tael. Even the village chief only gets 1 load of millet as a monthly salary." Just as she finished speaking, footsteps came from outside. "Yo, Qingxiu, not going to the city to sell popcorn balls today?" Uncle Lu asked with a smile. Qingxiu smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, we've been working hard for half a month. Taking a break today." Uncle Lu leaned in mysteriously and asked, "I heard from the guys in the city that popcorn balls are hot in Chang'an right now. Kid, have you made a lot of money lately?" Qingxiu didn't hide anything and nodded right away, "Quite a bit. We made 5 taels of silver in half a month." He never intended to hide it from Uncle Lu. After so many days of contact, Uncle Lu was an honest and sincere person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to feed them when his own family could barely cook a pot. If not for Uncle Lu, he might have drowned in the river. "5 taels of silver?" Uncle Lu's eyes almost popped out, looking at Qingxiu in disbelief. Even Su Xiaochun was panicking. She knew the saying, "Don't flaunt your wealth." Qingxiu chuckled and said, "Xiaochun, show Uncle Lu the silver." Su Xiaochun felt a chill inside. Though she was upset, she still took out the money pouch and opened it, showing the pieces of silver inside. "So much?" Uncle Lu swallowed hard, quickly waved his hand and whispered, "Put it away. Put it away. Are you crazy, kid? Don't flaunt your wealth, do you understand? Refugees outside the pass might kill for a bite of food. Not to mention the villagers, even bandits in the mountains would want that 5 taels." Su Xiaochun gave Qingxiu a resentful look, but he couldn't see it. She could only keep it to herself. Qingxiu didn't care and said, "It's just 5 taels. If someone comes to rob, I'll just give it to them." "Easy for you to say. Don't show off again. Lucky it was me, if it had been someone else, you'd be in trouble." "Uncle Lu, I was just about to look for you. Help me gather everyone in the village. I plan to let all the aunts and sisters in the village go to the city and sell popcorn balls." "What?" Su Xiaochun panicked, shaking her head hard. "No, definitely not. Popcorn balls are our business. How can you give it to others?" "Husband, darling, my love, don't joke with me, I'm scared to death." Qingxiu frowned. "Wife, don't be narrow-minded. Half a month ago, do you remember how we lived? I said we'd make money, and now we've made 5 taels in half a month. Have I ever lied to you?" "But?" "No buts. Uncle Lu, quickly gather the villagers. I'll go spread the word soon." Uncle Lu looked complicated, with a trace of worry. "Qingxiu, you really plan to give the business to the villagers?" Qingxiu smiled and said, "I have my plans. Just help me with this." "All right then. But don't regret it later." "Never." Uncle Lu limped away. Su Xiaochun started sobbing, muttering, "Life just started to get better, and now you're giving our business away. Husband, if you give it away, how will we live?" Qingxiu smiled. It was time to show her the power of a distribution model. With money, life at home became much better. A few days ago, they even asked the village carpenter to make a big bed and got some bedding. They laid dry straw underneath, and lying on it was not only soft but also kept them from waking up cold at night. These days, the two of them would sleep cuddled together every night, not for anything else, just to stay warm. After half a month of better nutrition, Su Xiaochun gradually recovered from malnutrition and looked healthy again. Her originally dry and yellow hair became black and thick, her skin became more radiant, and she gained some weight. Her previously thin cheeks now looked more proportionate, and she became even more beautiful than before. Now every night before sleeping, Qingxiu would touch her face, and Su Xiaochun had gotten used to it. Originally about 1.6 meters tall, she had weighed just over 80 jin, 40 kilograms, half a month ago. Now she weighed over 90 jin, 45 kilograms. This kind of figure would be considered a perfect body in modern times. He had thought her thin frame meant she was flat-chested, but it turned out his wife was definitely a size 34C. Holding Su Xiaochun as they sat on the bed, Qingxiu wiped away her tears and said, "Wife, don't worry, just listen to me finish. The cost to make one popcorn ball is about 25 copper coins for 100, so one costs a quarter coin. If we sell them at 1 copper coin each, we make 75 coins profit per 100. If we give the popcorn balls to someone else to sell, their purchase cost would be 1 coin for 2 balls. This way, the vendor earns 50 coins, and we still make 25 coins. What if there were 10 vendors?" Su Xiaochun wasn't dumb, in fact, she was quite smart. She immediately understood what Qingxiu meant. After he explained, her eyes lit up. She excitedly said, "If there are 10 vendors, we make 250 coins. If it's 100 vendors, we make 2.5 taels of silver. My God, husband, you're so smart." Qingxiu snorted, "Humph, and now you still blame me?" Su Xiaochun playfully stuck out her cute tongue, hugged his arm and said, "Husband, I'm just a woman. I don't see the big picture. Don't hold it against me. I'll listen to you from now on, everything, I'll listen to everything you say." Qingxiu was moved and said, "Okay, you said it yourself. From now on, when I speak, you must obey, got it?" "Got it." Su Xiaochun shrank her neck, looking extremely cute. Though Qingxiu was very tempted, he knew it still wasn't the time, at least not until the new house was built and they didn't have to worry about people eavesdropping outside the walls. Soon, Lu Laosan gathered everyone in the village. Qingxiu and Su Xiaochun arrived at the village threshing ground. Normally, when there was a meeting or something big happened, the village head would gather everyone at the threshing ground. The village head was a tall old man, nearly 60, but still stood straight and looked full of energy, obviously a military man. "Qingxiu, why did you ask Lu Laosan to gather everyone?" the village head Li Taicheng asked. Others began to speak up as well. "Yeah, we're all busy turning the soil. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't hold us up. If the lords find out we're slacking off, we'll get beaten." Qingxiu didn't waste time. He stood on the millstone and said, "I think everyone knows that my wife and I have been selling popcorn balls in the city and made quite a bit of money. To be honest, we made a few taels of silver over the past half month. Don't believe me? Look, I've got real silver right here, 5 taels." As he spoke, Qingxiu opened his hand to reveal a handful of silver pieces. Heavens, 5 taels of silver? I've never seen that much in my life. When I was in the army, I only earned 2 taels of silver a year. He made that in half a month? Qingxiu, why are you telling us this? Just to make us jealous? Yeah, if you made money, go celebrate quietly. Don't go around showing off, it's annoying. Qingxiu continued, "Everyone, calm down. Harmony brings wealth. I plan to pick some women from the village to sell popcorn balls in the city." As soon as he said that, more than 200 people burst into an uproar. Did I hear that right? He's giving such a profitable business to others. 5 taels in half a month means 10 taels a month. That's a lot in a year. He's an outsider. Why would he give such a good business to us? Who would believe that? Exactly, I don't buy it. Everyone expressed disbelief, and Qingxiu wasn't surprised. After all, nothing falls from the sky. He continued, "We sell popcorn balls in the city for 1 copper coin each. Anyone interested can come to my house and sign up. I'll sell to you at 1 coin for 2 balls. Just take them to the city, and you make half the profit." Afraid people couldn't do the math, Qingxiu explained, "You can use 10 copper coins to buy 100 popcorn balls from me, sell them for 1 coin each, and you'll earn 90 coins. Anyway, all you aunts and sisters are idle at home. Why not try selling in the city? You could earn dozens of coins a day, maybe even more than 100. Li Taicheng was so excited he trembled. He stepped forward, grabbed Qingxiu's hand, and said urgently, "Is this true?" Qingxiu nodded. "Uncle Taicheng, it's true." Li Taicheng stepped back and solemnly bowed to Qingxiu. "Then I thank you on behalf of the people of Sanhe village." Qingxiu quickly helped him up. "Uncle Taicheng, no need to say that. We're all poor folks. As the saying goes, if you're poor, keep to yourself, if you're rich, help the world. We can't just get rich quietly and let others starve." Li Taicheng was stunned and murmured, "If you're poor, keep to yourself, if you're rich, help the world." "Good, very good." He patted Qingxiu's shoulder and said no more. The villagers were moved to tears, some even started crying. Li Taicheng said loudly, "Did you hear that? Did you all hear that? Qingxiu made money but didn't forget you. Yet you were talking behind his back, calling him an outsider, aren't you ashamed?" Some of the gossiping villagers bowed their heads in guilt. As village head, Li Taicheng still had authority. He pounded his chest and vowed, "Such a good young man, even blind, still thinks about helping the village. You didn't believe him, but I'm the first to trust him." With the village head leading, the villagers got excited. "Heavens, earn dozens of coins a day, how much is that a month?" Even Wang Tiniu, the blacksmith at the village entrance, only makes 200 coins a month. Don't mention Wang Tiniu, Carpenter Zhang made 300 coins last month and even his relatives came to curry favor. "I'm going. Husband, don't stop me. I'm going to sell popcorn balls. Better than you nagging me all day about being useless and just eating." Once one person started, the rest followed. Moments later, a group of women surrounded Qingxiu and Su Xiaochun. "Xiaochun, tell your husband, can I go sell popcorn balls?" "Qingxiu, say something, can I also go sell popcorn balls?" "Aya, I'm so anxious. I need to go to the city now to sell popcorn balls. My family ran out of copper coins last month. So did mine. My child caught a cold, we're just waiting on money to buy medicine." Qingxiu comforted them. "Everyone, don't worry. Listen to me. Rest assured, all of you can sell popcorn balls. After you go home, prepare a clean bamboo basket. Come to my house early tomorrow morning to collect the goods. If your household has no money, that's fine. I'll give each of you one basket for free. After you sell them, just pay me back 50 copper coins. If you can't sell them, just return the popcorn balls, I won't charge you a single coin." When the women in the village heard this, they became excited like they'd been injected with chicken blood. After sending everyone away, back at home, Qingxiu smiled and said, "Wife, we're going to be busy today. Husband, I'm willing to work. Even if I get exhausted, I won't complain." With others helping earn money, Su Xiaochun smiled so happily her eyes became crescent-shaped. In the morning, Qingxiu borrowed the village head's old horse and cart and went directly to Chang'an. Li Taicheng watched the departing cart, a weathered old smile appearing on his face as he nodded repeatedly. On the way back from the city, they bought many things: a large iron pot like the army uses, over 20 bamboo baskets, more than 100 jin of rice, several dozen jin of pork fat, and over 10 jin of rock sugar. After returning home, they built a stove inside and began rendering lard. A few days earlier, due to mishandling, they almost set the house on fire. So Qingxiu expanded the grass hut, doubling its size. Though still small, it was now much safer than before. The two of them worked non-stop until late at night before collapsing into sleep. The next day, before dawn, someone was already waiting outside Qingxiu's house. When Qingxiu and Su Xiaochun stepped out, they were immediately surrounded. "Qingxiu, where are the popcorn balls? Hurry and give them to us, we're ready to sell them in the city. Our family's been out of food for a while, we're counting on your popcorn balls to earn some copper coins to buy grain. Xiaochun, you know our house doesn't have even one copper coin left. Just give me 10 popcorn balls, I'll sell them and come back with the money." After half a month together, Su Xiaochun had become very close to the villagers. Her good temper and gentle speech made her well liked by all the aunts and women in the village. Su Xiaochun counted heads, there were more than 50 people, young and old. She said a little worriedly to Qingxiu, "Husband, we worked all day and night yesterday and only made just over 20 baskets of popcorn balls. With so many people, I'm not sure it'll be enough." Qingxiu did some quick math and nodded, "It should be fine. 1 basket per person should do. Come on, line up. I'll hand out the popcorn balls. Pay me after you sell them, it's fine. We're all neighbors, I trust you." If someone really cheated them for this small amount of money, Qingxiu wouldn't work with them again. This was also a kind of test. Soon, over 50 women and girls had taken their popcorn balls and happily headed off to sell in Chang'an. They still had leftover supplies from yesterday's shopping, enough for the next 3 days. Now the two of them focused entirely on making popcorn balls. By the time the sky was light, a limping figure with a bamboo basket appeared, pacing outside the grass hut. Su Xiaochun didn't notice, but Qingxiu, who had the hard eye ability, did. He stepped out and asked, "Is that third aunt from Uncle Lu's house?" The plainly dressed, dark-skinned woman grinned, showing 2 rows of white teeth. "Yes, Qingxiu, do you have any more popcorn balls? We're low on money at home. I also want to go to the city to earn a few copper coins. Your uncle couldn't bring himself to ask, so he sent me." Uncle Lu had been injured in war, his leg was cut, and it became disabled due to poor treatment. No one originally wanted to marry a cripple. Luckily, he met Zhang Cuihua, who also had a crippled leg. They married and had 2 kids. Though both were disabled, they were very hardworking and lived better than most in the village. Qingxiu smiled, "If not for Uncle Lu, I'd be dead. He saved my life, there's nothing to be embarrassed about." Third aunt sighed, "Sigh, your uncle is just like that, too proud for his own good." Third aunt, "We don't have any popcorn balls left, but I can arrange other work for you." Zhang Cuihua looked disappointed, then asked, "What kind of work?" Qingxiu said, "Help Xiaochun make popcorn balls. I'll pay you 50 copper coins a day, do you want the job?" Zhang Cuihua was stunned, her eyes turned red. She dropped her basket and knelt down with a thud, bowing repeatedly. She didn't say anything else. Qingxiu rushed forward and helped her up. "Third aunt, what are you doing? Please get up, I don't deserve this." Zhang Cuihua wiped her tears and said, "To tell you the truth, we've been out of food for days. Your uncle is too proud, he wouldn't let me tell anyone. If what you say is true, our family will work like oxen to repay your kindness. 50 copper coins is too much, 10 coins a day is enough." See? They say ancient people were honest and sincere, but this was beyond honest. This was foolish sincerity. Su Xiaochun also walked out of the grass hut and smiled. "Third aunt, just accept it. We're too busy. If my husband says 50 copper coins, then it's 50. You can start work today, and I'll pay you in advance." After all, her husband's life had been saved by this family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found such a good man. She was truly grateful to the Lu family. She immediately took out 50 copper coins. Just as she was about to hand them over, Qingxiu stopped her. "Husband, why?" Qingxiu said, "It's not spring planting season yet. Uncle Lu's family isn't busy. Let's hire both of them. Move the iron pot to their house to make popcorn balls, our house is too small and could catch fire easily. Wife, take out another 50 copper coins." "Okay." Su Xiaochun didn't hesitate and handed over another 50 copper coins. After expressing deep gratitude, Zhang Cuihua limped back home. Though she limped, her pace wasn't slow at all. Qingxiu sighed, "Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, and you feed him for life. In the future, we won't make popcorn balls anymore. Third aunt's family can rely on this skill to survive." "What? We won't make popcorn balls anymore?" Su Xiaochun was shocked when she heard this. If not popcorn balls, then what? To her, the world might be only as big as popcorn balls. Half a month later, in fact, Qingxiu's ability, Mind's Eye, had also expanded quite a bit. At the beginning of Awakening, it was only 5 meters, but now it had grown to 20 meters in all directions. Within a 20-meter radius, nothing could escape his mind's eye, even a sparrow or a grasshopper could be clearly sensed. Qingxiu put his arm around Su Xiaochun's shoulders and whispered, "Wife, we can't be making rice pops for the rest of our lives. It's just a small business, your husband has many livelihoods here that are more profitable than rice pops." Saying that, Qingxiu pointed at his own brain. Su Xiaochun hesitated to speak, but in the end she nodded seriously and said, I trust you, husband. I say, from now on I'll listen to you. Whatever you say goes. That's better." Qingxiu smiled lightly and gently ruffled Su Xiaochun's hair. In that moment, Su Xiaochun looked shy. This kind of affectionate gesture wasn't something just anyone could withstand. While the two of them were whispering sweetly, Lu Lao-san arrived with Aunt Lu-san, holding a purse of money, his expression complex. "Qingxiu, if you still consider me your lifesaver, then please take this money back." With that, he shoved the purse into Qingxiu's hands and shouted, "The strong men in our village go carry sacks for others, working all day long, and they only get 10 copper coins. My wife and I each have 1 crippled leg. Who are we to deserve 100 copper coins a day from you? If you truly think well of us, 20 copper coins a day for us would make our whole family grateful." Qingxiu laughed and said, "Accept it, third uncle. There is no question of lifesaver or not. Making this many rice pops a day, Xiaochun and I simply can't handle it all. If you two don't do it, we'll have to find others to help. I only thought that since it's our own people, I'd give you priority." Lu Lao-san looked troubled and complicated. Su Xiaochun smiled and said, "Third uncle, just take it. In future, just help us more with work. In a while, when my family builds a house, there'll be plenty of work at your place. When then you can ask for money if you want, and we won't refuse. Lu Lao San's expression softened. He turned and threw the purse back to Aunt Lu San, and solemnly said to Qingxiu, if you call me third uncle will treat you as family. We're one family. If you ever need third uncle's help, just say it. Mountain fires, seas of flames, if third uncle frowns a bit, third uncle wouldn't be human. Qingxiu gave a wry smile. Third uncle, that's too serious. Lu Lao San grinned broadly. Didn't you say we'd move the cooking stove to our house? Come, I'll help you. Without waiting, Lu Lao San hoisted the big iron pot and walked off. Soon, evening fell. The women who had gone to sell the rice pops all returned, faces full of joy and excitement. Some even came home just after noon. All the rice pops that had been split off were completely sold out. In just one day, Qingxiu earned 2,300 copper coins lying at home. It made Su Xiao Chun count money in her sleep at night, dreaming endless counting. She was utterly exhausted. In the following days, every day was the same. Chang'an City had at least several 100,000 people. This was a conservative estimate. Thousands of rice pops scattered through the crowd were like mud oxen in the sea. As the rice pop business boomed, every household in Sanha village began to live better. Every face shone with smiles. Whenever they saw Qingxiu and his wife, they greeted them wholeheartedly. The range of his mind's eye further expanded to a diameter of 30 meters. Even without his cane, he could walk as well as a normal person, though he didn't act too normal. After all, he was blind, and if he seemed too extraordinary, people might think he was a demon. His physical strength was at least 5 or 6 times that of ordinary people, and it was increasing day by day. Today, Qingxiu came to visit Ling Tiecheng's home in the village. Ling Taicheng was one of the richest households in the 10 villages. Their home was a brick antile house with a courtyard of rammed earth. They had an old horse and a cart, and even raised an ox for plowing. Such a wealthy family was rare even in all of Tang. Ling Taicheng had 3 sons, each reportedly serving in the army. The eldest son even held the position of major and school captain in the Left Guard Regiment, 7th rank. Since Qingxiu had given the whole village away to earn money, Ling Taicheng regarded him particularly highly. Seeing Qingxiu come, he smiled and welcomed him into his home, his tone containing a slight reproach. Qingxiu, your eyes can't see, why not have your wife guide you? You came alone. What if you fall? Qingxiu smiled and said, Uncle Ling, though I'm blind, my ears have become particularly sharp. By tapping my cane on the ground, I can tell whether the path ahead is pit or flat. It's been some time living in the village now, and right now I know every place clearly. Ling Taicheng nodded and asked, What did you come to see me about? It's like this. Qingxiu didn't hide it and spoke directly. I want to build a brick antile house, but the outside gray bricks are too expensive. A brick antile house costs at least several dozen taels of silver, so I plan to make bricks myself. Brick antile houses in the Tang were absolute luxury. Even many families in Chang'an City still lived in rammed earth houses. Ling Tiecheng's expression was quite shocked. You can make bricks? Qingxiu didn't dare to speak too confidently. He replied modestly, I can't guarantee success, I need to try first. So I want Uncle Ling to organize the village, and together we build a brick kiln. When my brick antile house is built, then every household can build one, and then our Sanha village houses will no longer fear wind and rain. Rammed earth houses were of poor quality, and needed rebuilding every few years, a costly burden for every family. Ling Taicheng asked curiously, Qingxiu, you gave the whole village a way to live. Now every household lives well, and you have the whole village responding to your call. If you say a word, not just 1 brick kiln, but 3 brick kilns could be built. Why did you still come to look for me? Qingxiu said respectfully, Uncle Ling, as the saying goes, without rules, nothing succeeds. You are the village head, I cannot overstep. Building a brick kiln is a major matter, it must be decided by you. Ling Taicheng looked pleased and nodded, not arrogant, not proud, not relying on talent. Qingxiu, you are a good boy. All right, leave this to me. I'll assemble everyone right now. We can start building the brick kiln today. Thank you, Uncle Ling. Qingxiu cupped his hands and bowed, choosing to take his leave. Soon, all the villagers of Sanha village were gathered at the winnowing ground. Village head, you gathered us all here, is there something that has happened in the village? Or has His Majesty the Emperor issued a new decree? Could it be that we are being conscripted again? Don't scare me, every time we are conscripted, we work ourselves half to death, and get no pay, and have to bring our own food. The villagers around began to murmur all at once. Li Taicheng frowned and shouted, Quiet. The threshing ground instantly fell silent. As village head, he carried quite some authority. Li Taicheng then said, It's not me calling you together, it's Qingxiu who said he wants to build a brick kiln in our village to make bricks. Once the bricks are fired successfully, our village will have countless green bricks for building houses. What? Firing bricks. Did I hear correctly? We can also build brick-and-tile houses. Being able to live in brick-and-tile houses is the goal our families have worked toward. Sniff, my father said on his deathbed that his greatest regret in life was not living in a brick-and-tile house. Li Taicheng continued, so I called everyone together to choose some strong people to help build the brick kiln. Once the brick firing succeeds, first we'll build a brick-and-tile house for Qingxiu. When his house is built, we'll all work together so that every family can build brick-and-tile houses. Hearing that every family could have a brick-and-tile house, all the villagers became excited, clamoring to help build the kiln. In the next few days, Qingxiu led dozens of men to build a brick kiln in the village. The material to build the kiln was simple, rammed earth bricks. The material to fire bricks was also simple, rammed earth bricks. Of course, choosing the soil for bricks was important, it had to be clay. So all the villagers spent 2 days collecting clay until they finally found yellowish clay at a spot downstream along the Ba River. In his past life, he had a friend in real estate who, during a demolition, had once seen an old brick kiln, and Qingxiu remembered its general appearance. So in just 2 days, they built a very large brick kiln. Then they shaped the rammed earth bricks. In just 1 day, the threshing ground was piled high with earth bricks. A group of men even took off their shirts, working vigorously under the sun. These earth bricks were the same size as red bricks in later eras and had to dry naturally before firing. After waiting a few more days, once the earth bricks were dry, a batch was gathered and placed into the brick kiln to start firing. The method was simple: stack the bricks and build several upward draft flues in the kiln structure, then light a fire, add wood, and seal the kiln. Whether it would succeed, Qingxiu didn't know, but if he didn't try, it would never succeed. 2 days later, the fire in the kiln had gone out. Li Taicheng led the group to open the kiln, and a wave of heat hit them. Once the heat subsided, Li Taicheng, the village head, was the first to rush into the kiln. For him, successful brick firing was a tremendous event. Soon, Li Taicheng walked out holding 2 reddish bricks with a face full of joy, and he looked at Qingxiu with great respect. How is it, village head, did the firing succeed? Did it succeed? Let me see, let me see. Why are they red? Li Taicheng held the 2 red bricks in front of Qingxiu and tapped them. When they produced a clear, solid sound, the old village head excitedly said, "Qingxiu, it worked. Our first brick firing succeeded." Qingxiu gave a light smile, "They sound solid. It should be successful." Li Taicheng waved his large hand, "It succeeded, let's keep firing more." Qingxiu said, "Let's build several more kilns. That way we can fire bricks faster." So Li Taicheng personally led a team, and within days, they built 3 more kilns. With 4 kilns firing together, over time, stacks of red bricks began to come out, very heartening. Thus every day, while the women went to the city to sell rice pops to support their households, the men took turns shaping earth bricks and working in the kilns. The entire Sanha village was busy, and though they were very busy, the air was filled with joyful energy. Early one morning, Li Taicheng gathered everyone together. "Our brick firing is nearly finished. Qingxiu and his wife are still living in a grass hut, so I've decided to assign a group to follow Qingxiu's orders and help build a brick-and-tile house for him. Don't worry, after his is built, then it will be your turn. A village head, you shouldn't be so polite. Qingxiu gave our women well-paying work, helping him build a house is only natural. Indeed, saying that sounds too formal, like we're only building bricks for the reward. Isn't that exactly it? Speak nonsense and I'll punch you." "Heh, third brother, calm down, I'm just joking." Qingxiu also brought out his house plans, drawn by feeling, thanks to his mind's eye these days. There were 2 tile-covered rooms and a courtyard, covering about 300 square feet. The main room had bedrooms on both sides, and next to the main room was a wing room. Opposite the wing room was the courtyard wall. He had other plans for that space. When Li Taicheng saw the drawing, he was stunned. Stroking his beard, he frowned and said, "So large, how many bricks will that take?" Qingxiu felt a bit embarrassed. "I know it's a bit big, but I want the courtyard to be very functional." Li Taicheng didn't say more, returned the drawing, and said, "Since it's decided, as long as you're satisfied." Qingxiu said, "Uncle Li, besides bricks, building the house also needs cement and sand. Bricks are easy to make, but finding cement and sand is hard. Are there any limestone mountains around here?" Li Taicheng looked as though he didn't quite understand. Qingxiu explained, "I mean we should crush limestone into powder and mix it with clay to bind the bricks. That way the house will last for 100 years. Li Taicheng mumbled to himself, "Limestone, all stone mountains? Leave it to me. But I might not find any. I have some connections in Chang'an City. I'll go to the city tomorrow." "All right, thank you, Uncle Li." Qingxiu gave instructions and started leveling the ground and digging the foundation. At dawn the next day, Li Taiqing put on clean black clothes, went to Qingxiu's house for a dozen rice pops, then saddled his old horse and mounted. He patted the old horse's head and sighed, "Old companion, after all these years, I wonder if you still remember your old master. Today I'll take you to the city to visit the old master." Saying this, Li Taiqing cracked his whip, held his gifts, and rode swiftly toward Chang'an City. He entered through Yanqing Gate, then led the old horse down Zhuke Street toward the Imperial City. Upon reaching Zhuke Gate, several palace guards in shining armor, carrying Tang-style swords, blocked the gate with a clang. "Who is this? Do you have an entry seal and imperial orders?" Li Taiqing calmly drew out a command token and presented it. The palace guards looked troubled and said, "Respected elder, this token was issued by the retired emperor. Now that the new emperor is on the throne, I don't know if this token is still valid. Please wait here a moment while I report." Li Taiqing cupped his hands, "Thank you." The palace guards took the token and hurried off to report at the Taiji Palace where Li Er resided. Taiji Palace, within the Hall of Martial Virtue. At the beginning of Emperor Taizong's reign, in the first year of Zhenguan, the Hall of Martial Virtue was designated as the place where ministers gathered to discuss state affairs. At this moment, Li Er had summoned the ministers of the 6 ministries, high officials of the 3 departments, and the left and right vice premiers to deliberate in this hall. Reclining slightly on the primary seat was a man, about 30 years old, with a thin mustache under his lip, wearing a double-eared cap and dressed in bright yellow robes. One hand held a dark blue scroll, the other stroked his beard lightly. His expression was solemn and serious. Everyone in the hall looked at him with great reverence. Li Er glanced over the ministers and slowly spoke. At the beginning of the Zhenguan era, the first decree of procreation and growth was issued nearly a month ago. Today I have summoned you to discuss the second decree of the Zhenguan year. Procreation and growth aims to increase the population of our Tang dynasty. The second decree, in my view, should improve the quality of life of the Tang people, ensuring that every household has food to eat and no longer suffers hunger. They must eat well and dress warmly. If anyone has ideas to benefit the common people, speak freely and without reservation. An elderly minister seated on the left, who had been dozing off, perked up and said, "Your Majesty, since ancient times, ensuring food and clothing has been the core of the people's livelihood." "Oh?" Li Er raised an eyebrow. "What wisdom do you have, left vice premier?" The left vice premier, Xiao Yu, was an old minister from the time of Li Yuan. Though Li Yuan had abdicated, Xiao Yu still held high office. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Years of war have left the people in misery. Many families have been displaced. Our Tang does not lack land, but lacks people to cultivate it. In the Guangzhou region, most villages are left with only women and children, making farming extremely difficult. Moreover, the people do not own land, the land they farm belongs to lords. After the autumn harvest, they must hand over 60% as rent and another 20% as tax, leaving very little for themselves. To truly solve this issue, we must address the land system, reduce grain rent and taxes for the people. Then, they'll have surplus grain, and their lives will gradually improve." In reality, noble estates were lands worked by the people. In name, the land belonged to the farmers, but after the harvest, rent still had to be paid to the landlords. To Li Er's right was the famed Zhang Sun Wuji, temporarily acting as right vice premier and minister of personnel. He held real power. Compared to the now marginalized Xiao Yu, only Zhang Sun Wuji rivaled Li Er in influence in the Hall of Martial Virtue. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji frowned and firmly shook his head. "No. The empire has just been unified and the court is unstable. Most estates belong to powerful noble families. If we suddenly reduce grain rents, though it may help the people, it poses a great risk to the stability of imperial power. If these noble families unite in protest, the consequences will be unimaginable." Clearly, Xiao Yu's policy threatened many vested interests. The nobles whose rents were reduced would not be pleased. Xiao Yu hesitated and lowered his head silently. Li Er nodded repeatedly and turned to a pale, frail middle-aged man. "Kemming, do you have any good ideas?" Du Ruhui, styled Kemming, was the Minister of War. Though holding a military post, he was actually a civil official. He coughed lightly and said, "Your Majesty, to maintain stability, reducing rents is not viable. The state treasury is also depleted, so tax reduction isn't feasible either. A wealthy nation makes for a strong people. To benefit the people, the main paths are reducing rent and taxes. Since these won't work, we can start with the common folk." Li Er's eyes lit up. "Please explain in detail." He seemed to realize Du Ruhui had a plan. Du Ruhui looked at Li Er and slowly said, "Reward merit with titles." "Reward merit with titles?" Everyone began to reflect on his words. Li Er also fell into thought. Du Ruhui continued, this means issuing the fifth decree, recruit talents from the people. If anyone can present a plan or method that truly benefits the common people and proves effective, they shall be rewarded with money or titles. Zhang Sun Wuji said disapprovingly, the Tang was founded on military merit. Many officials already hold titles. If we start granting more, we may run out of noble ranks to bestow. What then? Du Ruhui countered, serious problems need strong medicine. Besides, I only propose rewarding those with truly extraordinary achievements. We can simply raise the threshold. In the Tang, men over 40 with children could refer to themselves as old men. Fang Xianling, the chief minister, nodded, Your Majesty, Brother Kemming's words are true. As long as we raise the standards for extraordinary merit, we can prevent opportunists. If not for his suggestion, does anyone here have a better plan? The high officials looked at each other, but no one spoke. Li Er tapped his book against his palm, sat upright, and said, We'll do as Kemming suggested. The fifth Xinguan decree, extraordinary merit earns title, is settled. The Secretariat will draft the plan and issue the decree. The ministry will implement it. Fang Xianling rose and saluted, Your Majesty, I will go to the Secretariat immediately to prepare the document. Just as he left, a eunuch entered the Hall of Martial Virtue from outside. The eunuch held a token, raised it above his head, and said, Your Majesty, outside the Imperial city, an old farmer presents this token requesting to see the retired emperor. This token was not issued by Your Majesty. The commander of the Imperial Guard seeks instructions. A eunuch in his 30s beside Li Er took the token and handed it to him. Li Er examined it and said, This is a personal guard token issued by the retired emperor at the founding of the Tang. Very few remain. He must have once been a personal guard. Let him pass. Also, have the secret riders keep an eye on him. The secret riders, Li Er's intelligence agency, his eyes and ears. The eunuch bowed and left with the token. Xiao Yu sighed, Your Majesty, the retired emperor now holds no real power. Why confine him in Don Palace and earn a reputation for unfilial behavior? Since his era has passed, why not? Li Er's gaze turned cold, exuding power without anger. Xiao Yu shrank back, deeply uneasy. After a moment, Li Er nodded, What left Vice Premier said is right. Wang De, remove the guards from Don Palace. If the retired emperor wants to do anything, let him. After the coup at Xuanwu Gate, Li Yuan was forced by Li Er to move from the Hall of Martial Virtue to Don Palace. Officially, it was a residence change, but in truth, it was house arrest. Even loyal ministers from the Wu De era rarely saw him. As the saying goes, a new emperor, new ministers. The court had now stabilized. Li Yuan's favorites had been dismissed or retired, and his power slowly stripped away. Now, Li Yuan was just a lonely old man in Don Palace, focused only on making more children. Inside Don Palace, Li Yuan, already 61 years old, didn't look very aged physically, but mentally he appeared extremely weary. He was tall and thin, wearing a yellow robe, with his chest and a shrunken belly exposed as he reclined lazily on the steps outside the hall. In his hand was a pure gold wine flask, which he took occasional sips from. His expression was indescribably lonely. His hair was a bit disheveled, and he looked rather unkempt. Beside him were two beautiful concubines in their late teens, doing their best to please this old man. Retired emperor, come, let this concubine feed you some grapes. Who knows if they were actual grapes or grape-shaped meat? Li Yuan burst into laughter, good, good, come sit on my lap. Mencius once said, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a person, it first tests their resolve. Perhaps this was heaven testing Li Yuan. Suddenly, a eunuch rushed in joyfully into Don Palace, retired emperor. The Imperial guards have withdrawn, the guards are gone. A glimmer of light flashed through Li Yuan's murky eyes, but it soon faded. With a self-mocking look, he said, Humph, they should have been withdrawn long ago. That brat is too scheming. Now I'm just a powerless, solitary man, yet he still guards against me, what a joke. Retired emperor, there's an old farmer outside the palace named Li Taicheng requesting an audience. Li Yuan looked puzzled and muttered to himself, Li Taicheng? Li Taicheng. Oh, so it's Acheng. Ha ha ha. Li Yuan laughed wildly, tears at the corners of his eyes, everything is lost. Everyone avoids me for fear of being implicated by that brat. All my old friends wish they could cut ties with me. I didn't expect that once Don Palace was unsealed, the first one to visit would be my former stableman. Good, very good. Someone, invite Acheng in. Hearing the word, invite, the little eunuch naturally didn't dare ignore it and respectfully brought Li Taicheng into the palace. As soon as Li Taicheng entered, he saw the fallen Li Yuan leaning on the steps. His eyes reddened, and he ran over. Your Majesty, I've come to see you. How could you have fallen to such a state? Li Yuan stood up, brushed the dust from his clothes, laughed heartily, and grabbed Li Tieching's hand. Ha ha ha, Ching, it's been 7 or 8 years since we last met. I didn't expect you'd still care to come see this old man. Truly rare and precious. True friendship shows in adversity. At this moment, Li Yuan was deeply comforted and pleasantly surprised by Li Tieching's arrival. Li Taiching wiped his eyes and choked up. Your Majesty, you mustn't treat yourself like this. Li Yuan pointed to a group of young, beautiful women and said, these are my beloved concubines. With them by my side, how could I be degrading myself? It's just that power is gone, the time has passed. I'm no longer the emperor above all. You don't need to call me your Majesty. I'm just a few years older, call me elder brother. I wouldn't dare. Li Taiching didn't dare at all. Li Yuan noticed the bundle in his hands and asked, Ching, what's that you're carrying? Li Taiching opened the bundle and took out a rice pop, handing it over. Retired emperor, this is a snack I found among the people, called a rice pop. Crispy and sweet. Please try it. Li Yuan took a bite, crunch. His eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. Truly crispy and sweet. After swallowing one rice pop, the once lonely Li Yuan pulled Li Taiching to sit on the steps, his eyes regaining their old wisdom. Now speak, what difficulty have you encountered, Ching? We're old friends. Don't be a stranger with me. Yes. Li Taiching said, today I came to visit the retired emperor for 3 matters. First, I missed you very much, so I came to the palace to see you. Second, I brought Black Biao, the warhorse that once followed you. But the palace guards didn't allow me to bring it in. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Black Biao is still alive? Li Taiching smiled and nodded. Black Biao is in great shape, it could easily live a few more years. Haha, Li Yuan laughed, that's thanks to your good care, Ching. Someone, bring my Black Biao to the Imperial stables, feed him well and then bring him back. Li Taiching continued, the third matter is to ask the retired emperor for help finding some stone. Find stone? Li Yuan asked in confusion, what kind of stone? Li Taiching briefly explained the situation in Sanha village. Li Yuan chuckled, that Qing family boy is quite something. Even though he's blind and seen as useless, he still tries to bring fortune to the villagers. If I get the chance, I'd like to meet him. Then, retired emperor, about the stone? Li Taiching asked anxiously. As a village chief, where was he supposed to find stone for Qingxiu? He wouldn't have taken on this task if not for the development of Sanha village. Li Yuan glanced sideways at Li Taiching, snorting with a laugh, though I'm old, I'm not senile. That boy wants limestone, it's to benefit the people. Even if there's some personal gain, it's still a good thing. Bricks made from clay are cheap, and the price will be low. I've long disliked those rammed earth houses. If every household could live in a brick house, that would be something to celebrate. Unfortunately, I'm no longer the emperor. Such great merit for improving people's housing will fall on that brat's head. But Ching, don't worry. One who brings firewood for the people must not freeze in the snow. This matter, I will personally go talk to that brat. Li Taiching said emotionally, then I thanked the retired emperor. Soon, the black old horse, Black Biao, having been fed, was brought into Dawn Palace. As if recognizing its long-lost master, Black Biao joyfully pranced and nudged up to Li Yuan for pets. Li Taiching stayed until evening before leaving the palace. Li Yuan tidied his robe and ordered, someone, prepare the carriage. To the Hall of Martial Virtue. Li Yuan hastily arrived at the Hall of Martial Virtue. The high officials of the 3 departments and 6 ministries had already left, leaving only Li Er writing at the Imperial desk. Your Majesty, the retired emperor has arrived. Li Er set down his brush and walked out of the hall. Seeing Li Yuan, he stepped forward and supported him with a smile. Father, why come at this hour? Li Yuan said sarcastically, Humph, your imperial guards locked me up in Dawn Palace for months. If I stayed any longer, these old bones of mine would be ruined. Why did you suddenly grow a conscience and withdraw them? Li Er gave a wry smile and said, Father, it wasn't me who imprisoned you in Dawn Palace. When you abdicated, you said to give the old ministers of the Wu De era a way to survive. To prevent them from defying authority and interfering with imperial power, I had to do this to protect them. House arrest served to prevent the old ministers from supporting Li Yuan's return to power. It was also a way to cover all angles, a strategy of balance. After hearing this, Li Yuan's expression softened. He patted Li Er's hand and said, You've thought it through. The empire is yours now. Father and son understood each other. They both knew, everyone has their own schemes. Only Emperor Li Er could describe imprisoning his own father so righteously. With Li Er's help, Li Yuan sat on the throne. He looked around, this used to be his territory, but now it had changed hands. Erlang, Li Yuan asked, on the way here, I heard some palace staff saying you're troubled over the livelihood policies. But I don't understand, what exactly is troubling you? Palace staff often gossip about court matters. Hearing a few words wasn't unusual. Li Er didn't hide it and told him about today's court discussion. Father, what do you think? Li Yuan murmured, rewarding extraordinary merit with titles, this Du Ruhui is indeed capable. Don't ask me, you're the emperor. Do as you see fit. Li Er chuckled, now I ask not as emperor, but as your son. Is this strategy workable? Li Yuan waved his hand as he stroked his beard, enough. I won't go in circles with you. Today, I came to ask a favor. Please speak, father. Your son will do everything he can. Li Yuan explained the matter of finding limestone. Li Er immediately called out, someone. A young eunuch entered from the back hall. Wang De, have the secret riders search for the limestone and river sand mentioned by the retired emperor. Yes, Wang De responded and left. Li Er then asked in confusion, Father, what do you need limestone for? Li Yuan smiled faintly, just now you mentioned rewarding extraordinary merit. So tell me, if someone solves the people's housing problem and every household can live in a brick house, does that count as extraordinary merit? Li Er nodded, that certainly qualifies. To be honest, Li Yuan said, the stableman who once led my horse during the uprising at Jinyang came to the palace today. Oh? It was him? I remember, his name is Li Taicheng. Li Yuan nodded, he's now the village head of Sanha village in Ba Township, Lantian County. He said there's a young man in the village named Qingxiu who used clay to fire red bricks. They're very strong, better than green bricks. And these red bricks are made of clay, so the cost is nearly nothing. A few men can fire thousands of bricks in 3 days. They're perfect for building houses for the people. Li Er was overjoyed, Father, is this true? Li Yuan nodded again, it's true. But to build houses with red bricks, you need lime, which is why I mentioned limestone. Crush it and mix with clay to bind the bricks. The houses built this way can endure 100 years of wind and rain without damage. Li Er said in delight, extraordinary, this is indeed an extraordinary achievement. But, he added, becoming serious, the urgent priority is still solving food and clothing for the people. If their stomachs are empty, good housing means nothing. Still, this is the first joyful news of the Zhenguan era. I'll draft a decree and reward Li Taicheng. Li Yuan frowned, it wasn't Li Taicheng who invented the bricks. Why reward him? He's my man, he'll live comfortably even without your reward. Then who did invent the bricks? According to Acheng, his name is Qingxiu. Good. Then we'll reward Qingxiu. I'll verify the claim in the coming days. If it's true, he shall be rewarded. Li Yuan hesitated, then asked cautiously, Erlang, in a few days I want to leave the palace for a bit. Is that all right? Li Er replied, Father, if you wish to leave the palace, you may do so anytime. You don't need to ask your son. Li Yuan smiled with relief. A great burden lifted from his heart. He had truly feared that Li Shimin, his rebellious son, would imprison him in the palace for the rest of his life. Now that he was free to leave, the empire could be left to Li Er's devices. Li Yuan had finally seen it clearly. Court intrigues were fleeting shadows. Since the rice pop business became popular in Chang'an, all of Sanha village had become vibrant. With Lu Laosan and his wife joining, Su Xiaochun was making over 10,000 rice pops daily, and profits soared. In just the past half-month, they had earned nearly 1 tael of silver. Su Xiaochun had even laughed herself awake in her sleep several times. As time passed, the affection between Qingxiu and Su Xiaochun only deepened. Seeing his wife so happy was exactly what Qingxiu had hoped for. That morning, a group of cavalry arrived at Sanha village. They stopped briefly at Li Tiecheng's house and then left. Li Taicheng, elated, went to find Qingxiu. Qingxiu, the limestone you mentioned has been found. In the Qinling Mountains, about 70 to 80 li from here, there's a mountain entirely made of limestone. Qingxiu was thrilled, Uncle Li, I currently have several dozen taels of silver. I'll sell a few horses and carts and we can start transporting stone. Li Taicheng turned serious and shook his head, Qingxiu, first, I need to tell you something important. The second decree of the Zhenguan era has been issued, rewarding extraordinary merit. Extraordinary merit? What's that? Qingxiu asked in confusion. Li Taicheng explained, it means if someone contributes a solution to the people's food or housing problems, the emperor will reward them, money or even noble titles if the achievement is great enough. So, I reported your brick-firing invention to the officials in Chang'an. You've provided a foundational solution to the people's housing issue. That counts as extraordinary merit. I submitted your work without your permission, hope you won't be upset. Qingxiu smiled. How could I be upset, Uncle Li? I should be thanking you. If firing bricks earns me a title, it'll bring honor to my family. It's a great thing, why would I blame you? The value of goods depends on the rarity of the materials. Bricks are made of yellow clay, neither the material nor the product is worth much. Qingxiu never planned to make money off bricks. Sell them high, no one buys. Sell them cheap, no profit. Better to give it to the court, for the sake of a good name, maybe even a title. In Tang times, gaining a noble title was as difficult as getting a specialist license. Some merchants spent their entire fortune just to become the lowest-ranked baron, to enjoy the privileges of nobility. People were ranked: scholars, farmers, artisans, merchants. Merchants were the lowest class, even below farmers. Even some high officials of the 6 ministries didn't have titles, let alone merchants. Li Taiqing laughed. Qingxiu, I'm glad you think that way. Also, don't worry about transporting limestone. The official from Chang'an has already arranged for people to bring it. It should arrive before nightfall. Such a good thing? Qingxiu was delighted. Free labor shouldn't go to waste. So just wait at home. Oh right, Li Taiqing asked, how's your foundation digging going? Qingxiu smiled. Uncle Li, one more day and we'll finish digging. If the limestone and sand arrive today, we can start filling the foundation the day after. I'll go home now and tell my wife the good news. Go on then. Be careful walking, you can't see. Watching Qingxiu tap away with his cane, Li Taiqing returned home and said to his 2 daughters-in-law, clean out the small room next to the main hall. Tomorrow, I'm moving in. His eldest daughter-in-law, dressed in coarse linen, asked, Father-in-law, why are you moving into the small room? Is the big room uncomfortable? Li Taiqing looked excited. Tomorrow, an official from the city will be staying here for a few days. All of you stay alert. Also, tidy my room, replace all the bedding with new. Clearly, Li Taiqing held the city official in very high regard. Qingxiu didn't go home but instead found a young man digging a foundation for his house. Brother Taizhu, I'm going to the city to buy some goods. Can you come with me? Wang Taizhu, the younger brother of the village blacksmith Wang Tiniu, was just over 20 but already a retired soldier. Although he hadn't seen battle, the muscles on his body and the aura of toughness made it clear he was not someone to mess with. Taizhu grinned and said, sure. Qingxiu borrowed a horse-drawn cart from the village chief's house, and Taizhu drove the cart toward Chang'an. Qingxiu also decided that today he would buy a horse-drawn cart in the city. It would make transporting goods much easier. As soon as they entered the city, Taizhu asked, Brother Qing, what do you need to buy in the city? Qingxiu handed him a list and said, just follow this list and find the shops. Leave the rest to me. Taizhu blushed, scratched the back of his head awkwardly, and said, Brother Qing, I can't read. Pfft. Qingxiu nearly spat blood and said, half laughing, half crying, why didn't you say so earlier? Then why did I bring you to the city? Taizhu muttered, well, you didn't ask me. Sigh, forget it. Look for a grain shop and see if they have soybeans. Following Qingxiu's instructions, Taizhu began searching for shops. First, he bought 20 jin of soybeans, then 40 jin of wheat flour, a big iron pot, several large wooden buckets, some iron blocks, and quite a bit of coarse linen. They also bought all kinds of vegetables and even a full basket of eggs. Only then did they stop their spending spree, satisfied. Brother Qing, what's next on the list? Qingxiu said, find a timber seller and buy a good piece of rosewood. I want to make a new blind cane. Now that he had money and status, he planned to throw away his old bamboo stick and replace it with a fine one. Bamboo stick, you're noble now, impressive. Replacing the old with the new, what a heartless man. Once Qingxiu bought a fine piece of rosewood, Taizhu sighed dramatically, heavens, Brother Qing, you're such a spendthrift. 17 taels of silver for a piece of wood? Is there anyone more wasteful than you? You don't understand. This is rosewood, second only to golden nanmu and agarwood. It costs 17 taels now, but in 1,000 years, it could be worth thousands of taels. Taizhu pouted, he clearly didn't believe it. With a sigh, he said, you've already spent 20 taels of silver. You should tone it down a bit. If you keep wasting money like this, your family will never be rich. So, are we going home or continuing to shop? Taizhu asked. Qingxiu shook his head, it's noon already. Let's not go home. Let's eat at the best restaurant in Chang'an. Brother Taizhu, ask around and find out which restaurant has the best food and highest quality. Tiezhu's face lit up, that would be the Tianxiang Pavilion in Pingkong Ward. Not only is the food delicious, but the girls there are pretty too. As he said this, Tiezhu's face turned bright red with excitement. Qingxiu's face darkened, I meant a restaurant, not a brothel. Oh, okay. I'll ask around. Taizhu, something's not right with you. Be honest, have you been to a brothel before? Taiju chuckled, of course. 2 years ago, when I was with Commandant Chang, he took us there once. But the girls at Tianxiang Pavilion aren't cheap. We small soldiers couldn't afford them. Back then, my monthly pay was just a few copper coins. Just touching a girl's but could put me in debt. The commandant hosted the officers who made meritorious service in the Landshau barracks. We were just there to feast our eyes. After speaking, Taiju wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth. Qingxiu's heart stirred. He asked, the Commandant Chang you mentioned, was he the eldest son of Duke Lu, Chang Yaojin? If he's not from Duke Lu's family, then who else could he be? Taiju wasn't surprised that Qingxiu knew Commandant Chang's background. After all, there were plenty of rich kids in Chang'an, and their reputations were well known. Together, they found a well-known restaurant in Chang'an, Shixiang Pavilion. They learned that Shixiang Pavilion was named after its 10 famous dishes. Brother Qing, are you sure about this? Eating here will cost at least 8 or 10 taels of silver. Just follow me. Why so much nonsense? Taiju was around the same age as Qingxiu, and they got along well. Over the past month in Sanha village, Taiju had become Qingxiu's closest friend. Although the 10 dishes at Shixiang Pavilion were famous, to Qingxiu, who had eaten all kinds of gourmet food in his past life, they were bland and tasteless. The fine ingredients had been cooked so plainly, it was a waste. This reminded Qingxiu that he hadn't bought any spices yet: star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, cardamom, cassia. These were transported from faraway regions by foreign merchants, but in the Tang dynasty, they were used as medicine, not for cooking. As he was lost in thought, the conversation from the table next to them caught Qingxiu's attention. Eat quickly. We have to get to Furong Garden or there won't be any seats. Master Kong is the 33rd generation descendant of Confucius. His poetry gathering is such a grand event. This Master Kong, is he the eldest son of Grand Scholar Kong Ingda? If not him, then who? I missed the morning part due to delays. No way I'm missing the afternoon. All the well-known young nobles of Chang'an will be there, and many daughters of high officials too. Even Miss Changsun Pingting from the Changsun family is going? Of course. I saw her this morning. She was sitting in the main seat with a stunningly beautiful young lady. We must go and see. Hurry up. After finishing their meal, the noble young men hurriedly paid and left Shixiang Pavilion. Seeing the faint smile on Qingxiu's lips, Taiju asked curiously, Brother Qing, are you interested in poetry gatherings? Qingxiu nodded, I'm free anyway. Let's go and take a look. Taiju frowned, what's the point of a poetry gathering? Commandant Chang said it's just a bunch of sour scholars whining like monks chanting scriptures. It's better to go to Pingkong Ward and listen to music. Pingkong Ward was the famous red light district of the Tang dynasty, full of both official and private brothels. If you don't want to go, just watch the cart. I'll go alone. Taiju said helplessly, forget it. You're blind, if something happens to you, your wife will skin me alive. All right, I'll go with you. After the meal, accompanied by Taiju, they arrived at Furong Garden, which was already bustling with people. Hundreds were gathered outside the pavilion, but only a few richly dressed young nobles and daughters of officials could actually enter the pavilion. They found a seat near the pavilion, close enough to hear the conversation inside. Taiju stared longingly at the noble ladies in the pavilion. His originally simple face now looked a bit lecherous. He muttered, that one's good, really good. Even better than the courtesan at Tianxiang Pavilion. That figure, phew, if I could grab that chest, I could die happy. Oh, that one's even better, prettier than all the girls at Tianxiang Pavilion combined. Brother Qing, look at her. Oh, right, sorry, I forgot you're blind. Taiju swallowed hard and quieted down. A young girl in green noticed Taiju's fiery gaze. She turned and saw Taiju looking like a pervert. Her delicate face immediately showed disgust. Sister Liju, those two are disgusting. They've been staring at us for ages. Who knows what dirty thoughts they're having? The girl in yellow, called Liju, also looked over and frowned. That darker one is at least obvious. He looks away when we notice. But that fair one with the handsome face, he keeps staring at us like nothing. Who knows what filthy thoughts he's hiding? The girl in green angrily said, he probably imagined us naked in his mind. I have to teach him a lesson. Liju stood up too. Ping Ting, wait for me. Let's go teach those perverts a lesson. With that, the two girls stormed toward Taiju and Qingxiu with their attendants. In the crowd, a sharp-eyed man said softly to his companions, protect the safety of the young lady from Xiangqing. If anything happens, bring me your heads. Yes. Several men moved toward the girls immediately. Qingxiu didn't move but could clearly sense, with his mind's eye, several people rapidly approaching with aggressive energy. The two girls were both about 1.6 meters tall. One had a graceful figure and full chest. The other wasn't bad either, but slightly less attractive. As he was thinking, the girls arrived, and a fragrant wind swept past. Such a unique scent, it was clearly their natural body fragrance. Chang Sun Pingting raised her small whip and lashed it directly at Qingxiu's shoulder. Smack! The sharp sound drew the attention of the crowd. "Pa! Pervert! You've been staring at us for so long. Want me to dig your eyes out?" she shouted angrily. Taiju was startled by the sudden turn of events. Qingxiu felt a burning pain in his shoulder, his mood completely ruined. Without saying a word, Qingxiu picked up his blind cane, stood up, and pulled Taiju along. "Brother Taiju, let's go home. It's not good here. Hold on to my cane, don't let me fall." Taiju's face turned red with anger. "Are you serious? My brother is blind. When did he ever look at you? Brother Qing, let's go, these rich girls from the city are too much." He supported Qingxiu as they left. Chang Sun Pingting and Li Zhu were stunned. Seeing Qingxiu's cloudy eyes, they realized he really was blind? Their faces flushed red with shame and embarrassment. Qingxiu turned and bowed slightly, his voice gentle and apologetic. "Ladies, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have faced you. I truly didn't see you. Sorry for the trouble, I'm just a blind man who doesn't want to offend anyone. I'm sorry." With that, Qingxiu staggered and stumbled away. He looked like he could fall over at any moment. "Damn, you dare hit me? Go heal from this slap yourselves." As Qingxiu and Taiju walked away, Chang Sun Pingting's whip fell to the ground. She clutched her head in agony. I deserve to die." Li Zhu wasn't any better, her lips trembled, tears welling up. In the end, this noble lady choked out, I deserve to die too." No way, the young lady of the Changsun family actually bullied a blind man? That blind man is so pitiful. He clearly can't see, yet he got whipped for nothing. The blind man didn't even get angry after being hit. Instead, he apologized to the one who wronged him. Truly, the world is unjust. So pitiful. He's already blind and still gets treated like a lecherous peeping pervert. So unfair, he's truly a huge victim. These two noble ladies are too unreasonable. They hit someone without even figuring out the truth. The guy is just a blind man. The whispers from around them entered the ears of Li Lizhu and Chang Sun Pingting, sounding sharp and sarcastic. Chang Sun Pingting's face turned pale. She knew that her reputation was completely ruined. With a shrill cry, Chang Sun Pingting covered her face as tears poured down. I really deserve to die. Cursing herself, she ran out of Furong Garden in shame and anger. How could she still have the face to attend some stupid poetry gathering? Pingting, Pingting. Li Lizhu bit her lip and called out twice, anxiously stomping her foot. No, Yingtao, I must catch up to that blind man and apologize. Otherwise, I won't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. Li Lizhu, with her personal maid, lifted her skirt and ran in the direction Qingxiu had left. But by the time she got out of Furong Garden, Qingxiu was already nowhere in sight. Li Lizhu stood in the street looking lost, murmuring with guilt, I really deserve to die. I really deserve to die. Li Lizhu, you're the eldest princess of the Tang dynasty, how could you bully a blind man? Wu, saying that, this princess clutched her chest in guilt and cried out loud. Her heart hurt so much it felt like she couldn't breathe. There's a big difference between being a princess and being the eldest legitimate princess. A firstborn child of a concubine becomes a princess, but if she was born to the empress, she'd be the eldest legitimate princess. That's why, among so many daughters of Li Shimin, only Princess Changle, Li Lizzie, was the eldest legitimate princess. In front of the medicine shop, Taiju parked the cart, still grumbling, damn it, those rich girls in the city really bully people. Brother Qing, you're blind and couldn't even see them. It was clearly a misunderstanding. Why did you still apologize to those two brats? Thinking about Qingxiu apologizing made Taiju frustrated. In his heart, he labeled Qingxiu as spineless. But Qingxiu just chuckled and said, Taiju, I had my reasons for apologizing. There's a saying, killing someone is not as painful as breaking their heart. They hit someone without even asking the reason. I revealed I was blind and apologized to them. What do you think the people around would say about them? They'll feel deep guilt, maybe even feel like they deserve to die. Think about it, if they can't find me to apologize, how awful will they feel? They'll probably be stuck in guilt and regret for months. Taiju took a sharp breath and said, Hiss, Brother Qing, that move was brutal. As someone truly native to the Tang dynasty, Taiju deeply understood how much noble girls cared about their reputation. If their name was ruined, it was worse than death. But Qingxiu had aimed straight at their reputation, his method was vicious. Heh, Taiju laughed. No wonder you had me rush the cart away. So this is what you were planning. Haha, I misunderstood you. Now I feel much better. Qingxiu jumped off the cart and said, let's go. Let's buy something from the medicine shop, then get a cart and head back. At the medicine shop, they bought cinnamon, star anise, cardamom, angelica, and 5 or 6 kinds of medicinal herbs. Then they went to the East Market, bought a young red Dewan horse and a cart, and also got 2 rolls of black silk. Buying the horse and cart was for convenience when traveling later. The herbs were purely for satisfying his picky taste. As for the black silk, it was simple: tie it around his eyes, and everyone would know he was blind. No one would mistake him again, and he wouldn't get beaten up by accident anymore. With a 3-finger-wide black silk covering his eyes and dressed in all black, Qingxiu's whole aura changed. He now felt mysterious. At the same time, after morning court, Changsun Wuji returned home and immediately heard his beloved daughter crying in her room. He was instantly furious. "Changsun Chong, get out here right now." From the corridor, a boy about 16 or 17 came out, looking scared. "Father, you called?" Judging from his tone, his father was clearly angry. Changsun Chong got nervous and racked his brain to figure out how he had upset him. Changsun Wuji's face was gloomy. Pointing at his daughter's room, he asked in a deep voice, "You brat, did you bully your sister again?" Changsun Chong's face changed. "No, father, let me explain. No, I just got back from the East Market not long ago and heard Pingting crying. I asked her, but she wouldn't say what happened. I even sent a guard to find out who bullied her so we could stand up for her, but the guard hasn't returned yet." Hearing this, Changsun Wuji's expression softened a bit. Although his son was a bit of a scoundrel, he knew his son wouldn't dare lie in front of him. "Don't worry, father. Mother is with Pingting right now, trying to comfort her." I'll go take a look." At his daughter's bedroom door, Changsun Wuji heard his wife Changsun Chui's voice inside. "Pingting, my dear, don't cry. Your eyes are getting swollen. If you cry more, you won't look good. Tell mother what happened." Changsun Pingting buried her head in the blanket, crying her heart out and sobbing between breaths. "Mother, I really deserve to die. I deserve to die." Not only was Changsun Chui shocked, but even Changsun Wuji burst through the door. Changsun Wuji roared, "Who dared insult my daughter, Changsun Wuji's girl? Pingting, don't cry. Tell father who hurt you. I'll make sure he pays, I'll skin him alive." Upon hearing that, Changsun Pingting cried even harder. She knew her father's temper. He couldn't stand seeing her suffer. But she also knew she was the one at fault this time. She was truly afraid her father would go punish an innocent blind man. She had already wronged that blind man. How could she tell her father about it now? From that day on, Changsun Pingting changed. Her once lively personality became quiet and gloomy. She never smiled again. In the middle of the night, sobbing could often be heard from her room. This made the whole family worried and heartbroken. Changsun Wuji even assigned people to watch over her day and night, afraid she might do something foolish. Even the next morning in court, Changsun Wuji looked absent-minded. After court, Emperor Taizong, Li Er, called him aside and asked with concern, "Fujiji, you look worried all day, did something happen?" "Your Majesty, sigh." Changsun Wuji gave a heavy sigh and told the whole story about Changsun Pingting. When Emperor Taizong heard it, his eyes widened. "This sounds just like what happened with Xiangqing." Changsun Wuji was confused, like what happened to Princess Xiangqing. Li Er smiled bitterly, "I only learned about it last night. That girl went to a poetry gathering at Furong Garden and came back gloomy and weeping all day. I've asked her many times, even promised to tear the culprit to pieces, but the more I asked, the harder she cried." Changsun Wuji was stunned. What should we do now? Inside Wuda Hall, the 2 old fathers were deeply troubled, but completely clueless about what to do with their daughter's change in behavior. Summer was almost here. Everything was coming back to life. It was again the season when animals and friends got restless. The spring night breeze carried some warmth, constantly reminding people that summer was about to arrive. All around, apart from the sound of the wind rustling the grass, there were the hushed whispers of a man and woman inside a grass hut. Su Xiaochun nestled in Qingxiu's arms, wearing only a dudu and a pair of underpants. As for the dudu, those who understand, it's like the four-corner shorts from later generations. Over the past month, the quality of food had improved and nutrition had caught up. Su Xiaochun's figure had developed as well. Her soft chest was round and full, to the point that the dudu was almost bursting. As for Qingxiu, he was also only wearing a pair of underpants. Pressed up against Su Xiaochun's plump, smooth body, Qingxiu's heart was pounding, a fire burning inside. If not for the rundown grass hut constantly reminding him not to act out, he would have already done the deed. Su Xiaochun's soft jade fingers traced circles on Qingxiu's firm chest. She shyly whispered, "Husband, how much silver did you spend in the city today?" "Not much," Qingxiu said. I spent a little over 30 taels of silver. What? Su Xiaochun's body trembled. She suddenly sat up, her beautiful eyes wide. Over 30 taels? Heavens! I worked so hard making rice flour balls and only earned 70 taels in half a month, and you spent half of that in one day. In the modeled world in his mind, Su Xiaochun's upper body trembled, even bouncing like jelly, playful like a bunny. Qingxiu pulled his wife back into his arms, laughing. It's just a little over 30 taels. Just the horse cost 28. It's a fine breed of Dewan horse imported from the western regions. It can travel 1,000 li in a day. Su Xiaochun didn't know that horses were so valuable. Fooled by Qingxiu's words, she believed him. If she knew that he had spent 17 taels just on a single piece of rosewood, she might feel heartbroken. Su Xiaochun grabbed the big hand under her doo-doo that was teasing her two ancestors, her pretty face flushed hot. She panted and said, "Husband, I'm not scolding you for being wasteful. I just want to remind you, we're not rich, so you should be more frugal with money in the future." Got it, got it. Qingxiu casually replied, then buried his head in her chest like a child and said in a muffled voice, "Let's sleep." After being teased like that, how could Su Xiaochun sleep? She waited until her husband fell asleep before gently pushing his head away to rest. It was called sleeping, but it was only 8 p.m. In the Tang dynasty, there weren't many forms of entertainment. Ordinary people went to bed by 7 or 8. The next morning, when Qingxiu woke up, he discovered that his inner vision world had undergone a drastic change. The world in his mind, once black and white and only showing object outlines, had suddenly become colorful after one sleep. Was this animation mode? Qingxiu's eyes widened, his face a mix of surprise and disbelief. That's right, his inner vision world had turned into anime style. Everything within a 50-meter radius had changed. Even the buildings looked cuter. Even his wife beside him had become a true anime girl in his mind. This transformation made Qingxiu ecstatic. With a way to view the world like this, who needed actual eyeballs? Everything looked more beautiful now. In the anime-styled world, Su Xiaochun's hair was messy, her face delicate, lips like cherries, skin white and dewy like congealed fat. The arm that poked out of the covers was white and radiant like lotus root. Qingxiu flipped off the blanket. In his mind's eye, there was his wife Su Xiaochun's flawless and perfect figure. Qingxiu teared up instantly. This was worth it. With animated vision like this, he didn't mind being blind. Not only had his modeled world turned anime, but his physical condition had also improved a lot. Qingxiu now had the strength of 7 or 8 strong men and an incredibly sharp sense of his surroundings. On a cool spring morning, the air still carried a chill. Su Xiaochun noticed the cold and opened her lively eyes to look at her husband, her delicate face filled with worry. "Husband, why are you crying?" Qingxiu quickly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and smiled lightly. "Not crying. Some weeds poked my eye earlier, it hurts a bit." Su Xiaochun, full of concern, got up and put on a coat, saying, "Husband, let me blow on it for you." She cupped Qingxiu's face seriously and gently blew a few breaths on his eyes, asking worriedly, "How is it now? Still hurt?" Qingxiu smiled and shook his head. "It doesn't hurt. You're beautiful, my wife." Su Xiaochun blushed and said coyly, "Nonsense. You can't see anyway." Literal nonsense. A hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. Her husband couldn't see her face. That was Su Xiaochun's greatest regret in life. Su Xiaochun helped Qingxiu get dressed, finally covering his eyes with a strip of black silk, and then dressed herself. She scooped a bowl of water from the bucket to rinse her mouth. After washing up, she started making breakfast. Qingxiu stopped the busy Su Xiaochun and smiled. "Wife, rest today. I'll prepare breakfast." Su Xiaochun hurriedly said, "Husband, that won't do. A noble man stays out of the kitchen. You have important things to do. How could you go to the stove? And you can't see, how could you possibly cook? Let me do it." Qingxiu sighed. "Wife, every morning it's either millet porridge or plain rice porridge. If we don't eat something solid, we'll get stomachaches. You rest. If I don't do well, you can take over. It's still early anyway." "Well, all right," Su Xiaochun said reluctantly. "I'll help you." To her surprise, Qingxiu accurately found a few eggs and started mixing flour with cooled boiled water. He didn't like the raw water from the river, so he always asked Su Xiaochun to boil and cool it. Over time, she got used to drinking boiled water too. He cracked eggs into the flour, added chopped wild green onions and green salt, and started frying egg pancakes in oil. Green salt was something he bought from the city. When he first brought it back, he was scolded for being wasteful. But green salt was the only type that tasted like fine salt. If he wanted to eat salt, he had to buy expensive green salt. As for the black and rough lumps of salt, he'd never eat those. They were full of toxic minerals and could cause serious harm if consumed too much. Over time, such salt could even turn your skin purple, like Thanos. Watching Qingxiu skillfully make the pancakes, Su Xiaochun was stunned. When the egg pancakes were done, she was still in shock. So food could be made like this? Through his inner vision, Qingxiu noticed Su Xiaochun's expression. Her nearly perfect anime face was filled with surprise, her cherry lips forming an O shape. She looked so cute, Qingxiu couldn't get enough of her every night. He thought she was a plain and honest village girl. Turns out, Su Xiaochun was a delicate beauty. What a treasure. Wife, try it. How does it taste? Su Xiaochun came back to her senses, swallowed her saliva, and shook her head. No, I'll wait for you. Eat while it's hot, it won't taste good once it's cold. There's more in the pan. Su Xiaochun hesitated and still shook her head. No, I must wait for you. I can't overstep. Qingxiu had no choice but to let her be. Watching Qingxiu's skilled movements, Su Xiaochun was moved to tears. She choked up. Husband, how much suffering have you been through? In Tang Dynasty tradition, it was considered shameful for men to cook. Only men who had suffered greatly would step into the kitchen. Qingxiu smiled bitterly. I married such a wonderful wife, it's clearly a blessing, not suffering. The sand and lime are ready. There's work today. Let's eat quickly. He served 2 bowls of rice porridge and soaked the egg pancakes in them. Finally, a decent breakfast. Su Xiaochun didn't look happy, instead, she cried even harder. Through her sobs, she said, I thought the best food in the world was millet porridge with sugar. Turns out, all these years I've been eating pig food. Poor girl, she'd really had it hard. Actually, Su Xiaochun wasn't very old, just 18 this year. In Qingxiu's eyes, she was still a child. But in the Tang Dynasty, where girls could marry at 13, 18 was already considered an old maid. If a girl wasn't married by 20, she was viewed as a worthless burden by everyone nearby. Not only would she lack a dowry, but she wouldn't even receive a betrothal gift. Even if she did marry, she'd be gossiped about behind her back for a long time. Qing, I already said in the letter, don't call me Taishang Huang. I'm just an ordinary old man now. Li Yuan pushed away Li Taicheng, who was trying to support him, his expression especially displeased. Yes, yes, yes. Then if I can't call you Taishang Huang, what should I call you? Li Yuan thought for a moment, then chuckled, call me Old Li. Li Taicheng was shocked. Taishang Huang, that's not proper, please don't joke with me. Li Yuan snorted, then call me Master Li. Anyway, you must not call me Taishang Huang. I rarely leave the palace nowadays, and this time I'm just out for fun. If you call me that, you'll expose my identity. What's the fun in that? All right. Li Taicheng nodded repeatedly. Then from now on, I'll call you Master Li. And stop calling yourself this humble one all the time. I don't hold that much weight anymore. Li Taicheng quickly agreed, nodding like pounding garlic. Behind them followed 4 attendants, 2 middle-aged men and 2 15 or 16-year-old youths. The 4 of them had steady breathing, light footsteps, and sharp eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, clearly martial arts experts. Let's go, Master Li. I'll show you around the estate. As they strolled through the village, Li Taicheng explained, Sanha Village, Jiuli Village, and Dayton Village, many of the farmers in these nearby villages are old soldiers who once fought with us. Most of the soldiers' families either died in the war or from starvation, some were displaced and can't be found. After I left your personal guard, I, along with Brother Ma and Old Zhang the Knife, gathered the soldiers and founded these 3 villages. Li Yuan looked moved. Since they're all former soldiers who fought for me, won't they recognize me? Li Taicheng shook his head. They were all low-ranking soldiers who never saw your face. There's no way they'd recognize you. Li Yuan let out a breath. That's good. Sigh. Li Yuan sighed. If I had known these veterans were living in such hardship, when I was still in power I would have allocated some silver to help them live better lives. But now, I can't even access the treasury. Li Taicheng looked touched. Master Li, you're wrong to say that. The fact that you still care about these fellows is already a great honor. You may not know, but ever since Qingxiu arrived in Sanha village, thanks to his rice puff business, the whole village has been doing well. Every household earns over 100 cash a day. Li Yuan asked curiously, is 100 cash a lot? Li Taicheng gave a bitter smile. Of course it's not much by your standards. But soldiers in the left guard only earn 10 or 8 taels a year. As long as villagers are willing to work, they can earn 30 taels a year easily. That put it into perspective. Even Li Yuan was a bit surprised. Li Taicheng continued, in a few days, I plan to discuss with Qingxiu if we can expand the rice puff business to Dayton and Jiuli villages too. Then the veterans in all 3 villages won't have to worry about food or clothing anymore. Li Yuan sighed. Qing, you're thoughtful. I thank you on behalf of those fellows. They were men who fought and bled for the Tang dynasty. Even if Li Yuan was a muddled emperor, deep down he still respected those veterans. "It's what I should do," said Li Taicheng respectfully. Li Yuan smiled. "Come, show me your brick kiln." Li Taicheng didn't dare delay and led Li Yuan to visit the kiln, then went to the west end of the village. Qingxiu's shabby hut was located at the west end. At that moment, Qingxiu was leading a group of men to smash rocks. Thanks to Li Taicheng's connections in Chang'an, limestone and sand were being delivered to Sanha village daily. Each man picked up a hammer and crushed stones, then poured them into a mill to grind into fine powder. Everyone was covered in dust. Some crushed stones, some ground powder, others mixed lime and sand, and some were laying bricks. The shape of a large courtyard had already formed. In less than half a month, Qingxiu's house would be built. To keep warm in winter, the main hall was built with layers and included a fireplace. The warmth from the fireplace would keep the whole house cozy. Even playing poker with his wife in winter wouldn't feel cold. Li Yuan noticed everyone wore cloth over their mouths and looked curiously at Li Taicheng. It was also the first time Li Taicheng had seen such a setup. He immediately shouted to Qingxiu, "Qingxiu, why is everyone wearing face cloths?" Because Qingxiu was blind, he didn't need to work. Directing these strong men was his job now, a privilege of the blind. Qingxiu tapped his blind cane and walked over. "Uncle Li, those are masks. Inhaling lime dust can cause lung disease. Wearing masks prevents that." "I see. Qingxiu, let me introduce you." Li Taicheng pulled Qingxiu over and said, "This is Master Li from Chang'an. He's the one who helped us get the limestone. You must thank him properly." Qingxiu quickly cupped his hands. "Thank you, Master Li, for your generous help. I am deeply grateful." Li Yuan nodded but said nothing. Noticing that Qingxiu had his eyes covered in black silk and couldn't see him nod, he spoke up, "No need. I'm a brother to Taicheng. Helping Sanha village is like helping myself. This small favor is nothing. Do your best, I have high hopes for you." Qingxiu smiled. "Uncle Li, Master Li, I had my wife go to the city to buy meat. At noon we're treating the whole village to lunch. Please join us." Li Taicheng didn't refuse and looked toward Li Yuan. Li Yuan smiled, "Then I'll accept your invitation." There weren't many rice puffs made yesterday. Most of the women had gone out early to sell them and were already back. When Su Xiaochun returned with the cart, it carried over 100 jin of pork and several dozen jin of celery. Celery was a green vegetable introduced by foreign merchants, also called hu celery, currently the most common green in Tang. Qingxiu directed several women to cut the pork into palm-sized pieces. In the threshing yard, 3 large iron pots were set up. The pork was parboiled to remove blood foam, and the celery was also blanched. Over a dozen women kneaded dough at the table. Soon, iron griddles made by blacksmith Wang were carried over. The layered flatbreads were cooked on the griddles until crispy outside and tender inside, smelling delicious. "Husband, what's next?" Su Xiaochun wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked. Qingxiu sat on the millstone giving orders. "Next, heat the oil, stir-fry the medicinal herbs and green onions I prepared, then pour the pork into the 3 big pots. Aunt San, use a small pot to boil syrup, just like when making rice puffs. When it turns dark red, add water and pour it into the big pots. Let it stew for 1 hour. Yunyang, go help Aunt San." Yunyang was a woman in her early 20s. Since it wasn't summer yet and spring planting hadn't begun, she hadn't been exposed to the sun and had fair, smooth skin and beautiful looks. Even compared to Su Xiaochun, she wasn't far off, especially her full chest, even more prominent than Su Xiaochun's. Her husband had joined mountain bandits out of hunger and was beheaded by the Tang army within 2 months. Yunyang fled with her blind mother-in-law and settled in Sanha village. Yunyang was known as a beautiful widow in the village, but she had very thin skin. She blushed just talking to others, even to women. Directed by Qingxiu, Yunyang shyly lowered her head and went to help Aunt San. Li Yuan watched the whole process in fascination. As the rich aroma filled the air, even his throat moved involuntarily, his eyes fixed on the 3 large iron pots. The charm of braised pork was irresistible, even someone used to delicacies like Li Yuan was conquered by the smell of the meat. Imperial edict has arrived. With a loud shout, over a dozen cavalrymen charged into Sanha village, attracting everyone's attention. A eunuch, surrounded by the cavalry, arrived at the threshing ground. Upon seeing Li Yuan, his entire body trembled, and he was about to kneel and bow, but was waved off impatiently by Li Yuan. Li Yuan turned and walked into a small courtyard. The eunuch was sharp. He instantly understood Li Yuan's intention and pretended not to see the old man. He looked around and frowned upon seeing everyone dirty, then shouted, "Which one of you is Qingxiu?" Qingxiu picked up his blind cane and walked over, saying, "I am Qingxiu." When the eunuch saw Qingxiu's clean appearance and handsome face, He immediately felt a liking for him, and his voice softened. Qingxiu, receive the decree. Tang customs had no kneeling rites for receiving decrees. This was an established regulation since the founding of the dynasty. So Qingxiu did not kneel. He cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. The eunuch opened the imperial decree and began to read. By order of the emperor of the Great Tang, it is declared, one named Qing, styled Xiu, resides in Lantian, diligent and disciplined, noble but not extravagant, studious and virtuous. After a bunch of formal phrases, the eunuch closed the decree and smiled. For the merit of brickmaking, benefiting the country and the people, solving the hardship of housing for commoners, this is a lasting achievement and great contribution. Awarded 100 gold, and the noble title of Baron of Lantian County, with the right to tax 100 households. Sanha villagers immediately exploded with excitement, like water poured into hot oil. Heavens, Qingxiu was granted a noble title? Our Sanha village now has a baron? That's great. We should celebrate. Over in Chongling, someone was granted a baron title, and they beat drums and gongs for 3 days. If Qingxiu is a baron now, doesn't that mean all the village land has been granted to him? From now on, 3/10 of our harvest goes to Qingxiu, haha. I'd rather give 5/10 to Qingxiu than give 3/10 to that last noble lord. Heavens, awarded 100 gold? How much silver is that worth? Don't be silly, 100 gold just sounds nice, it's really only 100 taels of silver. Su Xiaochun couldn't believe her ears. Hearing that the decree was for her husband, her mind went blank. It was Aunt Lu who anxiously shook her. Xiaochun, quick! Tell your husband to express gratitude. Su Xiaochun panicked upon hearing this. But before she could speak, Qingxiu had already accepted the decree, thanks to His Majesty's great grace. Li Taicheng, smiling, grabbed 2 5-tael silver ingots from a tray and winked at Qingxiu. Qingxiu understood immediately and handed the silver to the eunuch with a smile. Eunuch sir, thank you for your hard work. Please accept this silver for some tea. I insist. The eunuch, also clever, tugged at his sleeve. Qingxiu's mouth twitched, he pretended not to see it. Then the eunuch remembered, Qingxiu's eyes were covered with black silk. He was blind. Embarrassed, the eunuch took the silver himself. The eunuch glanced at the old house where Li Yuan was hiding and smiled. Baron Qing, you've earned a title at such a young age. Your future is limitless. When you reach the top, don't forget me. From now on, the right to collect rent from Sanha, Dayton, and Jiuli villages belongs to Baron Qing. Baron Qing, these gentlemen are officials from the Ministry of Works. You'll need to share the brickmaking method with them. I still have urgent matters to attend to, farewell. The eunuch left the 3 officials behind and departed. Li Taicheng laughed. Qingxiu, you're a baron now. Looks like I'll have to work under you from now on, haha. Uncle Li, you exaggerate. You're the village head. Let's continue to discuss village matters together. Haha, good, good. Qingxiu said, Uncle Li, I can't see. Please lead the 3 officials and teach them how to make bricks. Li Taicheng didn't say much, immediately taking the Ministry of Works officials with him. These officials, only rank 9 and below, had less authority than Li Taicheng as village head. They learned the brickmaking process and kiln construction from Li Taicheng, recorded everything, and then left. At the threshing ground, Qingxiu called out, Everyone, thank you for your hard work. I've been granted the title of Baron by His Majesty. No better day to celebrate than today. I'll treat everyone to meat flatbreads. Sadly, we have no wine. Don't worry, I'll go buy some in the city tomorrow, and we'll celebrate again, drink till we drop. The villagers cheered. Qingxiu then served food. Each person got 2 oil-fried flatbreads, sliced open and stuffed with freshly cooked pork and celery. Everyone who ate gave a thumbs up, their mouths covered in grease. Some men ate 10 or more. Damn, after all these years, this is the best meal I've ever had. I didn't know pork could be eaten like this. I wish I could have this every day. Ever since Qingxiu, no, Baron Qing, came to Sanha village, life's been getting better and better. Right. From now on, let's work hard, farm well, and pay our dues to show our gratitude. Hey, Guzi, you greedy dog. You've eaten 8 already, you're wasting food. Blackhead, you ate 11 yourself. Did I? Who saw? Yunyang, get me 2 more. Burp. Blackhead, why won't you burst? A grand scene, villagers squatting around the threshing ground eating flatbreads. Li Yuan even squatted by the wall, leaning against it, enjoying a flatbread in each hand. While chewing, he mumbled to Li Taicheng with a grin, this boy is skilled. Even lowly pork becomes delicious in his hands, he's truly turned the rotten into magic. Li Taicheng sighed, at this rate, pork prices in Chang'an will soar. After 2 flatbreads, Li Yuan said, Aching, 1 more, and fetch some water. Li Taiching ran off happily to get it. Qingxiu and Su Xiaochun sat on a haystack. She giggled nonstop while eating her flatbread. Qingxiu scolded, "Eat properly. What are you laughing at? Don't choke." Su Xiaochun's eyes turned into crescent moons. Her sweet voice rang in his ear, "I'm just happy. My husband is such a big shot. Just by making bricks, you got a noble title. From today, I'm a baron's wife." Qingxiu pointed at the straw hut. "Have you ever seen a baron live in a hut?" Su Xiaochun covered her mouth and laughed. Her smile bloomed like a flower, so beautiful that Qingxiu's heart skipped a beat. In the modern day, a wife like her would need a house, a car, and at least tens of thousands in dowry. But here in the Tang dynasty, a beauty like this cost nothing. In fact, the government even paid you. Ridiculous? Luckily, she was his. That thought made Qingxiu smile. After eating a flatbread, Su Xiaochun said, "Husband, I want to visit my family tomorrow. I want to tell my mother I found a good man, and bring her some food." Qingxiu nodded, "Of course. I'm busy now, so tell Auntie to wait a bit. Once I'm free, I'll go with you. By the way, dear, I never asked, besides your parents, do you have other family?" Su Xiaochun looked sad. "Besides my parents, I have 2 sisters-in-law and a niece. My 2 older brothers are lazy gamblers. They owed so much debt they even sold their wives. They've been missing for 2 years, we don't know where they've gone." Gambling scum, selling their wives? Qingxiu was furious. To vent, he grabbed his wife's soft chest. "Wife, your 2 brothers are right here." That feeling, like fresh dough. Wobbly and pleasing. Su Xiaochun turned red, looked around, and said shyly, "Husband, you're going to embarrass me to death. What if someone sees? I won't be able to show my face in the village." Qingxiu knew better than her if anyone was nearby. That's why he acted so boldly. The aroma of the braised pork was so rich that with a breeze, saying it wafted for 10 miles wouldn't be an exaggeration. It even attracted many children from neighboring villages. One by one, poorly dressed children came, following the smell. Some half-grown children weren't wearing clothes at all, just straw sandals on their feet. This is? Li Yuan looked at several naked children in surprise and turned to Li Taicheng. Li Taicheng sighed, "They're children from Jiuli village and Dayton village. Their families can't afford coarse cloth for clothes. All day long, they just run around the streets naked. Master Li, this is common in the estates around Guangzhou." Li Yuan asked, "Then how do they survive winter? Still naked?" Li Taicheng forced a bitter smile, "They don't go out in winter. If they do, they wrap themselves in straw mats. Now that the weather's warmer, they no longer need them. Boys are still better. Not having clothes is one thing, but some girls, already 10 years old, still run around naked. It'll be hard for them to get married in the future." Li Yuan looked up and sighed. No wonder earlier this year, at the banks of the Weishui River, a young man humiliated himself by killing his white horse and, with great shame, signed the White Horse Pact. He was right. We can't keep fighting. If we do, the people are finished. As he spoke, Li Yuan shed 2 tears and could not bear to look anymore. A dozen half-grown children, drooling, gathered around the iron pot, eyes fixed on the braised pork without blinking. Qingxiu said to Yunyang, "Give each of them a meat flatbread." Yunyang glanced nervously at Qingxiu, then lowered her head, her face slowly turning red, and she began preparing in a fluster. Then he turned and said, "Wife, go home and get some copper coins." Su Xiaochun obediently went home to get the money. Though she couldn't see Qingxiu's expression, she could feel the helplessness in his voice. "Come, all of you, come over here." Qingxiu beckoned the naked children over. In an instant, they formed a circle. "Here, one for each of you. Take the rest home. Give it to your younger siblings if you have any. If you have older brothers or sisters, let them eat. And these copper coins, each of you take 10. When you get home, give them to your parents. Just say it's from the lord of your estate. Tell them to buy you clothes. If they still let you run around naked, tell them the lord will bring soldiers to beat them up. Understand?" The children nodded one by one. Then, holding the hot flatbreads, some immediately dug in, while others just swallowed but didn't eat. Qingxiu frowned, "Why aren't you eating?" A little girl said happily, "I'm taking it home for grandma. She hasn't eaten in 2 days. I don't want her to be hungry." "Where are your parents?" Qingxiu asked. The girl said, "My dad was trampled to death by Turkic warhorses last year. My mom hid me and was taken by the Turks as a 2-legged sheep. They thought grandma was too old and let her go home." Qingxiu's heart shook. Waves of emotion surged like a landslide. He muttered, "So the 2-legged sheep in the history books is real." The record said that barbarian tribes didn't carry food into battle. They robbed wherever they went. If they couldn't find food, they'd capture Han women and treat them as food. They called them 2-legged sheep, sheep that walk on 2 legs. After a long silence, Qingxiu said, "Eat first. Once you're done, I'll give you another to take home to grandma." The strong men around watched. One dark-skinned man looked at the 2 flatbreads in his hand, grinned, and ran over to give one to a child. "Eat. If you can't finish, take it home." "Old Blackhead, didn't think you had a kind heart." "Old Blackhead, I'm surprised. Back on the battlefield, I saw you with 6 heads hanging from your belt, slaughtering Chong like chopping vegetables. Didn't expect you had a conscience. If you've got a conscience, eat less. 15 flatbreads can't fill you. Share a few, and you might save 8 people from starving." Old Blackhead burped, scratched his head awkwardly, laughed sheepishly, and glanced at Qingxiu, worried he'd get scolded by the new baron for eating too much. But nothing came. Li Yuan waved behind him, "Bring the money." A stern-faced middle-aged man took out 2 large gold ingots from his sleeve. Li Yuan tossed them to Li Taicheng, "Take them to old Ma and old Zhang. Have them buy clothes for the children who can't cover themselves. Use whatever's left to buy grain for their villages. Do it in Qingxiu's name." Li Taicheng held the heavy gold, gritting his teeth. "Don't worry, Masterly. If anyone dares embezzle relief money, I'll be the first to chop their dog head off. Go, go, go." Li Yuan waved irritably. After he left, Li Yuan watched Qingxiu handing out copper coins and flatbreads. His wrinkled face showed a smile and nods of approval. Tragedy may happen, but houses still must be built. The next day, before dawn. Qingxiu hadn't woken yet when Su Xiaochun shook him awake. Qingxiu grumbled, "Dear, it's not even light yet. Can't you let me sleep a little longer?" Su Xiaochun blushed and whispered, "Husband, I want to visit my family today, but I don't know how to make egg pancakes. Please teach me. Once I learn, I can make them for you every morning." Qingxiu said annoyed, "I don't want egg pancakes." Su Xiaochun hesitated, "Then what do you want?" "I don't know how to make it." "Who says you can't make it? What I want to eat is you." Qingxiu rolled over. Su Xiaochun gasped, then felt her feeding equipment being claimed by her husband. She trembled and whispered, "Dear, don't, it's almost dawn, the villagers, they'll be getting up soon." Qingxiu let her go, got dressed, and started teaching her how to make egg pancakes. She studied seriously. Breakfast was millet porridge and egg pancakes again. After eating quickly, Su Xiaochun loaded the cart with some grain and copper coins and left. Originally, she only planned to bring grain. The 2 strings of copper coins were forced on her by Qingxiu, saying they were betrothal gifts. This moved Su Xiaochun deeply. Before leaving, she kissed Qingxiu. Just after she left, footsteps sounded nearby. Through his inner anime-style vision, Qingxiu saw the one approaching was old Masterly. He walked slowly with 4 attendants, wandering through the village, and finally arrived at Qingxiu's home. Seeing Qingxiu sitting on a haystack by his straw hut, Li Yuan said in surprise, "Boy Qing, already waiting to start work so early?" Qingxiu smiled and nodded, "Good morning, old master. As they say, the early bird gets the worm." Li Yuan smiled and asked, "Which one is your house?" He turned to look for the grandest building in Sanha village. After searching a while, he was disappointed. Qingxiu pointed behind, "Old master, this is my home." Li Yuan's eyes widened, "This? You and your wife live in this straw hut?" Qingxiu nodded shyly, "Yes, for now." Li Yuan fumed, "You, such a capable man, let your wife live here? At night, doing bedroom matters, won't everyone hear? There's not even a proper door. I always close mine when I—" Li Yuan nearly spat, cursing, "Shameless." Qingxiu smiled bitterly, "Old master, it's a long story. The house is under construction. For now, we have no choice. Killing intent." Suddenly, Qingxiu's skin tingled. An extreme sense of danger made him instantly alert. Li Yuan's 4 guards now had murderous expressions, calling him Oldly? Li Yuan laughed, "Oldly is fine. From now on, call me that. You 4, what are you staring at? Bring the money." "Yes, master." A middle-aged man reluctantly pulled out a gold ingot. Li Yuan glared, "Useless. What do I need it for? Give it to him. His house is in shambles. I'm giving him money to build it. He's a noble of the Tang. Living like this, it's a disgrace to the court." Ashamed, the man handed the gold to Qingxiu. Qingxiu thought for a while, then handed it back, "If you eat from others, your words are weak. If you take from others, your hands are tied. I've done nothing to deserve it. If I need silver, I can earn it. Thank you for your kindness." Li Yuan chuckled, "Stubborn kid. Take it. Not giving it to you, it's for breakfast. You arrange it." He threw the gold. Qingxiu's heart stirred, now it was a transaction, and taking it felt right. As Li Yuan threw the gold, he panicked, what if it hit and killed the blind kid? But it didn't. Qingxiu calmly raised his hand and caught it, smiling, "In that case, I'll humbly accept." Li Yuan's 4 guards' pupils shrank. They all had the same thought, he tracked that by sound? This blind man's a master. The head bodyguard whispered a few words into Li Yuan's ear. Li Yuan looked at Qingxiu in surprise but didn't say anything more. Then, a dramatic scene unfolded. Qingxiu, pretending to be blind while making breakfast, was cooking a pot of porridge and at the same time making soft egg pancakes. The head bodyguard held a dagger and gestured wildly in front of him, left, then right, sometimes making moves like monkey steals the peach and black tiger steals the heart. Even more outrageous, this guy even pulled a move like eagle spreads its wings, nearly knocking over the porridge pot, making Qingxiu's heart race. At that moment, he understood clearly, this was obviously a test from Master Li and his bodyguards. So, he remained still, playing the part of a normal blind man. If it weren't for the black cloth covering his eyes, the head bodyguard might have stabbed his eyeballs, and then it would have been impossible to hide the truth. Good thing I was prepared, Qingxiu thought with relief. Li Yuan took a bite of the soft egg pancake, then a sip of the thick rice porridge, squinting his eyes in enjoyment. He shook his head and sighed, now this is what a meal should be. Even though I've been used to rare delicacies, this simple and delicious meal is a first in my life. Qingxiu smiled and said, if you want to eat, come often. It's just a bit of extra money for me anyway. Li Yuan sneered, that big chunk of gold I gave you was supposed to cover a month's worth of meals. Qingxiu hesitated, feeling like he'd been swindled. After breakfast, Li Yuan patted his backside and laughed, I'm off. Take care, old Li. Just as Qingxiu was about to take a breather after seeing him off, the head bodyguard who had performed stick tricks earlier returned. The bodyguard grabbed Qingxiu by the collar and said angrily, kid, show some respect. You dare call him old Li? Next time you see our master, you call him Master Li, got it? Qingxiu's expression darkened, are you teaching me how to behave? Hey, the bodyguard's eyes widened, what, are you gonna resist? Qingxiu sneered, I called him old Li and he didn't mind. Who do you think you are? You ungrateful brat. The bodyguard looked around, found a leftover wooden post thicker than a bowl. Feel it. Come on, touch it and see what this is. The bodyguard forced Qingxiu to feel the post. Qingxiu impatiently said, it's a wooden post. What are you trying to do? Humph, the bodyguard sneered, dropped the post on the ground, and kicked it hard. With a crack, the thick wooden post snapped in two. He brushed the dirt off his boots and sneered, see that? If you disrespect the master again, this post is your fate. Then he walked off. When the bodyguard got to a secluded spot, he suddenly grimaced, held his foot in pain, sweat pouring down. After taking off his boot, his instep was swollen. Qingxiu, watching through his inner vision, couldn't help but laugh. Why bother? All for pride, all for suffering. Looking at the bamboo pole in his hand, Qingxiu muttered, time to make a weapon for self-defense. If things continued like today, wouldn't he just become everyone's punching bag? He dragged out a lump of iron the size of a human head from the house and walked toward Wang Tiniu's home. Wang Tiniu was the blacksmith in Sanha village. All the farm tools were made by him. He was well known in the nearby areas. Of course, his skills couldn't compare to the state craftsmen of the Tang dynasty, so Qingxiu planned to forge the weapon himself. Wang Tiniu greeted him with a laugh, Lord Qing, I was just about to visit. Why did you come in person? Qingxiu also smiled, Brother Tiniu, I want to use your forge for some ironwork. Wang Tiniu patted his chest and said, just tell me what weapon you want, I'll forge it for you. Qingxiu shook his head, what I need to forge, you can't make. I'll do it myself. Wang Tiniu hesitated, you're so skinny, if the village chief finds out I let you work here, I'll be punished. Forging takes strength, and you can't manage that. Who says I can't? Qingxiu walked over to the grindstone and effortlessly lifted it with both hands. Heavens! Wang Tiniu was shocked. That grindstone weighed over 300 to 400 jin, 150 to 200 kilograms. He usually could barely lift it for a moment, yet Qingxiu lifted it like it weighed nothing. Convinced now? Convinced, Lord Qing. I'll light the fire for you. Wang Tiniu started lighting the furnace, and when Qingxiu saw he was using charcoal, he asked, why not use coal? Charcoal burns at a lower temperature and can't refine iron well. Coal burns hotter and is better for forging. Coal? Wang Tiniu asked, puzzled. Wait a second. How did you know I'm using charcoal? Aren't you blind? Qingxiu's heart skipped a beat, he almost forgot he was supposed to be blind. He calmly replied, I heard it when you lit the fire. Oh, that makes sense, Wang Tiniu said, realizing. Qingxiu explained, coal is a black rock that burns. Oh, you mean black fire rock. We have some, but it's hard to ignite, so I've always used charcoal. Qingxiu checked the forge. There wasn't even a blower, no wonder it didn't get hot enough. Since there was no electricity, a mechanical blower wasn't an option, but a bellows might work. So, Qingxiu went home, drew a design, and found a carpenter named Zhang. Zhang was clever, and after 2 days of work, he built the bellows. They dug a hole in the forge and aligned the bellows nozzle with the furnace interior. One push and pull, flames roared. For the next half-month, Su Xiaochun and the Zhang couple kept making rice-puffed balls to build up capital. Master Li still came every day to mooch a meal. At noon, he'd eat from the big communal pot, gradually bonding with the villagers and joking with them occasionally. The head bodyguard kept showing up every few days to threaten Qingxiu, but it was useless. Qingxiu still called him Old Li. One day, Qingxiu caressed the newly forged, polished tang sword, very pleased. It had no hilt yet, just the blade, covered in beautiful patterns. When someone focuses entirely on one task for days, they're bound to excel, like swordsmithing. Though it couldn't match the craftsmanship of modern forged blades, in the Tang dynasty, it was sharper and tougher than any sword. It was made from refined steel after half a month of forging, incorporating special techniques like folding, twisting, and sprinkling borax to remove impurities. He tested it on a wooden post as thick as a bowl, it split with one stroke, the cut clean, the blade undamaged. Truly a divine weapon. He installed a round sandalwood hilt, nailed it firmly, then hid the sword inside a blind cane, the hilt and cane perfectly merged. Qingxiu was very satisfied with his sandalwood cane sword. Sanha village was now changing every day. Not only had Qingxiu's residence been completed, but even all the outer walls were coated with cement. Qingxiu had also spent over 100 taels of silver to renovate the interior. He hired carpenters from the nearby towns to lay wooden floors made of Chinese fur inside. Even the interior walls were covered. Although it looked similar to a regular brick house from the outside, the interior was another world entirely. The wooden wall panels were painted with exquisite decorative patterns, and even a high-ranking official like Old Li couldn't stop praising them. He insisted that Li Taiqing help build him an estate even bigger than Qingxiu's, with more houses. After being baked with charcoal fire for 15 or 16 days, the new house could be moved into. However, during the stage when the wood panels were being laid, Qingxiu moved the thatched hut into the courtyard, which greatly improved his privacy. Not only his house, some villagers also began renovating their homes, with progress advancing rapidly. Although the rice puff ball business wasn't as hot as in the beginning due to more people making them and city folks losing interest, they still sold out every day, it just took longer. Apart from the 100 taels spent on home renovation, plus the silver exchanged from the big gold ingot Old Li gave them, Su Xiaochun, the money keeper, had already saved up 700 to 800 taels of silver. Her greatest daily joy was counting money. That day, Li Taiqing brought 2 elderly men of similar age into the residence. The 2 old men were instantly stunned by the indoor scene, their eyes filled with envy. Even noble mansions weren't much better than this. Qingxiu, I came to discuss something with you. Qingxiu stood up and smiled. Uncle Li, please sit. You 2 uncles, please sit too. Wife, bring some cool boiled water. Coming. Su Xiaochun brought a pot of water and 3 teacups to the table and left. One of the old men said in surprise, Taicheng, didn't you say our Lord can't see? How did he know there are 3 of us? Li Taicheng laughed and explained, don't underestimate Qingxiu. Though he's blind, his heart isn't, and his ears are sharp. Qingxiu chuckled and asked, Uncle Li, what brings you here? Li Taicheng didn't hide it, this is Brother Ma, and this is Old Zhang. They were comrades of mine when I served in the army. Hello, Uncle Ma. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Qingxiu greeted them politely. Ma Lauer quickly replied, no, that won't do. You're the Lord, and we're village heads managing your lands. How can you greet us? That breaks protocol. Please don't do that again. Old Zhang also said, Brother Ma is right. We'll be under your command from now on. Qingxiu remained polite, saying they were elders, but Ma Lauer and Old Zhang refused to accept it. Qingxiu had no choice and said, well then, I'll call you Old Ma and Old Zhang. Ma Lauer and Old Zhang finally smiled. Li Taiching said, Qingxiu, you know I'm straightforward, so I'll get to the point. Please go ahead. Qingxiu gestured for him to speak. To be honest, Brother Ma is the village head of Dayton Village, and Old Zhang is the village head of Jiuli Village. Life is improving daily in Sanha Village, but in their villages, people are still struggling, many don't have enough to eat. These 3 villages are all your fiefs. If their lives are hard, it reflects poorly on you as their lord. I came today to ask if you could let their villages also do the rice puff ball business. Old Ma and Old Zhang looked nervously at Qingxiu. They both knew rice puff balls were very popular in Chang'an, and every family in Sanha village had made money from them. But Qingxiu shook his head. Old Ma and Old Zhang looked disappointed. Qingxiu then smiled and said, Old Ma, Old Zhang, you might not know this, but the rice puff ball business is already declining. It's not a long-term plan. With so many people in Sanha village doing it, the market is saturated. If people from your villages also start doing it, not only will business become harder, you might not earn money at all. But don't worry, I can arrange other businesses for your villages. What kind of business? Old Ma and Old Zhang perked up. Qingxiu said, I have a plan to merge our 3 villages and manage them together. What do you think? Merge? All 3 were stunned and looked at each other. Old Zhang smiled, no objections from me. Old Ma nodded, no problem. Li Taiqing laughed, even better for me. A merged village can support each other. Qingxiu nodded, good, it's settled. Old Ma and Old Zhang, count how many households are in your villages and report to me. With a month left before spring planting, we'll bring all able-bodied men to Sanha village to build houses. There was no need to worry about limestone and sand, Old Li had agreed to cover it all. The village just needed to make bricks. With more people, we'll try to build brick houses for every family within a month, and then relocate them all together. But, for now, there's no wages, just 3 meals a day. Old Ma was overjoyed and bowed, thank you, Lord. On behalf of the people of Dayton Village, I thank you. Old Zhang also stood and thanked him. Li Taiqing snorted, humph. These brick houses are for them. If anyone dares ask for wages, I'll chop them down. Free brick houses and still not satisfied? They must be dreaming. Qingxiu laughed, it's not that I'm stingy, there are too many people. I can't afford wages for now. All I can do is improve living conditions. When I'm richer, wages won't be a problem. Also, one more thing, Qingxiu said. I heard there are many retired soldiers in our 3 villages. I want to recruit a group of strong guards, 50 spots, 1 tael of silver per person per month. According to regulations, a baron could recruit 50 guards and 50 servants. Of course, you had to support them yourself. Some lords weren't wealthy and could only recruit a few servants, raising guards was expensive. Old Ma and Old Zhang's eyes lit up. They said in unison, Lord, can we serve as your guards? 1 tael was more than a few months' salary. Qingxiu twitched his mouth and smiled bitterly, you 2 are already over 50. He was really worried their old bodies might fall apart one day, how could they be guards? Li Taiqing scoffed, so what if we were over 50? Back in the day, I could kill dozens in one battle. Old Zhang is even better, his Tang swordsmanship was unmatched. General Yuqi of the state of Yi, General Cheng of the state of Lu, you've heard of them? Back then, it took both of them together to barely suppress Old Zhang. His swordsmanship is one of a kind. Don't underestimate us old folks. Li Taiqing thought, I used to be a bodyguard to the retired emperor. How could I be weak? Qingxiu asked doubtfully, really? Old Zhang got anxious, Brother Taicheng, bring your sword, I'll show Lord a few moves. Don't be fooled by my age. I train my sword skills daily without slacking. A treasure sword doesn't age, and neither do I. No need. Just use this stick, Li Taicheng handed Old Zhang a stick. Old Zhang snorted, my real name is Zhang Qingshan. They call me Old Zhang the Blade, it's a nickname my brothers gave me. If I didn't have real skills, how would I get that name? Lord, watch closely. Old Zhang then started performing with the stick. The stick danced powerfully with precision and finesse, not a battlefield style, but a style where every strike was lethal, aimed at vital spots. After finishing the routine, Old Zhang leapt lightly and landed on a 3-meter-high roof, leaving Qingxiu stunned. A master. This Old Zhang was definitely a martial arts master. There are truly hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the people. An old man over 50 years old jumped more than 1 zhang, 3.3 meters, with ease. One could only imagine how incredible Zhang Laodao's skills were when he was young. I believe it, I believe it. Qingxiu quickly nodded, Laodao, come down now. My house is newly built, I don't know if the beams are sturdy. If you step through it, we'll have to rebuild. Zhang Laodao jumped down with a proud smile, how was that, Lord? Qingxiu nodded, I can tell, you really have skill. Fine, from now on you'll be one of my household guards. What about me? What about me? Ma Lauer panicked when he heard this. A job with 1 tael of silver per month couldn't be missed. For an average household, a couple would work hard all year to grow food, and even if they sold everything, they might only earn 2 taels. 1 month's salary equaled nearly a year's income for a farmer, who wouldn't be tempted? Li Taicheng explained, Qingxiu, don't look down on Brother Ma just because he's 60. His skills are no worse than Laodao's. He can break a post as thick as a bowl with 1 kick. Regular soldiers can't even get near him. This reminded Qingxiu of the head bodyguard Feng Fei, who tried to kick a post and ended up limping for days. Since Zhang Laodao was so impressive, Ma Lauer couldn't be much worse. So Qingxiu happily agreed to let Ma Laoer join the guard team too. The two of them stood upright, raised their right fists, pounded their chests, and shouted in unison, I, Ma Laoer, I, Zhang Laodao, swear to serve as guards for Lord Qing. We will follow him through fire and water. If we break this vow, may heaven punish and earth destroy us. Qingxiu nodded. In that case, go back to your villages and gather all the veterans who served in the army. Bring them to Sanha village. Ma Laoer and Zhang Laodao accepted the order and left for their respective villages. After the two left, Qingxiu asked, puzzled, Uncle Li, why haven't I seen Lord Li? Lord Li had been in the village for half a month, always seen with Li Taicheng. Qingxiu even suspected they might be in a romantic relationship. But seeing how respectfully Li Taicheng treated old Li, he dismissed the idea. Li Taicheng laughed. Lord Li has been away from home for over half a month. His family missed him, so he returned to Chang'an to check in. He'll be back in a few days. Qingxiu said, Uncle Li, we're about to form a guard unit and need war horses. Since I can't see, I can't tell good ones from bad. Could you go to Chang'an and pick out 50 young war horses for me? Li Taicheng frowned. Qingxiu, war horses aren't cheap. A good 2 to 3-year-old costs at least 7 or 8 taels. With saddles, 50 horses would cost 5 or 600 taels. Qingxiu said, 5 to 600 taels is acceptable. Li Taicheng stood up. In that case, I'll take Taizhu and Xuanji and head to the western region's merchant. Qingxiu asked Su Xiaochun to bring 600 taels of silver. When he handed it to Li Taicheng, he nearly cried. The pain was like bleeding. After Li Taicheng left, Su Xiaochun hugged the much-shrunken money pouch and sat on a small stool. Her already full and plump buttocks wrapped the stool completely. She muttered resentfully, all the savings we earned over 2 months, gone in a single day. Qingxiu laughed, money is meant to be spent. We'll earn more. Wife, some money must be spent. Think about it, we got rich, and everyone in a 10-mile radius knows it. If bad people come to steal or rob us, can we defend ourselves? They might even kill us. I'm hiring guards to protect our safety. Su Xiaochun trembled and showed a fearful expression, so that's why. As the head of the house, I was being narrow-minded. That money really should be spent. But 50 guards mean 50 taels of monthly expenses, sigh. Su Xiaochun looked troubled again. Qingxiu pulled her into his arms and casually took over the dishes meant for the future child. The round buns were so cute, 2 bunny-like little noses quivering on her flushed, tender face. Her soft, plump but pressed against his leg. Su Xiaochun stiffened, her rosy cheeks shy and warm. Her misty peach blossom eyes trembled. Husband, you're teasing me again. You're my wife. If I don't tease you, who will? Don't worry about the money. It's just a few hundred taels. I promise I'll earn back the 600 taels in 3 days. Do you believe me? I do. I believe in you, husband, mm'd. No more teasing Su Xiaochun. He could control himself, but she might not be able to. That afternoon, Ma Laoer and Zhang Laodao brought all the men from their villages to Sanha village. Combined with Sanha's own men, there were 260 people, more than 100 of them veterans. But many were missing limbs, some with one eye, others missing ears. This didn't matter to Qingxiu. He picked 50 veterans around 30 years old and gave each one a horse and 100 copper coins. The rest would be settled at month's end. Watching the happy veterans with their horses and money bags, Qingxiu said seriously, don't get too happy. If anyone betrays me, I'll kick them out without hesitation. Not just Sanha village, I'll make sure they can't survive even in Chang'an. Sometimes combining kindness with fear works better than being soft-hearted. Old Blackhead turned around fiercely, glaring at the guards and said, Lord Qing is building houses for everyone so you can all live in brick houses. He's giving every household a way to live, letting your wives earn money and your kids eat and dress well. A lord like this is your ancestors' blessing. If anyone betrays the Lord, and I, Zhao Sanhai, find out, I'll skin them myself. Then old Blackhead winked at Qingxiu and Li Taicheng. Li Taicheng smiled silently, and Qingxiu understood. Zhao Sanhai was the enforcer Li Taicheng placed in the guard team. As for who played the good cop, that remained to be seen. Zhao Sanhai was 33 years old. The name came from the local veterans in the nearby villages. First, he was dark-skinned. Second, his methods were brutal. Third, his heart was ruthless. There were many stories about Zhao Sanhai, killing enemies without blinking, wearing enemy heads on his belt, even drinking from skulls hollowed out from Turkic warriors. At one time, mentioning his name could stop children from crying. Zhao Sanhai's speech did scare all the veterans present. Black Grandpa, count me in when you're skinning someone. I'll be your helper. Everyone in our villages knows your reputation. Whoever betrays the Lord, I'll tie them up and send them to your place for skinning. The Lord gave us silver and horses. A lord like him is 1 in a million. Don't worry, Lord. We've lived through hard times and know who treats us well. We'll never betray you. A man with a fierce scar on his face grinned. I, Wei Laojiu, swear, if I ever betray the Lord, no need for old black to act, I'll cut my own throat. Wei Laojiu was a ruthless man. He had 9 brothers who joined the army, 8 died in battle. He was the last one left in the Wei family. Qingxiu nodded in satisfaction. Next, it was time to hand out some sweet dates to every household. Qingxiu divided the 50 household guards into 5 squads, each with 10 men. The 5 squad leaders were Zhang Laodao, Ma Laoer, Zhao Sanhai, Wei Laojiu, and Wang Taizhu. Zhang Laodao served as the chief captain, Ma Laoer as the deputy. The two would discuss matters, with Zhang Laodao having the final say. As for Wang Taizhu, Zhang Laodao assigned him to Qingxiu's personal guard team, responsible for his safety. Qingxiu also created a daily training plan for the guards. Zhang Laodao led the training. Every day they had to run 5 kilometers carrying 30 jin, about 15 kilograms, and Zhang the carpenter also built some obstacle courses on the threshing ground. As for the other men, they were all put into the house construction team. Even though they only got 3 meals a day, they all knew the brick houses with their own yards were also for them, so they worked extra hard. Every day, 200 shirtless men ended up covered in dust. Sanha village was truly changing daily. Almost every day a new house was being completed. All housing construction had been entrusted to Li Taicheng. And to be honest, Li Taicheng was a very capable builder. He arranged the homes of the 50 guards around Qingxiu's own estate. This formed a natural fortress, with layers inside and out, protecting Qingxiu's home in the center. Over time, Sanha village attracted the envy of nearby villagers. Every day, people brought their families to look for work, asking only for a lunch meal in return. In these times when people couldn't even eat, one meal could save a family. Qingxiu didn't refuse anyone, he just made a bigger pot of rice. In just 5 days, more than a dozen small homes were built. Life was full of energy in the village. Early that morning, before starting work, Qingxiu asked Li Taicheng to gather all the villagers at the threshing ground. Standing on the millstone, Qingxiu spoke, starting today, I'm setting some rules for Sanha village. It's summer now, and the men sweat a lot while working. Some of you stink so badly it makes it hard to breathe. My wife told me she saw lice crawling out of your hair. Our village respects culture, we must also be clean, and hygiene has to follow my rules. Although Qingxiu couldn't see, his nose worked just fine. Though everyone now looked like anime characters in his vision, he could smell them from meters away. Their greasy hair could be used to cook, with bugs crawling all over their heads. Several times he nearly threw up. So, the first rule is hygiene. After work each day, you must wash your clothes and your bodies. Every day. Starting today, I'll have village headly inspect every household. If anyone stinks or has bugs in their hair, they'll be banned from working here, and their brick house will be taken back. As soon as people heard their house might be taken if they weren't clean, every household panicked and vowed to bathe that night in the Ba River. Qingxiu continued, also, you must wash your hands before meals. No peeing or pooping anywhere you like. Every brick house has a dry toilet. Those without brick homes yet must use the public toilet 200 meters east of the village. If I catch a man peeing or pooping anywhere, I'll have Zhang Laodao cut off his private parts and feed them to dogs. All the men, including the guards, were terrified and instinctively covered their crotches, feeling a cold breeze blow below. Some women blushed and giggled. Qingxiu frowned, what are you laughing at? You women are no exception. If I catch you squatting anywhere, I'll drag you out and make the whole village watch. The women all turned pale, gaining a whole new respect for this newly arrived lord. Qingxiu's authority had already been established a few days earlier when the guard team was formed. People from all 3 villages feared him. Even if the lord was blind, his heart wasn't, nothing could be hidden from him. After explaining the hygiene rules, Qingxiu went home. Since his estate was big, he moved the rice puffball workshop into it. Lu Laosan and his wife came daily to help, even their 2 kids helped around. Thinking of the knife technique Zhang Laodao showed a few days ago, Qingxiu pulled out his cane sword and practiced the few moves he remembered. He thought about asking Zhang Laodao for guidance. Having one skill meant self-defense. But after just a few moves, he was surprised to see in his mind's anime world a replay of Zhang Laodao's blade routine. It began playing over and over. Whoa, it can do this? The anime world actually had a replay function. It made Qingxiu extremely excited. No, wait. Qingxiu noticed that some of Zhang Laodao's movements were different from what he had originally done. In fact, they were even more refined and flawless, no openings in any move. The anime world not only recorded the moves but had even optimized them? Excited, Qingxiu began practicing according to the improved version. The core of the technique was speed, accuracy, and fierceness, only attacking, no defense. As long as it was fast and deadly enough, there was no need for defense. One strike could kill. In just 3 days, Qingxiu learned the whole set. All that was left was to get better at it. With daily practice, he could become a sword expert like Zhang Laodao within 2 months. Aside from making rice puff balls, Su Xiaochun's favorite pastime was watching her husband train. She often cheered and praised him. Lu Laosan, a former soldier, recognized the power of the blade technique immediately and would practice a few moves with him. Sadly, he had a limp, otherwise, he could have become a sword expert too. Even with just a few moves, Lu Laosan's skill improved significantly. Besides learning Zhang Laodao's technique, Qingxiu also began practicing Japanese-style aido, drawing and sheathing his blade 50 times a day. His control of the canesword grew more refined. Outside the courtyard, light and cautious footsteps approached. Qingxiu used his inner vision and saw it was Yunyang. He turned his head and said, "Wife, Yunyang is sneaking around at the door. Go see if she has something important." Su Xiaochun put down her work and quickly went out. She no longer needed to take care of her husband, she knew how sharp Qingxiu's ears were. He could hear and even recognize who was walking from far away. She was used to it by now. Soon, Su Xiaochun brought Yunyang inside. Seeing Qingxiu, Yunyang dropped to her knees, choking with sobs. "Lord, my mother-in-law is sick. Could you lend me some silver to buy medicine? If you help me, I'll work like a slave to repay your great kindness." Yunyang started kowtowing, her forehead banging on the ground. In no time, it was swollen and bleeding. Su Xiaochun quickly helped her up and scolded her. "Yunyang, the Lord hates people kowtowing to him. Look, you're bleeding. Get up. We can talk." Qingxiu frowned. "Aunt Zhang is sick? Why didn't you say so earlier? Wife, go get 10 taels of silver. Treating the illness comes first." Yunyang cried like falling petals, looking pitiful and panicked. She shook her head desperately. "No, 10 taels is too much. I only need 1 tael. Taizhu, come in." Qingxiu raised his voice, his shout echoed far. Soon, Taizhu arrived with several guards. "Lord, what are your orders?" Qingxiu gave him 10 taels of silver and said, "Go hitch the cart and take Aunt Zhang to see a doctor in Chang'an." Taizhu said nothing more, took the money, and went to prepare the cart. After everyone left, Su Xiaochun wanted to say something but hesitated. Qingxiu asked, "Wife, do you have something to say?" Su Xiaochun sighed. "Husband, Aunt Zhang was sold to a brothel when she was young. She stayed there for over 10 years and served hundreds, maybe even thousands, of customers. Because she caught a woman's disease, she was kicked out of the brothel. It was old Zhang who kindly took her in, and the two became a family. I heard that the son Aunt Zhang gave birth to had a congenital problem and couldn't perform as a man. After he married Yunyang, he often beat her and Aunt Zhang. A few times, he almost choked Yunyang to death. The illness was congenital. Zhang Debao hated Aunt Zhang deeply. To make a name for himself, he once became a eunuch in the palace, but for some reason he was quickly kicked out. Later, he became a bandit because he couldn't stand the hunger. In just a few days, he was caught and beheaded. Yunyang once took Aunt Zhang to many doctors, but none could treat her illness. She could only stay home and wait to die. Recently, Aunt Zhang's condition has gotten worse every day. The illness has even reached her eyes, she's blind now. Yunyang said her lower body has rotted. Hearing this, Qingxiu's hair stood on end. He shook his head and said, "Say no more. Aunt Zhang and Yunyang are both pitiful people." By evening, Taizhu returned. He handed the remaining 8 taels of silver to Su Xiaochun and reported to Qingxiu, "Sai, Lord, Aunt Zhang is done for. I found the most famous doctor in the city. He said she's beyond saving, the disease is in her bones. She only has a few days left." Qingxiu nodded, "Got it. You may go." Taizhu cupped his fists and left. Aunt Zhang lay in her dark, damp room on a straw bed, weakly sighing. "Ah, Yunyang, I told you, this disease of mine can't be cured. Why waste silver on an old dying woman like me?" Yunyang stood beside her, gently replying, "You're my mother-in-law. I'm your daughter-in-law now. If my mother-in-law is sick, it's my duty to take care of her." Aunt Zhang's cloudy eyes filled with tears. "Yunyang, you've suffered these years. Such a good girl, living like a widow with me, this old dying woman. It's my fault for holding you back." "Mother-in-law, don't say that," Yunyang said, crying. Aunt Zhang said, "My life is worth nothing. But you're still young, your life is long. You can't go on like this. I used to be a famous prostitute in the brothel. I was one of the best at serving men. Come here. Let me teach you everything I know about pleasing men. After I die, find a good husband. With these skills, you'll win any man's heart." Yunyang blushed and said shyly, "Mother-in-law, what are you saying? I don't have many days left. If you don't learn now, I won't die in peace. By midnight, Yunyang's eyes were wide open, her face red, and she whispered, you can do that too. But with the mouth. I can't do it. Oh, mother-in-law, even there too. Yunyang looked down at her full, raised chest in disbelief. All right, she had learned something new. The next morning, Li Taiching arrived at Qingxiu's home with a grim expression. His first words were, Qingxiu, someone in the village died. Qingxiu was shocked. Died? Who died? Yunyang's mother-in-law. Early this morning, Yunyang found her hanged. She died peacefully. Yunyang asked me to come and see if you could help provide a proper coffin. At that time, coffins weren't cheap. A single coffin cost 2 or 3 taels of silver. Poor families wrapped the body in straw mats and buried it. Better-off families might spend a few dozen copper coins on a simple nailed-together coffin. But with the hot weather, a body couldn't be kept long. They had to buy a ready-made coffin. Where's Yunyang? Why didn't she come herself? Li Taiching replied, she said she had to go to Lantian County and likely already left. Qingxiu told his wife to give Li Taiching a few taels of silver to buy a coffin for Aunt Zhang. He also hired a feng shui master to choose a good burial spot. That afternoon, after Yunyang returned from Chang'an, Li Taiching and some men helped bury Aunt Zhang. While Qingxiu was practicing sword drawing, Yunyang arrived, knelt down in the courtyard, and pulled out a piece of xian paper covered in dense calligraphy. Qingxiu frowned. Yunyang, didn't I tell you? I hate people kneeling in front of me. If you have something to say, get up and say it. Su Xiaochun ran out and helped Yunyang up. She asked, Yunyang, what's written on this paper? With red eyes, Yunyang softly said, this is a deed of sale from Lantian County. You helped my mother-in-law with medicine and a coffin. I can't repay it, so I want to sell myself to your household as a maid. I just want food to eat. I can work. Yunyang looked up, her eyes full of pleading. Su Xiaochun didn't know what to say and turned to Qingxiu. Husband, what do you think we should do? Qingxiu said unhappily, what kind of nonsense deed is this? Read it to me. Yunyang replied, I can't read. Su Xiaochun's face turned red in embarrassment. Husband, I can't read either. Qingxiu snapped, you both can't read, and you think I can? I'm blind, I can't even see. Actually, he could see. But sometimes he had to pretend to be blind. Yunyang and Su Xiaochun turned red with shame and embarrassment. Yunyang stood up, I'll go find the village head to read it for you. Forget it. I don't want to lose more face. Give me the deed. Yunyang trembled and nervously handed him the deed. Without even looking, Qingxiu tore it to pieces. My house needs a cook. If you're willing, stay and be my cook. Don't go back to the old house. Stay in the side room for now. In a few days, I'll have a brick house built for you. If Su Xiaochun hadn't held her back, Yunyang would have knelt again. She cried and kept thanking him. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Madam. I'm willing. I'll be your cook for life. Enough. Don't bother packing. There's nothing of value in your home. Go tell the village head to tear it down. I'll have Xiaochun take you to town to buy some new clothes and bedding. Next to the main hall, the side rooms included the kitchen and 2 storerooms. One was emptied to become Yunyang's bedroom. For the next 3 days, Qingxiu practiced swordsmanship and taught Yunyang how to cook. She was smart and had talent for cooking, gradually learning Qingxiu's skills. Her job was to cook different delicious meals every day for Qingxiu and his wife. With Qingxiu's combined use of grace and authority, the village's hygiene rules were smoothly enforced. In just a few days, the stench on the men of the village was gone, and they even developed the habit of looking for toilets to urinate. If they couldn't get in line, they would rather hold it than go anywhere. Many men started to feel uncomfortable if they didn't bathe for a day. Everyone stayed clean daily, and even the air in Sanha village became much fresher. Even outsiders who came looking for work were selected based on cleanliness first. This led to people in nearby villages also forming good hygiene habits. If they weren't clean, they couldn't work in Sanha village, and no work meant no food. The thatched hut in Qingxiu's courtyard was already dismantled. He and Su Xiaochun naturally moved into the main house. After moving in, Su Xiaochun was so happy she couldn't stop smiling, touching this and that, staying busy and excited. At night, Qingxiu went to the bathhouse. Yunyang was busy boiling water. After Qingxiu finished bathing, it was Su Xiaochun's turn. Su Xiaochun seemed to sense what might happen that night, so she washed especially carefully and used a lot of floral honey to clean herself. She knew her husband liked cleanliness and didn't like sloppy girls. So after her bath, in addition to her natural scent, her body carried the fragrance of flower nectar. When Su Xiaochun came into the room, Qingxiu patted the spot next to him and said with a smile, "Wife, I've warmed the bed for you. Come quickly." Su Xiaochun blushed, walked over slowly, shyly, and a little nervously. Now that it came to this moment, she was a bit scared. But Qingxiu didn't care whether she was scared or not. After living like a monk for over 2 months, the moment to break abstinence was powerful. He reached out and pulled Su Xiaochun over. She let out a startled cry and instinctively tried to protect herself, shivering and whispering, "Husband, turn off the light." Qingxiu slapped her plump butt and said, "I'm blind. What difference does it make if the light's on or off?" Su Xiaochun covered her face and mumbled, "You're right, then let's leave it on." Indeed, it made no difference, the world he saw was with his mind's eye. The sight of Su Xiaochun as a little lamb, combined with the anime-style visuals, made Qingxiu instantly burn with desire. Su Xiaochun had just bathed. Under her outerwear, she wore a thin sheer robe, and her jade-like skin was faintly visible. True allure isn't full nudity but subtle, shy seduction. The visual impact of the anime-style sight reminded Qingxiu of Eki manga. So the appraisal began. He first admired her delicate feet, fair and slender calves, and her long jade legs that could rival a leg model. Her figure was like a piece of art. Now that they lived in a large house with privacy, Qingxiu had no scruples. Soon, Su Xiaochun began learning vocal lessons in the room. Not until midnight did the candlelight go out and silence return. The next morning, Su Xiaochun got up first, carefully folded her most precious red plum blossom cloth, and placed it at the bottom of her treasure chest. Her face glowed with happiness as she headed to the kitchen, where she and Yunyang made breakfast for 3. For the next few days, Qingxiu was deeply immersed in Su Xiaochun's gentle embrace, unable to pull away. Only when Li Taicheng reminded him that lust is a bone-scraping steel blade did Qingxiu restrain himself a bit. Early today, Lord Li, led by Li Taicheng, visited his new house with a beaming smile and decided to move in that day. He even sent an invitation to Qingxiu to attend the housewarming celebration. This time, Lord Li didn't come alone. With him were 2 old men and a chubby boy around 7 or 8 years old. Through his anime vision, Qingxiu saw that the chubby boy was extremely cute, though nearly round like a ball. He bounced around energetically, curious about everything. Old Li kindly pulled Qingxiu over and laughed, "Qing boy, come, try this fine tea I had shipped from Jiangnan." The 2 old men were visibly surprised, staring at the blindfolded Qingxiu. "Tisk, old Xiao, who is this kid that Lord Li treats so well?" Old Xiao shook his head, looking amazed, and whispered, "No idea. But to be treated like this by Lord Li, he must be someone unusual. Old Pei, just wait, Lord Li will surely introduce us soon." While a maid brewed tea, Old Li smiled and introduced, "Old brother Pei, brother Xiao, let me introduce, this lad is named Qingxiu. These bricks were made by him, and he even earned himself a barony in Lantian County because of it." Pei Ji and Xiao Yu were slightly disappointed, so he was just a baron. Both of them held much higher ranks, each was a duke of the state. Their statuses were several levels above his, but out of respect for Li Yuan, they didn't act superior. They just smiled politely. "Qing boy, this is Lord Pei and this is Lord Xiao. Just call them Old Pei and Old Xiao." Qingxiu didn't want to deal with too many titles. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Hello, Old Xiao. Hello, Old Pei." Pei Ji and Xiao Yu twitched at the corners of their mouths, clearly displeased but forced a smile. In the Tang dynasty, brewing tea meant drying tea leaves, grinding them, and adding scallions, ginger, garlic, pepper, salt, sugar, and other ingredients, cooking it into a pot of dark tea soup to drink. Qingxiu really couldn't stand this stuff. After just one sip, he spat it out. Old Li sneered, "Such fine spring tea, and you waste it like that." He then sipped it along with Xiao Yu and Pei Ji, pretending to enjoy it, calling it, tasting the flavors of life. Qingxiu had to drink 2 bowls of water to wash out the strange taste. Suddenly, an idea came to him, tea leaves? Why not use tea to make money? After all, the Tang dynasty didn't have modern tea processing methods. Promoting fried tea would be a hit. The current brewed tea only had a faint tea flavor, mostly overpowered by odd seasonings. Qingxiu decided to start making fried tea at home. Old Li mocked him, "Qing boy, you're still young. You can't appreciate the tea of life. When you're my age, you'll understand the meaning in this tea." Qingxiu curled his lip, "Old Li, no offense, but even my horse wouldn't drink your tea." Cough cough cough. Pei Ji and Xiao Yu glared at him. Li Yuan also widened his eyes, "What did you say? Even your horse wouldn't drink it? You know nothing. This is top-grade spring tea from Jiangnan. Who would feed it to horses? Don't talk nonsense." He even rolled his eyes. Qingxiu scoffed, "I don't have time today. Next time, I'll let you try my tea. Then you'll know what real tea is." Old Li slapped his thigh and cursed, "Brat. My tea is so sought after in Chang'an, people line up to drink it. Yet you dare speak so boldly? Fine, I'll go to your place next time and see what tea you can make. He was clearly offended. Then the chubby boy Lord Li brought ran out of the new house covered in sweat and cheerfully pointed to a room. Grandpa, I want to sleep in that room. I'm not going back to Chang'an tonight. I want to stay here with you. Old Li lovingly wiped his sweat and said with a smile, Qingke, look at you, sweating like that, don't catch a cold. You can't stay here. Later, you'll go back to the city with the guards. Why? The chubby boy looked upset. Old Li laughed, your father misses you every day. If you don't return, he'll come looking for you. I don't want him disturbing us here. So you must go back after lunch. The chubby boy pouted and sat aside angrily. Qingke? Hearing this name, Qingxiu frowned. As someone well-versed in Tang history, how could he not know the name Qingke? Li Tai, the second son of Emperor Taizong, also known as Prince of Wei, his childhood name was Qingke. Could it be? Qingxiu's mind raced. He thought to himself, Qingke calls Old Li Grandpa. Could Old Li actually be Li Yuan? And Old Pei and Old Xiao, wait, Pei Ji and Xiao Yu? Qingxiu finally understood. No wonder Old Li had such great power to help Sanha village haul in endless river sand and limestone. He was none other than the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty, the former retired Emperor Li Yuan. However, even after learning Li Yuan's identity, Qingxiu decided to pretend he didn't know. If he exposed it all at once, not only would he have to bow every time he saw Li Yuan, but their interactions might no longer be as smooth as before. Li Yuan lovingly patted Li Tai's head and said, Qingke, listen to your grandpa. Return home this afternoon, or grandpa won't bring you out again. Though Li Tai was reluctant, he pouted and nodded. Qingxiu said to Taizhu, go home and have my wife prepare some meatballs and crispy pork, enough for 10 people. Yes, Lord, Taizhu replied and left. Meatballs and crispy pork are snacks from later times, crispy outside, tender inside, very appetizing. Now Yunyang had already mastered making meatballs and crispy pork, and Su Xiaochun also loved them dearly, eating a few pieces every meal. Soon, Taizhu and a guard returned carrying 2 trays full of meatballs and crispy pork. They must have come straight from the fryer, as the aroma of frying filled Li Yuan's entire courtyard. Qingxiu took a piece and smiled at Li Tai, little Qingke, come to uncle. Uncle will give you a tasty piece. Li Tai stared at the crispy pork in Qingxiu's hand, his throat bobbing, but still looked to Li Yuan. Li Yuan's mouth twitched, displeased, Qingke, go ahead, it's from Qing brother. Eat as much as you want. Qingxiu chuckled inwardly, he still wanted to especially share, but Li Yuan was too shrewd. Li Tai took a bite and looked blissfully happy, thanks, brother Qing. While chewing, Li Tai curiously asked Qingxiu, big brother, are you blind? Qingxiu smiled and nodded, yes, I'm blind. Li Tai said, you treat me to something so good, I'll tell father to arrange a doctor to treat your eyes. Qingxiu shook his head, no need, elder brother. My eye illness can't be cured, and I don't want treatment. Why? Li Tai asked, puzzled. Qingxiu sighed, nowadays, suffering is everywhere. If I see and help, it's a commoner's duty. If I see and don't help, it's a hero's failing. I know my limits, being unable to see works best for me. He wasn't a saint who could save everyone. Only the court could do that, he was just a helper. Also, he sensed his eye illness couldn't be cured. Why do you say so? Li Tai scratched his head and looked back at Li Yuan. Li Yuan's eyes widened and he puffed his beard, brat, what nonsense are you saying? You invented brickmaking and solved housing problems, that's already a great merit. Saving the world is for saints to do. You've done good but you're far from saintly. Qingke offered to find a doctor, that's his kindness. You don't acknowledge it? Humph. Qingxiu gave a wry smile, I know Qingke has a kind heart. People are naturally good in nature, but habits differ. Such a kind heart must have come from your teaching, Old Li. Li Yuan laughed heartily. Pei Ji and Xiao Yu murmured, people at birth are inherently good, habits bring them apart. Good, very good. Xiao Yu, being a Confucian scholar, recognized the weight of those words. He bowed to Qingxiu, your words reveal great truth. I'm moved, but I sense there's more. Could you recite it? Qingxiu thought a moment and began. People at birth are inherently good. Their nature's similar, their habits different. If not taught, nature will change. The method of teaching should be special. Rearing without teaching is the father's fault. Teaching without rigor is the teacher's laziness. Not study, not proper. Young not studying, old what for? Jade unpolished, no use. Person uneducated, no knowledge of right. As a son, when young, honor parents, teachers, friends, practice rights. Fathers and sons affectionate, husbands and wives harmonious. Fathers and sons loving, husbands and wives orderly. Elders friendly, juniors respectful. Rulers revered, ministers loyal. He paused briefly. He had trimmed much from the original 3-character classic, remembering only so much as a child. Still, even this left Li Yuan, Pei Ji, and Xiao Yu speechless in amazement. Excellent, excellent! Pei Ji exclaimed. Xiao Yu clapped and cheered, bravo, bravo! Li Yuan asked, his eyes shining, Qingxiu, did you write this? Qingxiu shook his head, I don't have that skill. Years ago, hunting in Qinling with my father, I met an elder who liked how I looked and taught me a few lines. He said it was from the 3-character classic. There's more, but I forgot most of it. Li Yuan suddenly stood up, face flushed with anger. You little brat, this elder taught you something so precious, and you forgot it? Such treasured instruction. You wasted it. Some things Qingxiu didn't forget. He feared reciting the part about Tang Gaozu might cause Li Yuan's wrath. Fortunately, Qingxiu had no family record yet, avoiding serious trouble. He looked innocent. I was young, I couldn't memorize it all. Remembering even this much is hard. Li Yuan paced and said, tomorrow, I'll arrange a group to accompany you to Qinling to find this elder. Qingxiu waved it off. Old Li, just forget it. He must be over 100 years old, probably dead. Besides, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be blind. If I see him again, I'll kill him. Li Yuan looked unbelieving. He's the one who made you blind? Yes. Qingxiu answered angrily. I met him a few times again, each time he taught me something. But 2 months ago, he said he was returning to the Jade Capital, then a flash of light and he disappeared. After that, my eyes went blind. I stumbled in the dark on the mountain for a long time, almost drowned in a river. If it weren't for Lu Laosan from Sanha village saving me, I'd be dead. Since then, I've never seen that old man who blinded me. Next time I do, I'll cripple him. He spoke with deep hatred, as if real. Since emperors are naturally suspicious, Qingxiu didn't believe Li Yuan wouldn't investigate his background. Planting a seed now would help him later, without sounding suspicious. Jade Capital? Li Yuan suddenly jumped in excitement, his face flushed and trembling. Not only Li Yuan but even Pei Ji and Xiao Yu stood up in shock. Their expressions said everything. Even the guards and household troops looked at Qingxiu in disbelief. The Jade Capital is an ancient name for the moon, with many legends saying immortals live there. Qingxiu was puzzled and asked, Old Li, where is the White Jade Capital? Why are you so excited? Li Yuan asked incredulously, you don't know where the White Jade Capital is? Qingxiu murmured, White Jade Capital, is it famous? He turned to Taizhu, Taizhu, do you know where the White Jade Capital is? Taizhu shook his head in confusion, Lord, I think I heard people say the White Jade Capital might be the moon. Qingxiu snorted, the moon is so high, how could people live there? Taizhu was speechless. At that moment Li Yuan pounced, trembling and face flushed, grabbed Qingxiu and shook his voice shouting, Are you sure that the old gentleman, before he left, said he was going back to the White Jade Capital? Qingxiu sneered, I might forget many things, but I will never forget that line. For 2 months I've dreamed about asking that old man in the White Jade Capital why he made me blind. Xiao Yu and Pei Ji looked at each other, their eyes full of shock and excitement. Li Yuan asked in a trembling voice, Brat, what else did that old gentleman teach you? Did he say anything else to you? Qingxiu thought and said, before he left, he said a poem. Quick, recite it for me. Qingxiu recited after a pause. He said, Heaven above is the White Jade Capital. 12 floors and 5 cities. Immortals stroke my head. Tie our hair and grant me longevity. Immortals, immortals indeed. Li Yuan looked up in wonder, jealousy and longing shining in his eyes, then with grief and anger said, You brat, you let immortals grant you the means for longevity and you let it slip through your hands. If I had met that immortal. He beat his chest in regret again and again. Qingxiu looked confused, what immortal? He didn't say he was an immortal, how do you know? Li Yuan lifted his hand to slap, but after hesitating, he lowered it and gritted his teeth, Brat, you wasted a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The old man you met lives in the White Jade Capital. Isn't that obvious? Immortal? Qingxiu sneered. Can an immortal gouge out my eyes without reason? I don't want any so-called immortal longevity techniques, I just want my eyes back. Li Yuan was momentarily speechless. He stood up waving his hand, Fine, fine. If you're going to mock immortals and threaten to kill them, then you have no fate with him. He won't see you again. Back at his seat, Li Yuan beckoned Li Tai, Qin Ke, come here to Grandpa. Li Tai, chewing happily on a piece of crispy pork, didn't understand what was happening. Grandpa, you called me? Li Yuan pointed to Qingxiu as if he'd made up his mind, patted Li Tai's head and said, You must formally regard Qingxiu as your master. Have him teach you the immortals' techniques and skills. Then Li Yuan sneered at Qingxiu, Brat, even if you can't teach at all, if you don't take him as a disciple, I won't cut off the supply of your sand and limestone. You won't use them again. Qingxiu slammed his cane and shouted, "You're just abusing your seniority. Using your age as leverage to bully a blind man, what do you think you've accomplished?" Pei Ji and Xiaoyu gasped. It was the first time they had seen anyone speak to Li Yuan so disrespectfully. If Emperor Taizong himself were here, that person would be dead already. Head guard Feng Fei's breathing rushed, his gaze murderous, fists clenched. Li Yuan laughed triumphantly, "You're trapped. What can you do to me?" Qingxiu sneered, "I'll teach him, only if he does 3 kowtows and 9 prostrations properly. Otherwise, I won't accept him." Li Yuan nodded, "That is correct. Respecting teachers is traditional. Since today's housewarming and discipleship both fall on this day, we'll hold them together." Li Tai held his head and said, "Grandpa, I already have a senior, Wang Gue." Li Yuan scoffed, "Wang Gue? A sour scholar, how useful is he? You should take Qingxiu as your teacher and learn genuine skills." Li Tai asked in confusion, "Grandpa, what are these real skills?" Li Yuan looked wise and smiled, "You should ask Qingxiu." Li Tai's eyes lit up. He looked at the crispy pork. If he became a disciple, he could come here anytime to eat. He rolled forward and knelt with a kowtow. "Disciple Qingke kneels before Master Qingxiu. Please accept me and teach me real skills." Li Yuan was pleased. Among his many grandchildren, Li Tai was his favorite, smart and filial. The boy fattened under Li Yuan's feeding. Qingxiu smirked. He hadn't expected the prince to be so pragmatic, jumping to take him as master. Qingxiu helped him up and smiled, "Then I accept you as a disciple. You can come to class anytime." Li Tai asked excitedly, "Master, what real skills will you teach?" Qingxiu replied seriously, "Whatever you want, like bathing in the clouds above the sky, helping the people, carrying tens of thousands of stones on one shoulder, driving away thousands of troops with one stroke. Is that real skill?" Even the 8-year-old's eyes widened with excitement, imagining himself wielding a great blade and slaying thousands of Turkic cavalry. Li Yuan's eyes nearly popped out. Pei Ji and Xiaoyu clearly didn't believe it. Li Yuan angrily asked, "Brat, if you can't teach Qingke these skills, what will happen?" Qingxiu smiled and gestured to the neck, "Behead me." Li Yuan, skeptical, asked, "How long would it take to learn your real skills?" Qingxiu enigmatically said, "Between 18 years and 1.5 years. Li Yuan nodded, "Fine. If 1 year passes and he hasn't mastered any, I will behead you myself." Li Yuan really couldn't understand Qingxiu's confidence. Maybe he really did learn immortal techniques. They then sat with Qingxiu, Li Taicheng, Pei Ji, and Xiaoyu. Dishes and wine were served. After 3 cups and many dishes, the banquet ended. Then Li Tai performed the ritual offering tea and officially became Qingxiu's disciple. Taking a prince as a disciple meant future safety, even missteps might be forgiven. Besides, Li Tai was Li Yuan's favorite, and his position would elevate Qingxiu as well. Li Yuan saw them off outside the village, his tone subtly threatening, "Friends, this is where I leave you. Don't spread what you've seen here in Chang'an." Pei Ji and Xiaoyu dared not reply and soon left by carriage. While old Li was seeing off his 2 old friends, Qingxiu set up a large iron pot and added tea leaves that Taizhu had bought from the city. He slowly fried them over low heat. After a bit, the courtyard filled with the aroma of tea. The jade green tea leaves gradually lost moisture as they were fried and shrank, turning into small nuggets. After half an hour, Qingxiu had produced over 3 jin of tea with a strong fragrance that was very refreshing. Su Xiaochun breathed deeply, enamored, "Husband, you're amazing. You turned bland green tea into such a rich aroma. Oh my, I love the scent." Qingxiu smiled as he transferred the tea leaves into a wooden jar. "Wife, go boil some water and bring 2 bowls. Let's taste the tea." "Yes, husband," Su Xiaochun replied excitedly and headed to the kitchen, with Yunyang following to help. After storing the tea, Qingxiu suddenly said, "Old Feng, since you're here, stop hiding. You're a personal guard to the official. How can you act stealthily? If you don't use the front gate, why climb walls?" Feng Fei jumped down from the wall with a dark face. Standing before Qingxiu, he said in a low voice, "Boy, I've put up with you for too long. You call Lord Li old Li, and I turned a blind eye. But you should never have insulted my lord by saying he's senile and abusing his age." "Oh?" Qingxiu smiled. "What do you plan? To beat me?" Feng Fei glared, "Do you really think I don't dare?" Qingxiu sneered, "If you dared, you'd have done it already." Feng Fei swung his sleeve and stepped forward, until Su Xiaochun rushed out with a kitchen knife. Her beautiful eyes were full of anger as she held the knife at Feng Fei. You dare strike my husband, I'll kill you." A warm feeling entered Qingxiu's chest. Su Xiaochun's voice trembled, she was terrified. Feng Fei, his face darkened, replied, "Madam, my lord is noble. You call him senile, this makes me angry. But rest assured, I won't harm your husband. I'll just beat him to teach him a lesson. Su Xiaochun's shaky legs carried her forward as she shielded Qingxiu behind her, anxiety etched across her face. Even Yunyang came out of the kitchen holding a fire poker. Though trembling, her look was determined. Qingxiu smiled, wife, big brother Fong is joking. Go boil the water. I'll invite him to drink tea. Su Xiaochun stubbornly replied, if he wants to beat you, it's not a joke. If he touches you, I'll fight him. It's shameless to bully a blind man, why not pick on someone normal? Feng Fei's face reddened as he was intimidated by her fierceness. He was stuck, unable to back down or strike. If you leave now, your dignity is lost. If you stay silent, you still lose face. Just then, Taizhu asked, Master, what's happening? He and 2 guards rushed in, one wielding a knife. Su Xiaochun cried, Taizhu, Lord Li's guard has gone mad. He's attacking my husband. Help! Taizhu's eyes widened. He angrily kicked Feng Fei, but Feng Fei stepped aside and snatched his ankle, tossing him across the courtyard. Qingxiu frowned, wife, we have guards here. You can't help. Stop causing trouble, go boil water. I won't, she began to protest. Qingxiu said sharply, wife, didn't you say you'd obey me? Now listen, step back. Su Xiaochun hesitated, then gripped the knife and slowly retreated to the kitchen doorway. Taizhu groaned, then shouted at the 2 guards, Xuanzi, Erguzi, didn't you see this bastard bully our master? Go fetch help. Keep your distance, Qingxiu ordered calmly. He won't harm me. Turning to Feng Fei, he said with a smile, Old Feng, if you can't fight, don't waste time. Sit and have some tea. Feng Fei's anger flared. He rushed forward, fists raised, but then Qingxiu drew his staff sword with lightning speed and it whistled in the air. Qingxiu stood expressionless, pulling out the hidden blade. The tip scraped along Feng Fei's throat, cutting a small slit. In one swift movement, the blade hovered at Feng Fei's throat. Feng Fei froze, cold sweat pouring down his back as hair stood on end. The strike was so fast he had no chance to react. Any deeper and he would have died instantly. Fear filled his eyes. Taizhu, Xuanzi, and Erguzi also stood frozen, staring at Qingxiu in shock. The kitchen knife fell with a clatter. Only then did the others realize the seriousness. Feng Fei looked at the blade at his throat, swallowed hard, sweating profusely. He had seen his hair sliced off, this staff sword was terrifyingly sharp. Qingxiu lowered his head and said coldly, Your lord calls this respectable, but is my life worthless? You come here threatening me. Do you think I'm too blind to fight back? Old Feng, Qingxiu said, voice low, you serve Old Li. If I killed you, he'd be angry. Be humble. Killing you would be as easy as emptying my pocket. He resheathed the blade and pointed to the gate, get out. Feng Fei's lips trembled. With steps like lead, he left silently. Once he was gone, Qingxiu exhaled deeply. His back and palms were drenched in sweat. Taizhu said, stunned, Lord, you're unbelievable, an unmatched master? Xuanzi, in awe, said, by heaven, that strike was too fast. Erguzi, envious, asked, Lord, can you train us too? Qingxiu said coldly, train you? Where's your courage? A thief could break in tonight and take your heads while you're still asleep. They hung their heads in shame, red-faced like monkeys' bottoms. Xuanzi, a fierce man, punched Taizhu's palm, Lord, don't worry. Next time someone tries to break in, I'll bring their head. Humiliation, this was a deep shame for guards. Qingxiu said, don't just talk, show me. The 3 left, heads bowed, like criminals. Su Xiaochun rushed to him, flushed with admiration. Through the anime vision eye, Qingxiu saw stars of awe in her eyes. Husband, you're incredible. That strike was divine, so cool. Qingxiu stood shakily, his legs trembling. Su Xiaochun held him, puzzled, was he weak? Did I overwhelm him recently? Her cheeks blushed as she decided he had to take it easy. Qingxiu smiled wryly, wife, I only know one strike. 1. Su Xiaochun stared in disbelief. Qingxiu nodded, yes. Luckily I fooled Old Feng. He's a true master. Among our 50 guards, apart from Old Dao and Old Ma, he alone could handle them all. If I hadn't deceived him, your husband's fate could have been grim. Thankfully, it worked. After that incident, Feng Fei and his guards never came looking for trouble again. Sure enough, when he left, Feng Fei's face flashed fear and uncertainty. Even sitting, his legs trembled. He was truly terrified by Qingxiu's unmatched strike. Commander Feng, what's wrong? A younger guard asked with concern. Feng Fei trembled, let's wait until the others arrive. Soon, 2 more guards who followed Li Yuan returned. Li Yuan, having drunk well, decided to take a nap. Li Tai, accompanied by the Wei Prince's guards, went to inspect the brick kiln and construction site. Feng Fei and his 3 subordinates gathered. One older guard frowned, Old Feng, what's wrong? Lost your spirit? Feng Fei took a deep breath and said gravely, that blind man, Qingxiu, is a master, we all underestimated him. What? He's a master? How powerful? All three became interested. Feng Fei forced a smile, so powerful it's absurd, a level you can't imagine. Fearsome enough that I couldn't even muster the will to fight back. Zhu Qinliang narrowed his eyes, Old Feng, how did you realize it? Feng Fei pointed to the blood mark on his neck, if he hadn't held back, I'd be headless. What? He dared strike you? They stared in shock. Feng Fei, filled with dread, said, he insulted the retired emperor today, calling him senile and abusing his age. I couldn't swallow that, so, as usual, went to threaten him, to teach him some respect. But instead of backing down, he drew his staff sword and nearly slit my throat. No, that strike could have killed me. He spared me. He warned us not to bother him again, or he would show no mercy. His technique is terrifying, he has reached a state of oneness with his weapon. The other three gasped, disbelief written on their faces. Feng Fei's expression was complex, he only struck once, and I was done. I'm certain that the four of us tied together couldn't match him. Chen Liang, Xiaobao, Liang Qing, from now on, let's never trouble him again. Xiaobao hesitated, but he disrespected the retired emperor, he insulted him. We can't just let that slide? Should we sneak in at night and beat him up? Feng Fei laughed angrily, are you stupid? Xiaobao, Liang Qing, you two together couldn't beat me. Even I couldn't stand around with Qingxiu. You'd be dead. Besides, he insulted the retired emperor and nothing happened. We don't need to uphold imaginary imperial dignity. From now on, just turn a blind eye. Want to hit him? Go ahead, but don't drag me into it. I'm done with all that. With that, Feng Fei lowered his head and left. The remaining three guards exchanged glances. They could tell Feng Fei was truly afraid, bone-deep fear. The wound on his neck was real, and they now believed Qingxiu was indeed a master. They resolved to be careful around him. Later, with the tea brewing and sold, Qingxiu made 3 bowls of tea from the fried leaves. The rich aroma filled the air. Su Xiaochun held her bowl, savoring it. Yunyang did too, though she wouldn't sit, she squatted by the kitchen entrance with her tea. Su Xiaochun put down her bowl, smiled, husband, this tea is strong and slightly bitter, so much better than that lousy boiled tea. Qingxiu nodded, yes. I plan to profit from frying tea. They had used 10 jin of fresh green tea shoots to make 1.5 jin of fried tea. Since 4 jin of fresh tea make 1 jin fried, fresh leaves cost 400 won per jin. Su Xiaochun's eyes lit up, imagining silver, husband, 10 jin yields 1.5 jin. How much can we price the fried tea? Qingxiu signaled with his palm. Su Xiaochun frowned, 500 won? Fresh is 400 won, so we gain 100 won per jin, that's okay. Qingxiu shook his head, smiling, no, 100 won is 100 won. I mean 2 taels of silver per jin. What? 2 taels? Su Xiaochun couldn't believe it. She asked anxiously, can we sell it for that? Qingxiu said mysteriously, not now. But once we promote frying tea, it will replace boiled tea. There are countless wealthy households in Chang'an, 2 taels for half a jin is hardly more expensive than brewing. Rich folks don't mind. Wife, how much silver do we have? Su Xiaochun looked pained, not much. With meals for the construction crew, we've spent a lot. We're left with just over 300 taels. Before building, we earned 30 taels a day. But now, half the income is gone. We haven't even paid the guards this month. These laborers, one day they can eat 2 whole pigs. Husband, should we reduce their meals? The silver is burning fast. She complained nonstop. Qingxiu smiled faintly, wife, more than losing silver, I worry about your wear. What do you mean? She asked, blushing with sudden embarrassment. He was flirting. Qingxiu laughed, wife, joking, why take it seriously? Give me 100 taels and I'll give it to the village women selling rice pop balls. Tell them to promote fresh jasmine rice pops in Chang'an. Su Xiaochun, still flushed, pouted, why jasmine pops? Qingxiu smiled mysteriously, promoting jasmine pops will bring big profits. Trust me, in half a month, our treasury barn will be full. Her eyes sparkled. Excitedly she nodded, all right, husband, I trust you. I'll do it now. Wait, give me another 200 taels for fresh tea. Now fully trusting his earning ability, she handed over 200 taels. She kept 100 taels to recruit women sellers. That left just a few dozen taels. Qingxiu summoned Taizhu, Xuanzi, and Erguzi, he gave each 10 taels to buy fresh tea. The rest was left to fate. At evening, Li Yuan and Li Tai arrive. Li Yuan smelled the tea fragrance and sniffed like an old hound. Even Li Tai closed his eyes, breathing deeply. Grandpa, Master's home smells so good. Curious, Li Yuan asked, Qingxiu, why does your tea aroma smell so strong? He began to consider Qingxiu's earlier words. Boiling tea fed to horses was rejected, but this aroma might hide a better brew. Qingxiu smiled warmly. Old Li, you're here. I was just going to find you. Here, try my tea. He pinched some tea leaves into a bowl, poured hot water, and pushed it to Li Yuan. Li Yuan sniffed the bowl and his eyes widened in surprise. Is this your tea? Not boiled? Qingxiu shook his head and smiled. No boiling, this is my way of drinking tea. Try it. Li Yuan didn't hesitate. He sat on a small stool, sipped the tea and his eyes lit up. Not bad, light fragrance, slight bitterness, rich aroma. Such good tea. I've drunk boiled tea all my life but never tasted anything this pure and pleasing. Hearing Li Yuan's reaction, Qingxiu became even more certain that fried tea would make a fortune. Li Yuan could not stop praising the stir-fried tea, and he especially liked this way of drinking tea. No need to boil, no additives, just hot water, and the fragrance fills the air, refreshing the mind. Qingxiu asked, Old Li, why are you here at this time? Li Yuan put down his cup and said, Qingke has already accepted you as his teacher. Normally he'd stay here learning from you, but his parents miss him, so I came to discuss with you. Oh? What's the matter? Li Yuan took another sip and said, I plan to talk to his parents about letting him stay in the village to learn from you. Qingxiu nodded. I have no objection. Li Yuan got up. Well, I'll take my leave. But about your tea? Li Yuan glanced at the tea jar, his greedy gaze hard to hide. Qingxiu hugged the jar tightly and warned, Old Li, don't get ideas about my tea. This comes from 1,000-year-old tea trees, made over 49 days, can't just give it away. Li Yuan sneered, Boy, you really think I don't know you, you just want my gold. Feng Fei, give him money. Feng Fei feared Qingxiu greatly. He checked his pockets and said bitterly, Master, I only brought a few gold ingots, and have already spent them all. Li Yuan puffed his beard and glared, Bring more next time. Ha ha, Qing child, Qing noble. Li Yuan bent slightly with a scheming look, Give me the tea, and I'll go home and bring you gold in return. Qingxiu hesitated. Li Yuan frowned, Since when have I been stingy? A few gold pieces, I won't default. Qingxiu reluctantly handed over the jar. The old man was delighted. Qingxiu said, Don't give me gold or silver. Old Li, take the jar, but you must promise me one thing. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes, You tell me, then I'll decide. Qingxiu sighed, We're out of silver, can barely afford meals for laborers. I plan to open a tea shop in Ani Lane to sell tea, but people don't know its quality. I want you to help promote it in Chang'an. Li Yuan chuckled, If that's the case, one jar isn't enough. Add 2 more. Qingxiu smiled, That works. And since my shop will be here, you can take tea anytime, you'll always be supplied. Really? Li Yuan was delighted. Qingxiu nodded, Really? And this jar I gave is low grade. I have top grade tea too, can give you 10 or 8 jeans later. Ha ha, good, you're sensible. Don't worry, I'll promote it in Chang'an. Qingke, come, go home with your grandpa. Li Yuan left. Qingxiu grinned. When Su Xiaochun returned, he told her, Wife, you and old Zhang and old Ma Er should go to Chang'an. Rent a small, renovated shop on Ani Lane near East Market. Not too big, about the same as our grocery room. Install a sign reading, Xinglong Tea Shop. Once that's done, I'll treat you tonight in bed. Then he handed the remaining 30 taels to Su Xiaochun. She blushed, teasing, Oh, you lecherous rogue, last night's fantasy. Say more, and I'll make you sleep alone tonight. Heh, wife, I know I was wrong. Go quickly. With a smack on her shapely backside, she shivered, bit her lip flirtatiously, and strolled off. Yunyang, watching from the kitchen doorway, covered her mouth shyly. Qingxiu said sternly, Yunyang, don't think I didn't see you peeking, did you want me to spank you too? Yunyang blushed fiercely and hurried back into the kitchen, turning shy and flustered while lighting the fire. Her first time teased by him left her heart pounding, causing the pot to scorch before she snapped back to focus. In Chang'an, riding back in the carriage, Li Yuan spoke to Li Tai. Qingke, after we get back to the palace, I'll personally ask your father if you can live in the village. Really? Li Tai was excited. Of course. If your father disagrees, I'll stay in the Wuda Hall and refuse to leave, humph. But Grandpa, you warned me not to tell my father or mother about any strange events in the village. Why? Li Yuan said, Qingxiu is proud and fearless toward imperial authority. If he knows the truth about me, your father might hold back, and with royal restrictions, Qingxiu may never fully show his abilities again. Understand? I understand, Li Tai answered. He saw Li Yuan's intent. Your grandfather doesn't want anyone to know his identity, that's part of why it's fun. I won't tell my father or mother. Li Yuan was satisfied. They journeyed on to the Wuda Hall. Emperor Taizong, upon seeing his father and beloved son, happily came down to greet them. "Father, why are you here at Wuda Hall? Haven't had dinner yet?" Taizong asked as he helped Li Yuan to a seat. Li Yuan no longer troubled court affairs or pressured Taizong, a relief considering the past elder brothers. Taizong appreciated his father's absence and focused on strengthening Tang's economy. Li Yuan shook his head, "Not yet. Son, I came to discuss something with you." "Please speak, father." Taizong listened earnestly. Though Taizong once killed brothers and nephews, he was fundamentally filial, devoted to his father. Li Yuan said directly, "I've been living in the countryside, staying with old friends from Jinyang's uprising. I spend my days chatting with them and observing public sentiment. It's peaceful there." Taizong nodded. Li Yuan continued, "The other day, I took Qingtai to Lan Tian. At only 8, he's already read the 4 books and 5 classics, understands etiquette and integrity. I want him to spend time living and learning among the people, maybe a year or 2. Taizong glanced at Li Tai with concern. Smart Li Tai smiled, "Father, I enjoy observing the people. As the saying goes, reading 10,000 books isn't as good as walking 10,000 miles. I'm only 8, but by seeing more, I can help you and father govern better." Taizong smiled affectionately and patted his head, "My Qingke is growing up, such a good boy." He turned to Li Yuan, "Father, I'm not opposed, just that Qingke is young, and my wife and I worry. 1 or 2 years is a long time in the countryside." Li Yuan smiled, "You can rest assured. I'll bring Qingke back every few days so you can see how much he's learned. That way," he said, "Qingke gains experience, you gain insight into the people, and it helps implement policies in the Zhenguan era. Son, it's a win-win, what's not to like?" Taizong nodded. "All right, father. But Qingke, you must return to the palace every few days." Li Tai gleefully promised, "Father, I will always remember you and mother, I'll return every few days." Taizong agreed, accepting Li Yuan's plan. Qingxiu replied, "Sir, Master Li has close guards, and Qingke also has close guards. With so many guards, both you and Qingke are very safe. Let's withdraw the 100 riders unit." Hearing this, Li Ji looked a bit embarrassed, then nodded, "Don't worry, father. Tomorrow I will withdraw the 100 riders. You and Qingke should still take along some guards when you go out." Li Yuan, who often manipulated senior ministers and knew how Li Ji assigned the 100 riders to watch him, understood this was a face-saving gesture. So Li Ji quickly withdrew them. Both were pleased, and Li Yuan's mood improved greatly. "Come, Ji, come and try the tea I brought." Li Yuan opened the jar of tea, filling Wuda Hall with its aroma. Even Li Ji, taken aback, swallowed and said, "Father, how can this tea smell so strong and refreshing?" Li Yuan proudly ordered, "Bring hot water and tea bowls." Hot water quickly arrived along with 2 delicate porcelain bowls. Li Yuan poured a handful of tea leaves, and Li Ji watched in wonder. "Father, this tea doesn't need to be boiled?" Li Yuan sneered, "Boiled tea is for commoners. A man of my caliber drinks steep tea. This tea is precious, only boiled mountain spring water can bring out its mellow sweetness. Boiling would waste it." He just overturned Li Ji's understanding of tea drinking, and he enjoyed it immensely. He handed Li Ji a cup with a half-smile, "Ji, try my tea." Li Ji eagerly sipped, eyes shining, such tea. After decades of boiled tea, I never thought tea could be enjoyed this way, fresh, slightly bitter, smooth and with aftertaste. This is real tea." He realized boiling it was a waste. Even Li Tai, holding a cup, enjoyed every sip. Li Yuan glanced at the memorial under review with a red-circled line and frowned, "Drought?" Worried, Li Ji nodded, "Since New Year, no rain has fallen. In the Xiaoguan area, fields not irrigated by rivers are dry. Millet and wheat have died. Harvest is in half a month. Tens of thousands of households may lose everything. Even if taxes are waived, many will starve. I've asked the Ministry of Revenue to procure grain. But to prevent unrest, and since the treasury is low after sending treasures to the Turks, relief grain will arrive in batches." Li Yuan sighed quietly. Li Tai read the memorial seriously, noting it in his heart, and said, "Father, you have wise ministers and generals, Xiaoguan will get through this. I'll help you shoulder the burden." Li Ji felt reassured, "Qingke, you follow your grandpa among the people, and help relieve the emperor's worries." Qingke nodded earnestly. Li Yuan said, "Ji, as emperor, I shouldn't intervene. But I care for the people. Have you found a quick way to refill the treasury?" Li Ji shook his head sadly, "No, only rely on tax revenues from unaffected lands." Li Yuan sighed again. Li Ji smiled wryly, "In early Zhenguan, much must be done. Father, since you're aging, enjoy your retirement. By the way, may I have some of that tea?" Li Yuan hugged the jar and smirked, I paid a high price for this. If you want tea, go buy it yourself. Li Ji tried not to laugh, alright, I won't take it. But where did you buy it? In Ani Lane, at a tea shop. Give me a jar and I'll share some. If you want all of it, that's another matter. Li Ji hastily fetched a jar. Li Yuan pinchily put a pinch of leaves inside and left. Li Ji looked at the scant tea and smiled sadly, since it's available, he can't blame his stingy father. In Sanha village, bags of tea leaves and baskets of fresh jasmine puffed rice were delivered to Qingxiu's home. He asked Yunyang to help mix and stir-fry the tea with the jasmine puff rice. They worked until nightfall and produced dozens of pounds of jasmine puff tea. Though not as refined as the top teas, the added jasmine fragrance made it even more aromatic. Even Yunyang, stirring, couldn't stop sniffing as she worked. Looking at the dark sky, Yunyang worriedly asked, Master, it's dark and Mrs. Su hasn't returned, did something happen? Hearing this, Qingxiu also became concerned. Soon Taizhu brought in a note, Master, Madam asked a Chang'an city guard to send this letter. Qingxiu wanted to open it himself but, being blind, told Shuazi, bring someone who can read. A literate guard arrived, read the letter, written by Zhang Lao Dao, with awkward handwriting and some errors, and explained it after a while. Sending away the guards, Qingxiu said, Yunyang, we won't wait for her, let's eat first. Yunyang served 4 dishes and a soup, then brought her bowl to the kitchen door. She knew her place and refused to eat at the main table, always treating herself as a servant. Qingxiu, stepping out, said harshly, Yunyang, come inside and eat. No, no, master. Don't make me uncomfortable. I'm a servant, I can't eat with you and madam. She said firmly, refusing. Qingxiu angrily said, if you won't eat, I won't eat either. And I won't eat your cooking. Do you dare me to kick you out? Yunyang was timid. She began crying and slowly carried her bowl into the house, and he nearly laughed at how she clutched it close to her chest, using her bosom as a tray. Once she entered, he said, sit down and eat. Mrs. Su isn't here, but I can't finish 4 dishes and soup by myself. If you don't eat, it'll go to waste. We've barely started building, I won't waste food. With fear and relief, Yunyang nodded, then bent her head and ate, almost pressing her mouth to her chest. No one expected a formerly malnourished girl to have grown such. Qingxiu nodded in satisfaction, good. Eat up, it gives you strength to work. From now on, eat at the table. We don't have many rules. After you finish, help me fry tea. Yunyang flushed and hurried through her meal, afraid Qingxiu would scold her for eating slowly. After dinner, fire bowls were hung in the yard. Qingxiu and Yunyang worked until late into the quiet night, frying more than 10 caddies of jasmine tea and dozens of caddies of ordinary tea. Stretching, Qingxiu said, Yunyang, boil some water, I want to take a bath. Yunyang began boiling water. By the time Qingxiu finished bathing, it was already late at night. Exhausted by the day's work, he fell asleep soon after lying down. He didn't know how long he slept, but a sudden scream woke him, followed by loud clattering of pots and bowls falling. Qingxiu sprang up, grabbed his coat, took his cane, and rushed outside. The noise came from the shower room off the side chamber. Without hesitation he dashed in. Through his anime vision, he clearly saw Yunyang lying naked on the floor in the darkness, a metal basin and some clothes and a wooden comb on the floor beside her. Startled, Yunyang curled up, covering herself. Qingxiu asked anxiously, Yunyang, is that you? What happened? Indeed, in the dark he could see clearly, especially enhanced by his anime vision, and the scene was quite spectacular. Blushing, Yunyang stammered, no, nothing, master, I'm fine, I just slipped. Even with her left knee bleeding, she said she was fine? Qingxiu pretended not to notice. Outside, Shuazi's anxious voice called, Master, are you okay? Did someone break in? Qingxiu answered at the door, it's fine. There was a mouse in Yunyang's room, I killed it. Everything's fine. Thank goodness. Master, you should rest. I'll stand watch. Having learned from the Feng Fei wall climbing incident, Taizhu assigned 4 guards for night duty and would sound a gong if anything unusual happened. Qingxiu asked, Yunyang, did you get hurt? And no, Yunyang curled up more, replying weakly. Qingxiu said, tell me where you are. I'm blind. Let me help you up. Remembering his blindness, Yunyang relaxed and lowered her hands. Freed from covering herself, her imposing figure appeared in front of him. The sight stopped Qingxiu's breath, it was quite magnificent. Yunyang tried to rise, but pain shot through her knee and she collapsed again. Qingxiu rushed forward to support her, but accidentally touched something else. He frowned, huh? Yunyang, this isn't your arm, what part is this? Embarrassed, Yunyang tried to back away but he held firm. Finally, she pressed her forearm into his hand, Master, this is my arm. You grabbed the wrong place. He helped her up and scolded, how could you be so clumsy, falling in the shower? This is cement floor. Surely you're hurt. Tell me where it hurts. My knee, it hurts badly and it's bleeding, Yunyang said, voice trembling, almost in tears at her own foolishness. Since you're hurt, you can't stay here. I'll carry you back. He tossed aside his cane and lifted her in a princess carry. Throughout, he kept claiming his blindness as reason to brush against her 3 times. Blinded man hugging a lame woman, unforgettable. Heads up, he said, I can't see. Guide me. Yunyang, nearly in tears, said, Master, it's pitch dark. I don't have a fire striker. What do we do? Qingxiu sighed, I can't carry my cane while carrying you, so I'll just follow my feeling to bring you back. He staggered over to her room and placed her on the bed. Yunyang scrambled for the fire striker on the bedside. Eventually, she managed to light the candle. Since he was blind, she didn't worry about modesty. She checked her knee, a big wound, bleeding down her calf. She looked at Qingxiu, blushed, voice shaking, Master, you should go rest. All right, I'll leave. He turned and, bang, hit the wall. He rubbed his forehead. Damn, I nearly knocked myself out. Then he turned, slammed into the table, pushed it, and hit the wall again. Yunyang laughed out loud, then quickly sobered, worried, Master, wait, I'll escort you back to your room. Continuing to crash into things, he might never escape the room. With each bump, she felt anxious. She wrapped a light blue coat around him, shoes on, candle in hand, limped forward and supported him all the way to his bedroom. Noticing his bare, muddy feet, she blushed with tender concern. To see him worried about her that he didn't wear shoes warmed her heart. She saw her own blood on his abdomen. Softly, she said, Master, your feet are dirty and you're stained with my blood. Let me clean you. He didn't refuse. She limped back inside, bringing a basin of water. With him blind and no one else around, she didn't hold back. She wiped his blood, then his feet, and glanced at him as she worked. Having experienced such an intense moment, Qingxiu couldn't help a warm reaction. Spotting Yunyang inspecting him, he sighed, ah. She stopped and timidly asked, Master, why the sigh? He looked embarrassed and said, nothing. I'm just ashamed of how useless my body is. Understanding, she glanced at him, eyes shining. He shivered, startled, Yunyang, you. She silenced him by pressing 2 fingers to his lips. About half an hour later, candle in one hand and basin in the other, she limped back to her room. The next morning, Wei Laojiu arrived with several guards. Qingxiu instructed, Old Jiu, send this tea to Xinglong Tea Shop in Ani Lane, Chang'an. Give it to Madam to sell. Tell her, the jasmine-free tea is called Biluakun, and the jasmine tea is called Blossoming Jade Guanine. Make labels. Biluakun was a known name, Blossoming Jade Guanine was his name from last night, inspired by Yunyang and her anime vision. He continued, have her get some quality wooden barrels and tea jars. Price Biluakun at 5 taels per caddy, Blossoming Jade Guanine at 10 taels per caddy. Understood. Wei Laojiu nodded and had guards load over 200 caddies of tea onto carts. Yunyang, cheeks rosy, stood in the kitchen doorway and softly called, Ma. Master, breakfast is ready. Let's go eat. You come too. Blushing, she followed him and sat obediently. Qingxiu said, Yunyang, about last night, that. She almost buried her head but quickly stammered, Ma. Master, please don't mention it. I won't do it again. I won't cross the line. Startled, she stood, panic on her face. He took a deep breath and calmly said, I'm not blaming you. Sit and eat. From now on, when Madam isn't here, you serve me. Heh, men. Yunyang showed a face saying, of course you are. Inside the Hall of Martial Virtue. Civil and military officials were lined up in 2 rows. Li Er sat upright on the dragon throne and waved to the maid beside him, you all worked hard to come for the morning court. Distribute this tea to everyone, 1 cup each. Refill after they finish. Instantly, the hall was filled with the fragrance of tea, and the officials whispered to each other. Most were discussing the tea's aroma. Li Er said proudly, this is a tea drinking method I learned from the retired emperor. Have a taste. In the hall, the officials praised the tea making endlessly. Some even asked where the tea came from. Li Er was generous. The retired emperor said there's a tea shop in Ani Lane of the Eastern Market that specializes in this kind of tea. I've already sent people there. This tea has a fresh fragrance and a sweet aftertaste. It refreshes the mind. If you want more, you can go there after court. If you ask where new things spread the fastest, the answer is definitely Chang'an City. Especially the civil and military officials led by Li Er, who could influence all of the Tang dynasty's trends. Li Er just wanted to show off, but ended up benefiting others. Early in the morning, Li Yuan left the palace with Li Tai and guards. After arriving at the villa, they settled down. Usually, Li Yuan didn't disturb Qingxiu and his wife except for meals. Li Tai entered Qingxiu's house and, seeing Qingxiu with a black cloth over his face, respectfully bowed, "Master, your student is here for class." Qingxiu nodded. "Come, sit here." Li Tai sat on the left side of the small square table. Since ancient times, teacher and student don't sit face to face. The first to enter sits on the left, the later one on the right. Qingxiu asked, "Qing Ke, what do you want to learn?" Li Tai's eyes lit up. "Master, I want to learn the art of flying, to soar to the skies and bathe in the sea of clouds." Qingxiu scoffed, "You think flying is that easy? Besides, you're too fat. You can't fly at all." Li Tai immediately looked deflated and said helplessly, "Master, then how can I learn to fly? I can teach you the art of flying, but not now. You must lose weight first. Before that, I'll teach you some basics." Li Tai clenched his fists and said determinedly, "Master, please teach me how to lose weight. Very simple. Tomorrow morning, get up early and run with my household guards. No need to carry weight, just follow them. I'll also prepare a diet for you. You'll slim down quickly." Li Tai was already as fat as a ball. If this continued, his health would eventually suffer. People of this time didn't fully understand that obesity causes illness. Li Tai was excited. "Thank you, Master. So what are we learning today?" Qingxiu picked up a writing brush and began writing on xian paper. Li Tai looked shocked. "Master, you cannot see, yet you can still write?" Qingxiu said proudly, "This is my skill. Though blind, my heart sees clearly. I remember everything I touch, so I can use it like a normal person." "Master, you're amazing. What is this drawing?" "These are numbers. Today, you'll learn them. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 10. Yes, Qingxiu first taught Li Tai Arabic numerals. Compared to complex traditional characters, they are much simpler for accounting. Single digit is units, 2 digits are tens, 3 digits are hundreds, 4 digits are thousands, 9 digits are 10 million. After a while, Li Tai said happily, "Master, these numbers are amazing. Using them to count is simple and saves a lot of effort. The arrangement reveals great meaning. Master, you're a genius." Li Tai learned the number arrangement in just half an hour. No wonder Li'er was so fond of his son. Judging by his intelligence, the rumors were true. In just one morning, he learned to use Arabic numerals and even mastered addition and subtraction within 1,000. "Master, what will we learn this afternoon?" Qingxiu said, "Too much too fast is hard to digest. Just study this today. Practice addition and subtraction. Once you're skilled, we'll move on." Li Tai nodded. "Teacher, I understand. Knowledge can't be gained in one day. I'll continue to study addition and subtraction on my own. But first, I want to ask you a question." "Ask." Li Tai asked, "How can we solve drought problems?" Qingxiu asked curiously, "Why ask this?" Li Tai sighed calmly, My father said a drought happened at Xiaoguan. Tens of thousands of commoners may have no harvest. He and his officials are worried. I want to know if you have any good ideas." Qingxiu smiled and said, "Solving famine is a small matter." Li Tai got very excited. "Master, please teach me how to solve it." Knowing that Li Tai's father was the Tang Emperor Li'er, telling Li Tai meant telling Li'er. Qingxiu casually spoke for a cup of tea's time. Li Tai's little face turned red from excitement, and his eyes sparkled. He suddenly stood up and bowed. "Thank you, Master. I must go to Chang'an now to help my father solve this problem." Qingxiu waved his hand. "Go quickly." "Yes, Master." Li Tai ran out and called for the guards to bring a horse. The guards strongly suggested he take a carriage, but he refused and insisted on riding. In just the time of 3 incense sticks, he reached the Taiji Palace. Inside the Hall of Martial Virtue, the officials were still in court. A eunuch ran in and said, "Your Majesty, Prince Wei is here to see you." Li'er frowned. Didn't he go out with the retired emperor? Why is he back now? The eunuch said, "Prince Wei said he has a way to solve the Xiaoguan drought without spending grain or money." "Oh? Really?" Li'er raised an eyebrow and smiled at the officials. Chang Sun Wuji laughed. "Your Majesty, Prince Wei cares about the people." "That's good. But he's only 8. What does he know about such matters?" "Prince Wei cares about the people. Even at a young age, he eases your Majesty's burdens. I congratulate your Majesty and the Tang dynasty." "We congratulate your Majesty and the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, Prince Wei is too young to be involved in state affairs." "Don't cross the line," said a goat-bearded old man sarcastically. Chang Sun Wuji frowned. "Wei Zheng, His Majesty hasn't even agreed to let Prince Wei in, and you're already stirring trouble." Wei Zheng squinted and said, "Humph, Lord Changsun, His Majesty favors Prince Wei and has awarded him beyond the rules. This has caused dissatisfaction among other princes. I'm protecting him. Insolent! Changsun Wuji shouted angrily. Who do you say envies Prince Wei? His Majesty's sons? You insult their character. Your Majesty, this old thief insults the royal family. Please punish him. Wei Zheng sneered, Lord Changsun, don't exaggerate. I'm a counselor. I can speak in court. Whether it's accepted is His Majesty's decision, not yours. Humph, Changsun Wuji snorted coldly, old thief, you're stirring up conflict between His Majesty and the princes. You're vicious and should be punished. As Wei Zheng tried to argue, Li Er slammed the table in frustration, enough. You two, shut up. I'm not dead yet. This is the court, not a market. Why are you bickering like fishwives? Fujiji, Wei Zheng, both of you shut up. I'm tired. We'll discuss this another day. Court dismissed. If you have a petition, present it. If not, leave, shouted the eunuch. The officials hadn't left yet when Li Er said, senior officials from the 3 departments stay. Left and right prime ministers stay. Others go home. Also, bring Prince Wei to me. Wei Zheng's eyes widened in anger. Changsun Wuji mockingly said, what's wrong, old thief? Still here after court is dismissed? Want to mooch food? Prince Wei didn't break any rules by not attending court. Now that court is over, can't the emperor talk with his son? Wei Zheng wanted to speak but stopped, finally snorting and leaving the hall. Wei Zheng had been the former crown prince's supporter and even helped him suppress Li Er. Although Li Er let go of the past and used him, the old ministers of Tian Su House didn't trust him at all. Prince Wei, Li Tai, entered the hall covered in sweat. This made Li Er feel extremely distressed. He quickly asked a maid for a handkerchief, pulled Li Tai into his arms, and carefully helped him wipe his sweat, even complaining, Qin Ke, why are you sweating so much from running? Father Emperor. Li Tai, out of breath, patted his chest. Li Er hurriedly offered a cup of tea to help his son catch his breath. Speak slowly, don't rush. Calm down first, then talk. Li Tai took a sip of tea, rested a moment, and then spoke excitedly, Father Emperor, your son has an idea. Without spending a coin or grain from the national treasury, it can solve the famine in Xiaoguan. Changsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Xiao Yu and others all laughed. Li Er also laughed and asked, then tell Father Emperor, what's your method? Li Tai said seriously, Father Emperor, our great Tang indeed values the people, but merchants belong to the low class, even lower than commoners. This makes some people hesitant to go into business. More than half of Great Tang's wealth is in the hands of merchants. They're overflowing with riches. Why don't we collect more merchant taxes? If we raise the status of merchants in Great Tang, I believe many merchants won't oppose paying taxes. Increasing merchant taxes can not only quickly fill the treasury, but also encourage people to go into business. As more people trade, more tax is collected. Great Tang will soon become wealthy. Li Er and the others looked at each other. Changsun Wuji looked Li Tai up and down, surprised, Prince Wei, who told you these things? Li Tai respectfully replied, Uncle, don't worry about who told me. Anyway, taxing merchants is the fastest way to fill the treasury. Fang Xianling smiled and said, Prince Wei, you only see the benefits of taxing merchants but ignore the biggest drawback. If everyone goes into business, who will farm the fields? Without farming, where does grain come from? Li Tai proudly said, Grand Chancellor, it's simple. Father Emperor only needs to order that commoners in trade must not neglect farming. Nobles doing business who abandon fields shall be punished by law. If even such decrees can't stop the trend, then we collect grain tax as before, 2/10. If they can't pay, punish them. Won't the problem be solved? After speaking, Li Tai spread his hands, quite proud. Li Er almost spat out his tea. He looked at the ministers again. Fang Xianling pondered for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, Brilliant! Your Majesty, Prince Wei's method hits the mark. By taxing 2/10 as before, even if people do business, they won't neglect their land. If that's not enough, add another rule, the grain tax must be paid with grain from one's own fields. That perfectly solves it. Changsun Wuji was overjoyed, Qin Ke, you thought of all this? He and Du Ruhui looked at Li Tai with admiration, as if seeing the future of Great Tang. Li Er laughed heartily, my son is truly clever. He not only thought of increasing merchant tax to quickly fill the treasury, but also perfectly solved its drawbacks. Qin Ke, you are truly my lucky star. Li Tai scratched the back of his head and smiled foolishly, it's all thanks to the good teaching of my master. Li Er quickly shouted, Wang De, send 200 taels of silver and 10 bolts of silk from the inner palace to Wang Gue. Say it's my reward and thank him for training such a good son for me. Ha ha ha. Li Er laughed happily. Li Tai's small face wrinkled up, but thinking of Grandpa Emperor's words, he said nothing. He only sighed silently. Clearly, it was Master Qing's credit, but Wang Gui ended up getting the reward. If Grandpa Emperor hadn't ordered him not to tell Father Emperor anything about what happened in Sanha village, he would have mentioned Master Qing directly. Li Er said to Fang Xianling, have the Central Secretariat draft the decree. Also notify Li Yuansong and have the Ministry of Justice draft relevant laws. Find an auspicious day to issue the decree together. Great Tang will be prosperous. The more Li Er looked at Li Tai, the more he liked him. Li Tai said, Father Emperor, please don't. Why? Everyone was puzzled. Li Tai said, Father Emperor, I think the famine in Xiaoguan should be solved first. It's not too late to issue the policy afterward. Oh? Li Er squinted and smiled. Could it be, your famine solution is related to merchants? Li Tai grinned, yes, Father Emperor. Then tell me, how will you solve the Xiaoguan disaster? Li Tai said mysteriously, Father Emperor, it's not that I don't want to say, but if I say it now, it might not work. Please allow your son to keep it secret. Why not let your son handle the relief? Li Er frowned, Qingke, disaster relief is no game. One misstep and many could starve. Changsun Wuji bowed, Your Majesty, better let me go with Prince Wei to handle the matter. If something's not right, I can point it out in time and help improve it. Li Er nodded, okay, do as you suggest. Li Tai was overjoyed, thank you, Father Emperor. I'll depart for Xiaoguan tomorrow. In less than a month, the issue will be resolved. But before that, I wish to ask Father Emperor for a noble title, not a big one, just a baron. Li Er was confused, you're already Prince Wei. Why do you want a baron title? No need for Father Emperor to worry. Just grant it. Li Er laughed, all right, I'll draft the baron title decree and send it to your uncle's residence. As for whom to grant it to, let your uncle fill it out. You can choose anyone. Thank you, Father Emperor. Uncle, let's go. Li Tai eagerly urged Changsun Wuji to leave. Changsun Wuji laughed and followed him out of the Hall of Martial Virtue. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui shook their heads in private. His Majesty is clearly too partial to this son. Since ancient times, noble titles were a major state matter, needing approval from the royal clan, the Secretariat, and the Ministry of Rights. Li Er broke rules just to make it easy for his son, even letting him choose whoever he wanted to grant the title to. Li Er noticed their concerns and smiled, Gentlemen, I know this isn't child's play. I also want to see what my Prince Wei can really do to solve the Xiaoguan disaster. Let's wait and see. I'm curious too. After leaving the hall, Changsun Wuji asked with a smile, Qingke, tell uncle, what's your relief plan? Li Tai shook his head, Uncle, you'll see then. He bowed and said, Uncle, please help me gather all major grain merchants in Chang'an at 10 Fragrance Pavilion by noon tomorrow. I want to host a banquet. Changsun Wuji looked puzzled, why? Li Tai smiled mysteriously, you'll see. Please return to your residence. I need to go out of the city. Then he called his guards, mounted his horse, and left, leaving Changsun Wuji completely baffled. Su Xiaochun sat bored at the counter, resting her chin on her hand, helplessly watching the endless stream of people. Old Zhang the Blade and Old Ma the Second were also sitting inside the shop, dozing off. Su Xiaochun turned to look at a few large wooden barrels, with 2 labels stuck on them, Biluakan and Flower Fairy Jade Guanyin. Su Xiaochun sighed, it's been the whole morning, and we haven't sold a single coin's worth. Could these teas we roasted be a complete failure? Old Zhang and Old Ma didn't understand business at all and just kept dryly smiling. Madam, this old man thinks the Duke wouldn't do something without confidence. Yes, the Duke isn't a reckless person. Let's wait a bit longer. It was already close to noon. Though there were many people in the East Market, no one stopped by Xinglong Tea Shop. 1,000 ox guard on horseback in armor galloped over, dismounted in front of Xinglong Tea Shop, and walked directly inside. Shopkeeper, is your tea boiled or steeped? Su Xiaochun instantly became spirited and quickly explained, our tea is for steeping. Just use boiling water to brew it for drinking. She turned her head and said, Old Knife, quickly bring some Biluakan and Jade Guanyin for this lord to smell. Su Xiaochun smiled and said, Dear officer, our tea is really fragrant. It's fine if you don't buy, just smell it first. If you like it, then you can buy some. The guard smelled both teas and was immediately amazed by the aroma. He nodded and said, This should be the one. I'll take 3 jin of Biluakan and 3 jin of Flower Fairy Jade Guanyin. All right. Su Xiaochun excitedly began packing the tea, 6 canisters total. 3 of Biluakan, 3 of Jade Guanyin. That's 45 taels of silver in total. The guard didn't even blink and immediately slapped a 50-tael silver ingot on the table. After getting his change, the guard mounted his horse and rode away without looking back. Su Xiaochun stared at the 50-tael silver ingot and silly laughed like in a dream. We made a sale. We made a sale. Madam, more people are coming, a lot. They're probably coming for our shop. Su Xiaochun looked out and saw a group of carriages approaching, soon blocking the entire street. An official looked up at Xinglong tea shop and said with a smile, this should be the place. Shopkeeper, I want 1 jean of tea. Shopkeeper, I'll take 1 jean too. Oh, Lord Do, you're here for tea as well? So it's Lord Sun. I heard His Majesty recently rewarded you with the Lanling Garden? Hee, not really. Even Lord of the State of E is here for tea? Oh dear, black charcoal head. A chubby middle-aged man sneered at a dark, burly man, you old black stick came for tea too? Isn't that a waste? Yu Qigong rolled his shoulders and coldly laughed. Chang Yaojin, what the hell are you saying? Didn't you come for tea too? The two contrasted sharply. Chang Yaojin was plump and fair, looking friendly. Yu Qigong, on the other hand, was black as iron, tall and sturdy, 8 feet in height and girth, with shoulders broad enough for a horse to run across. Looking closer, he had no neck at all. Seeing the crowd lining up in front of the shop, Su Xiaochun knew big business had come and shouted outside, our Xinglong tea shop has 2 types of tea. One is Biluakun, the brewed tea is fragrant, sweet, refreshing, and invigorating. 5 taels of silver per jean. Old Zhang shouted, the second is flower fairy jade guanine. Not only fragrant and sweet, but it also whitens the skin. 10 taels of silver per jean. Limited supply, first come first served. Old Zhang craned his neck, smiled, and cupped his hands toward Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong. Lord Yuqi, Lord Cheng, long time no see. Cheng Yaojin stared and sized up old Zhang, then his eyes widened. Damn, isn't that old Zhang the blade? You're still alive? Old Zhang chuckled, thanks to you too, I'm strong and healthy, could easily live another 30 years. Yu Qigong laughed dryly, old knife, it's been nearly 10 years since we met. Back then, the two of us couldn't beat you even when we fought together. Old Zhang said, Lord Yuqi, Lord Cheng, how about we find a place and spar a bit later? Cheng Yaojin shrank his neck and shook his head, no way, I'm a civil official now, busy with state affairs. Where's the time to spar? Yu Qigong chuckled, heh, I'm a civil official too, just came to buy tea. Why are you selling tea now? Old Zhang cupped his hands, thanks to you both, I'm now enjoying life with a new boss, helping out at the new shop. If you're an old friend, I'll support your business. 5 jean of jade guanine. Cheng Yaojin slapped down a 50-tael silver ingot. Yu Qigong followed, 5 jean of jade guanine. Another 50-tael ingot. I'll take 5 jean too. I want 3 jean. I want 1 jean. 1 jean of Biluakun, 1 jean of jade guanine. Su Xiaochun smiled so hard her eyes nearly disappeared, busy collecting money, while old Ma and old Zhang packed the tea. Some merchants and young masters strolling the East Market saw the commotion and gathered over. What are they selling? Can't you see? Xinglong tea shop, they sell tea. This tea doesn't need boiling, just brew with boiling water. Fragrant and refreshing. Really? I'll try a jean too. More and more people joined the tea-buying crowd. In no time, the silver piled up into a small mountain. Li Tai bid farewell to Changsun Wuji and went to Sanha village, heading straight to Qingxiu's residence. Entering, he saw Qingxiu and the cook eating. Though starving, Li Tai upheld manners and bowed, Master, I've returned. Sit down and eat. Li Tai sat down to eat, 4 dishes, 1 soup, plus braised meat and meatballs. While eating, Li Tai praised, Master, your cook's skills are amazing. I've eaten countless delicacies in Chang'an, yet none taste as good as this simple meal. May I send 2 cooks to learn from Aunt Yunyang? Aunt Yunyang? Qingxiu twitched his mouth. Yunyang panicked, blushed, glanced repeatedly at Qingxiu, then lowered her head, shyly eating without looking up. Li Tai blinked, did I say something wrong? Qingxiu said sternly, call her sister Yunyang. She's not married yet, still a maiden. Li Tai said awkwardly, I thought Yunyang was your second wife. That was a perfect blow. Yunyang covered her face with a bowl and ran to the kitchen, not coming out again. Qingxiu snapped, if you're so good at talking, talk more. What did you do back in the city? Li Tai respectfully said, Master, I told Father everything you taught me. But don't worry, I didn't mention you. Father agreed to let me and Uncle handle the matter. Qingxiu frowned, you're only 8, and you dare do this? Li Tai proudly said, Father loves me the most. He accepted my proposal, even awarded me, and let me handle the Xiaoguan disaster. Qingxiu flipped his chopsticks and said, give me your hand. Li Tai was confused but reached out. Qingxiu struck his palm 3 times with the chopsticks, leaving it red and swollen. Li Tai held back tears, eyes wet, and asked, Master, why did you hit me? Qingxiu frowned, to teach you a lesson. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be blown down. A little success made you arrogant. Remember, you're still a child. If you show off too much, you'll invite jealousy and disaster. Qingke, remember one thing, if heaven wants to destroy someone, it first makes them arrogant. You're too young to compete with adults. Your father might tolerate you, but others won't. If you do everything yourself, others will feel useless, and their status threatened. That's not good for you, especially in officialdom. You must learn to hide your talents and protect yourself. Understand? Li Tai suddenly understood, stood up, and bowed solemnly. Master, your lesson is right. I was wrong. He also firmly remembered Qingxiu's words in his heart. After Li Tai finished eating, he left. Sitting in the carriage, he thought the whole way about what Qingxiu had told him and finally figured something out. That was, in the future, he should avoid showing off, even if he had to, it should only be in front of Father Emperor. At the same time, he warned himself, don't be arrogant, don't be conceited. Master truly is a good teacher. To be accepted as his student, how fortunate I am. After understanding this, Li Tai laughed happily. By evening, Su Xiaochun and old Zhang the Blade had returned by carriage. As for Lord Ma II, he had voluntarily chosen to stay at the shop to watch over the tea that hadn't been sold yet. As soon as Su Xiaochun got off the carriage, she excitedly ran home, shouting while running, "Husband, husband, I'm back." At that moment, Qingxiu was in the courtyard opening up a vegetable garden. From the wall to the main house, there was a plot of over 100 square feet, which he and Yunyang had already turned over. Since the weather was warm, he had decided to plant the seeds he had brought through time tomorrow. Upon hearing Su Xiaochun's voice, Yunyang's expression turned panicked and she seemed flustered. After all, she was just a servant, secretly stealing food behind the wife's back. Aside from guilt, she felt uneasy. What if they got caught? She was scared. Qingxiu slapped Yunyang on the butt and said unhappily, "Why panic? Use the nerves you had when you bragged last night. Put your heart back in your chest." Yunyang's face burned, and even her forehead began to sweat. With this half-baked mentality, she still wanted to act like a mistress? She'd probably get caught before anything started. Fortunately, at the moment Su Xiaochun only had silver on her mind and completely ignored Yunyang. That eased Yunyang's heart, and she wasn't so flustered anymore. Qingxiu smiled and said, "Wife, why are you so happy?" Su Xiaochun grabbed Qingxiu's hand and tried to pull him outside. "Husband, come, I'll show you silver." Qingxiu said irritably, "Your husband is blind, what silver is there to see?" "Oh right, I forgot husband can't see." Su Xiaochun smiled foolishly and said excitedly, "Husband, guess how much silver we made today?" Qingxiu said, 500 taels? 810 taels. Husband, we made a total of 810 taels today. Su Xiaochun was a bit too excited. Qingxiu nodded, as expected. Su Xiaochun continued, "There's something I don't understand. Bilyuakun is cheaper than jade guanine by 5 taels, yet far more people bought jade guanine. We sold only 30 jin of Bilyuakun, but 70 jin of jade guanine." Qingxiu said, "Not much. After another 2 days of fermentation, we'll sell 2,000 taels a day. Maybe even Hu merchants and Persian traders will buy from our shop. Sales will go up even more." Su Xiaochun took out a handkerchief, wiped her sweat, and smiled, "Husband, I'll go arrange for people to move the silver." "Go ahead. Yunyang, you come help too." Oh. Su Xiaochun called for the house guards, moved several wooden boxes into the bedroom, and after everyone left, she went to the head of the bed, opened a floorboard, and began putting silver into the underground silver vault. The silver vault was something she and Qingxiu dug before laying the floor. It could hold at least tens of thousands of taels. Qingxiu said irritably, "Just this bit of silver and you're storing it? Don't bother. We need to buy fresh tea tomorrow. Store it later when there's more." Su Xiaochun slapped her forehead, began moving the silver back out, and laughed awkwardly, "Sorry, I made a fool of myself. I forgot we still need to restock. Tea isn't a one-time sale." Qingxiu had no way of dealing with this penny pincher. That night, after bathing, the two lay on the bed. Su Xiaochun exhaled deeply, finally a moment to relax. Today was exhausting. Those officials in Chang'an City seemed crazy buying tea. At first, I didn't get it. Then I realized, it started from the palace. "Husband, you're truly amazing." Qingxiu said mischievously, "Then is there a reward?" Su Xiaochun blushed, her eyelashes fluttered, and she said shyly, "Husband, what reward do you want?" "No need for rewards. Just fulfill what you promised me. From now on, listen to everything I say. Let's start now." Qingxiu whispered something in her ear with a wicked grin. "Ah?" Su Xiaochun glanced at the seal, her shy eyes looked like they could drip water. Her cheeks blushed, and her cherry lips blew warm breath into Qingxiu's ear. The sweet whispers lasted until midnight. Early next morning, Su Xiaochun went to the tea shop early. Qingxiu invited Geng Taicheng to his home. The two chatted while drinking tea. Qingxiu said, "Uncle Geng, I plan to build a factory in Sanha village. I need you to organize some workers. Also, for all masons helping with house construction, give them 10 more won per day. For the factory building team, give them 50 won per day." Geng Taicheng asked, "What's a factory?" Qingxiu smiled, "It's a workshop." "Oh, a workshop. No problem. I'll go organize them later." "Qingxiu, what's the workshop for?" "To make tea." Qingxiu didn't hide it from Geng Taicheng and said directly, "I've asked my wife to go to the brokerage to buy slaves. Once the workshop opens, the slaves will handle the operations and produce tea in large quantities." Geng Taicheng said hesitantly, "Qingxiu, why not let the women in the village help you make tea? Why let the slaves do everything?" Qingxiu shook his head. "The tea-making process is simple. Almost anyone can learn just by watching. Though tea can make money, it won't last. In less than 6 months, many will figure out the process." "Uncle Geng, to be honest, everyone has selfish motives, including me. But I promised to make the village wealthy, and I won't go back on my word." Geng Taicheng nodded. "Qingxiu, I'm glad you told me this. I believe you're not a selfish person." Qingxiu smiled bitterly. "Uncle Geng, don't praise me yet. Wait until we're all wealthy. Besides building the workshop, I plan to gather all the women in the village and assign them small businesses. Though these small businesses won't make them rich, earning a few or even dozens of taels a month is no problem. After the workshop team is formed, I'll hold training sessions for the women." Geng Taicheng cupped his hands and smiled. "With your words, I feel at ease. We villagers don't seek great wealth, just enough to eat and wear. If the women can earn some extra money each month, they'll be more than satisfied." After sending off Geng Taicheng, Qingxiu began thinking about his next steps. First, the street vendor business was still profitable, and in Great Tang, it wasn't regulated. No need to push carts around. In just one morning, he thought of many street-side small businesses. All required time and endurance to make hard-earned money, which he currently didn't value. Even if the tea business failed, he had the wine business. If wine failed, he could still make soap. If soap didn't work, he'd make perfume. If perfume didn't work, he'd make glass. Colored glass beads in this era were worth a fortune. The construction team for the workshop was formed smoothly. Because of this, many people argued fiercely to get into the workshop construction team. After all, the daily wage was 50 won more than other construction teams, so naturally, there was competition. Today's Sanha village was no longer the Sanha village from 2 months ago. Everywhere there were red brick and tile houses, which looked festive. Anyone passing by would stop to look, showing envy in their eyes. At noon, in the largest private room of the 10 Fragrance Pavilion, a group of well-dressed grain merchants were all smiling flatteringly as they toasted Changsun Wuji, while Li Tai was comically standing on a chair picking food. Changsun Wuji normally only interacted with high-ranking officials and noble dukes, and had never dealt with these flattering merchants. Although his own family also ran an iron business, half of which was for the royal family, even then he dealt only with officials and shop managers. After several rounds of wine and 5 flavors of dishes, a fat grain merchant squinted and flattered, "Lord Changsun, you are a minister assisting the nation. Usually, we little merchants can't even get a chance to visit. Why would you be so kind today to invite us lowly merchants for a banquet?" Changsun Wuji suppressed his disgust and smiled. "You are all the biggest grain merchants in Guangzhou. Gathering you here today is indeed for something important." "What is it?" "We are all ears." 5 or 6 grain merchants pricked up their ears. Changsun Wuji continued, "To be honest, let me reveal something to you. Yesterday in the morning court, His Majesty proposed to abolish the lowly status of merchants." "What? Abolish the low status of merchants?" One grain merchant's face turned red with excitement. "Heavens! Is this true? This is too good. If merchant status is abolished, even if I die, I can face my ancestors with pride." One merchant even began to cry, "His Majesty is wise. We merchants are so poor that all we have is money. But being of low status, no matter how much we earn, it always feels stifling. If this status is abolished, I'm willing to donate 1,000 dan of grain to the court." "Me too. I'll donate 2,000 dan." Changsun Wuji glanced at Li Tai and sighed, "Alas, but after His Majesty proposed abolishing the merchant status, it faced strong opposition from the ministers. Some said you merchants only care about profit, not conscience. Others said you are bloodsuckers feeding off the people, buying low, selling high, not worthy of sympathy. Others said merchants value profit over integrity, all blinded by money. Lord Changsun, that's unfair. One grain merchant slapped his thigh and cried, we may be lowly merchants, but we're not heartless. During the disaster relief under Wu De's reign, didn't we sell the grain we collected to the court at original prices? Yes. Did we earn even a single copper coin? Yet they slander us like this? Lord Changsun, what did His Majesty say? Changsun Wuji patted Li Tai and said, this is His Majesty's beloved son, Prince Wei. Everyone was shocked and immediately bowed respectfully to Li Tai. Forgive us, Prince Wei, we failed to recognize you. So it's Prince Wei, truly a remarkable presence. Prince Wei has inherited His Majesty's style. Changsun Wuji was already tired of hearing the merchants flatter and quickly said, it was Prince Wei who strongly opposed the criticism and said that the people of Great Tang are honest by nature. If merchants are blinded by money, it's only momentary. Prince Wei said merchants are not all bootlickers or parasites. They're just blinded by wealth and lack opportunities to show their sincerity. Prince Wei, already ill with cold, even knelt in His Majesty's chamber all night until dawn. Only then did His Majesty. Li Tai quickly interrupted, Uncle, don't say that. I just couldn't bear merchants being labeled as lowly. Besides, I didn't kneel all night, only half the night. Father Emperor then told me to wait for news back home. Li Tai smiled innocently, hard work pays off. This morning, Father Emperor, after much opposition, agreed to my proposal. But abolishing merchant status is a big matter and needs further discussion. I only managed to earn you merchants a chance to be seen differently by the officials. It's not some great merit. Ah, Prince Wei truly has sympathy for us merchants. As he spoke, Changsun Wuji secretly wiped his eye corners. Anyone could see he was just putting on a show. Thank you, Prince Wei, for restoring our name. If there's another life, I'd serve Prince Wei as a horse or ox to repay the kindness. Prince Wei is truly a living bodhisattva for us merchants. Please accept our bow, Prince Wei. Li Tai looked at them with pity, why are you doing this? You are all elders, don't humble me so. Let me show you something. Li Tai pulled out an imperial edict from his sleeve and raised it high, this is the edict I got after kneeling half the night. Father Emperor issued this for you, under heavy pressure from officials. An edict? Prince Wei, what does it say? Quick, kneel and receive the decree. One merchant had already knelt in eagerness. Li Tai opened the edict and laid it before them, saying, this edict is not for all of you, only for one of you. You can all read what it says. There are over 100,000 disaster victims in Xiaoguan. You are all old, established grain merchant families. Whoever can provide 50,000 dan of grain to aid the victims will be granted a baron title. 1 dan of grain feeds a family of 3 for more than a month. If they eat sparingly, it lasts 2 months. For over 100,000 victims, calculated as 30,000 families, less than 2 dan per family can last until the autumn harvest. With grain, people can plant fall crops, and in just over 3 months, a harvest will relieve the famine. 50,000 dan of grain? Phew! This, 50,000 dan of grain. The merchants stared at Li Tai in disbelief. Li Tai looked at them and said unhappily, what? Is 50,000 dan a lot? Have you forgotten that someone once spent a fortune and still couldn't get a title? Do you really think noble titles in Great Tang are so easy to get? Do you know how much grain a fortune can buy? 1 guan, string of coins, buys 2 dan. Even with over 20,000 guan of silver, it's just enough. This is a chance to bring honor to your ancestors. Miss it, and you may never get it again. The grain merchants all hesitated. Li Tai sneered, it's just 50,000 dan. Great Tang collects hundreds of thousands of guan in taxes each year. Taking out a few tens of thousands for disaster relief should be effortless. If you're not interested, then forget it. I won't waste words with you. I'll just return this edict and drop the idea of abolishing merchant status. Uncle, let's go. Li Tai turned and pulled Changsun Wuji to leave. Just as they stepped out of the private room, Changsun Wuji smiled, patted Li Tai on the head, and gave a thumbs up. Qingke, you're getting more and more eloquent, well done. Even your uncle feels ashamed in comparison. Li Tai, however, held out 5 fingers and softly counted, 1, 2, 3. As soon as he said, 3, a fat grain merchant anxiously rushed out and knelt before Li Tai, grabbing the imperial edict tightly, his face full of flattery. Your Highness, Prince Wei, please wait. I'm willing to provide 50,000 dan of grain to relieve the disaster victims. Another merchant rushed out, also anxious. Your Highness, if a title is involved, I'm willing to provide 80,000 dan of grain for relief. This is a great opportunity to bring honor to my ancestors. If I miss it, I may never get another chance. I'll provide 80,000 dan. The fat merchant shouted angrily, Zhou Yuantong, are you going against me on purpose? I asked Prince Wei first. Zhou Yuantong sneered, "Fatty son, the higher bidder wins. I must get this title. With it, I'll become the biggest grain merchant in Guangzhou in a few years." Fatty son fumed, "Do you even have that much grain? I remember you only collected 50,000 dan last year." Prince Wei, don't believe him, he doesn't even have that much grain. Zhou Yuantong gritted his teeth, "I don't have it now, but I can buy it. I still have tens of thousands of taels of silver at home, why should I worry about buying grain?" The remaining 4 merchants stood at the door, anxious but helpless. They simply couldn't offer 80,000 dan. The biggest grain merchant in Guangzhou was this fatty son. After Zhou Yuantong spoke, he flattered Li Tai, "Your Highness, my 50,000 dan will arrive soon. The remaining 30,000 I will deliver within half a month. How about that?" Hee. Fatty son panicked, "Prince Wei, I came first." Li Tai hesitated, "Boss son, I mean no disrespect, but he offered 80,000 dan, 30,000 more than you." Zhou Yuantong proudly said, "Stupid fatty, trying to compete with me? You're still too green." Fatty son's face turned red with anger, "You bastard Zhou Yuantong. We're now mortal enemies. Prince Wei, I'll offer 100,000 dan, let's see you compete with that." Zhou Yuantong was stunned, then growled, "You're ruthless, Fatty Sunday. We'll see." Then he stormed off angrily. Fatty son looked smug. Even Changsun Wuji inhaled sharply at the mention of 100,000 dan. 1 dan of grain is 100 jin, and in Great Tang, 1 jin is 16 taels, around 600 grams. That means 1 dan weighs about 120 jin now. 100,000 dan equals about 6,000 tons. At 5 qian per jin, 1 dan costs 500 qian. So, 100,000 dan equals 50,000 taels of silver. Li Tai calmly handed over the edict and said, "I keep my word. The edict is yours. But the Prince of Wei's seal will only be stamped after all the grain arrives. Boss son, start dispatching the grain to the Prince of Wei's residence tomorrow." Fatty son excitedly looked over the edict again and again, then tucked it away like a treasure. He thanked Li Tai profusely, gave a triumphant glance at his peers, and rushed home to prepare the grain. Changsun Wuji and Li Tai got into the carriage outside 10 Fragrance Pavilion. Changsun Wuji sighed, "This fatty son really is a grain merchant with generations of wealth in Guanyi. He pulled out 100,000 dan just like that, more generous than His Majesty himself." Li Tai squinted and smiled, "Uncle, the reason I picked Fatty son is because he's greedy and lustful, and he's also the biggest grain merchant in Guanyi. 100,000 dan is nothing to him. I had someone investigate him yesterday. He collected over 200,000 dan of grain last year alone. In previous years, it was over 100,000 each year. With generations of accumulated wealth, he's probably richer than the treasury. He's a true parasite feeding off the people. Many families have been ruined because of him. Gathering evidence of his crimes will be easy. So slaying him brings me no guilt." Changsun Wuji praised, "Qin Ke, after disaster relief, you still plan to deal with him?" Li Tai nodded. "Master said, those who feed on the people's blood, everyone has the right to kill. Those who serve the people, everyone should respect. This fatty son has sucked too much from the people, it's time he gave it back. Master also said, you must fatten the pig before slaughtering it." Changsun Wuji's scalp tingled. His face turned ugly. "I didn't expect Wang Gue to be this cunning. He's from a prestigious Confucian family. Who knew he could devise such ruthless schemes?" Li Tai almost spoke, but remained silent. He didn't plan to reveal Qingxiu. Changsun Wuji suddenly smiled, "That's fine too. An invisible edict, secretly granting a title, no one knows. After the relief work, we collect evidence and strip him of the title. Qin Ke, even I admire you now." Changsun Wuji now felt his own mind wasn't even as sharp as this 8-year-old boy. Li Tai looked forward firmly and said seriously, "Uncle, Master taught me. Without him, I'd never have thought of this. He's truly a rare talent." Changsun Wuji wanted to argue but said nothing, only shook his head. Suddenly, Li Tai said, "Stop at the corner ahead." After the carriage stopped, Changsun Wuji asked in confusion, "Qin Ke, why are we stopping?" Li Tai smiled innocently, "Waiting for someone." "Waiting? Who?" Changsun Wuji was puzzled. But moments later, he understood, because a tall, thin man appeared before the carriage and bowed. "Zhou Yuantong greets Prince Wei and Lord Changsun." Changsun Wuji opened his mouth, a drop of cold sweat ran down his temple. He quickly looked at Li Tai. Li Tai smiled and lifted the curtain. "Boss Zhou, have your son report to the Prince of Wei's residence in half a month." Zhou Yuantong bowed, "Thank you, Prince Wei. I take my leave." After he left, Changsun Wuji stared at Li Tai like he'd seen a ghost. "Qin Ke, was that also your master's idea?" Li Tai nodded awkwardly, "Yes, uncle. Master taught me this too. Changsun Wuji's expression shifted. In his mind appeared the image of a kindly, stern-faced old man, Wang Gui. He couldn't believe today's events were connected to that old man. First lure Fatty Son with a title, then provoke him with Zhou Yuan Tong, and finally, prepare to slaughter the fat pig. This seamless scheme shocked even Changsun Wuji. He couldn't have come up with it in 2 days. This Wang Gui is hiding deep. Changsun Wuji decided to stay far away from Wang Gui in the future, and also remind the emperor. Li Tai asked, "Uncle, what's wrong?" Changsun Wuji shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Qin Ke, when did you plan this with Zhou Yuan Tong?" Li Tai replied, "Last night, I sent someone to his house, promised to be his backer, and arranged for his son to serve in my residence. As long as he doesn't make major mistakes, I can protect him and help him become the biggest grain merchant in Guangzhou. Don't worry, uncle. I investigated Zhou Yuan Tong. He's an honest merchant, never used underhanded tricks. That's why he's always been beneath Fatty Sunday." But, Li Tai continued, "Uncle, don't tell Father Emperor yet. Let's finish the disaster relief first, then report it." "All right." Changsun Wuji agreed happily. And decided to visit Wang Gui soon. Fatty Sun had been entrenched in Guangzhou for many years and had grain depots all over. Early in the morning, he began organizing the gathering and transporting of grain. By noon, he had collected 60,000 dan of grain from around Chang'an. Together with 40,000 dan from the Xiaoguan grain depot, it totaled 100,000 dan. Since it was for the court, he dared not cut corners, each dan of grain even weighed an extra pound. Li Tai and Changsun Wuji led a few left-guard soldiers to start transporting the grain. Although Xiaoguan was only 30 to 40 li away, due to poor ancient transportation, moving grain was slow. Even at that distance, it would take 6 or 7 days to arrive. After dark, they camped at nearby relay stations. The next morning, Changsun Wuji got up early, but Li Tai was nowhere to be seen. When he got to Li Tai's room, the 2 maidservants quickly saluted him. Changsun Wuji frowned and asked, "Prince Wei hasn't woken up yet? First time traveling far, he must be tired. Let him rest a bit longer. Have the station prepare some food to be sent over later." One maid replied, "Lord Changsun, Prince Wei isn't in the room. He left before dawn." Changsun Wuji was stunned. "Left before dawn? Where did Prince Wei go? Did he take guards with him?" The maid whispered, "His Highness said he went out for a run. His personal guards are with him." "Running?" Changsun Wuji's eyes widened, puzzled. "What is running?" In the Tang army, they didn't practice running for fitness. Training methods were simpler, using military sticks, lifting rocks as weights, or sparring. The term running was new to Changsun Wuji. "Forget it. I'll ask him myself when he returns." Soon, Li Tai came back into the station, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Changsun Wuji hurried over. "Qin Ke, why are you so exhausted? If your father emperor saw you like this, he'd be heartbroken. Here, wipe your sweat." He pulled out a handkerchief and handed it to him. Li Tai didn't mind and wiped his sweat while gasping. "Uncle, master said the root of illness lies in fatness. He said I'm too fat, and if I stay like this, I'll get sick sooner or later. So I run to lose weight." Changsun Wuji glanced at his own big belly and said awkwardly, "I'll run with you tomorrow." So, on the road to Xiaoguan, for 6 days, Li Tai ran every day with Changsun Wuji. Even after reaching the county office in Xiaoguan, no matter how busy the relief work was, he kept running 10 li each day. After half a month of disaster relief, Li Tai had visibly slimmed down. That morning, the ministers were discussing the matter of relocating the morning court from Wuda Hall to Taiji Hall. A guard rushed into Wuda Hall. "Report. Right Chancellor and Prince Wei have returned from disaster relief in Xiaoguan. They are now at the palace gate." Li Er was overjoyed and quickly said, "Summon them into the hall." He hadn't seen his beloved son in half a month. He had even dreamed of Li Tai several times, waking up in the middle of the night in a daze. Now that his son was back, how could he not be excited? A remonstrance official stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, Prince Wei is still young. It's too early for him to be involved in state affairs. Disaster relief is no joke. Letting your young son lead the effort, won't that make people think you treat the victims lightly?" Li Er frowned. "Half a month ago, I ordered Prince Wei to lead the relief effort and had the right chancellor guide him. There would be no error. Why are you only now questioning this? What is your intent?" The remonstrance official looked flustered and glanced at Wei Zheng, then said stiffly, "Your Majesty, I am a censor. It is my duty to raise issues with any policy that violates court regulations. That was the original purpose of the censorate. I meant no harm, just wanted to remind your Majesty that Prince Wei is too young to be given merit too early." Li Er glared, emanating authority. "So you're saying I'm favoring Prince Wei?" Trying to grant him undue merit? The official panicked. Your Majesty, that's not what I meant. I meant. Enough. Li Er sat down and slammed the table. Silence. I know he's young. Do you think I'd be heartless enough to let my beloved son endure the elements for half a month? If Prince Wei hadn't proposed a way to resolve the Xiaoguan drought without spending a single coin or grain from the treasury, would I have sent him? Do any of you have a solution like that? Do you? The official was so terrified he said nothing and bowed to the ground. Li Er scolded, "Get out." The official obediently withdrew. Wei Zheng raised his eyelids and lazily said, "Your Majesty, the censor's role is to correct your mistakes." Though Lord Wang's words were a bit sharp, his intentions were good. Can't Your Majesty even accept suggestions anymore? Why bother having a censorate then? Might as well dissolve us. I could retire. Li Er laughed in anger. Wei Zheng, I won't argue with you. Right now, the priority isn't arguing, but seeing what results Prince Wei and the right Chancellor achieved. You, Herald, what are you waiting for? Summon them. At this, Wei Zheng knew that disaster relief mattered more than nitpicking, so he stopped talking. Soon, one tall and one short figure entered the hall. Li Er squinted at them. Changsun Wuji was tanned, and his belly was gone. He looked rougher now. As for Li Tai, he no longer looked like a ball. Compared to half a month ago, Li Tai was completely different. Once a fair, chubby, cheerful-looking boy, he was now visibly tanner and much leaner. Half a month ago, he had been about 1.1 meters tall and weighed nearly 100 jin. After daily runs and eating more nutritious food, he had grown a few centimeters and lost 20 jin of fat, now weighing 80 jin. Li Er's eyes widened in disbelief. The civil and military officials were also stunned, staring at the two like refugees. Li Er's eyes turned red. He glared fiercely at the censor. Censorate officials, look carefully, who is this standing before you? This is my son. Just half a month ago, he was still plump. Now for the sake of disaster relief, he's become this thin. And you still say I gave him merit for nothing? He's lost so much weight, doesn't he deserve credit? As he spoke, Li Er was moved to tears, looking at Li Tai with heartache and guilt. He deeply regretted sending his son on such a hard mission. Changsun Wuji bowed, Your Majesty, I, Changsun Wuji, and Prince Wei have returned from the disaster relief mission. We did not fail. The drought in Xiaoguan has been completely resolved, and everything Prince Wei said was confirmed. This mission did not cost the court a single coin or grain. Prince Wei also bowed, Father Emperor, not only did we not use any state funds, but Uncle and I also brought back 30,000 dan of grain. Li Er was stunned, unable to believe his ears. The officials exchanged glances. Is that possible? They went for relief work, didn't spend silver or grain, and even brought back 30,000 dan. Is such a good thing even real? Heavens, how did Prince Wei manage this? Disaster relief without spending money, and even profited? The civil officials were shocked. Even the military officers stared in disbelief. Li Er said excitedly, Right Chancellor, Prince Wei, explain this to us. How did disaster relief result in bringing back 30,000 dan of grain? Prince Wei replied, Father Emperor, I'm tired. I want to rest. Please let Uncle explain. Li Er immediately said, Someone, bring the dragon carriage. Escort Prince Wei to my chambers. Serve him well. Whatever he wants, give it to him. Quickly. Li Tai smiled and shook his head, No need, Father. I want to leave the palace and share this news with Grandfather. I'll stay at his home tonight. Please allow it. Li Er hesitated, then spoke with a tinge of sadness, Qin, I haven't even had a proper word with you, and you want to leave? All right, but come back tomorrow. Understand? Yes, Father Emperor. Li Tai took his leave and went to Sanha village with his guards. He now couldn't wait to share the good news with his teacher. After Li Tai arrived, he urgently asked, Right Chancellor, explain to me and everyone how you managed to carry out disaster relief without costing the court a single coin or grain, and even brought back 30,000 dan of grain. Changsun Wuji did not speak but looked toward Minister of Rights Wang Gue. He cupped his hands and said, This was all thanks to Lord Wang Gue. Majesty, it was Lord Wang who gave the idea to Prince Wei. Why not have him explain everything? All the ministers, including Li Tai, turned to Wang Gue, a goat-bearded, kindly-looking, scholarly old man. Wang Gue was 57 years old, in poor health, somewhat stooped, and looked older than his age. Hearing Changsun Wuji's words, Wang Gue was stunned. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Li Tai asked curiously, Wang Gue, did you teach me the method of disaster relief? Wang Gue came to his senses and said with confusion, Majesty, I don't understand. Although I am Prince Wei's teacher, I haven't seen him for over 10 days, nor did I teach him any method for disaster relief. The officials were all shocked. Changsun Wuji scolded, "Lord Wang, don't pretend. With this much scheming, if not you, then who?" Wang Gue panicked and beat his thigh. "Majesty, Right Chancellor, I truly did not teach Prince Wei. I didn't even know about this. Also, why did you reward me with 100 taels of silver last time?" He was still confused. First he was rewarded without reason, and now he was being credited with teaching the disaster relief method. Changsun Wuji frowned. "It wasn't you?" Wang Gue shook his head like a rattle. No, Lord Changsun is mistaken. Whoever taught Prince Wei the method is definitely someone else. Changsun Wuji raised an eyebrow. Someone else? Li Tai stared and asked, "And the proposal to raise merchant tax, was that not taught by you either?" "Raise merchant tax?" Wang Gue shook his head in confusion. "Majesty, I had no idea." Li Tai nodded. "If you don't know, then wait until Prince Wei returns to the palace. I'll ask him personally." "Right Chancellor, you tell us how you did the relief." Changsun Wuji stopped arguing with Wang Gue and began, "Majesty, do you remember the noble title edict?" "I remember. Was it useful?" Changsun Wuji smiled. "Very much so, and for a big purpose. Prince Wei and I invited all major grain merchants in Guanyi, presented the edict, and said whoever provides relief grain would be made a baron. A merchant surnamed Sun rushed to supply us with grain. 50,000 dan would have sufficed. But another surnamed Zhou promised 80,000 dan in exchange for a title. Sun only secured the edict by supplying 100,000 dan. I thought that was the end, but Prince Wei had already bribed Zhou's storekeeper, pushing the offer from 50,000 to 100,000 dan. Only 50,000 dan was used for relief. 20,000 dan was given along the route to victims. The remaining 30,000 dan was all brought back and is piled at Prince Wei's mansion." Li Tai applauded. "Great. Such a plan, I'm ashamed I didn't think of it. This person is truly talented." In Tang, talents are everywhere, but hidden among the people. "Majesty, why not appoint this person to office? Did he also teach Prince Wei to raise merchant taxes?" One civil official jumped up frowning. "Your Majesty, this is extremely improper." "How so?" Li Er asked. The civil official said, "Although the relief cost nothing, a noble title was still handed out. How many soldiers died on the battlefield and never got a title? Handing out titles so easily, won't that discourage the army? Merchants, driven by profit, will swarm to get titles. If Tang has more famines, will we need more titles? Besides, we don't know what merchants will do once they gain a title. If they abuse power over local people, how can Tang remain upright? Your Majesty, we must not set this precedent." The ministers nodded in agreement. Changsun Wuji replied, "No harm done." The title edict stayed secret. Meanwhile, Prince Wei investigated Merchant Sun, collected evidence of his abuse of the people. Once sent to the court of justice, Sun could be stripped of his title and imprisoned. This matter was anticipated. Prince Wei has already prepared for it. Many officials gasped in shock. Prince Wei's tactical mind is truly meticulous. With such wicked cunning, this person, who is he? How can such a ruthless method come from a youngster? Majesty, make sure Prince Wei doesn't learn from this person. Your Majesty, Wei Jing spoke with concern, a young royal should learn virtue and righteousness. Associating with such cynical plotting may corrupt him. Majesty, consider carefully. Li Er looked hesitant. He feared his son might have learned from this person. Even generals from the old Tian's Guard, long opposed to Wei Zheng, stood up and advised caution. Your Majesty, as the censure minister correctly said, morals come first. This person behind Prince Wei's plans is ruthless. Don't let Prince Wei learn such evil tactics. Prince Wei is bright and quick to learn. What's scary isn't that he knows these methods, but that he absorbs their evil intent. Uncle Bao is right. Chang Yaojin nodded. Changsun Wuji immediately realized the gravity. He too nodded. Your counsel is sound. Li Er asked, Right Chancellor, do you also feel this is improper? Changsun Wuji didn't speak but bowed his head. He too was unsure. Li sighed, Fin. Let tomorrow's court decide. Let Prince Wei come and argue. If he can't defend, he'll stay in the palace and stop seeing this person. All correct. Dismiss. The ministers filed out, murmuring about Prince Wei and his backer. Meanwhile, Li Tai had already arrived at Qingxiu's home. Qingxiu, seeing Li Tai's appearance via a vision, was shocked and asked, Qing Ke, how did you get so slim? Li Tai paused, puzzled. Master, how did you notice I lost weight? Qingxiu pointed to his ear. My eyes are blind, but my ears aren't deaf. Half a month ago your footsteps were heavy. Now they're light. If you hadn't slimmed, you'd have to be a martial arts master. In just half a month, but you're nowhere near mastering martial arts. Li Tai gave an awkward laugh. Hee hee, nothing escapes you, master. Qingxiu smiled and asked, did you finish your mission? Tell me about it. Li Tai recounted everything. After listening, Qingxiu frowned. Li Tai asked, Master, why do you look so worried? Qingxiu relaxed his face and sighed. What was bound to happen has happened. When I taught you the method, I already anticipated this. What did you anticipate? Li Tai asked curiously. Qingxiu said, this method is poisonous. If it becomes known, some self-righteous hypocrites will criticize it as wicked. Your father and his colleagues may think your teacher is teaching you to become a scheming scoundrel. Of course, this is just my guess. But we must guard against it. If it happens, your father may forbid you from leaving the city to study. Li Tai's face changed, and he hurriedly said, Master taught me, my true skills haven't been tested yet. If father stops me now, I'm finished. Li Tai looked anxious and panicked. He still hadn't learned the flying technique. It couldn't end like this. These days, the tea business was booming. On top of that, a tea roasting workshop had also been opened. Batch after batch of tea was shipped to various districts in Chang'an. Su Xiaochun had already opened 7 tea shops in Chang'an, with daily earnings of over 2 taels of silver. Su Xiaochun was extremely busy, managing tea business in Chang'an by day and teaching over a dozen enslaved women to read and write at the same time. She gradually realized how terrible illiteracy was. These days she found several teachers to practice writing, and even while supervising the tea shops, she insisted on learning characters. However, her handwriting looked like demons dancing on the page. During this time, Qingxiu also improved her arithmetic skills. Arabic numerals spread exclusively among the dozen female slaves and Su Xiaochun, a clever little method for bookkeeping. For the past half-month, Sanha village had been very lively. Because Qingxiu gave the village women some small businesses, some went to Chang'an to trade, some set up stalls in nearby counties, those too old or infirm set up stalls nearby. Now at the village entrance, a small market had formed, not only selling snacks, but also vegetables and meat. This solved the shopping problem. One didn't need to go to Chang'an. Just go to the village entrance and buy anything needed. Villagers from 18 nearby neighborhoods came to buy daily. Sanha village's scale grew larger. Adding outsider households bringing families to seek work, there were now over 1,000 households. Those outsiders without brick houses built grass huts on the outskirts. With more money coming in, storage became a problem. Qingxiu asked Su Xiaochun to convert all the silver into gold and store it in a small vault under the bedroom floor. Together with the warehouse's copper coins and small change, they had more than 30,000 taels of silver. For now, he didn't need to worry about lacking funds. The guards' salaries also rose from 1 tael to 3 taels of silver, making them very grateful to Qingxiu and Su Xiaochun. Besides daily training, they were in charge of village security and overseeing the workshop. Construction sites were booming as well. Blacksmith Wang and carpenter Zhang's businesses improved significantly. Their shops, once ignored, were now full of work, building beds, making wardrobes, and they even employed many apprentices. Better living conditions brought higher desires, which was both good and bad. Overall, Sanha village was full of vigor and positive energy. Even local gentry came to the village, hiring bricklayers to build brick-antile houses, paying dozens of copper coins a day. These past 2 days, Qingxiu had rare free moments, sipping tea and practicing qigong daily, as well as teaching Su Xiaochun and Yunyang math. His qi range had already increased to 200 meters, and his physical fitness was over 10 times better than normal. With recent improvements in qigong techniques, defeating Master Zhang would be easy. Seeing Li Tai looking dissatisfied, Qingxiu teased, I'm here, why are you so worried? Li Tai fretted, Master, I really want to study flying technique with you. But if my father doesn't allow me anymore, where will I learn to fly? Qingxiu thought for a moment and called, Yunyang, bring me brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Yunyang hurried to fetch them. As she ran, her breasts shook like jelly, fragrant and lovely. Her hips swayed enticingly. Soon Yunyang returned with the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. Qingxiu said, I cannot see. Qingke, I'll recite and you write. All right, master, please begin. Qingxiu first recited the 3-character classic once, then said, Qingke, if tomorrow your father and his colleagues challenge you, use this 3-character classic to respond. If it's not enough, I'll teach you another cautionary moral essay. Li Tai's eyes lit up, please teach me, master. A moral essay, titled Diligence. Fields lie unused, storehouses stay empty. Books go unread, children stay stupid. A fine sword comes from sharpening, the fragrance of plum blossoms comes through bitter cold. If the young don't study hard, in old age they'll regret starting too late. Only when using knowledge do we regret lacking it, only through experience is difficulty understood. To sit on a bench, endure 100 cold days, to write an essay, not a single empty line. On the mountain of books, diligence is the path, in the sea of learning, hard work is the boat. A moral essay on goodness. Make things easy for others and it helps yourself. Better to wrong me than wrong others. Do good, avoid evil. Those with good relationships are blessed by heaven. A moral essay on self-cultivation. Outward appearance is less important than inner character. A person must accumulate virtue. The world turns like a wheel, how could heaven wrong the good? Drink moderately, that is best, love beauty not obsessively. Don't take unjust wealth. During anger, endure, it avoids disaster. A moral essay on nurturing character. A general must carry his stride, a prime minister must hold it together. If you can bear anger one moment, you avoid 100 days of worry. Wrong arises from speaking too much, troubles come from showing off. Those with true hearts stay together, those who know contentment are always happy. A moral essay on gaining wealth. A gentleman loves wealth but gains it with principle. A true hero loves beauty but accepts it with propriety. A gentleman speaks little when drunk, a real man sorts money clearly. Better to gain straight than seek crookedly. Promise something, worth 1,000 in gold. Once said, even 4 horses can't catch it back. A person without trust stands not firm, heaven only shines on those true. Qingxiu recited slowly. Li Tai wrote fast. After a long time, he finished. His wrist ached. That's enough, let's stop here. Qingxiu turned away, hiding his embarrassed expression. He wasn't a god, memorizing all moral essays isn't easy. Yet these few were already impressive, learned from his past life teaching his son to memorize. Even just these few essays, in Tang, could cause great discussion. Li Tai read them, delighted. Master, these moral essays are simple and universal, the lessons clear. Truly rare texts, I like them very much. Qingxiu smiled. It wasn't about whether Li Tai liked them, soon all scholars would love them. Li Tai gathered the 3 character classic and moral essays, looking expectant. Master, I've already slimmed down. Will you now teach me flying technique? Qingxiu's mouth twitched. This kid couldn't forget the flying technique. But Qingxiu didn't rush. They had nothing now, no means to build a hot air balloon. Even if they built one, it'd be dangerous. One mistake, Li Tai could die. If Li Tai died, Qingxiu would surely face punishment, maybe even exhumed and scolded. Qingxiu shook his head. Flying technique isn't learned in a day. You can't just say, learn, and you do. Qingke, you mustn't be impatient. Calm down and focus on knowledge, that's the true path. You still have a long way to go before flying. However, I can teach you a technique to lift a heavy cauldron, how about that? Li Tai, slightly disappointed, heard that and his face flushed with excitement. Master, truly? Truly? If I learn it, can I really lift a cauldron? Qingxiu rose and said, have I ever lied to you? If you don't believe me, I'll teach you the cauldron lifting technique now. Li Tai excitedly followed. He turned to Yunyang, little master, please pack up the brushes and bring 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Tonight, I'll eat at master's house. Qingxiu angrily rapped his head with his palm and said sternly, don't say nonsense. If your master hears this, she'll skin me. Li Tai ducked and backed away. A flesh bump came up on his head quickly. Yunyang, called little master, blushed like a plum blossom and her heart fluttered, but she felt conflicted. She wanted to be little master, but knew her place. If the master occasionally showed favor, she'd be content. Li Tai looked curiously at the structure made of 3 wooden poles in the threshing yard, feeling completely puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to learn the technique to lift a cauldron with his bare hands? What's the point of this triangular frame? Besides the frame, there was a 6-meter pole. One long end was tied to a millstone, and the short end had a rope attached. The physicist Archimedes once said, give me a fulcrum, and I can lift the earth. Qingxiu pulled the rope while facing Li Tai, his face full of playful teasing. Qingke, watch carefully. He gently pulled the rope, and the millstone was lifted. Then he pressed the wooden post with his foot, suspending the millstone in midair. Qingxiu said calmly, this is the cauldron lifting technique I teach you. How is it? Powerful, right? Li Tai looked upset and shouted, Master, this is too sloppy. I want to learn how to lift a cauldron with both hands. What you're teaching is just a trick. How is this a real cauldron lifting technique? Qingxiu frowned, you brat, what are you thinking? Don't you know what it means to use knowledge to change fate? This is the power of knowledge. Our bodies are carbon-based, we're limited. Our bones can't support weights beyond what our bodies can bear, it would hurt. Though our bodies are limited, our minds and knowledge are limitless. I thought to use a frame to lift the millstone, can you think that way? Li Tai looked utterly hopeless. Master, is this so-called flying technique also a trick like this? Qingxiu nodded. Yes, but let me correct you. This isn't a trick, this is knowledge as power. Qingke, I know you're disappointed, but that's the fact. Stop fantasizing. To truly lift a cauldron and fly in one step is the domain of immortals. We ordinary people can use knowledge to do what even immortals could, don't you think that's great? Li Tai collapsed. That wasn't what he imagined. It wasn't heroic or fantastical, it was just using tools. Master, you tricked me. You're a liar. I don't want to study with you anymore. He broke down crying and ran toward Li Yuan's mansion. Qingxiu thought a moment and muttered, good, won't learn then, saves me trouble. Then he tapped his blind cane and left. At that moment, Li Yuan was drinking tea with Li Taicheng and Ma Lauer, looking content. If the scenery here were better, drinking tea and wine, how wonderful. Just then, they heard a child screaming and crying as he ran in. Li Yuan turned, frowned, where did this brat come from, barging into my mansion? Believe I'll give you a spanking? Li Tai cried out, grandfather, don't you recognize Qingke? Qingke? Li Yuan looked closely, jumped up in surprise and anger. Qingke, why are you so skinny? Li Tai sat on a stool, bent over the table, crying like a baby. Li Yuan roared, who bullied my grandson? Qingke, tell grandfather, I'll wipe them out. Li Tai threw something he'd written that afternoon on the floor and cried, I don't want to learn scholarly things from Master Qing anymore. He's a big liar. Li Yuan frowned. Qingke, explain clearly. How did Master Qing lie to you? Li Tai cried, he said he'd teach me flying technique and cauldron lifting ability, but they're all lies and tricks. Li Yuan's expression softened, half laughing. Qingke, did you actually think flying and cauldron lifting are real? Of course these are tricks, I already knew that ages ago. Li Tai protested, if you knew, why didn't you tell me? Li Yuan smiled and explained, Qingke, when I was here repairing Taiji Palace, a column weighing over 1,000 jin had to be lifted by over 10 men. Even using tool-assisted trickery, it still took many people. But one person using tools can do it alone. Li Tai thought and nodded, grandfather is right, but I don't want to learn tricks, I want real skills. Li Yuan smiled indulgently, all right. If you don't want to learn from Master Qing, we won't study with him. He picked up the sheet of paper from the floor and asked, what's this? Li Tai looked at it. Master Qing taught the 3-character classic and the moral essays. Li Yuan murmured, a fine sword comes from sharpening? Diligence is the path. A flash of surprise lit his eyes as he studied it. A general's head can bear a horse. Too many words cause trouble. Good, very good. Li Yuan looked at Qingke sternly, you brat, do you know your crime? Li Tai was frightened and trembled, grandfather, why are you asking? I did wrong. Li Yuan waved the paper and said angrily, you're outright wicked. Master Qing taught you these, the 3-character classic and moral essays, don't you know they are classic texts that enlighten generations? Master Qing taught you this, did Wang Gui ever teach you? Li Tai shook his head. Li Yuan glared, these texts enlighten the people, they're lasting works. Yet you discarded them like trash, do you think that's innocent? Even if Master Qing didn't teach you flying or cauldron lifting, teaching you this knowledge was a blessing. It deserves your lifelong respect. Li Qingke, when I first came here, this place was poor. In just 2 months, it's become prosperous. The villagers live in comfort, happy and grateful. Since Master Qing arrived, villagers can earn money, eat well, dress warmly, isn't that a noble skill? Isn't it worth learning? There's a saying, conquering the nation is easy, ruling it is hard. Our Tang dynasty is the Li family's kingdom. A nation based on the people means stable rule when people have food and clothes. Master Qing taught you how to stabilize a kingdom, you won't learn? Then you're not worthy of the Li family. If you remain stubborn, I will expel you from the household. Li Tai's face turned pale. He swallowed hard. In his life, grandfather never got angry, but now he was, and threatened to expel him. No wonder he panicked. Li Yuan said sternly, tell me, did you offend Master Qing earlier? Li Tai was too scared to speak. He nodded repeatedly. Li Yuan called out, Fong Fei, bring a jar of Sanla wine. You and I will go to Master Qing's house. We'll apologize to him until he forgives you. Li Yuan held the jar of fine wine and, with Li Tai, headed toward Qingxiu's home. Yunyang sat at the table, with a basin of lamb on it. She was diligently skewering the lamb with bamboo sticks. While lighting the barbecue grill, Qingxiu said, Yunyang, you better save the kidneys and the lamb penis for me. If you dare sneak a bite of my lamb kidneys, I'll make sure you can't get out of bed tomorrow. Yunyang blushed, her eyes sparkling with watery emotion, silently picked up the lamb kidney from the basin and threw it on the ground. She said in a panic, Master, the kidney fell on the ground, it's dirty now, can't be eaten, please punish me, Master. Qingxiu, who saw everything, was so angry his nose almost twisted. He shouted, "What misfortune in my house? You clearly threw it on the ground yourself, think I don't know? Pick it up, wash it clean for me, and if you try to play smart again, I'll throw you out of the house." Yunyang panicked, quickly picked it up and ran to the kitchen to wash the kidney thoroughly. She looked at Qingxiu's back with a bit of grievance in her eyes and quietly continued skewering the lamb. Although last time Yunyang gave him a bit of oral pleasure, during the past half-month Su Xiaochun had been working hard from dawn to dusk. Qingxiu clearly had plenty of time to do bad things but hadn't touched Yunyang since. At most he joked verbally or slapped her but a little. This left Yunyang a bit resentful. Clearly he desired her, but always pretended to be proper. Was he waiting for her to make the move? As she was deep in thought, footsteps came from outside. Yunyang turned and saw Old Li leading his grandson Li Qingke in. She quickly said, "Master, Old Master Li and young Master Qingke are here." Without looking up, Qingxiu replied, "So what if they're here? It's not their first time. I say, Old Li, your nose must belong to a dog, huh? I haven't even started grilling the lamb skewers, and you already smelled it and came over." Feng Fei, the head guard, twitched his mouth and looked up at the sky, pretending not to hear. Li Yuan's face darkened, full of murderous intent. "You little brat, getting more and more outrageous. I'm at least of your grandfather's generation, and you dare compare me to a dog." Qingxiu fanned the fire as he said, "I didn't say you're a dog. The dog is one of the 12 celestial deities in the Chinese zodiac: dragon, snake, rat, ox, pig, dog, horse, goat, rabbit, tiger, rooster, monkey." Li Yuan waved his hand. "I don't have time to joke with you. I heard Qingke offended you today. He's too ashamed to come by himself, so I brought him to apologize. Qingke, kneel." Li Tai, having been scolded by Li Yuan, obediently dropped to his knees. "Mr. Qingxiu, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." Qingxiu said, "To recognize and correct one's mistakes is a great virtue." Li Tai looked delighted. "So sir forgives me?" Qingxiu stood up, cracking his back, and grumbled, "Who said I forgave you? Offending your teacher and ancestors can't be brushed off with a few words." Li Tai lowered his head pitifully. "Then I'll wait here on my knees until you forgive me. I shouldn't have offended you, shouldn't have left without letting you finish speaking, and definitely shouldn't have called you a fraud. Please forgive me." Qingxiu nodded. "Since you're sincerely apologizing, you may get up. But don't sit idle, go wash your hands in the kitchen and help Yunyang skewer lamb." Li Tai didn't hesitate. He had only ever knelt to Li Yuan and Li Er and Empress Zhangsun in his life. He quickly washed his hands and quietly started skewering meat. Li Yuan didn't stand on ceremony, sat on a small stool, stretched his neck to watch Qingxiu grill lamb, and gulped, "Qing brat, what delicacy are you cooking this time?" Qingxiu replied, "Old Li, it's better to come late than early. You're in luck tonight, it's barbecue." Li Yuan smiled, patted his wine jar, and said, "I brought a jar of Sanlijiang, it's not like I'm eating for free." Cough cough, Qingxiu coughed from the smoke and pointed at the fan. "Bringing wine isn't enough. You need to work. Come fan the fire while I grill." Li Yuan didn't argue. Having freeloaded meals for a month with Qingxiu, helping out seemed only fair. He moved his stool and began fanning. Qingxiu picked up the plate, sprinkled some mixed seasoning, salt, savory spice powder, crushed sesame, and a little pepper powder. If only there were chili powder, it would be perfect. Sadly, the chili seeds had just sprouted, still a month or two from harvest. Chili peppers didn't exist in the Tang dynasty. They were introduced in late Ming, after Emperor Longqing opened maritime trade. Fortunately, Qingxiu had a small packet of dried chili seeds among the transported seeds. Li Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder, didn't think lamb could be eaten like this. Taking advantage of Qingxiu's distraction, he grabbed a skewer and took a bite. Qingxiu said, "It's not even fully cooked. Aren't you afraid of getting sick?" Then he recalled that Li Yuan had nomadic blood and supposedly could eat raw lamb. Li Yuan proudly said, "Half raw is just right. Not bad, quite delicious. Feng Fei, come here and learn. You'll have to grill this often for me from now on." "Yes, master." Feng Fei crouched at the edge of the smoke, tears and snot streaming from the smoke, and had to change positions. Besides grilled lamb, there were tofu rolls with mushrooms, and several dishes made by Yunyang: braised pork, vinegared bean sprouts, pepper salt lamb ribs, cold spinach, cold wild celery, cold kunlun melon. Kunlun melon is actually eggplant, also called barbarian melon, and was one of the Tang dynasty's main vegetables. A sip of Sanlijiang proved it was indeed better than most wines on the market, clear, with almost no impurities. But sadly, it was too weak, only around 30% alcohol. "Ah." Qingxiu put down his cup and sighed, "If we had a plate of chilled seafood, it would be perfect." Li Tai glanced up, then continued eating, silently noting that the teacher wanted seafood. From meal to now, the teacher hadn't said a word to him. He must not miss this chance to perform well. By torchlight, Li Yuan unfolded the calligraphy Li Tai had discarded and said, "Not bad, this essay on moral awakening is quite good. Why didn't you bring it out during the Moving Day celebration with the 3-character classic?" Qingxiu didn't hide it. The relief methods I taught Qingke were a bit ruthless. I feared his father and officials would think I'm leading him astray, and wouldn't let him learn from me anymore. So I had him write this moral piece to offset it. Didn't expect you'd see it. Li Yuan's eyes widened angrily. Who dares? Tomorrow I'll personally take Qingke to court. If anyone says a word against you, I'll tear their mouth apart. Qingxiu laughed. Old Li, that's the Imperial court. If you make a scene there, aren't you afraid the emperor will chop off your head? He asked knowingly. Li Yuan paused, realizing his slip, then smoothed things over. My son is a founding minister and I have some respect with the emperor. Besides, I'm an elder, causing a little scene is no big deal. Qingxiu nodded, as long as you're happy. Come, let's drink. After another cup, Li Yuan started swaying, patted Li Tai's head and laughed. Kid, you have to teach my grandson more ways to help the people. He's only 8 and still childish. Don't take it to heart. If he makes a mistake, beat him. Spare the rod, spoil the child. You're his teacher, basically his half-father now. If he refuses to learn, just beat him half to death. Li Tai trembled beside him and made up his mind, he would never offend the teacher again. Seeing how frightened Li Tai was, Qingxiu chuckled and said, Don't be afraid. As your teacher, I won't hit you without reason. I know you still have doubts, thinking I'm just a trickster who relies on flashy skills. And no, teacher, I wouldn't dare. Li Tai quickly shook his head in panic. But Qingxiu didn't let the opportunity slip by. He continued, having great strength or flying through the air is nothing special. What's truly impressive is to stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine using a mortal's body. Li Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. A mortal, shoulder to shoulder with the divine? Qingxiu scoffed, there's a lot you need to learn, digging canals, building roads, moving mountains and filling seas, blessing the people, strengthening the country, giving the people food and clothing, making travel easier, ensuring children can study, and the sick can be treated. Even completing one of these would be a merit praised for generations. Qingke, the people are easily satisfied, as long as they are well fed and clothed, and not oppressed, they will be as steady and reliable as the water that carries a boat. Li Tai didn't quite understand, still confused. Li Yuan asked, What do you mean by that? Qingxiu sighed, governing for the people isn't just empty words. You must love the people as your own children. The ruler is light, the people are heavy. The ruler is the boat, and the people are the water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. That's the essence of why the people's well-being matters. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. He understood the weight behind these words. This line, in fact, was something Li Er had realized in his later years, but here it was spoken first by Qingxiu. Time travel had its perks. Not only could one marry many beautiful wives, but also freely borrow the wisdom of future generations to impress others. It was getting late, and Li Tai, rubbing his sleepy eyes, said, Grandfather, I'm tired and want to go back to rest. All right, Feng Fei, escort Qingke back. I'll chat with Qingxiu a bit more. Li Tai followed Feng Fei, still holding a lamb skewer in his hand, but no longer hungry. He tossed it aside. Qingxiu frowned and snapped, Come back. Li Yuan was startled and huffed, Why are you shouting? Nearly gave me a heart attack. Li Tai turned back, puzzled. Teacher, did you call me? What is it? Qingxiu picked up a punishment stick. Come here. Hold out your hand. Li Tai flinched, stepping back in fear. Li Yuan frowned. What are you doing with that stick? You're scaring the boy. I told you to discipline him only when necessary, not just whenever you feel like it. Give me a good reason. Qingxiu said, hoeing grain at midday, sweat drips onto the soil. Who knows that every meal on your plate comes from hard work? Wasting food is shameful. Do you still not see what you did wrong? Li Tai glanced at the skewer he had thrown away, quickly picked it up, wiped it off on his clothes, and ate it in 2 bites. Teacher, I finished it. I don't need to be punished now, right? Good. Since you know your mistake, just don't let it happen again. Never waste food. Relieved, Li Tai left, while Li Yuan praised the poem, visibly pleased. Though Sanlijiang wine was only about 30% alcohol, drinking enough still got them tipsy. Li Yuan had to be supported, and Qingxiu staggered with every step. If Yunyang hadn't held him up, he might have wandered off who knows where. Yunyang helped him to bed, gently removing his shoes and outer robes, looking at him with hope. She was ready to give herself to him. Rumor had it that drunk men would get wild, and her master was indeed drunk. Surely, he'd do something. But Qingxiu simply collapsed onto the bed and began snoring. Yunyang sighed helplessly and quietly stayed by his side. The next morning, Qingxiu woke to find Yunyang asleep at his bedside, her head resting on the covers. He gently shook her. She woke slowly, and upon seeing him up, hurried to stand. "Master, you were drunk last night, and I stayed to watch over you. I must have dozed off by accident. I'll go fetch water now." As she turned to leave, Qingxiu pulled her back. She cried out in surprise and fell onto the bed. Qingxiu lifted her chin, smirking. "Yunyang, do you like me?" Yunyang blushed deeply and stammered, "And no, I don't." "Then tell me, are you ugly?" he asked. Yunyang shyly and honestly replied, "I don't know if I'm pretty or ugly." Qingxiu grinned. "Then in your opinion, am I seeing you as ugly or beautiful?" Yunyang panicked, not knowing what to say. Qingxiu whispered, "Have you heard of the blind man feeling the elephant? And no. What about feeling your way across a river with stones?" She nodded quickly, "Yes, I've heard of that." He said, "You don't know if you're ugly or pretty, and I can't see you either. So, why don't I use my hands to find out if you're ugly or beautiful?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Her head was spinning. No one had ever teased her like this, she didn't know how to react. "Take off your clothes." "Master, She clutched her robe tightly, her delicate fists pressing against her chest. Qingxiu teased, "Last night, you threw away my lamb kidney on purpose, clearly to seduce me. Why are you hesitating now? I'll give you the chance, do you want me or not?" Yunyang scrambled off the bed and fled, covering her flushed face, stomping her feet in the kitchen. She felt scared, disappointed, even blaming herself for being too timid and missing the perfect chance to climb into her master's bed. Oh well, next time. She comforted herself with that thought. Su Xiaochun hadn't returned last night. Qingxiu decided to visit his official wife in the city and maybe look for a decent house. Keeping her in an inn wasn't safe or hygienic. He ordered Taizhu to ready the carriage, loaded it with over 1,000 taels of gold, and set off with Yunyang and a squad of guards toward Chang'an. Inside the carriage, though she knew her master was blind, Yunyang didn't dare look at him directly. Instead, she peeked at him from the corner of her eye. After these few days together, she had learned that no matter what she did, he could sense it. Qingxiu smirked, lowering his voice, "Yunyang, your heart's beating fast." It is." Her cheeks turned crimson as she quickly placed her hand over her chest. Sure enough, her heart was pounding. Seeing her like that, Qingxiu teased, "Are you nervous?" "No," she muttered stubbornly, though her blushing cheeks betrayed her. Thinking of that night, Qingxiu suddenly felt warm. He took a deep breath and said, "Come here." Yunyang obediently slid closer. She seemed to sense what was happening. Her body trembled slightly, her face shy and flustered. "Here?" "Yes, right here." "Such boldness?" Yunyang bit her lip lightly, her eyes like spring water. Last time she'd missed her chance, blaming herself for days. This time, she seemed to have gathered her courage. After about half an hour, Yunyang looked up innocently. Seeing her expression, Qingxiu cursed himself inwardly. Her eyes were clear and pure, her face soft and pitiful. He suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt. But thankfully, Yunyang showed no displeasure. Her cheeks were still flushed, and she remained quiet and gentle. Once she cleaned up, Qingxiu lifted the curtain, and they had already arrived at Chang'an. Chang'an City was extremely prosperous. Even Qingxiu, a man from the future, couldn't help but sigh at its splendor. He had seen roads before, but never such wide ones. Zhuke Street was fully 200 meters wide. Even the vertical roads separating the wards, besides Zhuke Street, were each about 100 meters wide. The horizontal roads were narrower, but still 20 to 30 meters wide. The straight Zhuke Street had wards on both sides arranged neatly like tofu blocks. Each ward's street-facing buildings were roughly identical, uniformly divided and arranged, all looking the same. The chief designer responsible for building Chang'an City must have had OCD. When they arrived at Xinglong Tea Shop in Ani Ward, Qingxiu noticed through his mind's eye that at the shop's counter stood a foreigner wearing a scarf, long gown, pointed V-shaped shoes, and a big beard. From his attire and appearance it was easy to tell he was a foreign friend, just not sure which country he was from in this era. The foreigner was babbling something and gesturing wildly. Ma Lauer and Zhang Laodao looked bewildered, and Su Xiaochun was trying to gesture as well, attempting to communicate with the foreigner. But the two were clearly talking past each other, not understanding at all. Qingxiu burst out laughing, because he recognized what the foreigner was saying. It was the official language of future Persia, Persian. The funny part was that no one else understood, but he could. When he studied abroad in the past, he had studied Persian and had even worked as a translator for many domestic tourists. He had made hundreds of thousands of translation commissions in Tajikistan. Su Xiaochun saw their carriage from afar. She saw her husband lifting the curtain, smiling. She walked over, both surprised and delighted. "Husband, why have you come to Chang'an?" Qingxiu smiled indifferently. "Wife, you've been working too hard these days. I came to visit you." Su Xiaochun's face flushed, but her happiness was apparent. She smiled sweetly. "Since my husband cares for me so much, though you cannot see, I must support the family. With your concern, no matter how hard it is, I won't mind." Qingxiu asked, "Wife, I just heard you speaking with someone. Did something happen?" Playing blind had become Qingxiu's habitual role. Su Xiaochun froze, amused and exasperated. "Husband," a foreigner came babbling nonstop. I couldn't understand him. Zhang Laodao said he was a Persian merchant, but even he couldn't understand what that bearded foreigner was saying. Qingxiu tapped his blind cane and walked forward, asking in Persian, "What do you want?" The words escaped, and Su Xiaochun froze. She glanced at Yunyang and saw the same stunned expression. At the tea shop's door, Ma Lauer and Zhang Laodao similarly widened their eyes. "Laodao, did I hear wrong? Our master also knows a foreign language?" "Zhang Laodao couldn't stop himself. "You heard right. I heard it too." He spoke in Persian. The Persian merchant's eyes lit up, and he babbled excitedly. He and the shopkeeper had been talking past each other all morning and were already tongue-tied. Qingxiu tapped the counter. "Laodao, brew me a pot of tea." Zhang Laodao brought over a pot of tea, clearly brewed earlier, and poured a bowl for Qingxiu. Qingxiu didn't drink it himself. Instead, he offered it to the Persian merchant, saying in Persian, "Speak slowly. Don't rush. Drink some water first." The Persian merchant gratefully finished the tea, made a satisfied expression, glanced enviously at the tea barrel, and then explained his purpose. Qingxiu understood. The Persian merchant was named Zilihade and was here to purchase large quantities of tea. After clarifying the details, Qingxiu nodded. "Granted. Tea costs 10 taels of silver per jean. If you buy more, I can give you a 10% discount." The Persian merchant was straightforward, saying, "I want 500 jean of perfumed tea. I didn't bring silver. I can use this in exchange." He took from his cloth pouch a bead the size of a walnut. The bead was translucent, not perfectly round, with many bubbles and even some sand inside. Under sunlight the bead sparkled brilliantly. This immediately attracted many passers-by, all gazing at the bead in amazement. Ma Lauer's breathing turned rapid as he exclaimed, "Jade glaze." Zhang Laodao trembled. "My goodness, such a large jade glaze. It must be worth a lot." "Laodao, I remember Lord Li also had a jade glaze, but it wasn't this big. He treasured it, don't you remember?" "I recall, he even showed it off during his 60th birthday." Li Yuan was 61, more than 10 years past his 60th. Zhang Laodao and Ma Lauer stared at the glaze bead, their eyes filled with envy. The Persian merchant proudly looked around, as if to say these simple folk had never seen such a large glaze. At that moment, Qingxiu's lips twitched and his face turned pitch black. Without warning, he slapped across his head. "Damn it, you're trying to fool me?" Smack. The Persian merchant got hit so hard 4 front teeth flew out and he collapsed, seeing stars. This scene not only shocked the onlookers but also startled Ma Lauer and Zhang Laodao. Both understood well that Tang law and civil regulations prohibited mistreating foreign merchants. They were allowed to trade freely in Chang'an, as long as they didn't break Tang laws. However, they had to stay at a designated camp for foreigners at night. This was a form of control. Qingxiu, face dark, shouted in Persian angrily, "You son of a bitch, trying to fool me with a bead made from burnt sand? Do you think I'm blind or stupid?" The Persian merchant was stunned, shocked, and terrified. Tang people already knew glazed beads were made from burnt sand? Su Xiaochun and Yunyang were also petrified, standing still, at a loss. Not satisfied with one slap, Qingxiu swung his cane on him, though not too hard, enough to avoid killing him. Still, the Persian merchant howled in pain, rolling on the ground, repeatedly apologizing in Persian, "Sorry, Tang Lord. I'm afraid. I won't dare again." As Qingxiu beat him, he cursed, "I haven't even sold this for profit yet, and you try to cheat me. Do you take Tang people for fools? Take your broken glaze and get lost." He shouted this in Persian. The Persian merchant, relieved, ignored his pain, fled in panic, frequently looking back to see if this slap-happy Tang Lord was chasing. Qingxiu thought to himself, he was planning to make glass beads to profit from wealthy people, but didn't expect a Persian merchant would come sell him low-quality glaze to cheat him. It felt ironic. The process of making glass was actually simple and didn't require rare materials. Judging by its color, the bead was low-quality glass. Glass is silicon dioxide, sand is also silicon dioxide, you just need high heat to make glaze. Obviously, the Persian merchant didn't master the true essence of glazing yet. In fact, you need to add other substances to remove impurities and make the glaze smooth and clear. That's boric acid, borax, and lime. Otherwise, the glaze turns green and full of impurities. Su Xiaochun was terrified, and she and Yunyang huddled together. When Qingxiu returned to his usual gentle and refined demeanor, Su Xiaochun timidly stepped forward and whispered, "Husband, that big glass bead is a rare treasure. Why were you so angry when that Persian merchant took it out?" Qingxiu said in a low voice, "Because all the glass in the world is made from free sand." "What? Sand?" Su Xiaochun exclaimed in disbelief. Qingxiu quickly covered her mouth and smiled bitterly. "Dear lady, do you want the whole world to know that glass is made from sand? Your husband still wants to make money selling these so-called jade glass beads." Su Xiaochun quickly shrank her neck and helped Qingxiu up. "Husband, let's talk inside the shop. But you hit that Persian merchant, he won't take this lightly. He might even report to the officials. What do we do if the authorities come?" She looked genuinely worried. Qingxiu said indifferently, "He wouldn't dare. I just explained to him in Persian the origin of glass. Even if he had the courage of a tiger or leopard, he wouldn't dare report it. If he does, the ones in trouble would be those Persian merchants." "Why?" Su Xiaochun didn't understand. Qingxiu flicked her forehead with a smile. "You're really making me want to cry from your foolishness. If the whole Tang dynasty learns that the glass beads those Persian merchants use for trade are made from sand, wouldn't those who've been fooled beat them to death?" "So that's it." Su Xiaochun suddenly understood, then blushed and pouted. "Husband, I'm just a woman. I'm not as clever as you. Managing the tea business is already tough enough." Qingxiu pinched her soft cheek and smiled. "My wife is actually very smart and capable, especially at night." Su Xiaochun blushed even more, looking adorably shy and tempting. Nearby, Ma Lauer and Zhang Laodao overheard their conversation. Zhang Laodao cleared his throat and lowered his voice. "Master, did you say glass is made from sand?" Qingxiu nodded. Ma Lauer's face turned red with anger. "That damned Persian merchant. How dare he deceive us Tang people like this? Master, report this to the court. His Majesty will surely order all those black-hearted Persian merchants expelled from the Tang dynasty." Qingxiu frowned. "Old Ma, calm down. Years ago, due to war, Persian merchants couldn't use glass to cheat people. Now the world is at peace, and they dare show up again. Glass beads have only been popular in Tang for a year or so, not enough to form a trend. Even if you report it, without evidence, what's the point? If you're convicted of false accusation, can you bear the consequences?" Ma Lauer gritted his teeth. "Still, we can't let these damned Persians treat us like fools." Qingxiu smiled. "No rush. I came to Chang'an to buy a residence. We can secretly produce a batch of glass beads far superior to those of the Persians and make some money first." Zhang Laodao's eyes lit up. Ma Lauer looked uneasy. "Master, even you want to cheat our own people?" Qingxiu said sincerely, "Old Ma, I won't cheat poor folks. I'll cheat the filthy rich, and I plan to fool other foreigners too, like Tubo, Turks, Zhuyanchuo, Goguryeo, and Arabs. They've got plenty of money." Ma Lauer raised his eyebrows and nodded. "As long as it doesn't harm common people, I support you no matter who you want to cheat." Ma Lauer was born a commoner. As a boy, his family starved during wartime. Some died from hunger, others were killed. If he hadn't been taken in by a martial arts master, he'd have died too. Because of that tragic youth, he never married. Even after becoming a village chief and receiving a salary, he only kept enough for food and gave the rest to villagers who couldn't eat. Qingxiu then asked, "Tea sales have dropped a lot recently, haven't they?" Ma Lauer and Zhang Laodao both nodded. Su Xiaochun looked a bit dejected. "Yes, not as good as before. Today, we only sold 3 jin of tea in the Ani ward." "I hadn't told you about this yet, how did you know?" Qingxiu said, "It's expected. Tea is consumable but not essential. There are many rich families in Chang'an, but still limited. Tea is expensive. Common people can't afford it. We only make money from the wealthy, so profits are limited. If every rich family has already bought tea, they'll have enough for a while. When they have tea, they won't buy more. That's market saturation, leading to a long sales slump, possibly lasting until we die, unless we find new markets." Su Xiaochun's face fell, regretfully saying, "If I had known, I wouldn't have opened so many shops. I paid a full year's rent for one new location. Earlier, we earned thousands of taels a day. But now, we may only earn a few dozen a day. Husband, what do we do?" Qingxiu laughed. "I knew this day would come. That's why I'm here." Su Xiaochun's eyes lit up. "Husband, you must have a plan, right? You heard it just now, unless we open new markets. If we can't sell tea in Chang'an, then we sell it in Jiangnan, Longxi, Shandong, or overseas." Su Xiaochun sighed. "Sounds easy, but it's hard in practice." Qingxiu smiled, we don't need to sell it ourselves. In a few days, someone envious of our tea business will approach us. They'll help us make money, like the Persian today. Su Xiaochun's eyes sparkled, and she nodded quickly. She knew her husband well. If he said someone would come talk business, then someone would. Her job was just to wait. Qingxiu suddenly said, Old Ma, Laodao, my wife and I will watch the shop. You two take Taizhu and Xuanzi to check around Furong Garden and see if there's a large residence for sale. I want to buy a home in Chang'an. Ma Lauer and Zhang Laodao agreed and left with the two others. Guzi and some house guards stayed to protect the couple. Less than half an hour later, Ma Lauer and Zhang Laodao returned, excited. Master. Zhang Laodao took a sip of tea and said, near Furong Garden, in Qinglong Ward, there's a mansion for sale, about 12 mu of land. They say it was once a general's residence. Old Ma and I climbed over the wall to look. The place is grand and imposing, with big front and back courtyards, perfect for a few dozen people. It's less than 2 li from Furong Garden. Qingxiu's eyes lit up, and he nodded, that's a good spot. Is the seller the government or a noble? Zhang Laodao grinned, I have friends working as guards in a gambling house. They said a noble named Dou Fengjie lost 8,000 taels of silver gambling and wants to use the mansion as collateral to pay off his debt. Qingxiu frowned, Dou Fengjie? I remember Empress Taomu's surname is Dou, are they related? Zhang Laodao nodded, yes. Dou Fengjie's father, Dou Gue, is Empress Taomu's brother and our emperor's uncle. Master, he's desperate to sell the general's mansion but can't find a buyer. Do you want to negotiate? Qingxiu nodded and smiled faintly. Since it was the empress's nephew's household, this deal would be easy to settle. Gambling houses in the Tang dynasty were as legitimate as brothels, they were respectable businesses, but you still needed connections to open one. In Chang'an, those who could open a gambling house were either imperial relatives or nobility. In Changle Ward, many gambling houses were located. Lao Dao said that Dou Fengjie often came here to gamble when he had nothing else to do, and mostly lost more than he won. Inside one gambling house, a dealer with mustache was embarrassed as he said, Master Dou, you already owe 9,500 taels of silver. We're just small-time business, can you stop owing so much? Dou Fengjie, 20-something, handsome, impatiently said, who in Chang'an doesn't know I never leave debt? My uncle is the retired emperor, my cousin is the current emperor, how could I ever owe you gambling debts? The dealer looked at the gambling house owner, who casually waved and smiled, no worries. Master Dou said that once he loses 10,000 taels silver, he'll use the former general's mansion as collateral and borrow another 50 taels. Dou Fengjie smirked, you lowlife who looks down on others, your gambling house owner wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Quickly, give me 50 taels. The dealer reluctantly pushed over 10 large silver ingots of 50 taels. Less than an incense stick later, Dou Fengjie, unhappy, looked at the now empty chest before him and muttered, damn it. Such bad luck today. I lost over 4,000 taels again. Damn. In the next 10 to 15 days, he came daily, winning and losing, but lost a total of 10,000 taels. The gambling house owner came over, patted him on the shoulder, smiling, Master Dou, you've lost 10,000 taels. Isn't the Qinglong Ward General's mansion, hee. Dou Fengjie, annoyed, shook off the owner's hand, can't I still owe you? Wait, I'll go back and get the deed. As Dou Fengjie was leaving, the owner signaled his 2 lackeys to follow. They followed Dou Fengjie outside, to see him greeted by 2 old men surrounding a blind man. One old man waved. Dou Fengjie frowned, what do you want? Old Ma smiled, you must be the eldest son of the Duke of Zongua, young Master Dou? Dou Fengjie was puzzled, you know me. Old Ma nodded, in Changle Ward, every gambling house knows you, young Master Dou, are the god of wealth here. You gamble money like water, those of us born from fields have heard your name. Dou Fengjie, flattered, said, you old man are amusing, what do you want from me? Old Ma and Lao Dao exchanged glances. Then they lifted a wooden box from a carriage, placed it on the ground, and opened it. Gold glittered under the sun. Dou Fengjie's eyes lit up with greed, what are you offering? Old Ma laughed, our boss wants a residence in Chang'an. Here's 1,100 taels of gold. Instead of mortgaging 10,000, why not sell it to us for 11,000? Dou Fengjie was delighted, you'll pay 11,000? Lao Dao tapped the box, you see, 1,100 taels of gold, converted to silver ingots, equals 11,000 taels silver. What do you think? Dou Fengjie, excited, wait, I'll fetch the deed. Don't worry, we'll go with you. Please get in, Old Ma said. Dou Fengjie got into the carriage without hesitation. The 2 lackeys, seeing this, quickly returned to inform the manager. The manager's eyes widened, are you sure someone will buy the general's mansion for 11,000 taels? That's the place our boss has wanted for years. Yes, we saw them bring 1,100 taels of gold, they answered. The manager raged, damn it. After 2 weeks setting the trap, couldn't let it slip. Where's Yazi? Bring him and his men, steal their gold. Under no circumstances let the mansion go to someone else. Or I lose my post. Yazi was a hulking man, missing 2 front teeth, but fierce looking. Hearing the order, he took 7 or 8 thugs, masked and with clubs, and rushed out. In the carriage, Do Fengjie sized up Qingxiu. Are you the one buying the mansion? Qingxiu smiled faintly and nodded. Do Fengjie asked, are you blind? Qingxiu nodded again. Do Fengjie chuckled, nowadays, blind men have this kind of money? Qingxiu replied modestly, business at home earns some money. Do Fengjie sighed, the market price of that mansion is well above 10,000 taels silver. The beginning of the year a merchant offered 30,000. Didn't think it'd sell for only 11,000. Qingxiu said nothing. Earlier, he investigated. Qinglong Ward is far from the Imperial City, almost at the wall, but close to Furong Garden. Prices aren't cheap. 30,000 taels was just a conservative estimate. Just then, the carriage passed an alley and suddenly stopped. Old Ma, the driver, joked, Master, someone's blocking the road. Looks like a robbery. Qingxiu was surprised, is Chang'an so unsafe now? Do Fengjie's face turned angry, they dare rob in Chang'an? Must be brazen. He lifted the curtain and saw 7 or 8 masked men. The leader looked familiar. Yazi whispered, we only want their money. Leave your gold, and we'll spare you. Old Ma and Lao Dao glanced at each other, amused. Heh, Old Ma, don't take mine. These 8 belong to me. Old Ma replied, we split in half. Lao, you rest. Lao pulled a big naked club from under his coat and sneered, you old men better shut up, parading robbers, you come at me, I'm not messing around. Anyone sees me, they'll bow down. Then Lao flipped the club and jumped off the carriage. Old Ma cursed, damn you. We agreed to split 4 each. Old Ma jumped too. In the carriage, Qingxiu quietly smiled. They really picked the wrong men, these 2 are living demons. Before they met, outside there were horrific screams and bone-cracking sounds. Even Yazi was crushed, his kneecap broken, rolling and shrieking in pain. Do Fengjie was stunned. When Old Ma returned, he bowed and said, Master Do, sorry. Lao was too rough, broke bones to bits. Didn't scare you, did he? Do Fengjie was a noble and used to spectacles. He wasn't frightened, but was amazed by their skills. He considered Qingxiu's identity, employing martial experts as carriage drivers meant his status must be remarkable. Yet Do Fengjie, the most dissolute among nobles after the royal, had never seen such a person. Lao said, if the authorities investigate, please speak well of me, Master Do. I was defending. Do Fengjie nodded grimly, appropriate, a group of robbers? Chang'an isn't theirs to decide. I'm Imperial kin. Robbing in my territory is disgrace. Do Fengjie stepped out of the carriage and blew a bamboo whistle from his sleeve. At once, 4 agile young men appeared in the alley. He instructed, these are the robbers, leave 3 to guard them, and 1 go to the Yongzhou government office to arrest them. After verifying their identities, send them to the Dali Temple. The Yongzhou office was responsible for Chang'an's security. Old Ma and Lao watched the young men, satisfied. Qingxiu wasn't surprised, it's normal for an imperial kin to have guards. Wealthy families also kept loyal fighters, an open secret. Do Fengjie returned to the carriage, cupped his hands, and smiled, brother, don't show off your wealth. Those men are probably from the gambling house, perhaps sent to prevent you from buying the mansion. Once the deed is transferred, they won't have anything to do with you. Qingxiu was surprised, if you saw through this, why did you still use the mansion as collateral to the gambling house? Do Fengjie's face turned red. He stammered, well, to be honest, I suffer from gambling addiction. If I don't gamble every day, I feel itchy all over. Losing money in the gambling house is routine for me. A gambler is not worthy of pity. Qingxiu smiled lightly, you seem very open about it, young Master Do. Do Fengjie sighed, there's no other way. I've lost the money. If people block my home demanding gambling debts, our imperial family's reputation would be ruined. My father might even beat me to death. Qingxiu asked, puzzled, then if you sell the mansion and the Grand Minister discovers it, what will you do? Do Fengjie chuckled, it's fine. My father won't find out. Besides, it's not even our mansion, we can sell it as we please. Qingxiu was puzzled, until the carriage stopped at a place called the Zhongren Mansion. He immediately understood. It turned out Do Fengjie worked at the Zhongren Mansion. The Zhongren Mansion was a department composed of imperial relatives, in charge of royal expenses, property, ceremonies, sacrifices, and imperial travel. Do Fengjie entered the Zhongren Mansion and, soon after, sneaked out. On the carriage, he took out a property deed from his pocket and threw it to Qingxiu with gusto. Sign here, the general's mansion in Qinglong Ward is yours. Qingxiu didn't hesitate. He had the literate Lao Dao verify the deed. After confirming it was fine, he signed it. When returning Do Fengjie to the gambling house, Do Fengjie patted Qingxiu's shoulder before alighting. You're reliable. If I ever want to sell deeds in the future, you have first consideration. The price will definitely be cheaper than market. Zhongren Mansion has many deeds, not only in Chang'an, but also in Luoyang and Jiangnan. Qingxiu nodded. Of course. My shop is in Ani Ward, come to Xinglong Tea Shop and find me. Free business delivered to the door, isn't that something? If flipping mansions can earn 20,000 taels each, that's a fortune. He could even start a Tang real estate company. Do Fengjie was surprised. Xinglong Tea Shop is yours? When Qingxiu nodded, Do Fengjie's eyes showed a flash of jealousy. He said no more. After he got off the carriage, he signaled to a hidden figure, and soon a skilled guard quietly began to follow the carriage. Of course, this could fool Lao Ma and Lao Dao, but not Qingxiu. He noticed everything. The most popular business in Chang'an right now was tea. If nobility weren't jealous, they'd be unreasonably blind. Lao Dao and Lao Ma said many people were already investigating the tea shop owner. Meanwhile, early today, Ling Yuan took Ling Tai to the palace. Ling Tai first paid respects to his birth mother, Empress Zhangsun. Upon seeing her chubby darling thin and dark, the empress almost fainted with concern and cried for a while. If not for Ling Er sending people to summon Ling Tai, Empress Zhangsun might have forced him to eat more to regain weight. Ling Tai, relieved, left Lijing Hall and proceeded to Wuda Hall. At this morning's court session, Ling Er was uneasy, because Ling Yuan was secretly listening from backstage. Ling Er didn't want Ling Yuan involved in state affairs, but Ling Yuan wouldn't relent, so Ling Er could only let him continue messing around. Fortunately, Ling Yuan didn't disrupt anything. He sat quietly drinking tea behind Wuda Hall all morning. It wasn't until someone announced, Prince Wei has arrived, that sleepy Ling Yuan suddenly became alert, his face showing more joy and anticipation. When Ling Tai entered the hall, he bowed. Your Majesty, your son pays respects. Li II nodded calmly. No need for ceremony. Ling Tai asked knowingly, may I ask why your Majesty summoned me? Though he already knew the answer, neither Li II nor court officials had insight. Li II said, Prince Wei, your disaster relief efforts were done well, I'm pleased. But your methods are too ruthless, causing dissatisfaction among ministers. They worry my prince might pick up bad habits from unsavory people. Ling Tai replied calmly, are you unhappy with me, your Majesty? I wish to hear your Majesty's thoughts. Li II nodded, I feel the same. Your methods are cunning and ruthless. I and others don't know the character of the person teaching you. Can you describe whether he's upright or evil? Ling Tai remained calm. Your Majesty, to be honest, he is my teacher among ordinary people. Really? Li II raised his brow, interested. Can you tell me who this teacher is? Ling Tai hesitated and shook his head. Your Majesty, my teacher once told me he likes freedom, avoids palace intrigues, and instructed me not to reveal his name. Li II frowned, displeased. Prince Wei, your teacher says he hates factionalism, so why is he plotting with you? Ling Tai explained, Your Majesty, you don't know, when I became his student, I didn't tell him my true identity. Otherwise, he would never accept me as a disciple. Even grandfather with him didn't reveal status. We both interacted as common people. If he knew our royal identity, he wouldn't associate with us. Li II's expression darkened. Prince Wei, who is this godly person to clearly separate himself from the royal family? You and your grandfather lowered yourselves to associate as commoners? This greatly offends the royal dignity. Ling Tai smiled wryly. Your Majesty, my teacher is a disciple of an immortal, noble and pure, naturally. An immortal? Li II gaped, incredulous. Court officials were equally astonished. Nonsense, how could immortals exist? Li Jing, you seen immortals? Li Jing, over 50, frowned and shook his head. Prince of Hejian, Li Xiaogong, chuckled and said, doesn't your brother with the azure beard still haven't returned from searching for immortals at sea? Li Jing flew into rage, grabbing Li Xiaogong's collar. Prince Hejian, what do you mean? Li Xiaogong shrugged, pushing Li Jing's hand away. I just asked if you've seen immortals. Since you haven't, fine. Old Li, why make such a fuss? Li Jing snorted and ignored Prince Hejian. Officials knew this topic was forbidden with Li Jing. Anyone who mentions it will face his wrath. This was a scene at court. Prince Wei's teacher is an immortal's disciple, totally shocking. The court erupted with discussion, and even Li II was unsettled. After hearing this, Li Yuan slapped his thigh in silent delight. Although he didn't truly believe Qingxiu was a disciple of an immortal, Qingxiu's words convinced him he had seen it with his own eyes. Wei Zheng frowned and said, Prince Wei, are you aware of the crime of deceiving the emperor? Li II's face changed instantly and paled, clearly panicking. If what Li Tai said was false, that was indeed the actual crime of deceiving the emperor. Even he, as emperor, could not shield Li Tai. Under the pressure of the ministers, he would have to enforce the law impartially. How could Li II not become anxious? He glared and rebuked loudly, Li Tai, what nonsense are you spouting? How could immortals exist in this world? Li Tai replied cautiously, Father, my teacher once met an old man in Qinling Mountains, who taught him knowledge. One day, the old man suddenly said he was going to Baiyujing. There was a flash of white light, and he disappeared. Before leaving, the old man recited a poem to my teacher. The civil and military officials widened their eyes, some breathless, many incredulous. Baiyujing? Going to Baiyujing? Could it be that the old man was an immortal from Baiyujing? He said he would go to Baiyujing, then vanished in white light. He must have been an immortal from Baiyujing. Are there truly immortals in this world? Li II slammed his hand on the table, excited, and asked urgently, what poem did he recite? Li Tai read aloud. In heaven is the white jade capital, 12 towers and 5 cities. An immortal strokes my head, binding hair to gain eternal life. Xiao Yu and Pei Ji's expressions became extremely animated, even gleeful. They had heard this poem before at a previous event. But since Li Yuan had threatened them, they dared not mention it and had been silently bitter. Li II's breathing quickened. He pressed, besides this, what more proves he is an immortal's disciple? Second son, don't question Prince Wei. I'll answer for him. Li Yuan held a purple clay teapot in his right hand near his mouth, while with his left he held 2 sheets of calligraphy paper and slapped his thigh as he walked forward. Li II restrained his excitement and helped his father. Father, please sit. Li Yuan waved it off, no need. I'll stand. Li Yuan scanned the court and exclaimed, he was right. The methods he taught Prince Wei for disaster relief were ruthless. No wonder the ministers complained, Mr. Qing truly is divine. The officials all stared wide-eyed. Retired Emperor, are you saying this immortal disciple foresaw today's court debate? My goodness, how is that possible? How could he know? He's an immortal disciple, prescience isn't impossible. Li II, astonished, asked, Father, did he anticipate today's turn of events? Li Tai quickly said, Yes, Father. My teacher foresaw today. Initially, I asked how to carry out relief, and he taught me this method, but didn't tell me to do it myself. He wanted me to relay it to you. Yes. I didn't mention your Majesty's identity, I only said you were an official struggling with relief. Teacher saw my filial piety and then shared the method, saying I should tell Father. But I was too eager to show off, so I took action alone. When he learned this, he punished my palm with the disciplinary ruler. And collecting grain tax was just casually mentioned by him. Li Tai sheepishly tapped the back of his head in embarrassment. Li II, surprised, he intended you to relay it to me? Yes, Li Tai nodded. Teacher said I'm too young, like a tree that stands out and is easily killed by winds. He told me not to be pampered, to be steady, and not to stand out. Disaster relief is for adults. I should focus on learning and not worry about other things. Father, uncles, you know, I chose that fat shopkeeper because he had abused villagers, splitting families, destroying lives. My teacher said, one who eats from the people's toil deserves execution, one who ministers to the people deserves respect. You thought my teacher was sly, but he always cares for the people. How could he be cunning and ruthless? Yes. Li Yuan smiled. Mr. Qing truly cares for the people. In villagers by the Ba River, who were impoverished, he used his methods to make them prosperous within 2 months. Every household had endless grain and silver. Even women and children in the villages earned silver monthly to help at home. And every household was building brick houses. Li Yuan spoke proudly, as if it was his own accomplishment. Is there more? Li II's eyes widened. Father, why did you never tell me this? Li Yuan was displeased. Do you think I would tell you? I became close friends with Qing, and he's free-spirited. If he'd known I concealed identity to dupe him, he'd have left me. Besides, if he learned Prince Wei's father was the emperor, he'd expel Wei from his school. I didn't tell you. If Qing hadn't anticipated the minister's attack, I wouldn't have set foot in the palace again. Humph. Li Yuan snorted and flared his temper. Everyone exchanged glances. Li Yuan swept his gaze to Li II and said, Second son, I drank with Qing last night. He said something that moved me. What did he say? Li II asked eagerly. Li Yuan replied, he said, the Tang Empire was founded with the people as base, the ruler is light, the people are heavy. The ruler is a boat, the people are water. Water carries the boat, but can also capsizes it. Remember this, and you secure the kingdom. Li II's body shivered. He abruptly stood from the dragon throne, eyes gleaming, and praised, "Wonderful, wonderful, a metaphor of water carrying and capsizing the boat, comparing people to water and the emperor to a lone boat. Such a brilliant analogy. This Mr. Qing is indeed a great talent." Li Yuan dismissed, "That's nothing. The knowledge Mr. Qing taught Prince Wei is true knowledge." He slapped the 2 sheets of calligraphy on the desk. "Look, this is what he taught Prince Wei. This is only a drop in the ocean. He has much more real talent yet to reveal." Li II eagerly unfolded the papers, muttering, 3-character classic? People at birth are inherently good. Yes, yes. Wonderful. Li II's face turned crimson with excitement. The 3-character classic is a great primer for young children. He unfolded the other sheet, and its content made him breathe rapidly. The edge of a treasured sword comes from sharpening, the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. On the path of the book mountain diligence serves as the way, on the sea of learning hardships make the boat. As each philosophical line was read, the court officials could no longer remain calm. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, all these civil ministers looked visibly shaken. They were scholars, and recognized the profound, clear truths embedded in the 3-character classic and the admonitions for the wise, simple, well-known wisdom. Li II read the admonitions for the wise and the 3-character classic several times, then suddenly exclaimed, "I must meet him. I will entrust him with great responsibility. With such talent and learning, it would be a shame not to appoint him Grand Scholar of the Hongwan Academy." The diligence chapter in the admonitions is a stunning exhortation, constantly reminding people to study diligently. As for the virtue chapter, anyone capable of writing those ideals cannot be a cunning or ruthless person. Li II looked around, clapped his hands, and laughed. "This Mr. Qing is such a great talent. Appointing him as chancellor would be appropriate. With such talent serving the state, how can our Tang dynasty not prosper?" Xiao Yu's expression shifted, and he lowered his head. He was the left prime minister, the current chancellor, but the position meant little to him now. As a senior minister of Li Yuan, he was nearing retirement. But Zhang Sun Wuji's pupils contracted. He sensed a major threat to his career. Everyone knew once Xiao Yu stepped down, Zhang Sun Wuji would be the next left prime minister. Li Yuan sneered and said, "Second son, forget about left prime minister. From what I know of him, he wouldn't care even if you offered him the throne." Li II was startled, sat down with a sigh. "Yes. Such a person, who does not seek fame and fortune but only wants to benefit the people, and avoids court factionalism, he is truly indifferent to status. How could he be for me?" Li Yuan smiled and nodded. "That fellow is stubborn and unyielding, harder than a stone in a cesspit." Li II and Li Tai both laughed. Li II nodded. "I begin to believe he really is an immortal's disciple. Prince Wei, does your teacher have any other works? Your father would like to hear them." Li Tai tilted his head, thought, then shivered and said fearfully, "There is a poem. Last night, my grandfather and I had dinner at Mr. Qing's house. I dropped a skewer of lamb, and Mr. Qing nearly disciplined me with the ruler. Mr. Qing said, 'Hoeing grain at midday. Sweat drips onto the soil. Who knows the food on one's plate? Each grain is hard-earned. Wasting food is shameful.' He said I deserved punishment, but fortunately I picked up the lamb and ate it. Otherwise, I would have been spanked." Hearing this, even the court officials were moved. Li II carefully recited the poem several times, then exclaimed excitedly, "Wang De, copy the 3-character classic, the admonitions, and this poem to the Hongwan Academy immediately. Spread them across the Tang dynasty. Prince Wei, what is this poem's title? And what is your teacher's name?" Li Tai respectfully replied, "Father, this poem is titled Sympathy for Farmers, Min Nong, and Mr. Qing's name is Qing Xiu." Li II said, "Sign it under Qing Xiu." "Qing Xiu?" Li II murmured, "This name seems familiar." Zhang Sun Wuji suddenly realized and said, "Your Majesty, this Qing Xiu is the Baron of Lantian County you ennobled, the brick burner." Li II's eyes widened. "What? The brick burner Qing Xiu?" Li Yuan nodded with a smile. Li II gave a bitter smile. "So it's him, the Mr. Qing you mentioned. Father, may I visit the country estate you speak of?" Li Yuan warned, "What are you trying to do? I caution you not to ruin my relationship with Qing. If you do, I'll hang myself in Wuda Hall." Li II's face changed. He pleaded, "Father, please don't say such things. Even if I don't meet him, I don't want to see you hang yourself there. What would people think? I promise, if I meet Mr. Qing, I won't reveal his identity. Also, please tell me what Mr. Qing dislikes so I can prepare myself." Li Yuan thought and said, he's not much for taboos, but he's frugal. Though he earned some money, he didn't squander it, he used most to help villagers build houses. Li II was deeply moved, Mr. Qing is truly virtuous. I am ashamed. Li Yuan proudly added, he's not only frugal, he opened a vegetable garden in his yard and grows his own food. He added sadly, it's a pity, he still doesn't own a house in Chang'an. Whenever I visit, I must travel for half a day. That's why I built a house for him at the estate, haha. His words, innocent as they were, spoke loudly to Li II. Li II moved and said, Wang De, does the Zhongren mansion still have available houses? Wang De thought and replied, Your Majesty, the best house is the Lanfeng Garden, granted to Sun Fu recently. The rest are fine but not as grand as noble residences in the city. Li II frowned, I wish to give Mr. Qing a house to thank him for accepting Prince Wei. Can't do that? Wang De's eyes lit up, Your Majesty, there is indeed a residence, somewhat far from the palace but within the city, near Furong Garden in Qinglong Ward. It used to be a general's mansion. It's not less grand than other noble estates. Li II immediately smiled, then informed the Zhongren mansion to gift the Qinglong Ward general's mansion to Mr. Qing, so he'll have a place in Chang'an. Li Yuan frowned, second son, why are you suddenly giving him a house? Doing so in the royal name risks exposing the identities of Prince Wei and me. Li II was troubled but said, then I'll issue an imperial decree granting him a house, just say the bricks he made were measured cheaply. It'll read the prior reward was insufficient. He began drafting the decree as officials murmured conspiratorially, they were secretly planning to have their unfilial sons follow his example and apprentice under Mr. Qing later. Li Yuan yawned, been an early day. I'll take a nap. Li II rose to see him off. Li Yuan waved, no need, you have affairs to attend. Oh, Mr. Qing likely isn't at home. I saw his carriage this morning heading to Chang'an tea shop. Li II asked, he likes tea? Li Yuan laughed, the Xinglong tea shop is his. Li Yuan left laughing, leaving a stunned Li II. As emperor, he knew tea business in Chang'an made big money, and he was envious, but bound by rank, he could only watch. But when he thought of Mr. Qing using his profits to build for Tang, Li II smiled and wrote the decree vigorously. After finishing, he asked Wang De to obtain the deed via the Zhongren mansion. Li Tai bowed, Father, I will return to the estate later. I don't want to miss the teacher's lesson. Li II, both pleased and proud, nodded, Prince Wei, you'll now stay with Grandpa at the estate. You don't need to come every few days, come every 10 to 15 days. Remember, study sincerely under Mr. Qing. Be respectful, don't defy him. Understand? Yes, Father. I will obey. Excited, Li Tai left, but before departing, he went to the Imperial kitchen. Because Mr. Qing said last night he'd like some chilled seafood. Li Tai arrived at the Imperial kitchen accompanied by his guards. The head steward of the kitchen hurried forward with a fawning expression. Just as he was about to speak, Li Tai kicked him squarely on the buttocks, and the flattering smile instantly froze on his face. Li Tai looked around and asked, Chief Lu, does the Imperial kitchen have any fresh seafood? Chief Lu nodded joyfully. Yes, yes, yes. Is Your Highness the Prince of Wei in the mood for seafood today? Li Tai nodded. Chief Lu would not miss the opportunity to curry favor with the Emperor's most beloved son. After all, what if this brat became Emperor one day? Flattering him properly was a safe bet. As he led the way, Chief Lu said with a smile, every few days, the Imperial kitchen receives a shipment of seafood, fresh from the coastal regions. We keep them alive in seawater. Each batch brings in quite a lot. What kinds do you have? Li Tai asked happily. Chief Lu said obsequiously, large sea prawns, abalone, sea cucumbers, yellow croaker, octopus, we have several big vats full. Li Tai beamed with even greater delight. He walked over to the 5 large vats and glanced inside. Each vat was filled with seawater, and the seafood that Chief Lu mentioned was still alive. With excitement, Li Tai waved his arm. Take them away. A guard was momentarily stunned. Your Highness, which one? All of them. Do not leave a single one behind. Chief Lu froze at these words. He quickly turned panicked. Your Highness, you cannot just take them all. If you wish to eat some, I will have the cooks prepare them for you. If you must take some, a few of each will do. But if you take everything, how will I explain it to His Majesty and the Crown Prince? Li Tai fully understood the implications of Li Jing's words, he must not neglect Mr. Qing. With great bravado, Li Tai declared, do not worry. If His Majesty asks, tell him that I took them to honor Mr. Qing. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. It has nothing to do with you, Chief Lu. Why are you all still standing there? Move them. If we do not have enough hands, go find more people. Cold sweat beaded on Chief Lu's forehead as he tried to dissuade him, but it was no use. Li Tai was determined to take the seafood to Mr. Qing. Chief Lu could only watch helplessly, not daring to intervene. All he could do was slap his thigh repeatedly in frustration, tears nearly falling from his eyes. Tai Chi Palace, Tai Pond. A maid in a green long dress looked suspiciously at a group of guards and said to the young girl beside her who was painting, "Your Highness, look over there. The Prince of Wei is having a group of guards move something. How strange." The girl addressed as "Your Highness" was just 16 years old, wearing a delicate pale pink outfit. Her black hair was styled in a maiden's bun, with a cascade of glossy hair like a waterfall trailing down her back. She turned her head and looked, her bright eyes as deep and luminous as the stars, eyebrows like freshly sprouted willow, and her petite face was the epitome of classical beauty. Her pristine long dress gave her an ethereal, otherworldly aura. Her demeanor was otherworldly and gentle, with a touch of melancholy in her eyes, a kind of fragile beauty that stirred a man's instinct to protect. When she saw over a dozen guards carrying 5 large vats of water, she was slightly surprised. Her pearly white teeth showed slightly, and her jade-like fingers touched her lips as she said with astonishment, "Yingtao, are they not moving the seafood that was delivered from the coast just yesterday? Strange. What is Qingke doing with it?" Yingtao exclaimed, "Your Highness, it is indeed the 5 vats brought yesterday. Why is the Prince of Wei taking all of them? Unless His Majesty granted them to him, taking seafood from the Imperial kitchen without permission could be punishable." Princess Xiangqing looked startled and frowned. "What is Qingke thinking? Yingtao, put away the painting. Let us go have a look." Although not born of the Empress, Princess Xiangqing was the eldest princess of Li Jing, known for her exceptional talent and gentle nature. She followed rules and was filial, and was often cited by Li Jing as a model for the royal children. Over time, Princess Xiangqing earned the admiration and respect of her siblings. Li Lizhu stood and walked quickly to follow. She wanted to see what Li Tai intended to do with the 5 large vats of seafood. Yingtao grabbed the painting board and hurried after her. Once they caught up, Li Lizhu called out, "Qingke." Li Tai turned his head, quickly stopped, and said, "Halt. You may rest now." He walked toward Li Lizhu with a smile. "Sister, what brings you here?" Li Lizhu responded with a calm smile, "I was painting by Tai Pond in my leisure, and I saw you having men carry 5 large vats. Qingke, those were delivered to the palace just yesterday. Where are you taking them? Did you get father's permission?" Li Tai chuckled naively. "I am taking them out of the city, to Sanha village." Li Lizhu frowned deeply, visibly puzzled. "Why send them to Sanha village?" "Sister, best not to ask. I have urgent business and must leave now." As he turned, he happened to glance at the painting board in Yingtao's hands. Just one look and he exclaimed in surprise, "Eh? Teacher?" Li Lizhu was confused. "Teacher? Where?" Li Tai curiously leaned in for a better look, then pointed to the painting and said, "Sister, your painting clearly depicts teacher." Li Lizhu trembled slightly, and even Yingtao's mouth fell open. Gripping Li Tai's shoulders tightly, Li Lizhu pointed to the portrait and asked in a trembling voice, "Qingke, do you know this man?" Her eyes instantly reddened. Ever since that misunderstanding in the hibiscus garden, when she mistook a blind man for a lecher and scolded him harshly, only for the man to apologize instead of bearing a grudge, Princess Xiangqing had felt deep guilt. She had spent nearly a month searching for him in order to apologize sincerely. Despite sending people several times, he was nowhere to be found. All she had was a vague memory from a brief encounter, from which she tried to paint him, without even finishing the eyes, only the nose, mouth, and outline. Now, finally, there was a lead. Li Lizhu was on the verge of tears. She asked again in a trembling voice, "Qingke, do you truly know this man?" Seeing his sister so emotional, Li Tai could not lie. He nodded. "I do. He is Mr. Qing. I have the honor of studying under him." "Sister, why did you paint him?" Li Tai suddenly widened his eyes in realization. "Oh, I see now. Could it be? Sister, do you like Mr. Qing?" Li Lizhu blushed slightly but did not avoid the question. Instead, she asked urgently, "Forget that for now. I have not even painted his eyes, how do you know it is your Mr. Qing?" Li Tai replied, "It is obvious. The mouth and nose are identical, as is the face shape. I have never seen Mr. Qing's eyes either, he is blind. He always covers them with black silk when he goes out. I found him. I finally found him." Knowing he was blind, Li Lizhu was now sure this was the man she had misunderstood. Overcome with joy, she hugged Yingtao and burst into tears. Yingtao, eyes reddened, also cried. These past days, she had watched her princess become increasingly troubled and thin with worry. Now, finally, she could apologize sincerely, and Her Highness would no longer be burdened by guilt. Li Tai scratched his head, still confused. Sister, why are you crying? Did Mr. Qing bully you? If Mr. Qing truly bullied her, Li Tai did not know what to do. One was his sister, the other his teacher. He was torn. He could only hope that Mr. Qing had not done anything wrong. Li Lizhu choked up. That day when I saw him, his eyes were not yet covered in black silk. But I forgot what they looked like, which is why I could not finish the portrait. Oh, I see, Li Tai said after thinking for a moment. Brother Taiju once said that Mr. Qing was beaten in the city because, being blind, he happened to face two rich young ladies. They thought he was a pervert and beat him up. That is why he now always covers his eyes, to show that he is blind. How outrageous. Mr. Qing cannot even see, yet those young ladies bullied him. If I knew who they were, I would definitely teach them a lesson and defend my teacher. Yingtao's expression grew increasingly awkward. Princess Xiangqing felt a deep ache in her heart, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Yes, she remembered that the blind manservant was named Taiju. Li Tai's words pierced the most sensitive nerve in her heart. He could have pretended to be a normal person, spared himself the prejudice, but instead, because of her misunderstanding, he chose to cover his eyes, declaring to the world that he was blind. How much pain must he endure? Imagining all this, Li Lizhu felt her heart shatter with guilt. Li Tai noticed that his sister had calmed down and asked in confusion, "Sister, why were you crying so sorrowfully? Who made you feel so wronged? Was it perhaps Mr. Qing?" Li Lizhu smiled faintly with a trace of guilt, her voice gentle as she said, "The one who wronged me was not your Mr. Qing. I was simply reminded of some unpleasant memories. Qingke, just now you said you were going to Sanha village? Where is that?" Li Tai explained, "Sanha village is where Mr. Qing's estate is located. It is 30 li outside the city, by the Ba River." Li Lizhu pointed to the large vats and asked, puzzled, "You are taking all this seafood to Sanha village? Did you ask for father's permission?" Li Tai's eyes flickered, and he immediately nodded, "Yes, father has given his approval." Of course, he did not dare to say he had taken the seafood without permission. If he did, his sister would certainly not agree, and might even report it to their father. Li Tai thought it best to deliver the seafood to Sanha village first and deal with the rest later. Li Lizhu said, "If that is so, I shall accompany you out of the city." Li Tai was surprised. "You want to go to Mr. Qing's estate as well?" Li Lizhu nodded gently. At this moment, she was eager to find that blind man and apologize to him sincerely. If she could not gain his forgiveness, she might carry this guilt with her forever. Li Tai furrowed his brow. "What is wrong?" Li Lizhu asked when she saw his expression. Li Tai said awkwardly, "Sister, I have taken Mr. Qing as my teacher, but I never revealed my identity. If he finds out that I am a prince, there is a high chance he will expel me from his tutelage." Li Lizhu smiled calmly. "That is simple. I will not reveal my identity either." Li Tai laughed. "That is best. Then let us go together." The siblings boarded the carriage and set off for Sanha village. At the same time, inside a gambling den, upon hearing his servant's words, Do Fengjie's face suddenly turned pale. He grabbed the servant by the collar and shouted angrily, "What did you say? His Majesty wants to bestow the general's residence in Qinglong Ward as a gift." "Yes, young master. Master cannot find the deed to the general's residence and is furious right now." Do Fengjie looked ashen, as if mourning a death. His legs gave way, and he collapsed. "It is over, it is over. Why would His Majesty choose this moment to gift the general's residence? What am I to do now?" "Young master, master told you to return at once. The Imperial messenger Wang De is still at the Bureau of Clan Affairs waiting to collect the deed. Out of my way." Do Fengjie pushed the servant aside, mounted his horse, and galloped off. But he did not ride toward the Bureau of Clan Affairs. Instead, he headed straight for the Xinglong tea house in Ani Ward. Soon, he arrived at the tea house and saw the young blind man who had purchased the general's residence. He dismounted and rushed to the counter, tapping it anxiously. "Shopkeeper, do you still have the deed to the general's residence that I sold you?" Qingxiu put down his teacup and smiled calmly. "So it is young Master Do. You sold the deed. Are you planning to go back on the deal?" Do Fengjie said hurriedly, "Shopkeeper, please do me a favor. Return the deed to me. I will repurchase it from you at the original price." Qingxiu frowned. "A deal made is like water spilled, there is no taking it back. 15,000 taels. I will buy back the deed for 15,000 taels." Do Fengjie was becoming desperate. Qingxiu shook his head. "Not for sale. As you said, the general's residence is worth 30,000 taels. How could I sell it back to you for half the price? If I sell, it cannot be below market price, at the very least, 30,000 taels." "You," Do Fengjie was furious. "You are raising the price on the spot." Qingxiu sneered. "Raising the price? A gentleman loves wealth but acquires it with integrity. Old Dao, standing nearby, praised, "Well said, a gentleman loves wealth but acquires it with integrity." "Master, what about women who love wealth?" Qingxiu paused, then replied with a straight face, "If a woman loves wealth, she acquires it, charmingly." Everyone was stunned. Their minds could not quite grasp the meaning. Dou Fengjie looked terribly distressed. He knew that if he could not quickly recover the deed and His Majesty discovered it had been sold, and the Bureau of Clan Affairs found so many deeds missing, the Emperor would erupt in fury. Even as a cousin of Li Jing, he might not die, but he would be severely punished. "Fine." Dou Fengjie gritted his teeth. 30,000 taels it is. I will give you the silver. Hand over the deed. Qingxiu leaned back lazily and shook his head. Money first, then the deed. You cannot just walk off with it. What if you renege? I would be the one at a loss. I would renege? Dou Fengjie roared. I am a member of the Imperial clan. How could I renege? Do not judge a gentleman with a petty man's heart. Hand over the deed, and I will fetch the silver from home. Qingxiu still shook his head. No. We are strangers. I cannot take that risk. Money first, deed after. You. Fine, just wait for me. Dou Fengjie was so angry that his face turned green. He mounted his horse and galloped toward the Bureau of Clan Affairs. Old Dao looked worried. Master, Dou Fengjie is the Emperor's cousin. If you offend him. Humph, Qingxiu snorted coldly. So what if we offend him? After we escorted him out of the gambling den, he had us followed. Perhaps you two did not notice, but my ears did not miss it. Old Dao and Old Ma were shocked. Is that true? Qingxiu nodded. Dou Fengjie told his follower, check how much tea is in the shop. Tonight, send some men to steal it, and burn the place down while you are at it. Outrageous. Old Ma was furious. Old Dao grabbed his knife, his face red with anger. That bastard, I will go chop his head off right now. Calm yourself, Qingxiu said softly. He was probably tempted by the profits from our tea and had bad intentions. But judging from his anxious look earlier, someone must be conducting an audit at the Bureau of Clan Affairs. He is desperate to save himself. Otherwise, he would not offer 30,000 taels. Master, are you planning to sell it to him? Qingxiu smiled. Who would not take a profit of 19,000 taels? There are many mansions in Chang'an. We do not need that particular one. With 30,000 taels, we can consider properties in other locations. Old Ma cracked his knuckles and said grimly, Old Dao and I will guard the shop tonight. If any thieves come, we will kill them all. Qingxiu said nothing, his silence was consent. At this moment, at the Bureau of Clan Affairs, Duke Zan of the state, Dou Gue, was kneeling on a low wooden platform. Beside him sat Eunuch Wang De. Eunuch Wang, please have some tea. We have many deeds, and I am not sure where the deed to the general's residence has been placed. Once my son returns, we will ask him. Wang De did not mind waiting and casually sipped tea with Dou Gue, chatting idly. Before long, a figure rushed in, clearly trying to hide his panic, but it was obvious on Dou Fengjie's face. Dou Gue frowned. Fengjie, what took you so long? Eunuch Wang has been waiting. Where did you put the deed to the general's residence? Go fetch it. Manager Wang needs it urgently. Dou Fengjie bowed respectfully. Greetings, Manager Wang, greetings, Uncle. Uncle, I have something urgent to report. May we speak in private? Dou Gue was taken aback. His expression shifted slightly but quickly returned to normal. He smiled at Wang De and said, Manager Wang, please forgive my son's poor manners. Might I trouble you to wait a bit longer while I speak to him in private? Wang De nodded politely. Dou Gue and Dou Fengjie entered the inner hall. Once inside, Dou Fengjie dropped to his knees and cried out in panic, Father, you must save me. Please, no matter what, you must save me this time. Dou Gue's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and hissed, You damned fool. Did you sell the deed to the general's residence? Dou Fengjie lowered his head, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was consumed by fear. When Dou Gue saw the state his son was in, he was so furious he kicked him to the ground and growled, You bastard, how many times have I told you to stay away from gambling dens, and yet you never listened? Tell me, how much did you sell it for? Who did you sell it to? Dou Fengjie stammered, I sold it to a tea shopkeeper named Qingxiu, for 11,000 taels. What? Dou Gue flew into a rage and started beating Dou Fengjie with fists and kicks. You damned disgrace. The general's residence is worth 38,000 taels, and you sold it for 11,000? You prodigal son, are you trying to send me to an early grave? Dou Fengjie squatted on the ground with his arms shielding his head and muttered, Father, stop hitting me. The residence is already sold. If you want to beat me, wait until we get the deed back. We cannot keep Manager Wang waiting too long, suspicion may arise. This time, Dou Gue refrained from kicking him again. He snarled, "This is the last time I clean up your mess. If you ever enter a gambling den again, I will cut off your hands myself. Come, let us return home to retrieve 11,000 taels and redeem the deed." Do Fengjie said bitterly, "Father, we cannot redeem it anymore. I tried to get it back earlier." He said, "He will only sell it back at market price, at least 30,000 taels. You unfilial bastard." Do Gui's eyes were bloodshot. His head buzzed, and his body trembled with rage. If Do Fengjie had not been his only son, he might have killed him then and there. "Oh heavens," Do Gui cried out in despair. "I toiled for half my life, saving and scraping to gather 30,000 taels, and you wasted it all in one day. Father, I am sorry, it was my fault." Do Gui roared, "If saying sorry solved everything, what need would there be for law and justice? I should have left you in your mother's womb." If the truth came out, Do Fengjie would not only face execution, exile to a remote region was also likely. Still, he was his only son. Do Gui could not bear to watch him fall that far. When they came out, Do Gui's face was plastered with a forced apologetic smile as he bowed and said to Wang De, "Manager Wang, my apologies. I just remembered the deed is stored at home. May I trouble you to wait a little longer while my son and I retrieve it?" Wang De was clearly annoyed. "Lord Duke, I am a busy man. If His Majesty wonders why I have not returned." Do Gui bowed lower. "I beg Manager Wang's indulgence." Wang De waved his hand impatiently. "Very well, make it quick. I shall wait here." Do Gui hurriedly urged Do Fengjie out of the Bureau of Clan Affairs. They each mounted a fast horse and galloped back to the residence. At the estate, servants were ordered to load silver onto a cart. When there was not enough silver, they filled 2 wagons with copper coins. Do Gui trembled with heartbreak as he watched. It felt like blood was being drained from his heart. Do Fengjie, like a wilted eggplant, did not dare make a sound, but the resentment in his eyes was hard to hide. Once everything was packed, the procession set out. It was half an hour later when they arrived at the Xinglong tea shop. Do Fengjie jumped down from his horse, his face dark as he said, "Boy, here is your 30,000 taels. Now give me the deed." Qingxiu frowned. "What is that tone? I am selling the deed, not begging you to buy it. I may be blind, but I can still hear the disrespect in your voice. What, if I refuse to sell, are you going to kill me?" "You talk too much," Do Fengjie growled. "We brought your money. What more do you want?" Qingxiu sneered. "I have changed my mind. I am not selling anymore." Do Fengjie was dumbfounded. Do Gui, who had been watching from the side, shoved Do Fengjie aside and barked, "You unfilial son, step aside." Knowing what was at stake, Do Gui approached Qingxiu with a forced smile and bowed. "Dear shopkeeper, my son was ignorant and offended you. But that deed is of great importance to our family. I humbly ask for your understanding." Qingxiu replied coolly, "I do not know you. Why should I do you a favor?" Do Gui's face twitched. Suppressing his rage, he bowed again. "I am Duke of Zan, Do Gui, father of Do Fengjie. My son was rude. He will apologize to you right now." "Do Fengjie, get over here and apologize to the shopkeeper." Do Fengjie clenched his jaw so hard he nearly broke his teeth. Seeing the crowd around them grow, he had no choice but to lower his voice and say, "Shopkeeper Qing, I apologize for my earlier behavior. We brought the 30,000 taels. May I please have the deed?" Qingxiu nodded. "That is better. This is the proper attitude when asking a favor. Wife, bring him the deed." Su Xiaochun pulled the deed from her pouch and handed it over. Qingxiu then ordered, "Old Lu, Old Ma, load the silver onto our cart. If it does not all fit, go to the East Market and buy a few more wagons." Do Gui also ordered his men to stay and help the tea shop transport the silver, then he and Do Fengjie galloped back to the Bureau of Clan Affairs. Before leaving, Do Fengjie's eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at the tea shop, snorting angrily as he rode off. Old Ma frowned. "Master, that young man's expression was off. He may retaliate." Old Lu sighed. "Now we have a feud with a duke. Who knows what tricks they may pull." "Are you scared?" Old Ma scoffed. Old Lu shouted, "Scared? Damn you, Old Ma. Of all the words I know, fear is not one of them." Qingxiu interrupted them. "The moment Do Fengjie had us followed, the grudge was already formed. If we injure a servant, they send another. If we beat a lackey, they send a master. We might as well confront this directly." Su Xiaochun nodded. "You are right, husband. But, he is a duke." She looked anxious. Qingxiu smiled. "So what if he is a duke? He is still human, everyone has weaknesses. The ones to fear are not the powerful in plain sight, but the enemies lurking in the dark." Old Lu and Old Ma nodded repeatedly. Do Fengjie caught up with Do Gui and said with a dark expression, "Father, we were extorted. We cannot let this go." Do Gui snorted. And whose fault is that? Do Fengjie was left speechless. Do Gue continued coldly, a mere tea shopkeeper, a lowly merchant, yet I had to bow and scrape just to get a deed back. When have I ever suffered such humiliation? Do Fengjie gritted his teeth. Father, tonight I will send someone to take care of him quietly, so no one will ever know. Do Gue pondered for a moment and shook his head. Not now. If something happens tonight, we will be the prime suspects. We must wait. Back at the Bureau of Clan Affairs, Wang De was already pacing impatiently. When he saw the Do father and son return, he barely contained his anger. Lord Duke, what took you so long? Nearly an hour has passed. Are you making a fool of me? Do Gue quickly bowed and apologized. Not at all, Manager Wang. I beg your forgiveness. The deeds were in disarray and hard to find. But fortunately, we have it now. Sorry to trouble you. I shall host a banquet another day to apologize. Please, forgive me. Wang De snorted and turned to leave with his men. Do Gue hurried to catch up. May I ask who His Majesty intends to gift the general's residence to? May I accompany you? Wang De frowned. You have legs. I cannot stop you. As for the recipient, you will know when you see him. You, hurry to Ani Ward. And so, Do Gue and Do Fengjie followed Wang De to Ani Ward. When they arrived at a place called Xinglong Tea Shop, and Wang De read out the imperial decree to a blind man, the expressions on the faces of Do Gue and Do Fengjie were absolutely priceless. What kind of absurd twist was this? Baron of Lantian County, Qingxiu, received the imperial decree. With eunuch Wang De's sharp, duck-like voice echoing through the shop, everyone inside the tea house stood up in unison. Though Qingxiu had no idea what was happening, he quickly stepped outside and respectfully clasped his hands to receive the decree. Do Gue and Do Fengjie stood with their mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded. The Emperor of Great Tang proclaims, Baron Qingxiu of Lantian County, your bricks are affordable and of excellent quality, this pleases us greatly. As a special reward, we bestow upon you a residence in Qinglong Ward. Pft! The tea still in the mouths of everyone in the shop was instantly sprayed out. Su Xiaochun's delicate face turned bright red as she trembled uncontrollably. Even Yunyang's face flushed deeply. They wanted to laugh but did not dare. Clinging to each other, the two women shuddered where they stood, barely holding it in. Old Dao and Old Ma exchanged glances, both completely stunned. Wang De was not only Emperor Li Jing's personal eunuch, but also his personal bodyguard. Except during sleep, he almost never left the emperor's side. He was fully aware of all matters in the court, big and small. Especially after recently learning that this blind man before him was not only a disciple of an immortal, but also the Prince of Wei's teacher, and even a close friend of the retired emperor. Naturally, Wang De dared not be disrespectful, and his demeanor was extremely polite and deferential. He bowed deeply and said with a smile, Baron Qing, please accept the decree. Qingxiu accepted the imperial edict with a twitch of his lips and responded, thank you, your majesty. He quickly turned and said, wife, bring 10 jin of our best jade guanyin tea for the grand eunuch. Su Xiaochun hurried out carrying a wooden barrel. Qingxiu shoved it into Wang De's arms and smiled. A small token of appreciation. It may not be valuable, but it carries deep sentiment. Wang De quickly waved his hands. Oh no, Baron Qing, I cannot accept this. If His Majesty learns that I accepted your gift, he will never forgive me. Please, do not make things difficult for a humble eunuch like me. Qingxiu had no choice but to take the tea back. Wang De smiled and said, my task here is done. I shall not disturb you further. Farewell. Grand eunuch, please walk slowly. I am blind and cannot see you off. I hope you do not take offense. Not at all, not at all. I am not so petty, Wang De said cheerfully as he led the proclamation team back to the palace. Do Fengjie stood some distance from the shop, dumbstruck and trembling with fury. Though Do Gue was the more composed and experienced of the two, he was not much better off, he nearly had a stroke from rage. Inside the shop, everyone stared wide-eyed at each other. Eventually, even Qingxiu could not hold back. He let out a loud guffaw, slapping his thigh as he laughed heartily. Old Dao and Old Ma laughed even harder, unrestrained and wild. Su Xiaochun covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes shimmering with tears of laughter. Yunyang could barely contain herself, her shoulders trembling from suppressed laughter, and even her chest heaved with emotion. The laughter inside the tea shop was an unbearable humiliation for the Do father and son. Their eyes turned red with rage. At this moment of mounting fury, neither Do Gue nor Do Fengjie noticed Wang De's deferential tone. Together, they stormed over, their rage boiling. Do Gue's expression was terrifying, his eyes bloodshot. He growled, well done, boy. Truly well done. You humiliated the Do family so thoroughly. Very good. Do Fengjie's face was like still water, but his jaw clenched tightly. Qingxiu, you bastard, using such malicious tricks to trap us, are you not afraid of divine retribution? Just moments ago, he had sold the residence to Qingxiu for 11,000 taels. Then this blind man sold it back for 30,000, pocketing a profit of 19,000 taels, and now the residence had returned to him by imperial decree. How could anyone not be furious? Qingxiu, annoyed, replied, the residence was already returned to you. How was I to know His Majesty would bestow it upon me? What the fuck does that have to do with me? Fine. Very well. Baron of Lantian County, Qingxiu, I will remember this. Do Gue turned in fury, mounted his horse, and rode off. You fucking blind bastard, you just wait. Do Fengjie shouted before mounting his horse and following. Qingxiu shrugged. Well, that did it. The grudge is now set in stone. Master, old Lu said, the Do family wields great power at court. Judging from their faces, they will not let this go easily. I think we should make some preparations. Qingxiu smiled faintly. No need to worry. Do Fengjie has secretly sold who knows how many imperial deeds. If it comes to light, Do Gue will be charged with dereliction of duty, and Do Fengjie at best will be exiled to Lingnan. Old Lu, tonight you and Old Ma take a few men and watch the area. If someone comes to steal tea, let them. The 100 or so jin of tea is not worth much. If they burn the shop down, let them, it is not even ours, just rented. After they finish stealing and burning, we catch the mastermind and turn him in. And what about you and the lady? Old Ma asked. Qingxiu replied, my wife will return with me to Sanha village. Tomorrow, she and Yunyang can return to Chang'an and furnish the new home. After giving orders, Qingxiu took Su Xiaochun and Yunyang back to Sanha village, arriving just before noon. Su Xiaochun and Yunyang began preparing lunch. Though Su Xiaochun was now a baroness, part of the nobility, she had not forgotten her roots and remained humble. She still often helped Yunyang with cooking. Qingxiu, meanwhile, was tilling the soil of the small field in the courtyard. On 100 square meters of farmland, he had planted the future of Great Tang. High-yield hybrid rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, peanuts, chili peppers, corn. He had nearly roasted the potatoes and sweet potatoes out of desperation in the early days, but fortunately resisted, preserving the seeds for future crops. Now, everything had sprouted. Tomorrow, he could begin cultivating them in his own fields. In a few years, these crops would be enjoyed with abandon. In the kitchen, as Yunyang expertly stir-fried minced meat with eggplant, Su Xiaochun smiled and whispered, Yunyang, I have been staying at inns in Chang'an often lately. Has my husband ever gotten touchy with you? Yunyang shuddered, her pale face turning ghostly white. Her legs nearly gave out. She froze, unable to think or speak. She was never good with people, and this sudden question nearly made her heart leap out of her chest. Su Xiaochun giggled and covered her mouth. Her eyes curled like crescents. Look at you, you are so frightened your face changed color. Even if you really had been intimate with him, would I beat you to death? Yunyang was even more terrified. She knelt instantly, trembling. Madam, I did not. Su Xiaochun lifted her up and frowned. I know you did not, but you do not have to kneel. My husband hates it when people kneel. Do not do that again. Yunyang was close to tears, shaking as she stammered, I am sorry, madam. I did not mean to offend. I have not done anything with the master, but I. Her face flushed crimson. She could not bring herself to say more and was clearly overwhelmed. Outside, while tilling the soil, Qingxiu had heard every word. Even though they spoke quietly, his enhanced senses picked up everything clearly. What kind of pathetic mental fortitude is this? Qingxiu chuckled to himself. Su Xiaochun had not even accused her yet, and she confessed everything on her own. Su Xiaochun burst into laughter, flicked Yunyang on the forehead, and pouted, You have been sneaking glances at my husband all morning. Did you think I did not notice? Your eyes are brimming with desire, you little flirt. When I first saw him, my eyes looked just like yours. Do you think you can fool me? I am sorry, madam, Yunyang said, blushing with tears in her eyes. You do not need to drive me away. I will leave after lunch and never approach the master again. Su Xiaochun looked down at her belly and sighed, placing a hand gently on it. Yunyang, I did not mean to drive you away. What I mean is, you should become my husband's concubine. What? Yunyang was completely stunned. When Su Xiaochun saw that Yunyang was stunned, she leaned close to her ear and whispered, My monthly period has not come this month. It is already 7 or 8 days late. I am likely pregnant. In the coming months, I will not be able to serve my husband. A woman with child must not share a bed with her husband. 10 months of pregnancy, followed by childbirth and recovery, it will take at least a year. With how handsome our husband is, if he does not touch me for a whole year, will he not be utterly tortured? Now that we are a respectable household, when a well-born woman becomes pregnant, the mother-in-law must arrange for a concubine. Although you have been married once, you said yourself your husband never touched you apart from beating you. You are someone we know well. Your body is clean and untouched, you are still a virgin in all but name. Becoming a concubine to my husband would not be a loss for you. She pulled her aside and lowered her voice. The reason our husband never touched you is that he feared upsetting me. He cares for me, so I should also consider his needs. He has no parents, and I have no mother-in-law. Finding a concubine for him will ultimately fall to me. Yunyang, you have a gentle nature and a kind disposition. I am satisfied with you. If you are willing, just nod your head. If not, I will not force you. Yunyang glanced at Su Xiaochun's belly, which showed no sign of swelling. At first, she was surprised, then nodded slightly, but hesitated. But the master, he never touched me. There were only two occasions. Her face turned red, and she could not continue. Su Xiaochun squinted with a teasing smile. Madame Zhang truly lives up to her background in the pleasure quarters. She even taught you such things. Since you already had some degree of skin-to-skin contact with him, becoming his concubine is unavoidable. I will speak with him. You just focus on cooking. Oh, and when you get a chance, teach me some of the techniques Madame Zhang taught you. Ah? Yunyang cried out, the food in the pot is burning. The minced pork with eggplant had become a charred mess, black smoke curling from the pot. Yunyang quickly removed it from the stove, her face full of embarrassment. Well, if it's burnt, just make another batch, Su Xiaochun said casually and left the kitchen. Meanwhile, Qingxiu, who had been tilling the garden soil, was both excited and anxious. He was excited because he had heard what Su Xiaochun said and knew she was very likely pregnant. And Su Xiaochun was not young. At 18 or 19, her body was fully mature. It was the ideal age for childbearing, both for health and recovery. But he was also worried about himself. Before traveling to this world, he had been well past 30. But after arriving here, not only did he gain supernatural abilities, his body had become youthful again, appearing no more than 20 years old. He feared his body might have mutated. What if the child that came out? He dared not continue the thought. His excitement and worry were soon replaced by a touch of frustration. He clearly remembered avoiding the dangerous days. Every time he slept with Su Xiaochun had been during the safe period. Yet she still got pregnant. Perhaps it was destiny. Su Xiaochun came over with a gentle smile, just about to share the joyful news with her husband, when a youthful voice rang out from outside. Teacher, when did you return from Chang'an? Li Tai ran into the courtyard with a delighted look. Upon seeing Su Xiaochun, he respectfully bowed. Greetings, mistress. Su Xiaochun smiled softly. Qingke, you certainly have good timing. Yunyang is cooking now. You will have a good meal today. Li Tai beamed and called over his shoulder, hurry up. Bring everything in. Qingxiu also noticed that outside the courtyard, more than a dozen guards were carrying 5 large water vats with thick wooden poles. He could not yet tell what was inside. When the guards had brought the vats in, Su Xiaochun asked curiously, Qingke, what are these? Qingke smiled sheepishly. Mistress, last night master said he was craving chilled seafood. I brought this from the from my family store. He almost slipped but quickly corrected himself. Su Xiaochun approached and exclaimed, wow, such big river prawns. Li Tai corrected her, mistress, these are sea prawns. Qingxiu also came closer. With his enhanced sense of sight from his supernatural perspective, he could clearly see inside the vats, and he was ecstatic. Good heavens! A whole vat of giant lobsters the size of a man's forearm, dozens of them. 10 or more large yellow croakers, over 100 abalones the size of a palm, hundreds of sea cucumbers thick as rolling pins, and even a full vat of octopuses. He suspected that Li Tai had emptied the entire Imperial kitchen's seafood reserves. Feigning ignorance, Qingxiu asked, Qingke, what is in these vats? Li Tai listed them all one by one. Qingxiu said meaningfully, Qingke, I heard footsteps outside the courtyard. Are they your guests? He had already sensed that 2 young women were standing just beyond the wall. And he recognized them, they were the young lady and her maid who had once mistaken him for a rogue in the hibiscus garden. Could she be related to Li Tai? Li Tai exclaimed, nothing escapes teacher's ears. That is my elder sister. May I bring her in? Qingxiu smiled. Of course. Li Tai ran out and shortly returned with Li Lizhu and Yingtao. Li Lizhu appeared anxious and uneasy as she looked around with a hint of guilt in her eyes. Qingxiu said, wife, please make some tea for our guests. Su Xiaochun, intrigued, gave Li Lizhu a curious glance before heading to the kitchen to boil water. Per Qingxiu's instructions, there was always a kettle ready with hot water in the kitchen. Soon, she brought out a pot of tea. Smiling, Su Xiaochun invited her, since you are Qingxiu's sister, you are one of us. Please, have a seat. Qingxiu sat on a small stool and said, I apologize. I cannot see and cannot properly host you. I hope you do not mind. Li Tai instructed the guards to move the vats into the kitchen. Li Lizhu hesitated for a long time before finally biting her lip and stepping forward. She bowed in the traditional feminine salute and said gently, Master Qing, we met once in the hibiscus garden. I came to apologize for that misunderstanding. She folded her hands over her abdomen, bowed slightly, and said sincerely, I am sorry, Master Qing. I was wrong that day. I did not know you were blind. The harm I caused has weighed heavily on me. I sincerely apologize. Since she was Li Tai's sister, Qingxiu had already guessed her identity. The eldest daughter of the second prince, Princess Xiangqing. He had not expected someone of such high status to come all this way to apologize so earnestly. He was just about to respond when Su Xiaochun's voice turned cold, so it was you. The whip marks on my husband's back that day, were those from you? A month ago, her husband had come home with welts on his shoulders. It had made her heart ache terribly. Now, seeing the culprit in person, how could she not be angry? If this woman were not her husband's student sister, she would have slapped her then and there. Qingxiu felt a wave of warmth. His wife Su Xiaochun was fiercely protective of him. Yingtao frowned and snapped, How dare you speak to my lady like that? Li Lizhu gently reprimanded her, Yingtao, enough. We were in the wrong. It is right that we come to apologize. She turned to Su Xiaochun and said apologetically, Madam Qing, the one who whipped Master Qing that day was not me, it was my younger cousin. Su Xiaochun's expression softened. She nodded and said, Every grievance has a culprit. If it was not you, I will not hold it against you. But whether to forgive you, that is up to my husband. Li Lizhu lowered her voice. My cousin has been filled with remorse since that day. She has not smiled in a month and has searched tirelessly for Master Qing. If she knew he was here, she would have come herself to apologize. Qingxiu nodded. In that case, I forgive you. You are guests, please sit and enjoy some tea. Li Lizhu's face brightened. She bowed slightly and said, Thank you, Master Qing, for your magnanimity. She breathed a sigh of relief. The heavy burden on her heart was finally lifted, and she felt an immense sense of ease and clarity. Through his supernatural vision, Qingxiu observed Li Lizhu's appearance. He had to admit, Li Er and Zhangsun Wugo had truly powerful genes. Their sons were each more handsome than the last, and even their daughters were stunningly beautiful. Her face was extraordinary, eyebrows elegant without being drawn, lips naturally red without rouge, eyes clear and expressive, a delicately sculpted nose, and skin like congealed cream, whiter than frost, fairer than snow. Her noble aura was ethereal, her white robe purer than snow, like a spotless lotus rising from the mud. Li Lizhu did not sit immediately. Instead, she bowed once more to Qingxiu and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master, for teaching Qingke. Qingxiu chuckled. Since he has entered my tutelage, it is only right that I pass on all I know. There is no need for thanks. With that, he stood up and said, Qingke, see to your sister. I shall go prepare some seafood. As Qingxiu walked toward the kitchen, Li Lizhu asked Li Tai in a hushed voice, surprised, Qingke, does Master Qing cook for himself? Li Tai smiled and shook his head. Master Qing normally does not cook. Yunyang is the cook. But whenever he hosts esteemed guests, he does it himself. Last night, when grandfather came, Master Qing grilled lamb skewers personally. Li Lizhu's expression shifted. She asked quietly, Master Qing considers me an honored guest? Li Tai nodded. Of course. Otherwise, he would not personally cook. Li Lizhu showed a hint of excitement on her face. Her heart swelled with respect and astonishment toward Qingxiu. But in truth, Qingxiu just had a craving for seafood. Yunyang's culinary skills, though now equal to his, had never included seafood, so he decided to handle it himself. Li Lizhu asked curiously, Qingke, what are lamb skewers? Li Tai perked up, licked his lips, and said, Lamb skewers are a delicacy created by Master. Chunks of lamb are threaded onto bamboo sticks, grilled over charcoal, and sprinkled with pepper and salt. The flavor is simply divine. He even wiped the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Even Princess Xiangqing could not help swallowing, mentally picturing the delicious taste. She, too, had nomadic ancestry and shared a strong preference for lamb and pepper, no less than Li Tai or Li Yuan. Now her heart was full of eager anticipation to try these skewers. After roughly half an hour, dish after fragrant and colorful dish was served. 6 steamed giant lobsters, a plate of chilled octopus, stir-fried sea cucumber with scallions, chicken soup with abalone, minced pork with eggplant, twice-cooked pork with celery, and chilled tofu skin salad. And, of course, a main dish, braised yellow croaker in soy sauce. Though Tang Dynasty cuisine lacked many spices, sauces were a mainstream flavoring method, and this sauce was similar to soy sauce. Li Tai kept swallowing his saliva but dared not touch his chopsticks. Li Liju was no better. The rich aroma wafted endlessly into her nose, far more enticing than anything served by imperial chefs in the palace. Even her maid Yingtao could not help salivating. But as a servant, she could only stand behind the princess, eyes wide and hands empty. Li Liju asked in surprise, Master Qing, why are these dishes prepared in this style? Tang cuisine knew only one method, stewing. Regardless of the ingredient, it was always stewed, failing to bring out the true flavor of the ingredients. Li Tai answered proudly, Sister, this is Master's special method, stir-frying. In the entire Tang dynasty, only his household knows of it. Qingxiu sat across from Li Liju. Su Xiaochun sat on his left, and Yunyang on his right. Li Liju glanced at Yunyang in surprise. Was she not the cook? Why was she sitting at the table? Su Xiaochun, seeing through her thoughts, said calmly, Yunyang is not an outsider. She is my husband's concubine. Li Liju exclaimed, a concubine cooks herself? To her, this was a breach of traditional etiquette, understandably shocking. Li Tai explained, Sister, there is no hierarchy in Master's home. Everyone eats together, that is what makes it a meal. Su Xiaochun smiled at Yingtao. You should sit, too. You are in our home, no need for formality. Join us. Yingtao hesitated, embarrassed. She had earlier spoken harshly, yet they bore no grudge and even invited her to dine. She felt unworthy. Still, she knew her place. She stepped back and said, I dare not. Qingxiu frowned. If I say sit, you sit. Why such unnecessary rules? Li Liju tugged on Yingtao's sleeve and whispered, just sit. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. This, very well. Yingtao sat cautiously beside her mistress. Qingxiu picked up his chopsticks and began eating. No need to stand on ceremony. Food is meant to be eaten. Thick-skinned people eat their fill, thin-skinned ones go hungry. When it comes to meals, one must have a thick skin. Li Liju smiled slightly and gave Qingxiu another look. She picked up a piece of tofu skin and put it in her mouth, without covering her face with her sleeve. This gesture drew everyone's attention. Her cheeks turned red, and she slowly lowered her arm. Although covering the face while eating was not a common civilian practice, it was a rule of the royal family. But now, she had set it aside. Gradually, Li Liju discovered that Qingxiu's household truly did not care for rules. Even during meals, everyone spoke and laughed, none of that silent dining etiquette. The whole family dined joyfully, chatting about pleasant things, sharing delicious food. Qingxiu occasionally sipped his homemade liquor. This was distilled from Sanla brew that Li Yuan had brought, a strong alcohol. Though harsher than modern liquor and likely to cause headaches, it had a kick of around 50 degrees and was far better than the original brew. Watching this warm and cheerful gathering, Li Liju's gaze revealed envy. She had dreamed of such moments, family sitting together, joyfully eating. It was a beautiful, rare happiness. The meal was so hearty that the table was cleared completely. Li Tai burped and slumped into his seat. Yunyang sensibly began collecting the dishes for washing. Even Princess Xiangqing had eaten her fill. Suddenly, she let out a small burp. Her face flushed with embarrassment, she wished she could disappear. Qingxiu could not help but smile. Li Liju saw him laugh and quickly lowered her head in embarrassment. Qingxiu teased, a burp is no big deal. It is part of being human. Who in life has not burped, ground their teeth, or passed gas? With that, he got up and returned to tending the garden. Li Liju secretly observed him. She pointed at the vegetable patch and whispered, Qingke, Master Qing even grows vegetables? Li Tai explained, those are not vegetables. Master says they are the future of the Tang dynasty, seeds that will feed the entire nation. Li Liju covered her mouth in shock and tried to ask more. But Li Tai did not know what those plants were, so she dropped the matter. After sitting a while and having tea, Li Liju approached Qingxiu from behind and said, Master Qing, if you cannot see, how can you so precisely locate the seedlings? Qingxiu replied casually, because I planted them myself. I simply remember the distances and can find them easily. Li Liju said in awe, Master Qing, no wonder you are fit to teach Qingke. Your precision is remarkable. What exactly are you planting? Qingxiu shook his head. For now, I cannot say. You will know once they are harvested. Li Liju hesitated, then said apologetically, forgive me for asking too many questions. Help me with something, Qingxiu said, pointing to a bucket. Water these seedlings, just half a scoop each. Li Liju was stunned. It was the first time in her life that someone had ordered her to do manual labor. Yingtao widened her eyes in disbelief and was about to protest, but Li Liju silenced her with a glance. Then she began watering the newly sprouted plants, carefully and attentively. Ling Tai's small eyes gleamed slyly as he watched the harmonious scene before him, a flash of excitement gradually lighting up in his gaze. His sister and master, how harmonious they looked together, just like a married couple. Standing at the kitchen doorway, Su Xiaochun tilted her head while watching the scene, her lips pursed in a pout, her face full of jealousy. She had to admit that Princess Xiangqing was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Even Su Xiaochun began to feel a hint of inferiority. Yunyang crept quietly up behind her and whispered softly, "Madam, could it be that master has taken a liking to her?" Su Xiaochun's jealousy grew even stronger. She immediately stormed forward, snatched the gourd ladle from Ling Liju's hands with a cold snort, and began watering the seedlings herself, her eyes full of hostility. Ling Liju was suddenly at a loss, unsure of what to do. Qingxiu quickly said, "Wife, you are pregnant. There is no need for you to do such rough work. Give her the ladle, she is free labor. Why waste it?" Ling Liju opened her mouth in shock, her eyes wide, she could hardly believe her ears. Su Xiaochun was equally astonished. "Husband, you already knew?" Qingxiu replied impatiently, "The way you and Yunyang were talking, anyone standing at the village gate could have heard you. Do you think your husband could not?" Su Xiaochun blushed, suddenly bashful. Then she realized what her husband meant. He was worried she might harm the fetus, so he did not want her to lift a finger. All her jealousy vanished in an instant. Smiling brightly, she took Ling Liju's hand, gently opened her fingers, and placed the ladle back in them. Ling Liju was utterly bewildered throughout. Ying Tao fumed, "This is too much, how could you make my lady do such rough labor?" Qingxiu said with displeasure, "She ate at our table, what is wrong with helping us a little in return?" Ying Tao was so angry she was panting. Ling Liju was a little upset as well, but she was clearly in the wrong. After all, one should not complain after accepting hospitality. She had no argument, so she could only swallow her frustration. Even so, when watering the seedlings, she was extra careful, afraid she might damage them. Though she did not know what kind of crop it was, Ling Tai had said it could be a new grain never before seen in the Tang Empire, so she treated it with particular care. After finishing in the garden, Ling Liju found an excuse to leave and return to Chang'an. But before leaving, she asked Qingxiu, "Master Qing, will you attend the Midsummer Poetry Gathering at Furong Garden in 3 days?" "Midsummer Poetry Gathering?" Qingxiu asked with a puzzled expression. Ling Liju smiled faintly. Furong Garden hosts 2 poetry gatherings every month, on the 1st and 15th days, organized by Confucian scholars. Many talented poets from Chang'an are invited. In addition, there are 4 grand seasonal poetry gatherings each year, hosted by great Confucian masters: the Spring Equinox Gathering at the start of spring, the Midsummer Gathering at the end of spring, the Autumn Equinox Gathering at the beginning of fall, and the Winter Solstice Gathering in winter. The day after tomorrow is the 15th of the 4th month. If all goes as planned, the Midsummer Gathering should be held on schedule. Not only will most of Chang'an's literati attend, but also many renowned scholars, including grand academicians from the Hongwen Institute. There will even be talents and scholars from Jiangnan and Shandong. These grand gatherings are always magnificent in scale, and the winner of the poetry contest receives generous rewards. For a man of such exceptional talent as Master Qing, not attending the Midsummer Gathering would be truly regrettable. Qingxiu shook his head. "I do not know if I will attend. I am not particularly interested in poetry gatherings." "I see." Ling Liju nodded. "In that case, I shall not disturb you any further. Farewell, Master Qing." With that, she gave Ling Tai a few parting words, then departed with Ying Tao for Chang'an. Later, Qingxiu taught Ling Tai for the entire afternoon, covering just one multiplication mnemonic. Ling Tai treated it like a precious treasure and spent the whole afternoon reciting it with great joy. That night, Qingxiu bathed and went to bed early. Su Xiaochun, having finished her own bath, nestled into his arms. Qingxiu toyed with her slightly rounded belly. Su Xiaochun, breathless from his teasing, blushed and gently pushed his hand away, her eyes resentful. "Husband, I am pregnant, and you are still teasing me like this. You are too wicked." Qingxiu calmly placed his hand back. "Just playing. Not doing anything real." Su Xiaochun sighed. "Husband, since you heard my conversation with Yunyang at noon, what are your thoughts?" "What thoughts?" Qingxiu feigned ignorance. Su Xiaochun sat up, the pale glow of her body flickering before Qingxiu's eyes. She said with irritation, "What else could it be? Taking a concubine, of course. You already heard everything, and even let Yunyang do that for you. If you do not take her as a concubine, that would not be right, would it?" Qingxiu sighed. "Yunyang is a good girl, but she is too shy and gentle. If we make a big deal out of taking her as a concubine, the village gossip might drive her insane. I am not concerned, but can she, a young woman, withstand that kind of public pressure?" Su Xiaochun hesitated. You are right. Then, let us keep it secret for now. Yunyang does not care about status. It is clear she truly likes you. Today, she kept sneaking glances at you the entire morning, she could not even hide it. You have already done that to her, you have to take responsibility. Once the house in Chang'an is ready, we can move there and close the doors to the outside world. No one will gossip about Yunyang anymore. Qingxiu nodded. Discuss it with her. If she agrees, I have no objection. Su Xiaochun sneered. I knew you would say that. Humph, filthy man. She turned her back and lay down. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, old Dao returned on horseback. Seeing Qingxiu, he reported, Master, the shop in Chang'an was safe last night. Nothing happened. Do Gui and Do Fengjie, father and son, made no move. This surprised Qingxiu somewhat. He nodded. All right. Escort Madame and Yunyang to Chang'an, and help them purchase anything needed for the new home. I am going to visit Carpenter Zhang. Old Dao obeyed and began preparing the carriage. He led a team of guards to escort Su Xiaochun and Yunyang to Chang'an. Qingxiu, meanwhile, went to Carpenter Zhang's house and handed over some furniture blueprints. Recently, Qingxiu had not only taught Wang Tiniu some blacksmithing skills and knowledge, but had also passed knowledge to Carpenter Zhang. He even designed a simple lathe for Zhang, which produced woodwork smoother and more refined than even the Imperial craftsman's. Both Wang Tiniu and Carpenter Zhang were deeply grateful to the young lord. After leaving Zhang's house, Qingxiu visited Wang Tiniu again and gave him another drawing. Brother Tiniu, can you forge this? Wang Tiniu studied the drawing, frowning. It is rather complex, but I can manage. It will take a few days though. What is this? Does the lord need it urgently? Qingxiu explained, this is a plow. It is much faster than a traditional seeder. Just 2 people can plow over 10 mu in a day. It will not only save time but also improve efficiency. Most importantly, it tills the soil, making it looser and more fertile, which increases crop survival and yield. Conservatively, it could raise output by 50% per mu. Wang Tiniu's eyes lit up. He exclaimed excitedly, Heavens, this is genius. Lord, this plow is a marvel of craftsmanship. With it, farming will become twice as effective with half the effort. Tang-era farming methods were incredibly primitive, just using a hoe to break the surface, scattering seeds, and praying for water. Survival rates were barely 50%. With this plow, tilling depth was several times greater than with a hoe. It left furrows for planting, and with such a tool, it would be difficult not to boost crop yields. Sadly, such an excellent tool had already existed since the Han Dynasty, but the Ministry of Works, full of useless drunkards, had never implemented it, wasting its potential. However, the design Qingxiu gave Wang Tiniu was an improved version, more efficient and easier to use than traditional plows. There was no morning court session today, so Emperor Li Ji enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. He had stayed overnight in the Empress's residence, Lijing Hall. At dawn, he lifted the quilt and got out of bed. The beauty lying beside him, with skin as fair as snow, had delicate features like those painted in a portrait, a graceful figure with astonishing proportions, a face of peerless beauty, an air of noble elegance, and a presence that could outshine all others in the realm. Empress Zhangsun was, after all, only in her 30s. In later generations, it would be common for women of this age to remain unmarried, but she had already borne several children. The eldest, Crown Prince Li Chengqian, was already 9 years old. Breakfast had been prepared early. After being tested for poison by the palace attendants, it was placed on the imperial table. Li Ji frowned at the millet porridge before him and asked, why is there no seafood porridge? What is the imperial kitchen even doing? Wang De whispered, Your Majesty, this is all the imperial kitchen delivered. Even I found it strange. But the attendant who brought the meal said that the seafood sent the day before yesterday had all been taken away by His Highness Prince Wei. The dignified Empress Zhangsun looked slightly puzzled. Prince Qingke took all the seafood? Li Ji's expression turned displeased. That Qingke, what a preposterous thing to do. If he wanted seafood, he could have simply asked the cooks to prepare it for him. Why take all of it? Wang De, summon the chief steward of the imperial kitchen. I want to question him personally. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, Chief Steward Lu of the imperial kitchen arrived, trembling with fear, and entered Lijing Hall. Without a word, he dropped to his knees upon seeing Li Ji. Li Ji asked sternly, I hear that Prince Wei took all the seafood delivered the day before yesterday? Chief Steward Lu began to sob. Your Majesty, His Highness came to the kitchen with a group of guards. I did not dare to stop him. I tried, but I could not stop him no matter what. Li Ji asked with a furrowed brow, where did he take the seafood? Chief Steward Lu continued, I do not know, Your Majesty. I only remember him saying he was sending it to his teacher. Li Ji's expression froze at those words, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Empress Zhangsun frowned. Qingke is becoming increasingly unruly. Do not worry, Your Majesty, I will certainly teach him a proper lesson. But Li Ji smiled and shook his head. No need. Let him be. Guanyin, Qingke has taken a master among the common people, a man of great skill. I have seen the knowledge this man has taught Qingke. Every subject is without precedent in our times. Is that so? Zhang Xuan's expression lit up. What exactly has he taught Qingke? Li Ji replied with a smile, this man, Qingxiu, is indeed quite capable. He then told Empress Zhangsun about the 3-character classic and the moral lessons for the worldly, and decided not to pursue the matter of the seafood. Just yesterday in court, with one imperial decree, Li Ji had ordered the pity for the farmer, 3-character classic, and moral lessons to be included in the national curriculum. Within a single day, these 3 texts had spread throughout the streets and alleys of Chang'an. In particular, the poem Pity for the Farmer had become a hit upon release. Although it was written by a famously corrupt official, no one could deny how incredibly popular it became. Not only was it easy to recite, it also resonated with the common people, its meaning clear and simple. Many citizens discussed it with great enthusiasm. In just one day, Pity for the Farmer had become a nursery rhyme sung everywhere in the city. Within the palace, at the Imperial College. This was the most prestigious academy for scholars from humble backgrounds. Not only did princes and princesses study here, but also children of high-ranking officials and nobles. A sedan chair, carried by several guards, entered the Imperial College. Seated in the sedan was a frail elderly man, apparently over 80 years old. This was Master Li Gang, a highly esteemed Confucian scholar in the Tang Empire. His status was so revered that even if he were to strike Emperor Li Ji, the emperor would not dare retaliate. This was not only due to his age, but also his unparalleled scholarship and the elevated position of Confucianism. Indeed, Li Ji himself had set the standard for evaluating status. Because Li Gang had difficulty walking, the emperor had arranged for a dedicated escort to take him to and from his duties. After stepping down from the sedan, Li Gang, leaning on his cane, entered a classroom with a smile on his face. The noisy chatter of the children immediately fell silent. Li Liju stood and said to her younger siblings and cousins, "Be quiet. The teacher has arrived." She then led the royal children in bowing. "Greetings, master." Li Gang smiled and waved his hand. Sit, all of you. Today, I shall not teach the 4 books or the 5 classics, nor will I teach calligraphy or law. Today, I will teach you the 3-character classic, the moral lessons, and Pity for the Farmer. None of these works were known to Li Liju, they had only begun circulating the previous day. Li Gang unrolled a scroll and began, "Let us begin with Pity for the Farmer." A Tang poem, written by Baron Qingxiu of Lantian County, hoeing grain at midday, sweat dripping onto the soil beneath. Who realizes, upon the plate, each grain comes at great cost. Well written indeed. Li Liju widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. She asked in surprise, "Master, you mean this poem was written by Baron Qingxiu of Lantian County?" Li Gang nodded and smiled. Not just this poem. He also authored the 3-character classic and the moral lessons. That baron is indeed a man of great learning, producing such smooth, accessible, and educational texts. I am ashamed by comparison. He then recited, "The blade of a treasured sword comes from countless sharpenings, the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges only after enduring the bitter cold." As each line left Li Gang's lips, Li Liju's face reflected increasing shock. By the end, she was thoroughly amazed. No wonder even her clever younger brother, Li Tai, had chosen him as a teacher. Such talent, it was otherworldly. Due to his advanced age, Li Gang taught no more than 2 hours a day, resting the remainder. After the lesson, he returned to his sedan and departed. Li Liju packed up and left the city by carriage, heading toward the Zhangsun residence. Upon receiving word of the princess's visit, Zhangsun Wuji came to the gate to welcome her. "Greetings, Your Highness." Li Liju returned the gesture. "Uncle Zhangsun, is Pingting at home?" "She is. She has not left her chambers all morning." Zhangsun Wuji's expression was somewhat helpless. He already knew the full story. His daughter had misunderstood a blind man at Furong Garden, which led to her dramatic change in personality, from lively and direct to withdrawn and silent. But no matter how he searched the city of Chang'an, he could not find the blind man who had caused this change in his daughter. This left Zhangsun Wuji feeling utterly powerless. Li Liju entered Zhangsun Pingting's room and found that she had grown thin, her spirit clearly diminished. Even though she tried to smile upon seeing her, she only managed a weak sister. But Li Liju knew, the guilt over not apologizing to the blind man was a knot in her heart. Li Lizhu smiled and said, Pingting, I found that blind man. Oh? What did you say? Zhang Sun Pingting's eyes lit up with excitement. You found him? Where is he? Who is he? Sister Lizhu, please take me to him. I must apologize. Overcome with emotion, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Li Lizhu explained the whole story, and Zhang Sun Pingting wept with joy. This is wonderful. I must go to Sanha village immediately and apologize to him. Li Lizhu frowned. Pingting, it is already late. By the time you reach Sanha village, it will be dark. Why not wait a day? He may even attend tomorrow's midsummer poetry gathering. Zhang Sun Pingting asked in surprise, Are you certain he will attend the gathering at Furong Garden? Li Lizhu shook her head. I am not certain. I only told him about it. Whether he will attend or not, I do not know. Zhang Sun Pingting paused, then said with determination, Then I shall go to Furong Garden tomorrow. If he does not attend, I will go to Sanha village and apologize in person. The two reached an agreement. The weather in April was pleasant, perfect for an outing in the countryside. Since her standard of living improved and after 2 months of traveling for business, Su Xiaochun had transformed from a simple village girl into a radiant and elegant beauty. Her entire aura had changed dramatically, and her face now bore the confidence that had not been there before. Wearing a pink gown, Su Xiaochun said to Qingxiu, Husband, I am illiterate when it comes to poetry. Listening to others recite poems is like hearing a foreign language. I shall not go to Furong Garden to join the excitement. There are still many items missing in our new residence in Chang'an. I plan to go out with Yunyang to make the final purchases today. That should just about do it. Qingxiu nodded. If you are not going, then I shall go alone. As Su Xiaochun left the house, she said to Taizhu, my husband cannot see. Take more household guards with you this time. Do not let what happened last time happen again. He did not even hear the poem before he got whipped. Taizhu patted his chest and vowed solemnly, Madam, do not worry. With us around, if our master is harmed again, we will offer our lives in atonement. With Tiezhu's assurance, Su Xiaochun and Yunyang boarded the carriage and headed for Chang'an. Qingxiu also tidied up briefly and got into a carriage bound for Furong Garden. By the time he arrived, the garden was already packed. Everywhere were elegantly dressed young gentlemen and noble ladies in colorful gowns, creating a lively and splendid scene. Qingxiu even noticed several peasant women from the countryside pushing small carts and setting up stalls, selling cold noodles, fried noodles, rujiamo, meat sandwiches, pine needle water. Pine needle water was a small business Qingxiu had started for poor families in his village. It was made by adding sugar and water to pine needles in a sealed container and fermenting it for 3 to 5 days. The result was a fizzy drink with a taste somewhat like Sprite. Whether it was cold noodles, fried noodles, rujiamo, milk tea, or pine needle water, all the stalls were surrounded by crowds. Many came out of curiosity, but many genuinely loved the snacks. Dressed in a black long robe, Qingxiu appeared tall and refined. A lock of hair draped romantically over his cheek. If it were not for the black silk eye mask, he would have looked every bit the ideal noble young man. Passers-by noticed his cane and realized he was blind. Many showed expressions of pity. Even some young noble ladies, stirred by romantic thoughts, were drawn to his looks and demeanor. But once they discovered he was blind, their expressions turned regretful. Erguzi found a spot near the pavilion steps where they all sat down. Through his divine perspective, Qingxiu took in the scenery of Furong Garden. Compared to its future reconstruction, there were not many differences, the beauty remained largely the same. Several decorated boats were moored by the pavilions on Sujiang Pond. The pavilions were built over the water, open on all sides, bright and airy, and filled with people. But those inside the pavilions were of a very different status from those outside. Grand Scholar Kong has arrived. Someone shouted, and the crowd stirred. People began murmuring. Not only Grand Scholar Kong, Old Master Yen is here too. Do you not know? This year's Midsummer Poetry Gathering is hosted by Old Master Yen Silu himself. I wonder what prize awaits the one who wins the title of Poetry Laureate? I know Grand Scholar Kongingda, but who is this Old Master Yen Silu? What? You do not know Old Master Yen? Are you even from Chang'an? I am from the south. That explains it. Old Master Yen is extraordinary. A descendant of the renowned Yen Jitue, he is a Confucian scholar of great renown. Though Kongingda was over 50, he was still considered a junior in front of Yen Silu, who was now in his 70s and second in prestige in Chang'an only to the great scholarly gang. With Kongingda accompanying him, Yen Silu entered the pavilion. Energetic and with a kindly face, Yen Silu's voice rang out like a great bell, this year's Midsummer Poetry Gathering is upon us. I thank all the talented scholars for gracing Furong Garden with your presence and joining this humble event hosted by me. Master Yen, what is the prize for the poetry laureate this year? Yes, please tell us. Yen Silu stroked his beard and smiled. Whoever wins the title of poetry laureate at this midsummer gathering shall marry my legitimate daughter and receive my personal recommendation for an official post in the court, a guaranteed path to a career in government. The moment his words fell, the entire garden erupted in excitement. What? Not only marry his daughter, but also gain a recommendation to enter government service. Old Master Yen never ceases to amaze. When he speaks, he stuns the world. I wonder how old the Yen family's daughter is? And what she looks like. Who cares how she looks? Marrying a Yen daughter is enough to bring glory to one's family. You want to nitpick her appearance? By the pavilion steps, Taizhu exclaimed, "My lord, the poetry laureate comes with a wife this time." Xuanzi, who had studied in a private school for a few years, said, "Ignorant. Shallow. Taizhu, all you see is that the winner gets a wife. But the Yen family is a literary and Confucian aristocracy. Back in the day, even high-ranking ministers took pride in marrying into the Yen family. Although not among the top-ranking clans, their scholarly lineage is highly prestigious." Qingxiu nodded in agreement. Women of the most elite clans were status symbols in the Tang dynasty. Marrying one was considered an honor even for nobles and high officials, and even the royal family shared this ambition. Though the Yen daughter was not quite of that rank, she came close. Taizhu sneered, "You think you are all that just because you studied a few years? Why are you not writing poems then?" Xuanzi shook his head. "I know my limitations. I am not cut out for poetry." Erguzi grinned at Qingxiu and said, "My lord, with your poetic talent, why not win the title today and dazzle us all?" Qingxiu smiled and shook his head. "I have no interest in marrying the Yen family's daughter." Xuanzi said, "Even if you win, you can refuse the marriage. They cannot force it upon you." "Exactly. With your talent, not winning would be a real pity." Not far away, a young man in white sneered, "You? A blind man, aiming to be the poetry laureate? If the theme is flowers, scenery, or landscapes, how will you write anything when you cannot see?" Qingxiu frowned and carefully observed the man from above through divine vision. Erguzi jumped up, drew his tang saber, and snarled, "You little bastard. Say one more word of disrespect to my lord and I will cut you down where you stand. Who the fuck do you think you are? Insulting my master like that, want to see me feed your tongue to the dogs? Bastard, are you tired of living?" Taizhu and Xuanzi also glared fiercely. The young man turned pale and trembled, saying, "Gentlemen resolve issues with words, not violence. Everything I said was the truth. Are you really going to kill me in broad daylight? Do not believe us? I will chop you up right now." Erguzi charged forward, causing the man's legs to give out. He collapsed to the ground. Qingxiu said, "Ergo, calm down. Ignore such snobs." Only then did the three put away their weapons, cursing under their breath. This scene made many young noblemen nearby frown. So crude. A bunch of thugs. Bullying others, what skill is that? Said a refined voice. The man on the ground brightened and quickly saluted the new arrival. "So it is young Master Fong. A pleasure to meet you." Fong glanced at Qingxiu with disdain. A blind man boasting about winning the poetry laureate? Laughable. Erguzi flushed with rage, hand on his sword. The man in white mocked, "What, you dare pull a blade on young Master Fong? He is the son of Chancellor Fong Xianling, a middle-ranking general in the Right Martial Guard, a proper official. If you attack him, that is treason." Erguzi, Xuanzi, and Taizhu were all startled. Qingxiu said calmly, "Put your swords away. We are law-abiding people, we do not commit treason." Then he turned with a broad smile and said, "So it is the famous cuckold king, young Master Fong Yayi. My apologies." Though he had no idea what cuckold king meant, Fong Yayi took it as flattery and smiled smugly. "Since you know your place, I shall let it go." He walked toward the pavilion and added, "Today's poetry laureate, consider it mine." "Rip." Taizhu gasped, inhaling sharply. "My lord, he is actually the cuckold king." Erguzi said in a deep voice, "Cuckold king? I have never heard of any noble title in our great Tang bearing such a name." Xuanzi scratched his head in confusion. "I heard my father say that Fong Xianling was only a duke. How is it that his son is now a prince?" Qingxiu's mouth twitched. He sighed, Ignorance is terrifying. Cuckold king is not an actual noble title but a derogatory nickname. It means his wife is fooling around with other men, and he has been made to wear a green hat." Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Erguzi and the others burst into laughter, drawing the attention and frowns of many around them. Even Yen Silu, up in the pavilion, showed a hint of displeasure. To make such a ruckus at a solemn event like the Midsummer Poetry Gathering, after this gathering ends, I shall advise His Majesty that those lacking virtue should not be permitted to participate. Kong Ingda's expression also darkened. He cleared his throat and called down, silence. This is the Grand Midsummer Poetry Gathering, not a vegetable market. If anyone continues to make noise, they will be asked to leave Furong Garden. The crowd immediately quieted. Qingxiu said in a low voice, "You three, rein it in." The three men shrank back their necks and immediately quieted down. Kong Ingda stroked his beard and nodded. Then he declared in a loud voice, "Next, I shall announce the rules for today's poetry gathering. There are 8 judges within the pavilion. You must each submit a written poem on the subject of plum blossoms. Only those who pass the preliminary selection may proceed to the next round. You have half an hour to submit your poem. If you fail to do so within the allotted time, you will have to wait until the autumn equinox poetry gathering for another chance at the laureateship." As the gong sounded, the time began. Countless gentlemen and ladies swarmed into the pavilion to compose their poems. That young man in white sneered, "What now? Stuck, are you? You have to write your poem, but as a blind man, you cannot even see where the judges are. Best stop making a fool of yourself, ha ha." With that, he squeezed into the crowd. Erguzi clenched his teeth in fury, raising his saber as he searched for the man, but he had already vanished into the crowd. Taiju scowled and said, "My lord, are you really going to endure such humiliation? You may be able to swallow this insult, but we cannot." Qingxiu remained composed and stood slowly. "Xuanzi, you have studied and can write. Lead me to the poetry gathering. I will dictate, you will write." Xuanzi lit up with joy and nodded at once. "Rest assured, my lord. Though I cannot read many words, my handwriting is not ugly. I will not bring shame upon you." The two lined up in the queue. Inside the pavilion, 3 beautiful young women were glancing about, searching the crowd. Suddenly, Yingtao's face lit up. She grabbed Li Liju's arm and pointed excitedly. "Miss, there he is. At Master Qingxiu's place." Upon hearing this, Li Liju and Changsun Pingting looked over and indeed saw Qingxiu in the line. Changsun Pingting grew excited and nervous. "What should I do? Must I apologize in front of so many people?" Yingtao said, "Miss Pingting, why not let me invite him into the pavilion? You can apologize in private." But Changsun Pingting hesitated. "He is in line, clearly preparing to enter the gathering. If we pull him away now, and he misses his turn, would that not be wrong? I cannot make him lose his chance just for my apology." Li Liju smiled lightly. "That is easy. We will ask Master Kong for a favor and let him skip the line." Changsun Pingting's eyes lit up, and she nodded in agreement. Soon, the two approached Grand Scholar Kong Ingda of the Hongwen Academy and obtained permission for a shortcut. Then they made their way toward Qingxiu. Qingxiu noticed them approaching but pretended not to, maintaining the role of a blind man. "Master Qingxiu," Li Liju greeted joyfully. Many turned to look. Upon seeing such a stunning woman referring to a blind man as Master Qingxiu, their eyes filled with envy. Qingxiu smiled and replied, "Ah, it is Miss Li." Li Liju smiled serenely. "I knew you would come to the gathering. We searched everywhere for you." Qingxiu asked, "What matter brings Miss Li to me?" Changsun Pingting looked hesitant, glancing around before lowering her head. Li Liju spoke softly. "Might I have a word with you in private?" Qingxiu considered it and shook his head. "No. I must participate in the poetry gathering." Li Liju paused for a moment but did not get angry. She leaned closer and whispered, "I can arrange for Master Qingxiu to skip the line." Qingxiu nodded without hesitation. "Very well. Let us go." Li Liju smiled with lips pressed gently, stunning every nearby onlooker into a daze. "Master Qingxiu, you are quite the pragmatist. Come with us." Qingxiu followed the ladies to a nearly deserted area by the judges' tables. "Now, Miss Li, what is it you wish to say to me?" Li Liju looked to Changsun Pingting. Without hesitation, Changsun Pingting bowed. "Master Qingxiu, I wronged you last time at Furong Garden. I have felt guilty ever since and did not know where to find you. When Sister Liju said she had news of you, I came today specifically to apologize. I hope you can forgive the offense and excuse the rudeness of a foolish girl." She watched Qingxiu anxiously. Qingxiu gave a faint smile. "So that is why you came. Since you have shown such sincerity, and I am not a petty man, let us put the matter behind us." Changsun Pingting beamed. "Thank you, Master Qingxiu, for your magnanimity. If that is all, I shall proceed with the poetry gathering. If we delay, I may be too late." Li Liju asked, "Poems must be written. As you cannot see, how will you write it?" "No matter. I brought someone who can write." Qingxiu pointed at Xuanzi. Xuanzi had already been stunned by the girl's beauty. His face turned red like a monkey's bottom. Scratching his head, he stammered, I went to private school for 2 years. I can write a few words, but not all of them." The girls giggled at his awkwardness. Xuanzi grew even more flustered, unsure what to do with his hands. Qingxiu sighed inwardly. This boy is a hopeless daydreamer. A girl glances his way, and he imagines she is in love with him. Li Lizhu composed herself and said, Master Qingxiu, he does not even know all the characters. If he miswrites your poem, others may laugh. Though I am unworthy, may I serve as your scribe? Qingxiu considered and nodded in agreement. Please follow me, Master Qingxiu. Li Lizhu and Changsun Pingting escorted Qingxiu straight to the judges. Showing the fish token given by Kongingda, they were allowed through unimpeded. After a brief conversation, Li Lizhu picked up a brush, positioned herself at the desk, and turned to ask, Master Qingxiu, I am ready. The topic is Ode to Plum Blossoms. Please dictate your poem. Without hesitation, Qingxiu recited. Several plum branches by the corner bloom alone in the cold. From afar one knows it is not snow, for its subtle fragrance comes through. This plum blossom poem by Wang Engshi, though not the greatest in history, was more than enough to pass the preliminary round. As a proper time traveler, Qingxiu not only met the standards of forged genealogy but also possessed the shamelessness of a true plagiarist. Although this plum blossom poem might not be described as stunning, it nonetheless elicited praise from Li Lizhu. What a fine poem. Sir, you truly compose exquisite verse. Qingxiu gave a dry cough. He felt something slightly off about her wording. Even the official judge could not help but praise it. Excellent poetry, far surpasses those composed by the previous noble gentleman by an immeasurable degree. Qingxiu asked, has it passed the selection? The official judge nodded repeatedly. It has. Such a fine poem will surely draw unceasing admiration even from Master Kong and Master Yen. Would this young lord please assign a double title to the piece? By double title, he meant both a title for the poem and the name of the author. Before Qingxiu needed to say anything, Li Lizhu had already written the characters for Qingxiu beneath the poem. Roughly half an hour later, Kongingda stood on high and announced in a loud voice, today's poetry gathering has yielded 39 selected entries. Those who were not selected, please exit the pavilion. Those who were selected, proceed to the main hall to compete in poetic talent. The unselected participants, faces full of gloom and regret, beat their chests as they departed. Meanwhile, those who had been selected entered the main pavilion brimming with excitement and anticipation. The once crowded area soon quieted noticeably. The unselected lingered outside, watching with envy. Kongingda continued, the second round of poetic competition shall now begin. The topic remains the plum blossom, but the poem must not contain the character, plum. You have the time it takes to burn 2 sticks of incense. Submit your work within the limit to proceed to the next round. Anyone who exceeds the time will be eliminated. Kongingda's announcement was like a bucket of cold water poured over the crowd, immediately causing a commotion. What? A plum blossom poem without the word plum? That is far too difficult. How can one compose such a poem without that word? Is this not asking the impossible? Just because you cannot do it does not mean others cannot. This year's Midsummer Poetry Gathering topic is truly harsh. Looks like I have no chance. Many scholars racked their brains, most of them frustrated and sighing deeply. Only a few individuals showed calm confidence. After hearing the topic, Qingxiu displayed a quiet, knowing smile. Beside him, Li Lizhu asked curiously, Master Qingxiu, you seem quite confident. Do you already have a new poem in mind? Qingxiu nodded. Let us go. Time to write the poem. Changsun Pingting asked softly, Master Qingxiu, may I be the one to write it this time? Qingxiu shook his head. I only compose the poem. Whoever transcribes it for me makes no difference. You may decide among yourselves. Li Lizhu did not insist and graciously yielded the writing role to Changsun Pingting. At the same time, in a pleasure barge near the pavilion, Li Er squinted at the distant pavilion and suddenly frowned. Fujiji, look, is that Lizhu and Pingting? Changsun Wuji looked and was surprised. Indeed, it is Her Highness and my daughter. Strange, who is that man with the black ribbon across his face standing beside them? Fang Xianling, seated at the nearby table, also looked on with interest. Prime Minister, your daughter appears to be writing on behalf of that blind man. Changsun Wuji's expression turned sour. He said gravely, that girl, I have been too lenient in my parenting. She is out there cavorting with men. Ahem. Li Er cleared his throat and said displeased, Fujiji, are you suggesting my daughter is also cavorting with men? Changsun Wuji quickly responded, Your Majesty, that is not what I meant. I only meant, why is Pingting accompanied by a blind man? He added with concern, should we not send someone to investigate that blind man's identity? He may be up to no good. Li Er shook his head. It is fine. In broad daylight, even if he were a scoundrel, he would not dare act recklessly. Moreover, Li Zhu is accompanied by guards and Yingtao. No ordinary ruffian would dare approach. Better to observe for now. Inside the pavilion, Chang Sun Pingting held the brush and leaned over the desk. Looking up, she said, Master Qingxiu, I am ready. Qingxiu dictated. In ice and snow, this being thrives. Apart from peaches and plums, it alone survives. Suddenly one night, its fragrance takes flight, and spreads spring across the world, pure and bright. Upon hearing it, even Chang Sun Pingting's hand trembled, and her face betrayed astonishment. Li Lizhu was visibly moved as well. What a beautiful poem. Master Qingxiu, if this were saved for the final round, you might have taken the crown. Could you not have waited to reveal this masterpiece? Qingxiu smiled lightly. It is only a poem. The next round may have an entirely new topic. True enough. Wonderful. Chang Sun Pingting looked at the verses on the paper in admiration. No wonder you are Master Qingxiu. My father adores poetry. If he were to hear this, I cannot imagine how delighted he would be. As Qingxiu recited the poem, many of the nearby noble sons were visibly shocked. Heavens, was that poem truly composed by a blind man? I am not even equal to a blind man? Wait, is that the daughter of the Changsun family? She is writing for a blind man? Who is this blind man who can command the personal attention of Lady Changsun to write his poem? How can he write about plum blossoms if he cannot see? He must have copied it from someone. Changsun Pingting turned icy. She stormed over and snapped, What do you fools know? Master Qingxiu may be blind, but that does not mean he was always so. Could he not have composed the poem based on what he saw before losing his sight? Why are you all so bitter? What if he is blind? You still cannot compare to him. A mere poem about plum blossoms without using the word, and you are all flustered? Master Qingxiu composed Pity the Farmer. Of course he can craft even better poetry. Humph, insult him again and I shall throw you into the Tsujiang pond to feed the fish. With that, she huffed and stomped back. Facing Qingxiu, her cheeks flushed red as she said hurriedly, Master Qingxiu, they insulted you, so I spoke up. I am not an unruly or unreasonable person, really. If you do not believe me, ask Sister Lizhu. I am not like that. Qingxiu smiled and nodded. I believe you. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment, secretly resolving to temper her stubborn temper in the future. She suddenly recalled her mother's words, With your temper, what man would like you? Be careful or you will never marry. This thought made her glance nervously at Qingxiu again. Seeing him composed and serene, she felt reassured. Not far away, a scholar exclaimed, What? Pity the Farmer? He is the author of Pity the Farmer, Baron Qingxiu of Lantian County? Ah, the Baron of Lantian. My idol. I love his admonitions for the wise. So it is Master Qingxiu, who wrote Pity the Farmer. No wonder he could write such a masterful plum blossom poem without using the word. A blushing scholar ran up, clasped his hands, and said, Master Qingxiu, I adore your admonitions for the wise, especially the line, the sword's edge comes from honing, the plum blossom's fragrance from bitter cold. May I be your student? The scholar looked at Qingxiu with hopeful eyes. Qingxiu was taken aback. How do you know about admonitions for the wise? The scholar, excited, replied, Not just me, everyone in Chang'an knows it. Just 2 days ago, His Majesty ordered that Admonitions for the Wise, 3-character classic, and Pity the Farmer be included in the national primary curriculum. All private schools are now required to teach your works alongside the 4 books and 5 classics. Qingxiu gave a bitter smile. He had suspected it must have been Li Tai or Li Yuan who brought those works before the court, leading to the current situation. Before long, more people discovered Qingxiu's identity. At least a dozen scholars came rushing to ask to become his disciples. But Qingxiu politely declined them all. Teaching and nurturing students was a calling for others. As for him, he simply wished to earn money, take more concubines, and ensure the flourishing of the Qing family line. Inside the tower pavilion, Kong Yingda, visibly excited, brought a sheet of rice paper before Yen Silu and exclaimed, Master Yen, look at this poem, White Plum, it is truly outstanding. This is undeniably a masterpiece worthy of lasting renown through the ages. Yen Silu received the rice paper, squinted to read it, then suddenly widened his eyes and examined it thoroughly. Finally, he slapped the table and burst out laughing, Excellent. A true poet, this is indeed the work of a great talent. Apart from peaches and plums, it alone survives the dust of spring, spreads spring across the world, pure and bright, this poem is worthy of claiming the poetry crown. What a pity, Yen Silu sighed with some regret. It is just that the handwriting is too elegant and delicate, lacking any strength. Could it be written by a woman? Kong Yingda pointed to the name at the bottom of the paper, stunned. Master Yen, look, it is Qingxiu. It was written by him. A gleam of sharpness flashed in Yen Silu's usually clouded eyes. Could it be the same Qingxiu who authored Pity the Farmer, the three-character classic, and Admonitions for the Wise? Master Yen, to compose such a fine poem as White Plum, it surely must be that same Qingxiu. Quick, invite him into the pavilion. I wish to verify his identity personally. Kong Yingda frowned slightly. Master Yen, perhaps not. He came to compete in the Midsummer Poetry Gathering, clearly aiming for the poetry crown. If we abruptly invite him inside now, many scholars may think we are giving him special treatment, which would not reflect well. Yen Silu nodded in agreement. You are right, Chong Yuan. Let us wait until the event concludes, and then invite him for a conversation. Kong Yingda asked, Master Yen, what will the next topic be? Yen Silu pondered a moment and asked, how many passed the second round? 45. Yen Silu frowned. Only 45? That is quite few. Kong Yingda smiled. It is not so few, considering how difficult your topic was. A plum blossom poem without using the word plum, even the senior scholars at the Academy of Literature would struggle with such a challenge. Indeed, that is true. After a moment of thought, Yen Silu smiled faintly and said, the first round weeded out those trying to pass by trickery. The second round tested their poetic talent. For the third round, we should test their lofty aspirations and depth of thought. Let the topic be lofty aspirations, with a time limit of 1 incense stick. Having received the theme, Kong Yingda went to the window and called out to those who passed the previous round, there are 45 who passed. I will now read out the list. Those not named must immediately leave the pavilion. He read through the list of names. Those whose names were called were thrilled. The rest left the long pavilion with heads hung low. The long pavilion, built over Tsujiang Pool, had been packed moments ago. Now, only a few dozen remained, and the atmosphere grew calm. Kong Yingda once more declared loudly, the third round topic is lofty aspirations. The time limit is the burning of 1 incense stick. Submit your poem before time runs out to proceed to the next round. Those who fail will be eliminated. Because of Qingxiu's performance in the first 2 rounds, both Li Lizhu and Changsun Pingting were filled with admiration. But now that the crowd had thinned, Li Lizhu grew concerned. She pulled Changsun Pingting aside and said in a low voice, Pingting, you take over the writing for Master Qingxiu from here. My identity could become a problem. Changsun Pingting nodded. Sister, I understand. I will not let Master Qingxiu learn who you really are. Li Lizhu approached and said, Master Qingxiu, I have matters to attend to and can no longer write for you. I ask your understanding. Qingxiu nodded. In that case, let us not take up any more of Miss Li's time. Li Lizhu gave a graceful smile and quietly withdrew. Only Changsun Pingting and Qingxiu remained. Changsun Pingting asked, Master, do you have a poem in mind? Lofty aspirations. Qingxiu murmured, deep in thought. Humph. What good are lofty aspirations for a blind man, a sneering voice said nearby. The young man in white from earlier came forward with mockery on his face. Even if you win the poetry crown, do you think Master Yen would let his daughter marry a blind man? He followed behind Fong Yayi, who passed by Qingxiu with a slight smirk. I did not expect a blind man like you to pass the second round. Still, the crown is mine today, you do not stand a chance. Qingxiu's expression darkened, his hand moving to the hilt of his cane sword. 1 stroke was all it would take to end that white-clad youth's life. But he reconsidered. Killing someone in broad daylight would stir massive public outrage, no matter if even Li Yuan himself came forward. Instead, it was Changsun Pingting whose chest heaved in anger. She snapped, Who do you think you are, to insult Master Qingxiu like this? And you, Fong Yayi, son of a noble family, associating with such foul-mouthed lowlifes? You shame your lineage. Fong Yayi sneered, Who I associate with is none of your concern. For a noble daughter of the right deputy prime minister's family to consort privately with a blind man, if word reaches the court, your father's face will be dragged through the mud. You, shameless. Changsun Pingting trembled, her face pale and eyes filling with tears. Qingxiu said quietly, Miss Changsun, perhaps it is best if you do not write for me. Let us avoid giving others something to gossip about. Changsun Pingting's eyes were wet, but her expression was defiant. Master Qingxiu, I have already decided to write for you, and I will not go back on my word. I am not afraid of idle talk. To write for someone of your extraordinary talent is my honor. Very well, Qingxiu nodded. Then heed my words, do not respond to the bites of a mad dog. If you stoop to bite back, you become a mad dog too. Ignore them. Changsun Pingting took a deep breath, forced back her tears, and suddenly smiled. Master, you are right. I refuse to be a mad dog. Who are you calling a mad dog? Fong Yayi's face darkened, his eyes full of malice as he glared at Qingxiu. Qingxiu acted as if he had not heard. He scratched his ear and frowned. Did you hear that, Pingting? Was that a mad dog barking just now? Yes, I heard it too. Definitely a mad dog barking. Fong Yayi's mouth twitched. You looking to die? An official nearby shouted, are you writing or not? Half the incense stick is already burned. Any longer and you will be disqualified. Fong Yayi snorted coldly. Blind man, just wait and see. He left, trailed smugly by the white-robed youth who continued to fan the flames. Qingxiu raised his blind cane and struck the stone steps. A few small stones broke loose. He silently picked one up and tossed it. Ah, the white-robed youth suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his ankle in agony. Who the fuck threw that rock at me? He wailed in pain, his face contorted. The stone had embedded itself in his ankle, shattering the bone. He glared at Qingxiu. It was you, was it not? You threw that rock. Qingxiu frowned. You can eat whatever you like, but you cannot speak recklessly. I am blind. Do you really think I could aim a stone at you? The young man stood up, limping, and growled, it had to be you, you blind bastard. This is not over. Then he hobbled away. Changsun Pingting looked at Qingxiu in amazement. Master Qingxiu, you are incredible. You cannot see, how did you throw it so precisely? Lucky guess, he replied casually. Then he beckoned to Erguzi in the distance. The man leapt nimbly into the pavilion. Yes, my lord. Follow that white-clothed youth. Something is off about him. Without another word, Erguzi tailed him. The white-robed youth left Furong Garden and stopped beside a carriage in an alley. He endured the pain and bowed. Master, the matter is taken care of. That blind man and Fong Yayi are now at odds. Understood. Go find a doctor for your injury. A 10-tael silver ingot was tossed from the carriage, and then it rolled off down the street. Inside the carriage, Do Fengjie praised, Father, you are truly wise. We did not even need to lift a finger, and others were already dealing with him. Do Gue replied with a stern face, if you unfilial son, were not drinking, whoring, gambling, and wasting away, would I have resorted to such disgraceful means? Yes, Father. It was my fault. I swear never to gamble again. But still, Do Fengjie grinned, I must say, you are brilliant, Father. You figured out Fong Yayi's temperament so precisely. To know others and to know oneself is the key to never losing a battle. You must remember to act cautiously from now on. If you can achieve something without acting yourself, then never place yourself in danger. I understand, Father. Return home. The carriage rolled slowly out of the ward. In the distance, Erguzi followed openly and leisurely behind the carriage, so brazenly that he did not draw any attention. If he had been sneaking around, he likely would have been discovered by the hidden guards. One must admit, Erguzi did have a bit of cunning. When the carriage entered the Do residence, Erguzi turned to leave and followed the trail of blood to locate a medical shop. He easily found the white-clad young man being treated at a clinic. In Furong Garden. The examiner, seeing Qingxiu deep in thought, began to grow anxious. Master Qingxiu, time is running out. 2/3 of the incense has burned. Have you composed your poem on lofty aspirations? It was not that Qingxiu had no ideas, it was that he had too many. Especially poems on lofty ambitions, there were several just from Li He alone. Finally, he chose one of Li He's poems, reluctantly discarding the others. Changsun Pingting, holding the brush delicately, asked nervously, Master Qingxiu, have you not decided yet? I have, Qingxiu began to recite. Why should a man not bear a golden hook? To reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun? Please, ascend the Lingyan pavilion for a while. And see whose name is worthy of a marquis estate. The examiner froze momentarily, then flushed with excitement and his eyes lit up. Indeed, this poem expresses lofty aspirations. If all sons of the Tang dynasty had such ambition as Master Qingxiu, the recovery of our northern territories would be within reach. Changsun Pingting's eyes glowed with admiration. This poem not only expressed high aspirations, it was deeply stirring. Just hearing it stirred one's blood. If you are a man, bear the golden hook, cross the Qilian mountains, and recover the 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun. Does it pass? Qingxiu asked. The examiner replied, yes, absolutely. But it is not up to me alone. It must be approved by Master Yan and Master Kong. Please wait while I submit this. If it passes, you will be notified. The examiner carried a stack of submissions up to the tower. Suddenly, Changsun Pingting asked, Master Qingxiu, if your eyes were not blind, if you could see, would you really, as in the poem, set out to recover the lost lands of the Tang, to take back the 16 prefectures? Qingxiu thought for a moment, then nodded. This made Changsun Pingting's gaze burn with passion, though a touch of sorrow appeared in her eyes. If he were not blind, surely he would gallop across the plains, reclaiming lost lands, just as in the poem? Alas, he was blind, and that future seemed forever out of reach. Thinking of this, Chang Sun Pingting felt a pang of sorrow for the blind man before her. She heard the lofty aspirations in the poem, but also sensed the deep helplessness embedded within it. Such grand ambition, and yet plagued by the torment of blindness. He must suffer greatly inside, she thought. She looked at Qingxiu, simply gazing at him. Before she knew it, her eyes had begun to moisten. From an outside perspective, Qingxiu found it odd. Why was she crying all of a sudden? Just then, a slightly excited voice echoed from within the tower. Confronting announced, "The third round is over. The 6 who have passed are Qingxiu, Fong Yayi, Lu Chuanxiu, Wang Pingshan, Yang Shuiyong, and Meng Fangran. Will the 6 finalists please enter the tower?" Chang Sun Pingting exclaimed joyfully, "Master, you have passed. Come, let us go to the tower." Qingxiu tapped his blind cane and followed her. As they approached the steps, Chang Sun Pingting hesitated for a moment, then blushed slightly and gently supported Qingxiu's arm. In a soft voice, she said, "Master, there are steps here, please be careful." Qingxiu smiled faintly. "Thank you. You are welcome." Her face flushed even more. When they reached the tower, Fong Yayi said with some surprise, "I did not expect you to make it. So your name is Qingxiu? What, do you want to remember my name so you can take revenge later?" Qingxiu replied coldly. Fong Yayi frowned and snorted. "Humph. If I wanted revenge, I would not need to do it behind someone's back." Just then, Kong Yingda and Yen Silu approached. Yen Silu asked excitedly, "Which of you is Qingxiu?" Qingxiu tapped his cane and replied, "I am." Yen Silu stared at him in astonishment. "You are Qingxiu? You are blind?" Qingxiu responded, "Can a blind man not compete in a poetry contest?" Yen Silu hesitated to speak. Kong Yingda was also shocked. To think the author of Pity the Farmer is blind. Can a blind man not compete in a poetry contest? Qingxiu asked again. Yes, of course he can. But Yen Silu's face showed disappointment. He clearly did not wish for his legitimate granddaughter to marry a blind man. His frustration was understandable. Kong Yingda, seeing Yen Silu's thoughts, sighed gently. He could not help but feel a bit of pity for Qingxiu. Fong Yayi stepped forward and asked, "Master Yen, Master Kong, what is the next topic?" Yen Silu said, "I have read each of your poems. They all display great ambition, especially Qingxiu's. It inspires all Tang people. I am very pleased. The next topic must not only show high aspirations, but also a determined resolve to serve the nation. You have 1 incense stick's time. This final round will decide the victor." "Resolve to serve the country?" Qingxiu frowned. Instantly, he thought of Yufei's man Jiang Hong. But at this moment, that might not be the most fitting. "Begin." Yen Silu returned to his seat. He glanced at Qingxiu and sighed slightly. Kong Yingda whispered, "Master Yen, please do not show favoritism." Yen Silu looked conflicted and said softly, "Chong Yuan, it is not favoritism. It is just that, he is blind. My granddaughter, proud of her own vast talent, could never favor a blind man. Moreover, the Yen family is a house of Confucian scholars, a noble lineage. If word spread that my legitimate granddaughter married a blind man, would we not become a laughingstock? Chong Yuan, I ask for your understanding." "Master Yen, this, sigh." Kong Yingda was visibly torn. He had always been a man of integrity, yet was now being asked to show bias. It made him deeply uncomfortable. Just then, a voice full of murderous energy rang out. "By drunken light, I polish my sword by lamplight. Dreaming I charge through trumpet-blaring camps. My meat sizzles under the banners of the 8 banners. The strings resound with sounds from beyond the frontier. On the battlefield, autumn reviews our troops." Kong Yingda's eyes widened, his whole body breaking out in goosebumps, chilled to the bone. Even Yen Silu stared at the blind man in shock. Kong Yingda said hoarsely, "Master Yen, this poem, it carries killing intent." Yen Silu's expression was complex. He shook his head. "No, this is not a poem. It is a lyric. Though the first 2 lines are 6 characters each and perfectly paired, and the next 2 are 7 and also match well, why add a final line with 8 characters? Why is the structure arranged like this?" Even the other finalists were confused. What kind of poem is this? Could it be a new style UFO? Though a bit disorderly, it undeniably stirs the soul. This poetic style is unheard of, yet it paints a vivid scene, as if one were truly on the battlefield. Then, the cold and solemn voice rose again. "My steed runs as fast as the black Lu. My bow twangs like thunder. To complete the emperor's work in this life. To earn a name in life and after death. Pity this crippled sight I now bear." The tower fell into absolute silence. Everyone had a different expression, some were envious, some astonished that poetry could be composed this way, and others shaken by the poem's martial energy. Because he was blind and had never seen battle, Qingxiu replaced gazing at the sword with wiping the sword, dreamed of returning with dreamed of entering, and pity the white-haired man with pity the blinded one. But one thing was undeniable, the atmosphere of the poem was utterly captivating. I concede, said a young scholar with a self-aware expression and a hint of dejection, shaking his head. Another scholar accompanying him also shook his head and gave a wry smile. Master Qingxiu's poem possesses such profound artistic conception, I am ashamed to compare. I cannot compose anything better than this, so I, too, concede. If you are both giving up, then I might as well concede as well. I am certainly not arrogant enough to think I can rival Master Qingxiu's poetic talent. His Pity the Farmer and White Plum Blossom are already masterpieces among Tang poetry. The third round had barely begun, and already 3 contestants had conceded. The other 2, aside from Fong Yayi, braced themselves and composed 2 poems, but when compared to the Song of the Breaking of the Battle Formation by Xian Qiji, the difference was as stark as heaven and earth, there was no comparison at all. As for Fong Yayi, he too forced himself to write a poem. But no sooner had he finished than he, in a fit of frustration, crumpled the rice paper and looked at Qingxiu with eyes full of jealousy. He could not understand how a blind man could possess such poetic brilliance. Chang Sunpingting's delicate face was slightly flushed with excitement, and the admiration in her eyes could no longer be concealed. She gazed at Qingxiu's face, her voice trembling slightly. Master Qingxiu, this poem of yours will surely win you the title of poetry champion today. Qingxiu shook his head and replied in a low voice, not necessarily. What I composed is not a poem, it is a lyric. During the Sui and Tang periods, such compositions were called long-short meter lyrics. When accompanied by music, they formed what later became regulated musical verse, ufu. Whether it is a poem or a lyric, in my eyes, master, you are already the poetry champion, Chang Sunpingting said. Her cheeks flushed red again in slight embarrassment. What young maiden does not yearn for romance? In this moment, she was simply a girl in the throes of infatuation. Especially at her age, just entering adolescence, every 16-year-old girl harbors dreams of a princely figure. In ancient times, talent could win a woman's admiration, just as in modern times wealth could. Master Yen, Scholar Kong, may we ask who has won the title of poetry champion? Could the 2 esteemed gentlemen please announce the name? Though they already knew they would not win, 2 participants still could not let go of their hopes. In the distance, Kong Yingda and Yen Silu were whispering furiously, their faces red from the heated argument, nearly on the verge of blows. Kong Yingda declared, this Song of the Breaking of the Battle Formation deserves to be today's champion. Yen Silu rebutted, nonsense. That is a lyric in irregular meter. It is not even a poem. Kong Yingda said, Master Yen, I know you do not want your legitimate granddaughter to marry a blind man. But Master Qingxiu's poetic talent is unmatched. If you insist on this decision, people will accuse you of bias. Yen Silu said, young Kong, let me be willful this once. My granddaughter is proud and aloof. How could she favor a blind man? My mind is made up. You need not say more. Yen Silu stood and announced, today's poetry champion is Meng Fangran's Vast Heavens. Allow me to recite it. 10 years of cold nights by the window, all hardships endured. My ambition high and path resolute. If one day my name appears on the golden list, I vow to govern with integrity and serve the common people. This poem not only expresses lofty aspirations, but its structure is balanced and its heart is with the people, truly worthy of the poetry champion title. Kong Yingda slumped into his seat, his head lowered in disappointment. When he looked at Qingxiu, his eyes were full of regret. When Yen Silu's announcement came, everyone was stunned. Even Meng Fangran, the one declared champion, looked disbelieving. His face flushed red. He looked toward Qingxiu, his gaze complex. The poem he submitted had been written with great reluctance, and compared to the blind man's Song of the Breaking of the Battle Formation, it was utterly inferior. The difference was obvious to anyone. But Master Yen had awarded him the championship. That, indeed, was puzzling. What? Chang Sunpingting exclaimed, her face full of disbelief. How could it be him? It should have been Master Qingxiu's Song of the Breaking of the Battle Formation. Master Yen, Scholar Kong, did you make a mistake? Kong Yingda pretended not to hear and turned his back, hands clasped behind him. Yen Silu glanced back and explained with perfect logic, Meng Fangran's work is a proper 7-character poem. What Master Qingxiu composed was not a poem, it was a lyric in long-short meter. Fong Yayi said with a smile, Master Yen is quite right. I believe he is merely resentful for not winning the championship. Chang Sunpingting wanted to argue further. But Qingxiu gave a calm smile and said, right and wrong, good and evil, are not for one man to decide. Let posterity judge. As for the so-called poetry champion, Miss Chang Sun, do not take it seriously, just treat it as a joke. What? You compare the poetry champion to a joke? Yan Silu's face darkened. Qingxiu ignored the old man and smiled at Chang Sun Pingting. Miss Pingting, thank you for transcribing for me today. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Farewell. Chang Sun Pingting, fuming, cried out, now I see it clearly, this so-called poetry gathering is nothing but a joke. Master Qingxiu clearly composed the best piece and yet was treated so unjustly. They speak of fairness, speak of Confucian virtue, what a lie. This is nothing but discrimination against the blind. From now on, I want nothing to do with such gatherings. She caught up with Qingxiu and said, Master, there are stairs ahead. Allow me to assist you. Qingxiu stepped aside and said calmly, Miss Pingting, you are unmarried. Please refrain from physical contact with me, lest some small-minded individuals gossip. Farewell. Fong Yayi's nose nearly twisted with anger. That was clearly a jab at him, even if no names were mentioned. Qingxiu clasped his hands in farewell, picked up the blind cane resting at his waist, and tapped his way out. Though he left, a loud, sonorous voice echoed outside. One day, the great rock shall rise with the wind, soaring 90,000 miles high. Laughing at the heavens as I stride forth. How could I be a weed among men? Ha 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 ha. A mere poetry title meant nothing to him. He had already made his point. Chang Sun Pingting gazed at his solitary figure, feeling a strange emptiness and sorrow in her heart. At that moment, several men were about to enter the tower when they heard those bold and unrestrained lines of verse and stopped in their tracks. It was Emperor Li Er, Chang Sun Wuji, and Fang Xianling, just coming down from a boat, trailed by a group of guards. Li Er looked at the receding figure with awe. What a poem! One day, the great rock shall rise with the wind, soaring 90,000 miles high. Laughing at the heavens as I stride forth, how could I be a weed among men? I have not heard such bold and unrestrained poetry in a long time. This man is a true talent. Chang Sun Wuji quietly memorized the poem, his expression stirred. Your Majesty, this poem is truly remarkable. This man's spirit is so heroic, far beyond mine. With such a work, he surely deserved the title of poetry champion. Fang Xianling nodded. Indeed heroic. This poem deserves the title. Father. As Chang Sun Pingting was about to leave, she saw Chang Sun Wuji and the others and greeted them respectfully. She then bowed to Emperor Li Er. Pingting greets your Majesty, and greets Uncle Fang. Li Er and Fang Xianling smiled and nodded. Chang Sun Wuji, however, scowled and said sternly, Pingting, how could a young woman like you associate with a blind man in public? If word spreads, it will bring disgrace to our family. Father, I did not, he is. Chang Sun Wuji barked, I do not care who he is. From now on, avoid such dubious individuals. Now go home immediately. Chang Sun Pingting wanted to protest but held back. She pouted and left without looking back. She had already wanted to leave this place that made her nauseous. Now that she was going, she walked with vigor. In her heart, she muttered repeatedly, what a ridiculous poetry contest. It was a joke from beginning to end. She vowed never to attend another goddamn poetry gathering again. One day, the great rock shall rise with the wind. Are we the weeds among men? Kong Ingda could not help but exclaim aloud. What magnificent poetry! So bold and unrestrained. In my eyes, Master Qingxiu is the rightful poetry champion today. He cast a glance at Yan Silu, his expression now tinged with visible distaste and displeasure. Yan Silu seemed as though he wanted to speak, but in the end, he merely lowered his gaze with a somber expression and shook his head. Unexpectedly, the man declared poetry champion, Meng Fangran, suddenly stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, Master Yan, Scholar Kong, what virtue or talent do I possess to deserve the title of poetry champion? Compared with Master Qingxiu's timeless masterpiece, my own poem is mere empty lamentation, lacking any true artistic conception. I implore you, sirs, do not shame me with this honor. Please withdraw the title. Yan Silu responded with irritation, are you certain you wish to relinquish the poetry champion title? Do you know how many scholars across the realm dream of marrying a legitimate daughter of the Yan family? To wed into the Yan clan is to gain access to our vast literary troves and to ensure a future filled with promise. Meng Fangran, though tempted, also knew that should he foolishly cling to the title, he would be met with scorn and ridicule from the community of scholars. With Qingxiu's brilliance shining before him, he had the self-awareness to recognize that his poem could not surpass Qingxiu's. It was only a matter of time before Qingxiu's masterwork spread throughout the Tang Empire. Meng Fangran bowed again and said, I know my limits. In the presence of a gem like Master Qingxiu, I am ashamed of my own inadequacy. No matter the perspective, his works outshine mine entirely. If I were to falsely claim the honor, I would be the laughingstock of scholars everywhere. I do not deserve the title of poetry champion. I beg the two sirs not to make this public, for I truly feel unworthy. His reasoning was well articulated and difficult to refute. Yen Silu, at a loss for words, waved his hand in frustration. Suddenly, a hearty voice rang out from outside, "Master Yen, Scholar Kong, has today's poetry champion been decided yet?" With that voice, Li Er and two officials of state stepped into the pavilion. Upon seeing Li Er arrive, Kong Yingda and Yen Silu immediately rose to greet him. "We pay respects to your majesty." Li Er hastened forward and helped Yen Silu up with a laugh. "Master Yen, you are of advanced age. There is no need to greet me so formally. You are an elder, such formalities from you would shame this junior." The Yen family was a grand Confucian house, and Li Er naturally accorded its head some deference. Kong Yingda, standing to the side, slightly pursed his lips and muttered to himself, "What kind of elder is he, really?" Only today did Kong Yingda finally see the true face of this so-called grand scholar, and he was filled with quiet dismay. Li Er smiled and said, "Just now, I heard a blind man recite an extraordinary poem outside. You must have heard it too." Kong Yingda nodded, "Yes, your majesty. It was indeed excellent, bold, even a bit unruly, but full of unmistakable meaning." Li Er laughed, "With such poetic talent, then the blind man must be today's poetry champion, yes?" Kong Yingda turned his face away, pretending to study the mural inside the pavilion. Yen Silu suddenly broke into a sweat and shook his head. "No, it was another person." "Oh?" Li Er's eyes sparkled. "Then someone else surpassed even that blind man?" Yen Silu began to fumble for words. Kong Yingda smiled and said, "Master Yen, the poetry champion was your decision." His Majesty inquires, "Why are you now at a loss for words?" Yen Silu frowned, then forced a smile. "Indeed, it was another. Meng Fongran, wait, where is he?" He searched around but saw no sign of Meng Fongran. Kong Yingda chuckled. Meng Fongran felt unworthy of the title and left after declining the honor. Yen Silu's mouth twitched. Li Er and his two companions looked at each other in disbelief. The poetry champion, declined? They were all completely baffled. Kong Yingda picked up 2 sheets of rice paper from the table, handed them to Li Er with a smile, and said, "Meng Fongran wrote Vast Heavens, while the blind man wrote Song of the Breaking of the Battle Formation." Master Yen declared that the latter, being a lyric in irregular meter, was not a proper poem, and so awarded the title to Vast Heavens. Li Er frowned upon reading Vast Heavens. It is indeed not bad, but compared to "One day, the great rock shall rise with the wind," it falls far short. If you ask me, that line is the true mark of a poetry champion. Then he looked at Song of the Breaking of the Battle Formation and read aloud with wide eyes. "By lamplight in drunken haze, I polish my sword. In dreams, I hear the war horns in camp. 800 soldiers roast meat under banners. 50 strings resound with border songs. In autumn, troops are mustered on the field. My steed gallops like a black whirlwind. My bow strikes like a thunderbolt. For the sake of the emperor, the world's burdens are shouldered. Fame in life and death is won. Yet pity this pair of blinded eyes." Chang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling craned their necks to read. Li Er exclaimed, "Master Yen, with such heroic writing, how could this not be the poetry champion?" Yen Silu replied stiffly, "Your Majesty, this is a poetry contest. Song of the Breaking of the Battle Formation is irregular in form, it does not conform to poetic standards." Li Er's mouth twitched, he was momentarily speechless. Then he looked again at the signature, Qingxiu. Li Er was stunned. So were Chang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling. The 3 of them gasped in unison, "Qingxiu?" Li Er hurriedly handed the poem to Chang Sun Wuji and rushed outside to find the blind man, but he was already gone. He turned back urgently. "Quickly, Kong Yingda! Bring me all the poems Master Qingxiu submitted for the contest." Soon, the poem White Plum Blossom was produced. After reading it, Li Er slapped his thigh in excitement. "Excellent! Absolutely excellent! Scattered across the vast land, bringing spring to all beneath the heavens, what a line! And this one, why do men not take up the golden hook and reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yen and Yun?" Li Er grew visibly animated. Finishing all of them, Li Er's face darkened. Waving the pages in his hand, he exclaimed, "Look! Now this is poetry. Master Yen, Master Kong, Master Qingxiu's White Plum Blossom did not win the poetry champion title? Are you blind?" Kong Yingda, arms folded, smiled calmly. "Your Majesty, the champion was not my decision, it was Master Yan's. Ask him." Yen Silu's face turned a shade of embarrassment. When questioned by the emperor, he gave a forced smile. Your Majesty, White Plum Blossom was entered in the second round. Song of the Breaking of the Battle Formation was in the final. And that piece cannot be called a poem. Li Er's hand trembled in rage. Even if it is not a poem, it is a masterpiece that will be remembered through the ages. Look again at that vast heavens, what utter trash. Master Yen, have you gone senile? Yen Silu's face flushed bright red, his body trembling with anger and shame. Li Er had always treated him with deference, but now he was openly scolding him like a fool. This was deeply humiliating. Kong Ingda took the opportunity to twist the knife. He said coolly, Master Yen said, he is blind. My granddaughter would never look favorably upon a blind man. So we discussed choosing another champion. I dared not oppose Master Yen and followed his decision. Li Er looked furious but restrained himself. He knew that the Yen family had immense prestige, and Yen Silu was a senior figure of high standing. If he provoked him into a medical crisis, scholars across the nation would blame him. He forced down his rage. Still, his tone grew thick with sarcasm. Wonderful. A grand family of Confucian virtue, upheld by the conduct of gentlemen, and guided by ancestral maxims, yet they cannot tolerate a blind man. Marvelous. Then he gathered Qingxiu's poems and said with a smile, since Master Yen cannot appreciate these unsightly works, I shall take them myself. He turned and left, sneering. The Yen family's legitimate daughter is of such noble birth, more noble than my own daughter. Even the teacher of Prince Wei is beneath her? I wonder, then, who in this world could possibly be worthy of her? As they departed, Yen Silu stood wide-eyed in shock. He abruptly rose to his feet. He is Prince Wei's teacher? The old man gasped, his breath caught, and he collapsed unconscious. Had Kong Ingda not caught him quickly, he might have suffered a concussion from the fall. Fong Yayi caught up with Fong Xianling and asked in a hushed, astonished tone, Father, is this Master Qing truly His Highness Prince Wei's teacher? Although Li Er and Changsun Wuji were present, Fong Xianling did not conceal the truth. He nodded and replied, Indeed. Master Qing is the teacher of His Highness Prince Wei. Yayi, if you have the chance to meet Master Qing again, you must consult him often and treat him with the utmost respect. Have you understood? Fong Yayi's expression twitched slightly. He nodded weakly, I understand, Father. After watching Li Er and the others depart, a bitter smile crept across Fong Yayi's face. Respect? He had utterly offended Master Qing during the poetry gathering. If not for that flatterer Wang Xiutong constantly fanning the flames and currying favor, how would he have been so foolish as to provoke Master Qing? Now Fong Yayi regretted it bitterly. He was no fool, he had clearly seen that even the emperor favored Master Qing and was willing to offend the esteemed Yen Silu to defend him. This alone made it evident that Master Qing's status was destined to rise beyond reach. And now, thanks to his own misstep, he had ruined any hope of forming a relationship with him. Just then, a dark-skinned young man approached and said, Young Master Fong, my master requests your presence. Fong Yayi looked up and recognized him as one of Qingxiu's attendants from that morning. Somewhat surprised, he asked, Master Qing is summoning me? Erguzi nodded. Fong Yayi gestured respectfully, please lead the way. After leaving Furong Garden, they arrived at a narrow alley where a carriage stood ahead. Qingxiu sat outside the carriage. Fong Yayi quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands. Master Qing, I offended you terribly this morning. I beg you not to take it to heart. I was blinded by foolishness and provoked by that scoundrel Wang Xiutong, which led me to seek you out in such poor temper. Qingxiu smiled and tapped his blind staff toward the side. The Wang Xiutong you mentioned, is it that man there? Fong Yayi looked closely and saw, curled in the corner by the wall, a young man bruised and battered, blood trickling from his nostrils. Upon closer inspection, he recognized him as Wang Xiutong. It is you! Fong Yayi exclaimed. Master Qing, why have you beaten him like this? Then, startled, he took a step back and nervously swallowed. Master Qing, you do not intend to beat me as well, do you? Erguzi sneered, my master is not one to be petty. His heart is as vast as the ocean. This Wang Xiutong was acting under orders, deliberately stirring conflict between you and my master. My master summoned you here not to seek revenge, but because he did not wish to see you used as someone else's pawn. Fong Yayi was stunned, then furious. He rushed forward and kicked Wang Xiutong squarely in the face. The blow knocked out 3 of Wang Xiutong's front teeth. Young Master Fong, forgive me. Please stop hitting me. Wang Xiutong cried as he backed away in terror. You bastard! Why did you provoke me into conflict with Master Qing? Wang Xiutong quickly answered, it was Du Fengjie, young Master Du. He promised me 10 taels of silver to stir enmity between you and Master Qing. Damn it! I did not offend him, why would he incite me against Master Qing? Fong Yayi cursed, delivering another vicious kick. Qingxiu said with a faint smile, young Master Fong, I do not know what relation you have with this Du Fengjie, nor do I care why he sought to provoke conflict between us. I do not even know this Du Fengjie. Perhaps you or someone in your family once offended him, and he now seeks revenge. The truth is clear. You should not be enemies with me, but rather settle matters with Du Fengjie. Whatever grievances you have, do not involve me. Farewell. With that, Qingxiu boarded the carriage. Fong Yayi bowed deeply toward the carriage and said solemnly, Master Qing, rest assured. I was in the wrong today. I shall come another day to offer my formal apology. Qingxiu added with a calm voice, young Master Fong, perhaps it was not you but someone from your household who offended the Du family. In any case, this is merely a reminder. Leaving those words behind, Qingxiu's carriage slowly pulled away. Since the Du family had attempted to kill with a borrowed knife, then Fong Yayi would do the same. His expression darkened as he glared at Wang Xiutong. You dog! Tell me, why did that bastard Du Fengjie want you to stir up trouble? Wang Xiutong sobbed, young Master Fong, I truly do not know. I was just doing as I was paid. Master Du said nothing else. Fong Yayi kicked him a few more times, then stormed away from the alley in fury. At home, he reported the matter to Fang Xianling. Upon hearing it, Fang Xianling was enraged. That old dog Du Gue has gone too far. All I did was submit a report against him a few days ago, and now he lies in wait for revenge by trying to pit my son against Master Qing. His heart is vile beyond measure. Fong Yayi said coldly, no wonder. So it was because father impeached him. That pompous brother of Empress Taimu, despite his lofty status, stoops to such filth. I nearly became Master Qing's enemy over this. We cannot let it go. Fang Xianling declared furiously, Yayi, go seize that Wang Xiutong. I shall enter the palace immediately and bring this matter before His Majesty. With that, Fang Xianling stormed toward the palace. As for Fong Yayi, he took a group of servants and guards and went after Wang Xiutong. Meanwhile, Changsun Wuji walked home smiling, holding a transcribed booklet of poems. Pingting? Where is Pingting? Changsun Pingting emerged shyly from her chamber and asked softly, Father, were you calling me? Changsun Wuji took her hand excitedly. Pingting, why did you not tell me that blind man was Master Qing? I scolded you wrongly. Had I known earlier, how could I have been angry? Changsun Pingting muttered quietly, I wanted to tell you, but you told me to be silent. Changsun Wuji laughed, Pingting, what is your relationship with Master Qing? We have only met twice. The first time was at Furong Garden. I mistook him for someone else and struck him with a whip. When I learned he was blind, I felt guilty for days. Today, I met him again and apologized in person. Master Qing is magnanimous, he did not hold it against me. Changsun Wuji's face tensed at first, then relaxed into a smile. You held the brush for him? Changsun Pingting blushed. Father, I merely held the brush. There was nothing more between us. Speak truthfully. Do not worry, I will not be angry this time. Seeing that he was sincere, she breathed a sigh of relief. Father, I truly only held the brush. Changsun Wuji looked somewhat disappointed but quickly regained his composure. He smiled and said, Pingting, the fact that he allowed you to transcribe his poem shows that you hold a place in his heart. Changsun Pingting's cheeks reddened as she hurried to explain, Father, I only admire Master Qing, I have no other thoughts. Do not misunderstand. Ha ha ha. Changsun Wuji laughed heartily. Pingting, the world is full of great scholars, but none compare to Master Qing. His brilliance at today's poetry gathering proves that he outshines 90% of the so-called literati, even I feel ashamed. And he is also Prince Wei's teacher. His Majesty himself favors Master Qing. In time, his status will rise sky high, and his future achievements will be boundless. Changsun Pingting asked, Father, why are you saying all this? I already know Master Qing is not an ordinary man. Changsun Wuji suddenly asked, Do you like Master Qing? Ah? Changsun Pingting panicked, her face flushed red, and she became flustered. Changsun Wuji nodded. I see. Then know this, if you truly like him, be bold. Do not hold back. I will not stand in your way. Changsun Pingting stood stunned, murmuring, But father, he is blind. You do not mind? Changsun Wuji shook his head and smiled. What does it matter that he is blind? With such talent, his name shall be remembered through the ages. At his young age, he has already composed so many astounding works. Once they spread, the name Qingxiu shall resound throughout the Tang dynasty. Even if he is blind, what of it? If you like him and he is willing, I have no objection to welcoming him as a son-in-law of the Changsun family. Pingting, remember what I say, spend more time with Master Qing. Only then will you have a chance. I understand, father, Changsun Pingting said shyly, bowing her head, unable to conceal her joy. Li Er returned to the Imperial Palace, but he did not go to the Ganlu Hall to read, nor to the Taiji Hall to review memorials, nor to the Lijiang Hall to see the Empress. Instead, he went to the Danyang Pavilion, a side hall where the princesses resided. After receiving the summons, Li Lizhu followed a eunuch out of the Danyang Pavilion. Daughter greets Father Emperor. Li Lizhu bowed respectfully, following proper etiquette. Li Er smiled and nodded, saying, Lizhu, today I saw you on the pleasure boat at Sujiang Pool, chatting happily with a blind man. Gu was the ancient term for a blind person with pupils. Those blind without pupils were called South. Li Lizhu's face turned pale upon hearing this. She quickly replied, Father Emperor, did your daughter violate the rules of female propriety? She felt anxious at heart. As a princess, she was not allowed to casually interact with men. This was one of the rules written by Empress Zhangsun in her book on women's conduct. Li Er shook his head and smiled. Do not be nervous. Father is not here to punish you. I know that the blind man is Mr. Qing. He is Qingxue's teacher, and you probably already know that. Father just wants to ask a few simple questions. You may speak freely. Yes. Come, tell Father what kind of person this Mr. Qing really is. The two of them sat down in a pavilion. Li Lizhu spoke softly, Mr. Qing is magnanimous and easygoing. From what I observed, he appears to be someone who dislikes complex rituals and formalities, a man of open mind and free spirit. Moreover, his poetic talent is unmatched. Li Er nodded. This much Father has already seen. The poem he composed at Furong Garden was the finest in all of Chang'an. Lizhu, what is your relationship with Mr. Qing? Li Lizhu paused for a moment, thought carefully, then smiled bitterly and said, Father Emperor, I have only met Mr. Qing 3 times. The first time was at Furong Garden a month ago. The second was the day before yesterday, and today was the 3rd time. It cannot be said that I am close to him. If we meet, we may exchange a few polite words. Li Er smiled. What do you think of Mr. Qing? Li Lizhu asked, why does Father ask such a thing? Mr. Qing is a good man, he. Father, what do you mean? Li Lizhu, being extremely intelligent, had already guessed her father's intention. Li Er spoke frankly with a smile, you have reached the age for marriage. Xiao Yu has already submitted 2 memorials requesting me to marry you to his son, Xiao Rui. Would you prefer to marry Xiao Rui or Mr. Qing? Li Lizhu blushed, a little embarrassed. Father, Mr. Qing already has a family. Li Er frowned. He is already married? Li Lizhu nodded. And Mr. Qing is deeply in love with his wife. He even has a concubine. Li Er rubbed his forehead and sighed. A concubine is acceptable, but a primary wife, alas. Li Lizhu, with a heavy heart, said, Father, though I have only met Mr. Qing 3 times, I know well his character. He is not someone who would abandon his wife. If the emperor of the Tang dynasty were to marry off a princess, the recipient must accept her as his primary wife and could not take any concubines afterward. He could have only one wife for life. If the prospective husband already had a wife, he must divorce her before marrying a princess. Li Er murmured, so in the end, must I marry you to Xiao Rui? Li Lizhu's heart trembled. She knew Xiao Rui was a nobleman, the son of a prime minister, but she had never seen him. She had only heard he was rather unremarkable among the sons of the aristocracy. Would she really have to marry someone she had never met or known? Li Lizhu felt a pang of bitterness. Born into the imperial family, her life was not her own. Father, Li Lizhu said with determination and caution, might it be possible to abolish this marriage law? Li Er frowned in displeasure. Lizhu, this law has lasted for hundreds of years. How could it be abolished so easily? Moreover, you are a royal daughter. How could you marry someone as a concubine? You are someone who understands propriety. How can you suggest such an outrageous thing? Li Lizhu gently bit her lip, her expression full of sorrow. Your daughter understands her mistake. Everything is at father's discretion. If she had to choose between Qing Xiu and Xiao Rui, she would undoubtedly choose Qing Xiu. After all, she had never even seen Xiao Rui, let alone know what kind of person he was. But she had some understanding of Qing Xiu, at the very least, she did not dislike him. Just then, a hearty laugh rang out from outside. Haha, how about Grandpa Emperor takes you out to play again tomorrow? A sweet, childish voice responded, yes. Grandma's cold noodles were so delicious, and the pine needle tea was so tasty. I really liked it. I want to go out with Grandpa Emperor again tomorrow. All right. Tomorrow, Grandpa Emperor will take you to the manor to play. Along with the voice came the sight of Li Yuan with a dainty little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, sitting on his shoulders. The girl was bold and fearless, not afraid of falling. She tightly clutched Li Yuan's hair, he was nearly being scalped, but he did not mind at all. Several guards surrounded Li Yuan, anxiously prepared to catch the child should she fall. When Li Er saw this, he immediately broke into a cold sweat. He rushed over in 3 quick steps and said nervously, "Father, how could you let Lizzie sit on your shoulders? What if she falls and gets hurt?" Thinking further, he added, "Besides, you are getting older. If something happened to you, how could I, as your son, bear it?" Li Yuan set Lizzie down and muttered, "Enough. Just admit you are worried about your daughter and stop pretending to be concerned about me. Do not think I did not notice your complaints earlier." Li Er, embarrassed, replied, "Father, you misunderstand. I am genuinely concerned about your health." Not wanting Li Yuan to press the issue further, Li Er quickly changed the subject. "Where did father take Lizzie to play?" "Furong Garden. We went to listen to poetry." "Haha, that Qing boy writes excellent poetry." Li Yuan first offered praise, then curled his lip and said, "That old bastard Yen Silu was too much." Clearly Qing had the makings of the poetry laureate, but he was belittled to nothing just because he is blind. Li Er was surprised. "Father went to Furong Garden as well? I was there too. Why did I not see you?" Li Yuan explained, "I took Lizzie to play outside. Later I had tea with Pei San somewhere else and never went to the main poetry event. It is only natural that you did not see me. So that is how it was." "Greetings, Grandfather Emperor," said Li Lizhu as she walked over and bowed. Li Yuan looked at the two of them curiously. "What are you two doing here?" Li Er did not hide anything inside. "Today I saw Lizhu speaking happily with Mr. Qing, so I came to inquire. Originally, I wanted to have her marry him, but he already has a wife and concubine. Asking him to divorce and remarry a princess is impossible. So, I gave up the idea." Li Yuan's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and laughed. "That would be a great match. Lang, you just reminded me, why not have Lizhu marry that Qing boy? That way, our imperial family would be bound to this disciple of the immortals." Li Er smiled wryly. "Father, that would violate royal marriage law. Besides, knowing Mr. Qing's character, he would never agree to divorce. Even if Lizhu were made his primary wife and the others relegated to concubines, it would still be against the law. We can only abandon the idea." Li Yuan roared with laughter. "Where there is a will, there is a way. What is so difficult about this? Lang, why does your brain stop working when it comes to serious matters?" Li Er was dumbfounded. "What do you mean, father?" Li Yuan slapped his thigh again and laughed. "Simple. You recognize Qing's wife as your adopted daughter. Then she becomes a princess too. After that, have Lizhu marry him. Which law could then object to our marrying 2 princesses to him?" Li Er widened his eyes and opened his mouth in astonishment. Even Li Lizhu stood stunned like a wooden statue. Could it really be done that way? Li Er was utterly bewildered by Li Yuan's twisted logic. Li Lizhu was equally dumbfounded by her grandfather's train of thought. The father and daughter stood there frozen, several times trying to speak but not knowing how to respond. Li Yuan chuckled loudly and slapped Li Shimen on the shoulder. Lang, this marriage alliance, I am very optimistic about it. That Qing boy's talent and learning are more than enough for your eldest princess. He still has many true talents that have yet to be discovered. Who knows, that Qing lad might have the means to make the Great Tang a mighty nation envied by all. Whether you can seize the opportunity depends on you." With that, Li Yuan hummed a tune and walked off. Li Er fell into deep thought. Li Lizhu opened her mouth but did not disturb him. Instead, she quietly left with her younger sister, Li Lizzie. After leaving, Li Lizzie sat on Li Lizhu's lap, raised her face and asked, "Sister, are you getting married?" Li Lizhu gently tapped the tip of her nose and smiled faintly. "Yes, sister is getting married. But sister does not yet know who she will marry." "Of course it should be Mr. Qing," Li Lizzie exclaimed with joy. "Grandpa Emperor said Mr. Qing is amazing. Today I ate cold noodles and drank pine needle tea, all made by Mr. Qing. They were really delicious. Grandpa Emperor also said he would take me to Mr. Qing's home for dinner tomorrow. He said the food at Mr. Qing's house is heavenly. If you marry Mr. Qing, I can eat at his house every day." Li Lizhu could not help but laugh and said with mock annoyance, "Lizzie, why do you always think about eating? If you like the food at Mr. Qing's house so much, why not marry him yourself?" Chang Lu tilted her small head and thought for a moment. Then she clapped her hands and smiled. "Good. When I grow up, I will also marry Mr. Qing. That way, I can eat yummy food at his house all the time." Li Lizhu burst out laughing but took it as childish nonsense. Li Er came to his senses and noticed that both daughters had already left. Deep in thought, he too left the Yang pavilion. Perhaps Li Yuan's suggestion was actually feasible. He was thinking this to himself. However, Li Er did not make a decision yet. Instead, he considered whether he should go to Sanha village to truly meet Mr. Qing. When he returned to the Ganlu hall, a eunuch was already waiting for him. Seeing Li Er return, the eunuch quickly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, Chancellor Fong Xianling requests an audience." "We just parted ways. It has not even been half an hour. Why has he come again?" Li Er murmured and asked, "Where is he now?" "He is waiting in the side hall." "Lead the way." Soon, Li Er arrived at the side hall of Ganlu Hall, where Fong Xianling was pacing with a grim expression. "Xianling, what matter brings you here?" Fong Xianling stepped forward and explained the whole situation from beginning to end. After hearing it, Li Er's eyes widened. "There is such a matter?" Fong Xianling said angrily, "Your Majesty, I merely submitted a memorial criticizing him. Yet Duke of Zan, Do Gue, plotted to harm the Fong family like this. I implore your Majesty to uphold justice for your humble servant." Li Er's expression darkened. "Xianling, do you have evidence?" Yes, I do. My son Ei has already captured the one who instigated it. He can be brought forth at any time to testify face to face." "Very well." Li Er narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent flickering within. "At tomorrow's morning court, bring Ei and the witness to confront him directly." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After expressing his gratitude, Fong Xianling left the palace. Li Er's eyes remained cold and full of killing intent. He muttered to himself, "The Dou family, what a fine clan of imperial relatives. Relying on Empress Dowager's shadow, they act with unchecked arrogance. To think they would sow discord between my ministers and the nobility, how despicable." The people Li Er truly held close were not these imperial relatives, but the veteran ministers of the Tiansu palace who had fought alongside him from youth, and the common people who supported the Tang dynasty. As for the Dou family, because of Li Yuan's connection, their position among the nobility was deeply entrenched. Though lacking true capability, they enjoyed abundant resources and fat posts. Were it not for considerations of Li Yuan's dignity, Li Er might have taken action against them long ago. In the residential quarters of the Yan family in Chang'an, as a prominent family of Confucian lineage, their mansion was grand yet elegant. Most buildings were made of wood, evoking a refined scholarly air. One look made it clear this was a household steeped in books and culture. In the rear courtyard's pavilion, a gentle breeze stirred the willows, and the scenery was serene. "Miss, this is the list of poems that advanced to the third round of the Midsummer Poetry Gathering. Please have a look." A maid returned to the residence and handed over the list she had gathered to Yen Yushir. Unmoved, Yen Yushir slowly unrolled the list and began reviewing it carefully. Yen Yushir, born into a scholarly family, had been immersed in books since childhood. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, with features like those in paintings and the charm of a goddess, but her brows were filled with the aura of a well-read woman. Her temperament was elegant and aloof, with a slight chill to her demeanor. She wore a light green dress, her hair cascading like a waterfall, her jade-like face exquisitely beautiful, her slender neck graceful, her full bosom well-proportioned, and her waist so slim it could be encircled with one hand. Her skirt fluttered like a breeze. After a while, she lightly placed her jade-like fingers to her lips, her eyes brightening, and a refined smile appeared as she praised, "Scattered across heaven and earth, 10,000 miles of spring, that is beautifully written. This CI poem, Pazhenzi, is quite ingenious in its parallelism. But, pity the blind one born thus, could he be a blind man?" Yen Yushir looked toward the maid. The maid explained, "Miss, I heard that this Mr. Qing is the author of Pity the Peasants and the Admonitions for the Wise. He is indeed blind." Yen Yushir gently bit her lip, with a hint of unwillingness on her face. "So he really is blind. Such talent, what a pity. But still, with such skill, it may not be a problem. Xiaotsui, is he the poetry laureate of that day?" Xiaotsui shook her head. "Miss, he was not. The laureate was someone named Meng Fangran." "Meng Fangran?" Yen Yushir was surprised. After searching the list, she finally found Meng Fangran's poem. She read it once and said, disappointed, "How could this be? Meng Fangran's poetry is leagues beneath that of Mr. Qing. How could grandfather let him stand out? With grandfather's judgment, can he not see Mr. Qing's poetic brilliance?" Xiaotsui hesitated. "Miss, I heard at Furong Garden that many people say the master was biased. They said the master had originally chosen Qing Xiu as the laureate, but upon learning he was blind, changed his mind and selected someone else." Yen Yushir's brows furrowed with anger and displeasure. "And what else?" "Master also said Miss has a proud nature and would never marry a blind man. There are rumors that Master showed favoritism by naming Meng Fangran the laureate." Yen Yushir placed the poem list on the stone table and scolded lightly, "How could grandfather do this? Clearly, he did not want to be criticized for marrying his legitimate granddaughter to a blind man, so he claimed I was proud by nature. How could he say that?" Yen Yusher's eyes reddened with tears. She was nearly crying from being wronged by old master Yen Silu. When had she ever been proud by nature? Even she did not know she had such a quality. Xiaotsui added, Meng Fangran knew he was not as good as Mr. Qing and thus resigned the laureateship. Now people are saying the Yen family cannot take defeat. I heard. What else did you hear? I also heard that His Majesty personally stood up for Mr. Qing, saying he is the tutor of Prince Wei. After that, the master fainted from anger and has been taken to the clinic for treatment. Miss, our Yen family's reputation is nearly ruined. Everyone is gossiping, saying we look down on a blind man. Yen Yusher was filled with helplessness. She said, Xiaotsui, go ask the gatekeeper to prepare a carriage. Let us visit grandfather at the clinic first. Heaven forbid anything should happen to him from the shock. And do not let him hear any of the rumors for now. Yes, Mississippi. After Xiaotsui left, Yen Yusher went back to studying the poems, especially the line, a great rock rises with the wind in one day, soaring 90,000 miles into the sky. Even she, who had read countless books, could not help but be astonished. Medical hall. Old Master Yen Silu had already awakened. His eyes were dull as he stared at the rafters above, muttering repeatedly, how could it be? How could it be? He is actually the tutor of the Prince of Wei. To be appointed as a royal tutor was an incredibly prestigious status. Ling Gang was a prime example. No matter how prominent the Yen family might be among the Confucian elite, even they would have to bow and address Ling Gang as elder brother. A man in his 40s was currently consulting the physician of the medical hall. Physician Shen, how is my father's condition? Master Yen, the elder is not seriously ill. He simply suffered emotional agitation. A few days of rest and he will recover. Yen Shirgu took out a few taels of silver from his sleeve and handed them over. Physician Shen said, I will prescribe some calming medicine. 3 days of treatment should suffice. Yen Shirgu approached the sickbed and asked with concern, Father, how are you feeling? Yen Silu grabbed Yen Shirgu's hand and, visibly emotional, exclaimed, My son, I have erred. I made a grave mistake. It was a moment of foolishness, and that foolishness has caused disaster. I have ruined the reputation of our Yen family. I am a sinner to our name. Cloudy tears flowed from the old man's eyes. Yen Shirgu had already heard some harsh rumors on the way, that the Yen family could not handle defeat, but had not told his father. He simply smiled lightly and said, Father, what are you saying? The Yen family's reputation still stands. You are certainly no sinner. You do not understand. Yen Silu shook his head. How can our family's name be tainted by me? If because of me our honor is destroyed, how would I have the face to meet our ancestors in the afterlife? I must salvage the Yen family's reputation. Shirgu, go out and spread the word. Announce that the poetry laureate of today's midsummer gathering is Master Qing Xiu. Also, prepare generous gifts and visit the Qing residence tomorrow. I will go in person to offer an apology. Yen Shirgu was utterly shocked. Father, you are already over 70 years old. How can you personally go and apologize to a young man? I am the one who brought shame to our family name. I must be the one to restore it. My mind is made up. Go make the arrangements. This, Father, it is inappropriate. Yen Silu became displeased. I am not dead yet. Since when did you take over as the head of this household? This. Fine, very well. Just as Yen Shirgu was about to leave, soft footsteps approached from outside. Father, how is grandfather? Yen Yusher entered the sickroom with her maid. Your grandfather is fine. You came just in time. Stay here and look after him. I have things to attend to. I will send someone to fetch you later. After giving his instructions, Yen Shirgu left the medical hall. Yen Silu sighed. Yusher, you must have heard about what happened at the poetry gathering today, yes? Yen Yusher gently nodded. Yes, I have heard. Yen Silu spoke with deep regret. It was your grandfather's moment of foolishness that caused this blunder. Has our family's reputation in Chang'an already suffered damage? Yen Yusher nodded slightly. People are saying the Yen family goes back on its word. They say the Yen family cannot handle losing. Some are even saying that grandfather is blind to talent and looked down on a blind man. Upon hearing this, Yen Silu's expression turned pained. He closed his eyes and said nothing more. Yen Yusher quickly said, Grandfather, what has happened has happened. It is already done. But this alone is not enough to destroy our family's honor. Please, do not take it to heart. Just rest and focus on recovering. Yen Silu sat up abruptly and declared, No matter what, our family's reputation must not be ruined by me. I have already instructed your father to spread the message. What message? Yen Yusher asked, puzzled. Yen Silu replied, that Master Qing Xiu is the true laureate of today's gathering. What the Yen family says, it shall do. Yen Yusher's heart trembled. A hint of unwillingness surfaced on her face. Was she truly to marry a blind man? Yen Silu sighed. Yusher, your grandfather knows that asking you to marry a blind man is unfair. But to restore our family's name, I must ask you to make this sacrifice. Yen Yusher wore a bitter expression and gently shook her head. There is no need to speak of fairness. Master Qing's poetic talent is unrivaled in the world. Even if he cannot see, I accept it. Good, good, good. That you can think this way comforts me greatly. Yen Yusher wanted to speak, then hesitated. She asked herself inwardly, must I truly marry a blind man? But she forgot one thing, the blind man might not even want her. At the same time, in Qinglong Ward. This had once been a general's residence, but now a new sandalwood plaque hung proudly at the gate, bearing 2 golden characters, Qing Residence. The gate stood 1 zhang high, painted crimson and studded with brass nails. 2 stone tigers guarded the entrance, exuding an imposing majesty. A large halberd stood at the porter's station, a sign that this was once a warrior's home. Though he was no general, Qing Xiu had not removed the symbols of martial honor, but left them intact. Aside from custom-ordered furniture from Carpenter Zhang, the soft furnishings had all been set in place after 2 days of shopping. On both sides of the front courtyard were over 20 rooms, for the maids and servants. The master of the house lived in the rear. Qing Xiu was currently in a large room in the rear courtyard, directing a group of house guards in their work. By the end of the afternoon, they had built a furnace. When Su Xiaochun returned and saw the scene, she could not help but ask, "Husband, why are you building a furnace inside the house? The rear courtyard is vast, several acres at least." Qing Xiu pulled her aside and explained, "I plan to fire a batch of jade-colored glass. This stuff is so valuable, if we fire it outside and word gets out that we are making glass from sand, we might lose our chance to profit. That is why the glass must be fired indoors, and only by people we fully trust." Su Xiaochun was visibly excited. "Husband, can we really make glass? Take out the word can. We will definitely make it. If we can produce flat glass, it will be even better." Su Xiaochun looked confused. "What is flat glass? You would not understand even if I explained. In time, you will see. If he could produce flat glass, even if it was uneven in thickness or slightly wavy, he could construct a glass greenhouse in the yard. That way, they could have fresh vegetables even in winter. Since the courtyard wall was 1 zhang high, a 2-meter-high glasshouse would be no problem." The dream was beautiful, but who knew how reality would play out? They worked until nightfall and finally completed the furnace. Qing Xiu decided to begin testing it with sand the next day. Old Dao had moved in with 20 house guards. Su Xiaochun and Yunyang went to the broker's office and selected a dozen young maidservants. Yunyang took 4 of them to the kitchen to teach them cooking. Su Xiaochun had already accepted Yunyang as her husband's concubine, and decided not to let her do the cooking anymore. It always left her dirty and tired, and the smoke could damage her skin. At dusk, Old Ma, the gatekeeper, entered the rear courtyard. "Master, a merchant from Jiangnan surnamed Lin has come to call." Old Ma was over 50 and still single. He had no interest in women, but loved his gatekeeping duties. At his persistent request, Qing Xiu had agreed to let him be the doorman. "A merchant from Jiangnan? Let him wait in the front hall. Serve some tea. I will come shortly." After finishing his tasks, Qing Xiu went to the guest hall in the front courtyard. Seated at the tea table was a young gentleman dressed in fine clothes, with crimson lips and white teeth, fair skin, and an almost demonic handsomeness. From the omniscient perspective, Qing Xiu raised his brows and smiled faintly. A delicate fragrance hung in the air of the hall. A woman in disguise? Interesting. "My name is Lin Fei, from Jiangnan. My family runs a textile business. I apologize for intruding upon Master Qing." Upon hearing Lin Gongzi's voice, Qing Xiu smiled again. The moment he entered the room, Qing Xiu had realized that this Lin Fei was a woman in disguise. The light fragrance around her was distinct and pleasant. Even though her voice had been deliberately altered to sound rougher, it still clearly bore unmistakably feminine characteristics. "And what brings you here to see me, Lin Gongzi?" Lin Fei smiled and said, "Today at Furong Garden, I had the honor of witnessing Master Qing's brilliance at the Midsummer Poetry Gathering. However, I am not here out of admiration for your poetic talent. I came to discuss a business proposition. Today I found a tea house in Ani Ward. The tea was delightfully fragrant, something I have not encountered even in Jiangnan. After asking around, I learned that Xinglong Tea House belongs to you, Master Qing. I wanted to ask whether you have any plans to sell your tea in Jiangnan?" Qing Xiu smiled and asked, "And what are your thoughts, Lin Gongzi?" Lin Fei replied, "To be frank, my family has a fair number of connections in Jiangnan and is deeply involved in the silk trade. If Master Qing intends to sell tea there, the Lin family can provide storefronts and assist with sales. However, we would require a 30% commission. What do you think? Qing Xiu's expression darkened. You are quite bold, opening with a 30% commission. Lin Fei replied coolly, business is business, it is open for discussion. How much does Master Qing consider reasonable? Qing Xiu countered, did I ever agree to partner with you? This. Lin Fei hesitated. Does Master Qing not intend to sell tea in Jiangnan? Of course I do, said Qing Xiu. In fact, I have already sent people to conduct market research. Jiangnan is wealthy and indeed a great place to sell tea. I only need to open a few shops and station some staff. That would cost no more than 10% in labor and operational costs. Why should I give up 30% of the profit to you? Lin Fei laughed. Master Qing might not be aware, Jiangnan has its fair share of local bullies and tyrants. To put it bluntly, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. Local officials often collude with these bullies to exploit merchants and commoners. Such things are common in Jiangnan. You, Master Qing, have no local connections. Entering the market would not be easy. The Lin family has been in business for generations and has influence in Jiangnan. Local officials and bullies would not dare to act against us. All you need to do is supply the tea. The rest will be handled by the Lin family. You need not lift a finger, just wait to collect money. Is that not a good deal? It is a good deal, Qing Xiu frowned. But 30% is too much. I cannot afford that. Producing high-quality tea involves complex procedures and costs quite a bit. The profit margins are only 30 to 40%. If you take 30, what is the point of me doing this business? Lin Fei fell silent. Qing Xiu smirked slightly. Of course he knew the actual cost of tea was less than 10%. But Miss Lin was no expert, how could she know the real cost was so low? Suddenly, Lin Fei smiled. How about 20%? Qing Xiu put on a troubled expression. Lin Fei quickly added, Master Qing, without profit, the Lin family would not get involved. You do not need to work, just collect the money. Even at 20%, is that really unacceptable? Qing Xiu sighed. 20% is acceptable, but I have a condition. What condition? Currently, we offer two kinds of tea, Biluakun at 2 taels per jin and Yuguanin at 10 taels per jin. I do not object to you selling them. But if you want to be my distributor, I can give you wholesale pricing. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. How low? Biluakun at 4 taels, Yuguanin at 8 taels, exactly your 20% commission. You just pay up front and take the goods. As for how much you sell it for in Jiangnan, that is your business. What do you think? Lin Fei was delighted. Deal. Once the tea reaches Jiangnan, she could name any price she liked. Qing Xiu smiled. Do not be too quick to celebrate. Tea prices are sensitive. A 10-tael tea in Chang'an might fetch 12 in Jiangnan at most, it all depends on consumer acceptance. If you price it too high at the start, you might ruin your reputation. Lin Fei thought for a moment and nodded. I will remember Master Qing's advice. I did not bring much silver this time. I will write a letter to Jiangnan and come again when the funds arrive. Very well. Lao Ma, please see our guest out. After Lin Fei left, the meal was ready. Li Tai, like a dog sniffing a bone, showed up as soon as he smelled the food. This time, he brought many gifts, ornaments, trinkets, even gold and silverware. Such fine offerings were not refused. Qing Xiu ordered the servants to move everything to the rear courtyard. Master, Li Tai said cheerfully, congratulations on moving into your new home. Now that you are in Chang'an, it will be much easier for us to meet. Qing Xiu shook his head. I am not planning to live here just yet. This place has been abandoned for too long. It feels lifeless and damp. It needs people to bring it back to life. So for the next few months, I will stay on the estate. Li Tai asked, then should I still go to the estate tomorrow for class? Qing Xiu smiled and shook his head, then handed him a wax-sealed letter. Tomorrow, I have a task for you. Li Tai curiously took the letter. What is this? Give this letter to your father tomorrow. Have him deliver it to His Majesty. A letter to father, to His Majesty? Qing Xiu corrected him with a smile. Not to your father, to His Majesty. Oh, understood. I will hand it to my father, and he will give it directly to the emperor. He chuckled to himself. Giving it to his father or the emperor, it made no difference. After dinner, the city curfew had begun, so Qing Xiu decided to spend the night in the new house and return to the estate in the morning. Night fell. Qing Xiu went to bed early. Su Xiaochun, after dinner, had disappeared into Yunyang's room and had not come out since. Just as he began to feel drowsy, the door creaked open. Using his divine sense, Qing Xiu realized who had arrived, and was clearly surprised. It was not Su Xiaochun, it was Yunyang. She wore a light green dress, her damp hair still glistening from a recent bath. Under the candlelight, her fair face was tinged with red, her long neck glowing, the open neckline revealing delicate collarbones and the generous curve of her chest, forming an enchanting silhouette. Qingxiu did not confront her. Instead, he asked calmly, "Madam, what kept you so late?" Yunyang said nothing, slowly moving toward the bed. Qingxiu smiled faintly, lifted the blanket, and patted the spot beside him. "Come, it is already warm." Yunyang blushed deeply. Biting her lip, she strode over and without a word slipped into the covers. Qingxiu was startled. "You are not my wife. Who are you?" Yunyang whispered shyly, "Master, I am Yunyang." "Yunyang? Why are you here? Where is the lady of the house?" "It was the lady who sent me." Qingxiu scowled. "She sent you, so you just came? You obey her that easily?" "I?" Yunyang was both flustered and shy. Qingxiu sternly said, "I brought you in as the cook. Why do you only obey the lady? You should listen to me too." "Kulme." Yunyang froze, her cheeks crimson. And so, the rest required no explanation. There is no finer feeling than gently pressing the back of Yunyang's head, Qingxiu's favorite thing to do. And if that is not enough, then move a little deeper. To finish things off with a bit of indulgence, life should be full of flavor and delight. In ancient times, beauties were said to leave lotus blossoms with each step. Today, Yunyang's feet seemed to take root with every movement. One had to admit, Yunyang had indeed inherited Madame Zhang's true teachings. Her mastery of the 36 arts far exceeded that of Su Xiaochun, managing to best Qingxiu several times in succession. The next morning, after leaving a dozen servants behind to reside in the Qing residence, Qingxiu took his entire household and returned to the estate. The new house was simply too damp. Staying for a day or two was fine, but prolonged residence would cause skin rashes. Recently, Li Er had moved the morning court to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, which was far more spacious than the Hall of Martial Virtue. As soon as court began, Fong Xianling started voicing his grievances. "Your Majesty, I must accuse Duke Zan of the state, Do Gue." This opening remark was like dropping a bomb. The entire court was immediately in uproar. What is happening? Did he not just accuse Duke Zan a few days ago? And now again? Who knows? Maybe old Fong is just bored. Even Duke Zan is attending court today? Could it be that he already knew the Grand Chancellor was going to impeach him? Do Gue, who stood among the civil officials, frowned but said nothing. The eunuch handed over Fong Xuanling's memorial. Li Er pretended to read it for a moment before slapping the table in anger, shouting, "Duke Zan, step forward." Startled, Do Gue hurriedly stepped out. "Your Majesty, I am here." Li Er said coldly, "In this memorial, Minister Fong accuses your son, Do Fengjie, of inciting conflict between Fong Yayi and Baron Qing of Lan Tian. Do you not know that Baron Qing is the tutor I personally appointed for the Prince of Wei? How do you explain this?" Do Gui's heart sank. He truly did not know that Qingxiu was the Prince of Wei's teacher. Members of the Imperial family working in the ancestral office usually did not attend court unless specially summoned. He had only received notice to attend yesterday afternoon and had been puzzled by it. Now he understood, it was because this matter had been exposed so swiftly. Even more shocking was the revelation that Qingxiu was a tutor appointed by the emperor himself. Things were becoming complicated. "Slander!" Do Gue cried out angrily. "Your Majesty, this is slander. Fong Xianling has no evidence and is clearly framing this old minister." Li Er looked to Fong Xianling. "Minister Fong, Duke Zan is my uncle. Be sure you are not falsely accusing him. Do you have proof?" Grinding his teeth, Fong Xianling replied, "If he wants evidence, I will give him evidence." "Your Majesty, the witness is already waiting outside." "Do Gue, do you dare face the witness in open court?" "Why would I not?" Do Gue forced himself to appear calm. He could not understand how this had been exposed so quickly. He dared face the witness only because of his status as the emperor's uncle. At worst, he could countersue Fong Xianling for false accusation. Bring in the witness. Soon, Wang Xiutong, with a bruised and swollen face, was brought in. He had never seen such a formal setting before. As soon as he entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony, he collapsed to the floor, trembling, his face pale as death. Fong Xianling said sternly, "Wang Xiutong, recount everything you know in full. This is the Imperial Court, and the one seated above is our emperor. You must not conceal a single detail, otherwise, you will face severe punishment." Shaking, Wang Xiutong stammered, "Yesterday, young Lord Do Fengjie approached me, gave me 50 taels of silver, and instructed me to stir up conflict between Fong Yayi and Master Qing. He promised another 50 taels afterward. I did as he asked." Wang Xiutong had been beaten several times already. He dared not hide anything. He stuttered through the entire story. Li Er's face darkened. Duke-san, what do you have to say? Injustice. Do-gue cried out. Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with this old minister. Just days ago, Minister Fong falsely accused me of a fabricated crime. Thankfully, Your Majesty saw the truth and cleared my name. In my humble opinion, this is a vendetta. Fong Xianling is now trying to frame me again. He must have found someone to falsely testify against me. I beg Your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. Fong Xianling was fuming. His face flushed red as he shouted, Why would I frame you? You are the one framing me. You despicable old scoundrel, how dare you twist the truth? Your Majesty, summon Do Fengjie and Fong Yayi to confront each other in open court. Just as Li Er was about to respond, a voice came from outside, Your Majesty, the Prince of Wei requests an audience. Li Er frowned. Why is the Prince of Wei coming to the Hall of Supreme Harmony now? Does he not know we are holding court? A eunuch replied, Your Majesty, the Prince of Wei says he brings a letter from Master Qing for Your Majesty. Startled, Li Er said, A letter from Master Qing? Let him in. Soon, Li Tai entered with a letter in hand. Wang De received the letter and handed it to Li Er. Li Er did not open it immediately but asked, Prince of Wei, did Master Qing give you any other instructions? Li Tai shook his head. Nothing else. Master Qing simply asked me to deliver this letter. Now that it is delivered, I take my leave. Without lingering, Li Tai left the hall, lest he give Wei Zheng any ammunition for criticism. Li Er opened the envelope. Upon reading the contents, his eyes widened in fury. Outrageous. How dare this happen? Officials glanced at one another, guessing what might have been in the letter to so enrage the emperor. Li Er looked toward an official in his 60s. Chief Justice Dai Zhou, take your men to the ancestral office immediately. Examine the registered land deeds and royal properties. Hearing this, Do Gui's pupils contracted, a chill creeping down his spine. Anxiety took root. Li Er continued, Chang He, lead the Imperial guards to surround the ancestral office. Not even a fly is to escape, especially Do Fengjie. Keep a close watch on him. Yes, Your Majesty. Dai Zhou and Chang He departed with their orders. The Court of Judicial Review was responsible for handling legal cases, and Dai Zhou was its head. Chang He had formerly served the deposed Crown Prince Li Jianqing and now commanded the palace guards. Do Gue suppressed his panic and asked in confusion, Your Majesty, why investigate the ancestral office? Why surround it with imperial guards? What is the reason? Li Er said coldly, Duke-san, your unworthy son has been secretly selling off royal property. Were you aware? Though Do Gui's heart sank to the abyss, he refused to sit idly by. Your Majesty, I have managed the ancestral office for years and knew nothing of this. My son has always been cautious and diligent. Please do not be misled by one man's letter. Misled? Li Er sneered. Could a commoner write, let horses gallop upon the general's head, and sail a boat within a chancellor's belly? Could a scoundrel pen, why should men not carry golden hooks, and reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun? If someone like Master Qing, who composed such heroic verses, is a scoundrel, then who in this realm could be called righteous? Do Gue said gravely, Your Majesty, I do not deny Master Qing's poetic talent. But he holds no official position, how could he know what happens inside the ancestral office? Do you not find it suspicious? Li Er narrowed his eyes. Duke-san, I understand what you mean. Justice will prevail. If nothing improper is found at the ancestral office, I will clear Fengjie's name. As for any suspicions, I shall question Master Qing personally. You need not concern yourself. Do Gui's heart trembled. Only now did he fully realize, His Majesty had decided to act against the Do family. Everything said so far had merely been a pretense. It was likely this was all part of a plan, orchestrated by the emperor himself. Dai Zhou returned in a flurry, clutching a stack of documents in his arms. Your Majesty, Dai Zhou said, this minister went to the Office of Imperial Clan Affairs and cross-checked the royal properties. Over 30 property deeds in Chang'an alone were missing. There were also over 10 deeds missing from Luoyang and Jiangnan. Li Er's face was as dark as water. He stared coldly at Do Gue and pronounced each word slowly, Duke-san, do you still have any defense left? Do Gue clenched his fists tightly but feigned shock and said, Your Majesty, I truly was unaware. I conduct a thorough audit of royal property every year. During the last review, not a single coin was unaccounted for, how could so much now be missing? Given the circumstances, he could only try to protect himself. As for his utterly depraved son, who indulged in all manner of vice, he could no longer worry about him, better to offer him up as a scapegoat. You ask me? Would I know? Li Er rebuked. Guards, go to the Office of Imperial Clan Affairs and seize Do Fengjie. Bring him to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The court fell into dead silence. Soon, Do Fengjie was dragged into the hall. He appeared visibly shaken and said, "Your Majesty, this humble subject Do Fengjie greets Your Majesty. May I ask why I have been brought here in custody?" Li Er, his face devoid of emotion, said, "The Court of Judicial Review has verified that over 40 deeds, properties in Chang'an, Luoyang, and Jiangnan, are missing. Do Fengjie, as a registrar of the Office of Imperial Clan Affairs, how do you explain this?" Do Fengjie felt a chill rise in his chest and exclaimed in shock, "What? That many deeds are missing? How could that be? Just days ago I conducted a check, how could they suddenly vanish?" Li Er's lip twitched. "And you ask me? Make it clear, I am asking you. I do not know. Perhaps a thief broke into the office and stole the deeds." Li Er sneered, "Even now you are still lying? Do you really think I, or the Court of Judicial Review, are fools? If we were to check whether those properties are inhabited, or if they have been illegally sold, do you think I cannot uncover the truth? Uncovering the truth is only a matter of time." Do Fengjie's face turned ashen. He glanced fearfully at his father. He saw that his father had closed his eyes in anguish. At that moment, he felt all was lost. Suddenly, Do Gue opened his eyes and bellowed, "Wretched son. Is it true? Speak." Do Fengjie collapsed to the floor and trembled as he said, "Yes, I confess. I sold those properties." Li Er's eyes flared with fury. "So many estates, worth over 100,000 strings of cash, and you sold them all? Where is the stolen money?" "The money. I gambled it away. I lost everything." Do Fengjie lowered his head in deep regret. "Over 100,000 strings of silver lost to gambling?" Li Er roared, "Guards! Drag Do Fengjie out and beat him to death with sticks." Do Fengjie's expression changed dramatically. He wailed, "Second brother. We are cousins. I am your blood relative. I beg you, spare my life. Spare me. My lord. Save me. My lord. Please." Do Fengjie was utterly terrified. A flicker of hesitation crossed Li Er's eyes. Do Gue hurriedly stepped forward, knelt, and pleaded, "Your Majesty, please show mercy. Fengjie embezzled royal property, but does not deserve death. For the sake of your maternal uncle, Your Majesty, spare his life, he is my only son." Li Er said darkly, "Duke-san, this is not about kinship or blood. During the early years of the Zhenguan reign, funds are needed everywhere. Even I have tightened my belt to reduce spending. The Empress has so reduced palace expenses that her skirts no longer cover her feet. All the princes and officials have had their budgets cut time and again, and yet your son squandered over 100,000 strings of cash in gambling. According to the law, he deserves death. But," Li Er suddenly changed tone, "considering our kinship, he is, after all, my cousin. Duke-san, tell me, how do you think he should be punished?" Do Gue slowly rose, his face stricken with grief, and painfully uttered 4 words, "Exile to Lingnan." Li Er nodded, "So be it. Do Fengjie shall be exiled to Lingnan, and for the rest of his life shall never set foot in Chang'an again. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for your mercy." Compared to execution by beating, exile to Lingnan was already a light punishment. Yet ordinary people rarely survived the miasma and disease of that swampy, pestilential region. In effect, exile to Lingnan was almost a death sentence. Still, given the Do family's connections, this outcome might not be the worst possible scenario. At that moment, Li Er turned to Do Gue and declared icily, "Duke-san, for dereliction of duty, you are hereby dismissed from the Office of Imperial Clan Affairs. Your noble title is revoked, and you are stripped of office and sent home to retire. Prince Jiangxia, Li Daozong, shall assume your post as director of the office." Do Gue's head snapped up in disbelief. By the time he reacted, Li Er had already turned and departed. Wang De tactfully announced, "Court is dismissed." "Your Majesty." Do Gue's voice echoed through the Hall of Supreme Harmony, betraying the full force of his outrage. His eyes burned with fury as he cried, "Your Majesty, I was only guilty of negligence, why revoke my title and dismiss me? I object to this punishment. It is unjust. Your Majesty, I object." Only the empty echoes of the Great Hall responded. The civil and military officials looked at Do Gue, some shook their heads in pity, others were gloating. Once outside the hall, murmured discussions quickly sprang up in small groups. His Majesty was ruthless. Dereliction of duty is not treason, yet he stripped Duke-san of everything. The Do family had protection from the retired emperor and deep-rooted influence at court. They had no real merit, yet held high positions and lucrative offices. His Majesty has long wanted to act, he just needed an excuse. But even so, he was harsh. That was his own uncle. You do not understand. These brothers of Empress Dowager Taimu were once allies of the former crown prince. Now that the retired emperor has abdicated, His Majesty will seize every chance to dismantle the Dou clan. Shoo! Be careful what you say, lest disaster come from your mouth. But this Master Qing, he is truly capable. A single letter and he brought down a duke, His Majesty's own uncle. Best not to offend Master Qing. No wonder he is Prince Wei's tutor, he is clearly a man of thunderous power. I would love to meet this Master Qing. I wonder what kind of extraordinary figure he must be. Many officials began imagining what Master Qing might look like. Without exception, they pictured a sage with a youthful face and white hair. Inside the hall, Li Daozong was still bewildered. Congratulations, Prince Jiangxia, on receiving a lucrative post. Best wishes, Prince Jiangxia. Dou Gue shot Li Daozong a venomous glare, let out a cold snort, and departed. He knew the tide had turned. Staying would only further disgrace him. Li Er had made it clear, he would show no mercy. Even requesting another audience seemed out of reach now. As for Li Daozong, Li Yuan's nephew, Li Er's cousin, and the father of the famed Princess Wencheng, he was among those Li Er trusted most in court. Returning to the palace of establishing governance, Li Er could not suppress the smile playing at his lips. Chang Sun Wugo, seeing him so genuinely happy, smiled as well. Second brother, what has brought you such joy? Li Er took the empress's hand and laughed. Guanyin Bai, you do not know. Today I accomplished a great deed. What deed? Chang Sun Wugo asked in confusion. I stripped Dou Gue of his title and office. The empress was utterly shocked. Li Er laughed again. It was all thanks to Qingxue's teacher, Master Qing, who gave me the perfect excuse. Otherwise, who knows when I would have reclaimed control of the office of Imperial clan affairs. Chang Sun Wugo smiled sweetly. Then your Majesty must thank Master Qing properly. Of course. Tomorrow, I intend to visit Sanha village in person and meet this Master Qing face to face. May I come along? Haha, of course. Then it is settled. Outside the city of Chang'an, Dou Gue looked at his son, who was bound in shackles. Overwhelmed with grief, tears streamed down his face. From his sleeve, he pulled out 2 heavy silver ingots and a letter. Handing the silver ingots to the 2 officials escorting his son, Dou Gue said, "The road ahead is long and arduous. I ask you both to take good care of him." Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. Though Dou Gue had been dismissed from office and stripped of his title, his status was still far above that of ordinary folk. After all, he still had several cousins and clan members holding real power. The officials quickly nodded and bowed. Duke Zan is too courteous. We will certainly look after your son. Once we pass beyond the Guangzhou region, we will remove his shackles. He will not suffer any hardship on the journey. If it had been an ordinary criminal exiled to Lingnan, the officers would not have cared about his life or death. They might even have found a deserted spot, killed him, and buried the body, then returned after 2 months claiming the mission was done. Such cases were common in ancient times. Father, Dou Fengjia's voice was choked. How did it come to this? Just yesterday, everything was still fine. Dou Gue clenched his teeth and said bitterly, blame that damned blind man. We bore him no grudge, yet he struck so ruthlessly. Fear not, my son. I will speak with your elder cousins. That blind bastard will not die a natural death. This letter is for Prince Fengong of Lingnan. Back in the day, your father and Fengong had some acquaintance. Once you are in Lingnan, far from the emperor's reach, with Fengong's protection, your life will not be worse than in Chang'an. Dou Fengjie silently took the letter, a fierce expression on his face. Father, we must not let that damned blind man off the hook. Rest assured. One of the officials reminded him, Duke Zan, it is time. We must depart with your son now. Go on, then. I leave him in your hands. The officers pulled the shackles and began the long journey of exile. Watching his son leave, Dou Gue climbed into a carriage. The coachman asked, Master, where shall we go? With a cold expression, Dou Gue said, to Sanha village. I must meet that Master Qing in person. And so, the coachman drove the carriage toward Sanha village. At this time, Sanha village had grown beyond what could be described as thriving. Several dozen red brick and tile-roofed houses stood in rows, interspersed with spacious workshops. One of these workshops was used specifically for tea roasting. The others were prepared for future needs and would surely come into use. On the estate, the atmosphere was lively and bustling. Several teams of workers were furiously building new structures, extending a street market from the eastern end of the estate all the way to the western end of the village. Vegetable vendors, meat sellers, grain traders, poultry merchants, snack peddlers, countless hawkers from other villages had come to set up their stalls, making the whole estate a scene of vibrant activity. Li Tai, having delivered the letter, returned for his lessons. Master Qing had assigned him a simple new task, since he had learned Arabic numerals and multiplication tables, it was time to learn division. Problems like 3 parts of a well and pheasants and rabbits in the same cage were advanced for this era. Division alone would keep him busy for days. Since his return, Li Tai had been immersed in practicing division, almost becoming obsessed. At only 8 years old, the poor child had a tough task ahead. It was not yet mealtime, but that did not stop Li Yuan from dropping by for food. This time, however, he did not come alone. He brought 2 granddaughters, one older and one younger, and, of course, a jar of 3-herb brew, his essential mealtime companion. The elder granddaughter was none other than Princess Xiangqing, Li Lizhu. As for the younger one, she looked like a porcelain doll, exquisitely delicate. One could tell at a glance she was a budding beauty, with a sharp tongue and clever features. As soon as she entered, she curiously looked around in all directions. Li Lizhu greeted respectfully, her voice soft and gentle. "Greetings, Master Qing." Master Qing nodded with a smile. "You are Master Qing?" The younger girl, Li Lianji, tilted her head and studied him curiously. Master Qing crouched down, pinched her cheek, and smiled. "Yes, I am. And who might you be?" "I am Li Changel." Li Lianji frowned and pushed his hand away. "Grandfather said your household makes delicious food every day. I do not believe it, unless you cook for me." Master Qing suddenly understood. So this was Princess Changel, Li Lianji. No wonder such a young child was already so bright and even knew how to use reverse psychology. Master Qing put on a stern face and said, "Although our food is delicious, not just anyone can eat it. You must work for your meal." "What work must I do?" Li Lianji asked innocently. Master Qing sat on a small stool, pointed to his back, and said, "Massage my back for the duration of 1 incense stick, and then you may stay for the meal." "That is easy." Li Lianji happily moved behind him and raised her tiny fists to begin pounding his back. Li Lizhu smiled and feigned annoyance. "Master Qing, my sister is only 5 years old. Is this how you bully children?" Master Qing replied with a half smile, "Am I not? Do not forget you once helped me turn the soil in the vegetable patch." Li Lizhu rolled her eyes. Li Yuan grumbled, "Even I cannot bear to have my precious granddaughter pound my back, and here you are taking liberties. Changel, do not bother with him, come to Grandpa's side." Master Qing quickly shouted, "Yunyang, stop cooking. We are eating out today." Li Yuan waved his hand. "Fine, fine, fine. You win. Changel, hit harder. Pound him well." "Yes, Grandpa," Li Lianji exclaimed as she pounded with all her might. Soon, she was sweating profusely. At that moment, Urguzi arrived at the door and said, "Lord Duke, someone from the Yen family has brought a visiting card." Master Qing looked puzzled. "A card from the Yen family? Bring it here." Urguzi handed over the card. Master Qing passed it to Li Yuan and said, "I cannot see. Old Li, read it for me." Li Yuan opened the card and sneered, "Ah, so that old rascal Yen Silu has finally understood the power of the people. Yesterday, he was partial and unjust, denying you the poetry prize. As a result, the Yen family's reputation was utterly ruined in 1 afternoon. Fortunately, he is trying to make amends in time. This is a formal apology with modest gifts, a sign of humility. He is still capable of taking and letting go. Truly worthy of being a great scholar of Guanzhong." Li Yuan stood up. "I will go greet him. Master Qing, prepare yourself to receive him. He is a respected scholar, we must give him due courtesy." Master Qing nodded. "You go ahead. I will freshen up and follow shortly." Li Yuan strode to the village entrance, where a carriage had stopped. Yen Silu, accompanied by Yen Shirgu, was gazing in awe at the thriving scene of Sanha village. "Shirgu, this is not right. Did we come to the wrong place? Earlier this year I passed through here, it was in ruins. How is it now so prosperous? It is nearly comparable to Chang'an." His words were slightly exaggerated, but at this pace of development, matching Chang'an's splendor would not take long. The village's construction followed modern rural planning principles. Houses were neatly arranged in rows, not in the style of Chang'an, but orderly and aesthetically pleasing. Even the village roads were paved with red bricks, a stunning contrast in this muddy age, so clean and organized that they left a lasting impression. Yen Shirgu was also amazed. "Father, this is definitely the place. The fork of the Ba River is just nearby, we have not lost our way." "Hey, old Yen!" Li Yuan laughed heartily as he walked over. Yen Silu and his son, startled, hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, retired emperor." Li Yuan glanced around and whispered, "Do not call me that here. The villagers do not know my identity, do not give me away." Yen Shirgu froze for a moment, then nodded. "We would never expose Mr. Li's identity." Yen Silu shamelessly called out, "Brother Li." Master Qing had sent Li Yuan ahead precisely to give this warning. If everyone were too formal, future interactions would become far too constrained. Yen Silu exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Li, how is this place so prosperous? When I came here at the start of the year, it was still a dilapidated wasteland. In just a few short months, it has flourished like this." Li Yuan laughed and explained, Old Yen, you do not know, this is the fiefdom of that young man Qing Xiu. Everything you see here, all this prosperity, was built by that lad himself." Yen Silu was even more amazed and sighed, "Alas, I must have been blind with lard yesterday. This Master Qing has truly benefited the common people and built a veritable utopia. We are not his equal, we cannot compare." Yen Shurgu echoed, "Indeed. Not only does he possess great talent, but he also holds the welfare of the people close to heart. No wonder His Majesty entrusted Prince Wei to study under him." Yen Silu looked rather downcast and said, "It was shallow of me. I once thought myself capable, but now I see I am merely a pedantic scholar who only speaks theory. Compared to Master Qing, a noble who accomplishes real deeds, I fall far too short." Li Yuan pointed toward a house and laughed, "Look, that is my humble residence. It is so comfortable, even more so than the Imperial Palace." Upon hearing this, both men turned to look and could not help showing expressions of envy. At that moment, the sound of a blind man's staff tapping the ground could be heard from a distance. Qing Xiu was slowly approaching. Yen Silu quickly said, "Shurgu, Master Qing is blind, go and help him." Yen Shurgu was about to move forward, but Li Yuan interjected, "No need. Since I met that lad, he has never once stumbled." Qing Xiu smiled upon hearing this, "Old Li, you just were not around when I did stumble." Young man Qing Xiu greets Elder Yen. Qing Xiu clasped his hands in respect toward Yen Silu. Yen Silu responded quickly, "No need for formality. I have come to offer my apologies." It was clear that Elder Yen had come sincerely seeking forgiveness. Qing Xiu asked curiously, "What wrong has Master Yen committed?" With a solemn expression, Yen Silu said, "I have come to apologize for my poor judgment yesterday. I should not have held bias against you for being blind. Worse still, I acted with partiality and allowed personal feelings to cloud my judgment." Qing Xiu's expression remained calm. Elder Yen overstates things. The title of poetry champion is but an empty name, I never placed much value in it. I only participated in the poetry gathering yesterday because I was provoked, and in a fit of pride, I dared to show off before masters. In hindsight, that was unbecoming. But your personal visit today to apologize speaks volumes of your character. I cannot compare." Yen Silu solemnly bowed and said, "Regardless, it was my own shallowness. I ask for your forgiveness, Master Qing." Qing Xiu tried to stop him, but knowing he was blind and unable to see, he simply accepted the gesture. Elder Yan's magnanimity is vast as the sea. If I were to cling to resentment, it would show a lack of respect. Elder Yan, a banquet has been prepared. Would you do me the honor of joining us? Well, Yen Silu looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan laughed. "It is only a meal." Yen Silu, smiling broadly, said, "Then I shall accept your hospitality. Please, this way." Bringing Yen Silu and his son inside, Qing Xiu introduced them to Su Xiaochun, "Wife, this is the head of the Yen family, Elder Yen Silu." Su Xiaochun, though uneducated, carried herself with politeness and dignity. Her manners were impeccable. This humble woman greets Elder Yen and Master Yen. Though she had never attended school and was illiterate, the name of Elder Yen was well known in Guangzhou. Few had not heard of the Yen family. Looking a bit uncomfortable, Yen Silu asked, "So, Master Qing, you are already married?" "Yes, I already have a wife." Yen Shurgu's face also darkened slightly. "Master Qing already has a wife, surely you do not expect our daughter to become a concubine?" Qing Xiu was dumbfounded. Su Xiaochun looked at her husband in disbelief. She bit her lip lightly, her gaze filled with hurt. Qing Xiu explained, "You misunderstand, dear wife. Yesterday, at the hibiscus garden, some mocked me, saying a blind man had no place there. I was angered, so I wrote a few poems on a whim, and unexpectedly won the poetry championship. Only afterward did I learn that the prize for the champion was the hand of the Yen family's legitimate daughter. I truly had no idea beforehand." Su Xiaochun clearly remained doubtful. Li Yuan, watching from the side, smirked and glanced proudly at his granddaughter Li Lizhu. If someone were to marry, it ought to be his granddaughter, not some Yen daughter. After all, is a princess not more fitting than a mere scholar's daughter? Qing Xiu continued, "Elder Yen, I had no intention of seeking your daughter's hand. This was all a misunderstanding. Please, do not take it to heart." Yen Silu huffed, "Nonsense. I made a public promise, whoever won the poetry championship would marry my daughter. All of Chang'an knows." If you refuse, people will say our Yen family goes back on our word. Li Yuan chuckled maliciously. Old Yen, did you not already go back on your word once yesterday? Doing it again will not make much difference. Yen Silu coughed in embarrassment. Qingxiu smiled bitterly. It was truly unintentional. I already have a wife, who has been with me through thick and thin. I cannot betray her loyalty. Elder Yen, I ask you to withdraw your promise. Su Xiaochun, deeply touched, hugged Qingxiu's arm shyly, her heart sweet with affection. Qingxiu patted her hand. My dear, I am not the kind of man who starts something and then abandons it. Yes, I trust your character. However, Su Xiaochun hesitated and whispered, I would not object to you taking a concubine, but the daughter of the Yen family is of noble status. How could she ever agree to be a concubine? Yen Shirgu turned to his father. Father, Master Qing means no harm. I believe this was not intentional. Let us not insist. We are a respected scholarly family, how can our legitimate daughter become a concubine? Yen Silu, now furious, said, if she marries as a concubine, the Yen family will be mocked by all scholars. But if we withdraw the marriage, the people will say we are deceitful. What are we to do? Li Yuan was nearly bursting with laughter, slapping his thigh in glee. Then, a childish voice rang out, Huh? Was not sister supposed to marry Master Qing? Why is there another one? It was Li Lianji, tilting her head and looking around curiously. Li Liju's beautiful face instantly flushed red. She hurriedly covered her sister's mouth and said with an awkward smile, My sister was joking, do not take her seriously. Yen Silu and Yen Shirgu stared in disbelief at the two princesses. What? A princess wants to marry into this family too? Then how is the Yen family still considered noble? Qingxiu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. What the hell, another one? This was clearly turning into a harem drama. Pain shot through his arm. Su Xiaochun was silently applying pressure. She had no idea that her husband had gone off to a poetry gathering and managed to attract two noble young ladies. The issue of the Yen family's daughter was truly a conundrum. If he married her, it would have to be as a concubine, which the Yen family would never accept. If he declined, the daughter would be labeled as rejected, and her reputation ruined. Yen Shirgu said grimly, Father, you sure would never agree to be a concubine. Even if she were willing, I would not permit it. So, our family will have to bear the reputation of breaking our word. If we publicly announce that Master Qing already has a wife, then Yushur will be seen as a woman who was rejected. How can she bear that burden? Qingxiu nodded repeatedly. Yes, Master Yen is right. Perhaps it is best to leave things as they are. Time will smooth everything out. Yen Silu and Yen Shirgu's eyes lit up. Yes, time will resolve this. After a few months, this whole storm will pass, and the impact will fade. And so, Yen Silu reluctantly agreed to this plan. During the banquet, Erguzi entered the courtyard and said, Lord Baron, someone named Do Gue is outside requesting to see you. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan furrowed his brow and muttered, Why has he come? Oh? Qingxiu raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile playing at the corner of his lips. The illustrious Duke of Zan has come calling in person. From his divine vantage point, Qingxiu observed Li Yuan's expression, noting its peculiarity. Qingxiu's sensory awareness, his anime-like spiritual perception, now covered a radius of over 30 meters. His senses had become keener, and his physical abilities had grown absurdly potent. Even his memory had intensified to a bizarre degree. He could suddenly recall books he had read before his transmigration, even early childhood memories that had long faded, clear as day. These bodily mutations, the result of crossing the wormhole, were undeniably outrageous. This time, Li Yuan did not rush out. Instead, he rose and said, I am tired. I shall return home to rest. Li Zhu, Chang'e, Qingke, let us go home and not disturb young Qing's reception of his guest. Grandfather, I have not had enough to eat yet. Me neither, I am still hungry. Li Tai and Li Lianji both protested. Li Lizhu, ever intelligent, stood up and pulled the two along, saying, Let us return to grandfather's home for now. Once Master Qing has finished entertaining his guest, we can return for more. The two youngsters were reluctantly led away. After they left, Li Yuan said to the servant Feng Fei, Once Do Gue leaves his house, have him come find me at home. Yes, master. Feng Fei quietly hid behind one of the buildings. Soon, Do Gue entered Qingxiu's residence, his expression grim and dark. Qingxiu sat at the table facing the door and said calmly, The Duke of Zan visits so suddenly. To what do I owe the pleasure? Do Gue stepped forward a few paces, scrutinizing Qingxiu with a cold gaze. Such ruthless means. One letter with just a few words, and not only have I lost my title and position, but my son has been exiled to Lingnan. Qingxiu was inwardly shocked. He had not expected a duke to be stripped of his title so easily. He had only assumed Li Er would exile Do Fengjie and assign Do Gue a charge of dereliction, removing him from the clan affairs office. But he had not anticipated that Li Er would be so merciless. Do Gue seethed with resentment. Qing Xiu, we have no grievances. Why have you acted so harshly toward the Do family? No grievances? Qing Xiu sneered. From the moment you bought the general's residence for 30,000 taels of silver and then discovered it had been gifted to me, in your hearts, I became a marked target. Rather than letting you manipulate things behind the scenes, better to eliminate the threat altogether. Since enmity was inevitable, it would come down to whose hand was more decisive. Su Xiaochun, sitting beside him, listened in horror, clutching Qing Xiu's hand tightly. She had known what had happened that day, but she never imagined her husband would act so directly, causing a duke to lose title and post. This was an all-out vendetta. Qing Xiu patted the back of her soft hand reassuringly. Do Gui's face twitched, but he did not deny it. Instead, he nodded and said, "You are right. After that day, I did intend not to let you off, though not to the point of taking your life. But your response was excessive." Qing Xiu retorted coldly, "How could I know whether you intended to kill me or merely teach me a lesson? If you had struck me, I would have retaliated to the bitter end. We would have become mortal enemies all the same." Do Gue was silent for a moment, then nodded. "In that case, there is nothing more to say." Heh. Forcing a smile, he said, "A blind baron dares oppose my Do family? If you act without mercy, do not blame me for being unjust. The Do family will see this through to the end." With a cold snort, Do Gue turned and left, flinging his sleeve. Yen Silu had listened in utter confusion. Yen Shirgu stared at Qing Xiu with awe. He rose and bowed. "Thank you, Master Qing, for the banquet. Should you come to Chang'an in the future, you must visit the Yen residence. We will welcome you with open doors. We will take our leave now." Yen Silu, sensing his son had more to say, also rose. "Young friend, do not hesitate to visit our home as your own. I shall drink with you again then." Qing Xiu stood and said, "Elder Yen, I cannot see. Let my wife see you out on my behalf." "No need, no need. We will see ourselves out." The father and son declined and quickly departed. Once aboard their carriage, Yen Silu asked, "Shirgu, you have something to say?" Yen Shirgu nodded. "Father, during court today, the Chancellor Fang Xianling accused Do Gue and his son. In the middle of the dispute, Prince Wei handed the emperor a letter from Master Qing. The emperor flew into a rage, ordered an investigation into the clan affairs office, and the outcome was clear. Not only was Do Gue removed from his post as chief of the clan office, his son was exiled to Lingnan, all due to Master Qing's letter. Without ever leaving home, he was able to sway court affairs. That is truly terrifying." Yen Silu drew a sharp breath. Then he shook his head. "Good thing he did not insist on marrying our Yusher as a concubine. Had we tied the Yen family to such a dangerous man, and something went wrong later, we would all be dragged down with him." "Indeed," said Yen Shirgu. "We may maintain a good relationship, but we must not form marital ties." The carriage rumbled away. At that moment, Do Gue arrived at Li Yuan's residence. Seeing Li Yuan, Do Gue's eyes turned red as tears welled up. He cried out emotionally, "Elder brother, elder brother." Li Yuan, puzzled, invited him to sit and asked with a frown, "Dalong, have you encountered trouble? And why did you visit young Qing?" Do Gue recounted everything in detail. Li Yuan's expression grew increasingly complex. After a long pause, Li Yuan said, "Dalong, it is best to let this go. I am an old man with no power left. I cannot help you. Also, Master Qing is a friend of mine. I do not want to see this feud between you worsen into mutual destruction." Do Gue replied with hatred, "Elder brother, it was not I who provoked him. He came after me first. If my elder sister were still alive, she would never have allowed the Do family to be humiliated like this. Your second son is far too ruthless." Li Yuan smiled bitterly. "Dalong, each emperor brings his own ministers. The Do family holds many powerful positions. If Shimen wants to consolidate power, it was only a matter of time before he moved against you. Better to withdraw now and protect yourself." Do Gue looked heartbroken. "So elder brother refuses to help me?" Li Yuan turned his face away, unable to meet his eyes. "It is not that I will not help, it is that I am powerless to do so." That was the truth. He was a figurehead now. Even if he wanted to help, he had no means to. "Dalong," Li Yuan continued, "if I had power, I would not have ended up like this. Take my advice, gather your belongings and enjoy your later years quietly. Do not stir up any more trouble. As long as I live, I can still protect the Do family somewhat. But when I am gone, second son's blade will show no mercy, just like at Xuanwu Gate." As he spoke, Li Yuan's face was filled with dread, as if he could still see that blood-drenched figure of Yu Qigong standing before him, brandishing a large blade, snarling, "Will His Majesty abdicate or not? Will he abdicate or not?" Had he hesitated for even a moment, Yu Qigong would have cleaved him in two without a second thought, risking the execution of his entire family. At the mention of Xuanwu Gate, Do Gue too trembled in fear. The mention of Xuanwu Gate cast an oppressive gloom over the atmosphere. Li Yuan suddenly broke into a carefree smile, waving his hand as he said, "Enough. Since the Tang Empire passed into Shimon's hands, I have witnessed his genuine determination to bring prosperity to the people. Dear brother," Li Yuan said, his expression complex, "our friendship is deep and long-standing, but let us speak frankly. I belong to the Imperial clan. No matter how close our relationship may be, the Dou family is still considered the emperor's in-laws. When I was on the throne, I could tolerate you meddling in political affairs. But now that Shimon is in power, he is a ruler who values talent, knows how to appoint the capable, and yearns for virtuous officials. A gifted man like Qing is exactly the sort he longs to promote. If someone tries to eliminate him, Shimon will not turn a blind eye. I will give you this one piece of sincere advice: he is someone second son is eager to employ, and he is also a friend whom I hold in great esteem. If you insist on removing him, consider the consequences for yourself." Do Gui's face was filled with despair. But it was not the truth of Li Yuan's words that brought him to despair, it was Li Yuan's attitude. Li Yuan's stance left him, the brother-in-law, deeply disappointed. Yet Li Yuan was no child. For the sake of his family's imperial legacy, there were sacrifices that had to be made. Private emotions and the fate of the empire, anyone could see which was more important. Do Gue rose, bitter and resentful, and said with cupped fists, "Elder brother, I understand. I will not trouble you further. But I cannot swallow this humiliation. That blind man, I will not let him go." Having spoken, he left without looking back. Li Yuan hesitated, raised his hand as if to speak, but in the end, he sighed and let it drop helplessly. After Do Gue left, Li Tai walked out of the room, troubled. "Grandfather, uncle is trying to bully Master Qing. Can you help him? Please do not let uncle harm him." Li Yuan gave a wry smile, patting Li Tai on the head. "Qing Ke, even you do not wish to see your uncle bully Master Qing?" Li Tai replied earnestly, "Master Qing is my teacher. The gratitude owed to one's teacher is like a second birth. As the ancient said, a teacher for a day, a father for life. As a student, I cannot sit by while my teacher is mistreated." Li Yuan sighed. "Good child. What I just said to your uncle, that was already me helping your Master Qing." At that moment, Li Liju stood by, looking as though she wanted to speak but held back. Li Yuan turned to her with a kindly smile. "Liju, you have something to say as well?" "Yes, but not about uncle." "Oh?" Li Yuan's interest was piqued. Li Liju said softly, "Grandfather, with Master Qing's intelligence and insight, it is impossible he has not already figured out your true identity." Li Yuan squinted and smiled. "With my decades of cunning, I can also see that young Qing has long seen through the identities of me and the rest of you." Li Liju was astonished. "Then why pretend otherwise?" Li Yuan shook his head. "It is not that we are pretending, it is that we must not break the illusion. Once our identities are exposed, our relationship with him will become strained. He will grow overly cautious. Keeping our identities unspoken is the best outcome. We can shamelessly visit his home to scrounge meals, and he feels no pressure joking with us. Beneath the weight of imperial power, such ease is rare. Do you not agree?" Li Liju considered, then smiled serenely. "Grandfather is absolutely right. So, you are the one who understands best of all. Let us go." "Where to, grandfather?" Li Yuan grunted, "We have not finished our meal, nor have I had my fill of wine. Of course, we are going back to continue eating, we must not let our 5 viscera starve." The group once again made their noisy return to Qing Xiu's house to gorge themselves merrily. Meanwhile, outside the scholarly gates of the Yan family, Yan Yushur had long been anxiously awaiting the returning carriage from beyond the city. As soon as it arrived, she rushed to help Yan Silu down. The doorman and the coachman sensibly drove the carriage into the side courtyard. "Grandfather, was the visit fruitful?" Yan Yushur asked, visibly uneasy. Yan Silu sighed softly, "Let us talk inside." In the hall, Yan Shurgu sat silently to the side, making Yan Yushur, his daughter, even more nervous. Yan Silu said, "The visit went well. That Master Qing is generous, upright, and not the sort to flaunt his success." Yan Yushur asked in confusion, "If it went well, then why do both grandfather and father look so gloomy?" Yan Shurgu, his face bitter, recounted everything that had happened that day. A complex expression crossed Yan Yushur's face: relief, disappointment, frustration, and even a trace of anger. She was relieved she would not have to marry a blind man. Disappointed that the blind man already had a wife. Frustrated that she, a noble daughter from a family of Confucian scholars, had been, in essence, rejected. Though she refused to believe it, the facts were undeniable. Even among the most prestigious families of the aristocracy, many had come to the Yen family seeking her hand. Now that she had been turned down, she felt an intense sense of inadequacy. As for her anger, that was the simplest part, a cascading reaction of all those negative emotions. A lofty lady of high birth offered to him, and he refused? How arrogant must he be? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her eyes welled with tears. Yen Silu tried to comfort her. Yusher, I know you are upset, but this may be a blessing in disguise. That Master Qing can bring down a duke with a single letter. He is a dangerous man. It is best our Yen family not form marital ties with such a person. If he gets into trouble, we would surely be implicated. Besides, even if the marriage went through, he already has a wife. You would be nothing more than a concubine. That is something neither I nor your father could accept. The current outcome is, in truth, the best resolution. Yes, Yen Yusher nodded, holding back her tears. But her pride had been shattered, and she now harbored a quiet resentment toward this Master Qing, whom she had never even met. That afternoon, Qing Xiu brought Guzi and a few others to his Chang'an residence. In the alley, he called Old Ma and Old Dao inside. Master, what are your instructions? Asked Old Dao, clasping his fists. Qing Xiu lowered his voice. I want you two to find a few trustworthy men to help produce colored glass. Honestly, there are few people I truly trust, just my wife, Yunyang, village Headley, and you two. This is a serious matter. If word gets out, colored glass will become cheap and ubiquitous. When that happens, it will be hard for us to swindle money from those blood-sucking merchants who prey on the poor. This last line was, of course, aimed at two men who harbored a deep hatred for the rich. Over time, Qing Xiu had come to know Old Ma and Old Dao's characters. They both detested wealthy merchants. Old Ma's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands together and laughed. Master, you have found the right men. Cheating those who exploit the poor, I have no qualms about that. The more we can trick them, the better. Heh, Old Dao chuckled, I feel the same. Qing Xiu was momentarily stunned. Old Dao's tone felt oddly familiar, as if from a TV drama. Qing Xiu pulled out 2 keys and placed them on the table. These are for the treasury in the backyard. All profits from the colored glass will go there. You two can take what you need, it is my token of trust. Old Ma's face suddenly flushed red. He glared and said, Master, what do you mean by this? Do you think Old Dao and I are only doing this for the money? Old Dao, expressionless, picked up the keys and stuffed them back into Qing Xiu's hands. He sighed, Master, we are men of a certain age. We may not be wise or eloquent, but we are not fools either. We know you are testing us. Forgive my bluntness for saying it outright, but are we really doing this for a few coins? These keys, keep them. Do not insult us like that. At our age, what use do we have for so much money? We are content with a warm meal and a few sips of wine each day. Exposed, Qing Xiu felt a bit embarrassed. Still, he was thick-skinned and quickly recovered. He laughed loudly. Uncle Dao, you are truly forthright. In that case, your wages will be increased. Old Dao suddenly looked bashful. Rubbing his hands awkwardly, he stammered, Well, I do not care whether we get a raise or not. 3 or 4 taels of silver a month is enough. But I have passed your house several times and caught the scent of delicious wine. I imagine it must be your private stock. If I could have a few sips each month. Old Ma's eyes also lit up. Imitating Old Dao, he said sheepishly, Me too. I have no other hobbies. I just like sharing a drink with Old Dao now and then. The aroma from your house, why, it can be smelled from miles away. It tortures us. Heh. Qing Xiu chuckled. You will have it. Not only will your monthly pay increase to 10 taels of silver, but you will each get a pound of aged liquor daily. But do not overdrink, it could affect your work. Old Ma and Old Dao were ecstatic. Qing Xiu had finally found the perfect way to win their loyalty, appealing directly to their tastes. Before returning to the village, Qing Xiu purchased over 100 pounds of liquor. That night, he distilled several dozen pounds of white liquor. Its alcohol content was not high, about 40%, but for men like Old Ma and Old Dao, it was top-quality strong liquor. As for himself, he used the 3-legged brew given by Li Yuan to distill a stronger liquor, around 70%. Early in the morning, Li Tai arrived at Qing Xiu's residence. What surprised Qing Xiu was that Li Tai's intelligence was far beyond what he had previously imagined. After just 1 day of study, he had already grasped the fundamental essence of division. Not only did he come over early to scrounge a breakfast, but he also relentlessly pestered Qing Xiu, begging him to teach more useful knowledge. Since all the tea business at home had been handed over to Su Xiaochun for full management, Qing Xiu had become arguably the most idle person in the entire village. He taught Li Tai until mid-morning, when he suddenly detected two unfamiliar figures, a man and a woman, appearing within the range of his anime spiritual perception. The man looked to be around 30, sporting a neat beard and dressed in luxurious attire. He walked with the bearing of a dragon and tiger, his appearance dignified and refined, exuding a natural air of authority. He carried an aura of command and charisma. The woman appeared younger, around 26, exuding the grace and allure of a mature noblewoman. However, her presence far surpassed that of any so-called Imperial lady. She wore a multicolored, intricately embroidered gown, with a jewel hairpin elegantly adorning her coiffed hair. Her manner was noble and composed, and her beauty was so exquisite she could be said to rival the legendary beauties of the realm. The two walked on either side of Old Li, with Li Lizhu and Li Lizzie following behind. Further to the rear were several sharp-eyed bodyguards with agile movements and piercing gazes, warily scanning the surroundings. Qing Xiu raised an eyebrow, already guessing the identities of the man and woman. By this point, the group had already approached the courtyard. Oblivious to the visitors outside, Li Tai stared at Qing Xiu with eager eyes and asked, "Master, could you teach me the knowledge you spoke of last time, the kind that can benefit the common people?" He looked at Qing Xiu with expectation, adding, "You said you wanted the people to have enough to eat, to travel with ease, to have money to seek medical treatment, and for every child to be able to read and write, those grand ambitions." The people at the gate paused, not advancing. Li Er turned and made a gesture for silence. Everyone looked curious but said nothing. Even Li Yuan, though he seemed ready to speak, held his tongue and simply stood silently with hands behind his back. Qing Xiu curled his lips, grown adults eavesdropping? Let them be, he thought. What he was about to say was not some treasonous talk. "Master, will you teach me?" Li Tai asked again nervously. Qing Xiu chuckled, "I can teach you, but feeding the people, easing their travels, ensuring medical care, and educating every child is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. It may take years of effort and dedication." Li Tai grew excited. "As long as you are willing to teach me, Master, no matter how hard the road, I will walk it to the end." Outside, both Li Er and Empress Zhangsun smiled with gratification. Qing Xiu nodded, "I believe you will persevere. However, these matters are still beyond your current level of study. If you truly wish to learn, I can teach you something that will allow every child in the realm to read and write. Would you like that?" "Yes, Master, I would." Li Tai nodded eagerly, his little face flushed with excitement. Outside the wall, Li Er's body shook, overcome with emotion. Empress Zhangsun, too, looked elated. They instinctively turned to look at Li Yuan, who was equally thrilled. There is a saying, "The dynasty may flow like water, but the clan is built of iron." This saying is not without cause. The reason the 5 surnames and 7 great clans had long dominated was because they monopolized the majority of the empire's educational resources. Most of the classical texts and teaching materials were hoarded by these scholarly noble families. For commoners, the path to education was extremely difficult. Even those with sincere ambition to serve the nation through learning would find an insurmountable barrier when facing the great clans. This was also why many of the most celebrated scholars of the era emerged from those very families. Even many officials in court had connections to these powerful clans. Some were even nurtured and supported by them for their intellectual talents. Why did Li Shimin always emphasize that he belonged to the Longxili clan? It was because his ancestry contained Hu, Nanhan, blood, and he was not accepted by the pure-blooded Longxili line. This had always been a heavy burden on Li Yuan's branch of the family. Seeking unity despite differences is often easy, but the pain of not being acknowledged or respected, this was a lingering sore spot for Li Er. Now, someone was saying they could ensure that every scholar in the land had access to books and education. How could Li Er not be stirred? "Please, Master, speak," Li Tai said, unable to hold back. Qing Xiu said, "Qing Ke, as everyone knows, the reason children of commoners lack books is twofold. First, the 5 surnames and 7 great clans monopolize many educational materials. Second, there are simply too few books in circulation, making it impossible for every person to own even a handful. So we must address the root causes. One solution is to seize the educational materials from those great clans and make them public, but that would be extremely difficult. The other is to increase the number of books. The court should compile basic educational materials and print them so that every Tang citizen can own a few books. Then this grand vision can be realized." Outside, both Li Yuan and Li Er, as well as Empress Zhangsun, looked visibly dimmed with disappointment. Of course, they were already aware of these problems. But solving them? That seemed like a fantasy. Just hearing these known truths echoed back to them stirred feelings of frustration and resignation. But what followed next nearly dropped everyone's jaws. Li Tai said with a troubled expression, "Master, I already understand what you said. Father and grandfather have also thought about these issues. But how do we resolve such a difficult problem?" Qingxiu smiled. "It is simple. If there is no paper for printing books, then we make paper." Li Tai frowned. "Master, that is easier said than done. Making paper is very difficult. A few sheets of high-quality xian paper can cost several strings of cash. And low-quality paper, once it absorbs graphite, will soak through several pages and cannot be used for writing, let alone printing. Even if we had enough xian paper, the sheer quantity of educational materials would require enormous manpower and resources just to carve the printing blocks. Even after decades, it would still be impossible to spread them throughout the entire Tang Empire. By that time, the Tang dynasty might already be gone, and the project still unfinished." Outside, Li Er's face twitched, veins bulging on his forehead. Li Yuan also looked visibly dark-faced. Empress Zhangsun turned pale with fright, and even Li Liju's expression turned grim as she swallowed nervously. Such words, to those two men's ears, were dangerously close to treason. Thankfully, it was Li Tai who said them. If it had been someone else, Li Er might have rushed in to behead them on the spot. Qingxiu laughed and said, "Come, tell me how books are currently printed in the Tang dynasty." Li Tai thought a moment. Each existing book must have every page carved into a separate woodblock. For one book, that means dozens or even hundreds of blocks. Creating just one complete set is already a massive undertaking. And there can be no mistakes. If an error is made, the entire block is ruined. Qingxiu's mouth twitched. "Qingke, what if I told you that the solution lies in a strange and magical invention?" "Huh?" Li Tai looked at him, wide-eyed in disbelief. Qingxiu explained, "Each carved woodblock only prints a single fixed content. But what if those characters could come to life?" "Come to life?" Li Tai tilted his head, completely puzzled. Qingxiu sighed. "You are about to make your teacher cry. What I mean is, every character is carved onto a separate stamp. These can be arranged in a frame the size of a book page, placed however you like. No matter what text you need, you just find the right stamps, arrange them according to the content of the book, and begin printing." Li Tai's mouth fell open as he stared at Qingxiu in astonishment. Outside, Li Er and the others also widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. These words hit them like a thunderclap from a clear sky. It all suddenly made sense. Qingxiu chuckled. "This is called movable type printing." And at that time, movable type printing was still over 300 years away from being invented. Movable type printing? Just hearing these words caused great excitement among those outside. Li Yuan was so thrilled he almost slapped his thigh, but remembering it would alert those inside, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. He looked at Li Shimin with pride and satisfaction, as if to say, "Foolish child, do you see this? This is the talent I discovered. Without me, where would you even find someone like this?" Inside the courtyard, Li Tai stood up, thrilled, and exclaimed, "Teacher, you are truly amazing. To have come up with such a method, if my father knew of this new way to print books, he would be so overjoyed he could not sleep." Outside, Li Shimin muttered to himself, "Silly boy, your father is already dreaming." Qingxiu said, "Thus, the biggest difficulty in book printing has now been half solved. As for the production of xian paper, that is even easier. By improving the current papermaking process and materials, large-scale paper production is entirely possible." "Teacher, how can the papermaking process be improved?" "Well, that I need to organize carefully. In a few days, I will provide you with a complete plan for large-scale papermaking." Li Tai suddenly bowed and said, with just a few words, "Teacher has given all the people of the world access to books. Please accept your disciple's deep bow. If I make achievements in printing in the future, I shall never bring dishonor to your name." Qingxiu nodded. "Enough, I still have a method to teach you that allows people to learn characters quickly. Pay close attention." Li Tai immediately sat up straight. Qingxiu laid a sheet of xian paper on the table, covered with various phonetic spellings and symbols. Li Tai asked in confusion, "Teacher, what is written here? Why does it look like ghostly scribbles?" "Ghostly scribbles?" Qingxiu flicked him on the forehead and scolded, "This is called Hanyu Pinyin. Come, I will teach you. This is A, this is B, this is C." After quite some time, Li Tai finally began to grasp the basics of pinyin. "Teacher, this is marvelous." Li Tai was so excited he jumped to his feet, hands waving. "This Hanyu pinyin is so ingenious, it helps people learn to read and write far more easily than the 1,000-character classic." Qingxiu stood up. "You have now learned the basics of Hanyu pinyin. Spend some time studying it. Come to me with questions only when needed. If you take in too much at once, you will digest none of it. That is all for today." Li Tai stood and gave a formal bow. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. He put away the pinyin sheet but clearly had no intention of leaving. Mealtime freeloading had become his habit. At that moment, hearty laughter came from outside. Ha ha ha. Ching boy, the old man is here to freeload again, and I brought the whole family this time. With those words, Li Yuan swaggered into the courtyard like he owned the place. Li Tai, seeing the newcomers, hurried to greet them. Greetings, grandfather, father, mother, you all came? He was delighted. Qingxiu, leaning on his blind staff, smiled and said, Old Li, when have you ever come to my house to freeload without bringing the whole family? Li Yuan patted Qingxiu on the shoulder and chuckled. This time is different. Before, it was just the grandchildren. Today I brought my son and daughter-in-law, 2 extra mouths. You will not mind, will you? Qingxiu tapped his cane, displeased. I am not a wealthy man. If you keep bringing the whole family, you will eat me out of house and home. Li Yuan glanced knowingly at Li Shimin. Li Shimin signaled his guards, then reached out his hand. In a moment, a large gold ingot was placed in it. Li Yuan handed it to Qingxiu with a grin. Here, gold. I am not eating for free. Qingxiu did not refuse and pocketed the 5-tael gold bar without hesitation. He had never been one for polite refusals with Li Yuan. Li Shimin carefully examined Qingxiu, nodding repeatedly. Then he stepped forward and said with a smile, I often hear my father speak of Master Qing's brilliance. Meeting you in person today, I see that your reputation is well deserved. And who might you be? Qingxiu asked, though he already knew. Li Yuan chuckled. This is my son. Li Shimin's face twitched. Forcing a smile, he said, I am Qingxiu's father. It is an honor to meet you, Master Qing. Thank you for instructing my son. To suddenly humble himself and say, I am, it was awkward for him. Empress Zhangsun was far more gracious. She stepped forward gracefully and said softly, I am Qingxiu's mother. Thank you, master, for imparting your knowledge to my son. Li Tai said excitedly, Father, mother, just now Master Qing taught me something extraordinary, movable type printing. Movable type printing? Li Shimin feigned surprise. How does that work? Li Tai explained it, and Li Shimin clasped his hands in admiration. Master Qing is indeed a great talent. I am deeply impressed. This family was putting on quite the performance, wasting their talent not acting was a shame. Qingxiu waved his hand and smiled. It is merely a mechanical skill. But if it can benefit the people, it has value. Does this brother Li also serve in the court? Li Shimin said, I am unworthy but serve in the Ministry of Revenue. My father spoke of your insights into public welfare, so I came to seek your guidance. Forgive me for arriving uninvited. Not at all. After a bit of polite exchange, Qingxiu said, Since we have honored guests, I must go prepare the meal. Please excuse me. Li Shimin said with surprise, A gentleman stays out of the kitchen, Master Qing cooks himself? Before Qingxiu could reply, Li Yuan laughed and said, Shimin, this boy is not like others. He has always loved tinkering with fine food. When guests come, he insists on cooking personally. Do not underestimate him for being blind. Though he cannot see, when it comes to food, he is unmatched in all of Tang. You are in for a treat today. Empress Zhangsun added, Then we must trouble you, Master Qing. Just then, Su Xiaochun's voice came from outside. Oh? Husband, we have guests? Qingxiu introduced them. Wife, let me present, this is Brother Li and his lady, they are old Li's son and daughter-in-law. Please make them some tea. Yunyang, help me prepare the food. Yes, coming. Yunyang scurried into the kitchen. As she passed, Empress Zhangsuan's gaze lingered on the shy young woman's ample bosom, which bounced slightly as she moved. Her eyes widened with disbelief. She glanced down at her own chest, and a wave of insecurity surged through her. Even she, worldly and experienced, could not help but show a hint of envy. While food was being prepared, Su Xiaochun chatted with Empress Zhangsun. Madam, we are new to this lovely place. It seems very different from others. We came in a hurry and have not looked around. Might you show us around the village? Of course. Let us go. Su Xiaochun cheerfully led them out. Li Shimin and his wife looked around like Columbus discovering a new continent. Why is this house so large? Asked Empress Zhangsun. Oh, that is our tea workshop, replied Su Xiaochun. And those other large buildings? Asked Li Shimin. Are they also tea workshops? Su Xiaochun shook her head. My husband had those built. I am not sure what for, they are still empty. Li Shimin was amazed. This place was desolate when I came. In less than half a year, it has become so prosperous. It rivals the Western market. Su Xiaochun smiled with pride. That is thanks to my husband. And it has not even been half a year, less than 3 months, and he has brought Sanha village to where it is now. Li Shimin sincerely said, Master Qing is truly extraordinary. Indeed. The title of Master suits him perfectly. Hearing the praise from old Li's son and daughter-in-law, Su Xiaochun could not be happier. Back in the courtyard, the group sat around a table, drinking tea while examining the layout of the courtyard. Empress Zhangsun, curious like a child, kept pulling Su Xiaochun aside to ask questions about everything. "Madam Xiaochun, what is planted in that vegetable garden?" she asked, looking at the half-acre plot of young crops. Su Xiaochun's expression immediately turned wary, and her tone grew more serious. "Madam Li, those are my husband's treasured plants. Please forgive me, but I cannot tell you. If you wish to know, you may ask my husband directly." Empress Zhangsun could not help showing a slightly awkward expression. In all her years, this was the first time she had been met with such a refusal. Li Yuan explained, "Although I do not know what Qing Boy planted, he did mention once that these seeds represent the future of the Tang dynasty. They are grains that determine whether the common people can have enough to eat." Li Shimin inhaled sharply, and his gaze toward the patch of seedlings became increasingly fervent. Given Qingxiu's previous displays of real talent and knowledge, the words from Li Yuan left both Li Shimin and his wife fully convinced. Even though they did not know what those crops were, they now viewed them with great respect. Qingxiu and Yunyang had been busy in the kitchen for more than half an hour. It was unclear whether they were cooking or doing something else. Either way, when Yunyang came out to serve the dishes, her cheeks were flushed red. After placing the food on the table, she even discreetly wiped the corner of her mouth, her gaze shy and evasive. Su Xiaochun instantly saw through what had happened and glared angrily, fuming inside. They could not even stay proper while cooking. If an outsider had walked into the kitchen at that moment, it would have been a lifelong disgrace. Li Shimin and Empress Zhangsun were mesmerized by the aroma, their eyes fixed on the 8 dishes and 2 large soup bowls on the table. Their throats began to move involuntarily. This was a normal physiological response. When a hungry person smells an irresistible fragrance, saliva production is reflexive. Li Shimin turned to Li Yuan in shock. "Father, can food really be presented on a dining table in such a form?" Having eaten stewed meals for nearly 30 years, Li Shimin had never seen such properly stir-fried dishes. With it being late spring, the seasonal ingredients made the food look colorful, aromatic, and highly appetizing. Li Yuan sighed, "Amazing, is it not? I was just as astonished the first time I saw this kind of dish. I have lived my whole life eating stews and never thought I would taste such delicacies in my old age. Shimin, this is Qing Boy's unique cooking technique, called stir-frying." Just then, Qingxiu came out carrying a wine jar. Li Yuan chuckled and said, "Come, Qing Boy, tell my Shimin and daughter-in-law what all these stir-fried dishes are." Qingxiu casually took a seat at the host's seat. After all, this was his home, and he was not about to stand on ceremony. Without opening the wine jar just yet, Qingxiu began introducing the dishes on the table. "This is stir-fried cucumber and almond with Chinese yam. Cucumber is sometimes referred to as hu gua, and eggplant as kunlun gua. To differentiate the two, cucumbers were called hu gua and eggplants zi gua during the Tang dynasty. The pale yellow almonds, vibrant green cucumbers, and milky white Chinese yam made the dish look not only delicious but visually appealing. This is stewed pig's trotters with soybeans. It was currently early soybean harvest season. Tender soybeans stewed with pig's trotters produced a soft, savory dish that went perfectly with rice. In the Tang era, there were few crops, but some, like soybeans, could be harvested 2 or 3 times a year. Pig's trotters? Empress Zhangsun covered her mouth in disbelief. You can actually eat pig's trotters? In this era, countless delicious parts of animals like pig's trotters were wasted. Commoners did not waste them, but nobility and royalty considered such scraps inedible. Li Yuan laughed heartily. "You do not know, but pig's trotters are the perfect side dish for wine. And let me tell you, Qing Boy's pig ears and pig skin jelly are even more incredible." "Here, this is the pig skin jelly," Li Yuan said, pointing to a dish on the table. Qingxiu added, "This is garlic pig skin jelly, a cold appetizer that whets the appetite. This one is Chinese tune with scrambled eggs. Though Chinese tune harvested in late April is a bit mature, it still retains strong flavor after blanching." "I know Chinese tune," Li Shimin nodded. "But what are these little coiled things the size of a pinky?" Li Yuan was curious too. "Qing Boy, how come you have never made this for me?" Su Xiaochun and Yunyang exchanged glances, both looking somewhat disgusted at the dish. Suddenly, Empress Zhangsuan's face turned pale. She covered her mouth and said in a trembling voice, "Bugs, insects? Are those silkworm pupae?" "Silkworm pupae?" Li Shimin twitched. "You can eat those?" Qingxiu smiled. "Of course they are edible, and they are more nutritious than all the other vegetables combined. Eating more of these can even cure night blindness." Silkworm pupae, like cicada shells, are extremely high in protein. With the village thriving, some women had started raising silkworms in their spare time, so Qingxiu got his hands on some pupae to eat. Li Lizhu did not dare look at them, her face pale. But Li Lizzie was quick and bold. She popped one into her mouth and her eyes lit up. Mother, silkworm pupae are so tasty. She grabbed another one right after. Qingxiu smirked. He had a thought: if the locust plague came next year, Li Lizzie would make an excellent marketing ambassador. Empress Zhangsun slapped her daughter's hand and scolded, "Lizzie, who taught you to grab food with your hands? Have you forgotten the manners your mother taught you? And do you think this is your own home, to do as you please?" Whether it hurt or her mother was simply too harsh, Li Lizzie's eyes reddened and tears began to fall. Qingxiu picked up the plate of silkworm pupae, patted her head, and smiled. "Here, hold the plate and eat. If you like it, eat more." Li Lizzie stared at the plate, then looked timidly at her mother. Qingxiu chuckled. "Brotherly, madam, it is not proper to scold children before meals. Though young, children need proper moral guidance, but they also deserve dignity in public. The same goes for daughters." Li Shimon's eyes lit up. He nodded. "What wise words! Do not scold before meals, grant dignity in public. Master Qing, are there more such teachings? Do not scold before meals, do not lecture the wife before bed, master and disciple should not sit opposite at the table, uncles and nephews should not drink together." Li Shimon nodded repeatedly. "Master Qing, you have spoken profound wisdom." Li is humbled. "Lizzie, Master Qing gave it to you. Take it and eat." Li Lizzie obediently held the plate and said sweetly, "Thank you, Master Qing." She returned it to her place at the table and said softly, "The elders have not eaten yet. As a junior, I must wait until grandfather, father, and mother have eaten. Mother, I was wrong." Her earnest apology brought smiles to everyone's faces. Empress Zhangsun suddenly asked, "Master Qing, just now you mentioned nutrition. What is nutrition? And can this really cure night blindness?" Qingxiu explained, "Nutrition refers to the beneficial substances in food that are good for the body. Silkworm pupae contain more nutrients than eggs. Night blindness is caused by malnutrition. Eating more protein-rich food can cure it." Li Yuan clicked his tongue in amazement. "TSK, Qing boy, you even know medicine? Is there anything in this world that you do not know?" Qingxiu sighed. "I do not understand medicine deeply. I have only studied a little of each of the 100 schools of thought. I know a little about everything, but mastering one fully is not realistic." Qingxiu then introduced the rest of the dishes. 8 dishes, 2 soups. They were soy-braised pig's trotters, cucumber and Chinese yam, garlic pig skin jelly, deep-fried silkworm pupae, stir-fried celery with pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, scallion sea cucumber, cold octopus salad, stewed hen with mountain mushrooms, and clear broth yellow croaker. When Qingxiu finally opened the wine jar, Li Yuan and Li Shimon's eyes lit up. They stared at it without blinking, their Adam's apples twitching uncontrollably. The fragrance, it was heavenly. Li Er suppressed the urge to snatch the wine jar and gulp it down, swallowing hard. Stretching his neck, he asked sincerely, "Brother Qing, not only does the food from your household smell appetizing, even the aroma of your wine is quite remarkable." Li Yuan sniffed hard through his nose and asked with some jealousy, "I have visited your home many times and never seen you bring out such fine wine. But now that my worthless son is here, you suddenly bring it out? So fragrant, incredibly fragrant." Li Yuan stood up, craned his neck to look inside, and exclaimed, "I have tasted countless fine wines in my life, but never have I smelled one so rich and intoxicating. Qing boy, what is this wine called?" Qingxiu smiled and answered, "Xingji Village." That name was not conjured out of thin air, it had been carefully chosen to eventually help him sell the wine for profit. Xingji Village? Li Er committed the name to memory and planned to send someone to find the village later. "Where is this Xingji Village?" Li Yuan asked. Qingxiu did not know either. But that did not stop him from spinning a tale. With a calm and composed demeanor, he said, "I do not know the exact location either. I only remember that it was during the Qingming festival, and there was a light drizzle. I accidentally stumbled into a village surrounded by apricot trees in full bloom. Hungry and weary, I asked a young shepherd boy if there was an inn nearby. He pointed to a village nestled in the apricot grove. I drank this wine there, found it delightful, and brought back a jar. After I lost my sight, I tried to find that place again, but never could." "Peach Blossom Spring?" Li Yuan stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded. Li Er asked curiously, "Could it be that Brother Qing accidentally entered the Peach Blossom Spring?" "I am not certain myself." Qingxiu shook his head. "Afterward, using this wine as inspiration, I wrote a poem to commemorate that fateful day." "Oh? I would like to hear it in detail, Li Yuan and his son said in unison. They were like curious children enchanted by a tale. Qingxiu shamelessly recited. During Qingming, the rain falls and drizzles. On the road, travelers' souls are broken. I asked where to find a tavern. The shepherd boy pointed far to Xingji village. What a great poem, truly marvelous. While praising, Li Er snatched the wine jar, poured himself a cup without waiting for anyone, and raised it, saying, such a fine poem must be accompanied by a drink. Come, brother Qing, I toast you. Yunyang, ever considerate, used a bamboo pitcher to pour wine for both Li Yuan and Qing Xiu, handing the cup to Qing Xiu. Being blind had its perks, people tended to wait on you constantly. Come, bottoms up. Li Er was bold and downed the whole cup in one gulp. As expected, his face immediately turned the color of pig liver. Seeing this, Li Yuan only took a small sip and then smacked his lips in surprise. TSK, this wine, so strong, so fierce, excellent wine. Li Er was nearly choked to death by that gulp, his eyes bulging and full of tears. Cough. He pounded his chest for a good half a cup of tea's time before catching his breath. Wiping his tears, he said, this wine is too strong. How could such a potent liquor exist in this world? One mouthful nearly cost me half my life. Qing Xiu chuckled, Brother Li, who told you to drink so greedily? Look at old Li there, he's much smarter than you. Li Yuan laughed heartily, fragrant, mellow, strong, and clear, this wine has all four virtues. Even heavenly nectar cannot surpass it. The two families then began a feast that lasted a full hour. With the earlier lesson in mind, Li Yuan sipped slowly, savoring each mouthful of the strong liquor. Li Ji had grown wiser as well, mimicking his father's way of drinking, slow and measured. After taking a sip, Li Ji said, Brother Qing, I have a few questions I would like to ask you. Please do. Li Ji paused to gather his thoughts, then said, with the new emperor's ascension and the renaming of the era to Zhengguan, the first policy he issued was to promote population growth. On one hand, it was to nurture the people, and on the other, to increase our Tang population. The court regularly sends marriage convoys to deliver eligible brides to villages. After receiving the marriage documents and marrying them, one can also collect 300 copper coins from the government. Yet, knowing there is money to be had, why do so many still refuse to take concubines? Qing Xiu thought for a moment and replied, a wife is chosen for virtue, a concubine for beauty, but one must be able to support them. Though 300 copper coins is not a small sum, once a woman is brought into the household as a concubine, she adds another mouth to the household taxes, both poll and grain. A wise man would naturally consider this. To solve the problem at its root, tax reduction is essential. It not only helps the people become wealthier more quickly, but also accelerates population growth for the Tang. Li Ji sighed, such a difficult task. The Tang has over 20 million households, many of which are solitary. The actual population barely reaches 60 million. The taxes collected must fund canals, build bridges, support soldiers, and provide disaster relief. Ultimately, the issue is always a lack of money. Though we say it comes from and goes to the people, taxation is unavoidable. Qing Xiu said, that may be so, but when officials push the people too far, they will rebel. The people have suffered greatly from war. If you squeeze them further, how much oil can you wring from them? Brother Li, it is not the grain tax the people fear, but the poll tax. The more people in the family, the more tax they must pay. It has always been a crushing burden. To truly increase the population, abolishing the poll tax is essential. I do have a proposal, though I am unsure if I should speak of it. Li Ji urged, please do, Brother Qing. Qing Xiu said each word clearly and solemnly, the single whip law, merged the poll tax into the land tax. Everyone looked confused, except for Su Xiaochun, who gazed at her husband with admiration. A man who spoke eloquently and was sought for counsel, he was undeniably attractive. In modern terms, Su Xiaochun was now a scholar fangirl. The single whip law, merging the poll tax into the land tax? What does it mean? Li Ji asked in confusion. Qing Xiu raised one finger. First, merge all miscellaneous taxes into one. The people pay only land tax. How much land, how much tax? If they have no money, they pay with grain. Second, abolish all corvée labor. The common folk already live in hardship. Working all year may not earn them much, yet they are still forcibly conscripted for unpaid labor under various pretexts. Though it has become the norm, to say they suffer without complaint is untrue. By abolishing corvée labor, we mean allowing people to pay part of their tax in lieu of forced labor. Li Ji looked troubled, but once a policy is issued, it is like an arrow released from a bow, it cannot be taken back. If this policy truly reduces taxes and they continue to decrease, how can we support the soldiers? How can we enrich the nation? Qingxiu sneered, support soldiers? You said it as if it were so noble. Though the Tang clearly recognizes 4 classes, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, in that order, how can a country become wealthy like this? Li Ji stood up and solemnly bowed, please teach me, brother Qing. Qingxiu sipped his wine and said, I strongly disagree with the ranking of the 4 classes. Farmers sustain the nation, artisans strengthen it, merchants enrich it. What can the scholars do for Tang? These so-called scholars are nothing more than officials and Confucians. Not all officials are bad, those with true ability are worth 100 useless ones. As for the Confucians, most are armchair theorists, good only at flowery talk. They cannot enrich the nation, let alone sustain or strengthen it. Of course, I am not dismissing all Confucians, some are indeed truly capable. Let us talk about merchants. The Tang guards a veritable mountain of gold and silver in its commerce sector, yet labels merchants as base. Do you know how much wealth merchants have? If we collected commercial taxes from just one region, it could rival national tax revenue. Encouraging commerce could open up international trade. Once the economy takes shape, commercial taxes would provide an endless stream of wealth to the national treasury. That is the first principle of national enrichment. These ideas, Li Ji had already considered, but had yet to implement. Li Er waited expectantly for Qingxiu to continue speaking. Qingxiu said, though merchants may be considered beneath notice, one must not underestimate the benefits of commerce. The people can sustain a nation, but commerce can enrich it. There is no need to elaborate further, you are an official of the Ministry of Revenue, you know this better than I. Industry strengthens the country. This refers not merely to artisans but includes every domain, building bridges and roads, urban development, infrastructure tools, and military equipment. None of these can function without craftsmanship. Just as he was speaking with fervor, someone walked into the courtyard, it was the blacksmith Wang Tiniu. Seeing the courtyard full of people dining, Wang Tiniu scratched his head and, embarrassed, bowed and retreated. Qingxiu called out, Tiniu, come in. Only then did Wang Tiniu turn and return, though he seemed hesitant to speak. Qingxiu asked, Brother Tiniu, did you come for something? Wang Tiniu replied, Master, the plough you requested has already been completed. Would you like me to have someone bring it over? Qingxiu was surprised. Finished already? I thought it would take 5 days. It had only been 3 days, yet the plough was already done, remarkably fast. Tiniu scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Knowing the plough was urgent for you, I worked through the night to make it. Li Er and his family were immediately intrigued by the word plough, their faces showing curiosity. Qingxiu said, all right then, have it brought over. Got it. Wang Tiniu quickly left. Li Er asked, Master Qing, what exactly is a plough? Qingxiu smiled mysteriously. You will understand when you see it. Soon, a massive plough was carried in by 2 strong apprentices from the forge. This is the plough? Li Er's eyes widened. His entire family crowded around it. After studying it for a while, Zhang Sun Wugo exclaimed, Master Qing, is this used for turning the soil? Su Xiaochun covered her mouth and laughed. Sister-in-law, what else could it be for? Of course a plough is for turning soil, what, do you think it turns walls? Even an empress could not hide her blush, visibly embarrassed. Qingxiu tapped his blind cane and walked over, striking the plough. The metallic sound was much crisper and brighter than that of other farming tools. Li Er inhaled sharply. Good iron, good steel. The sound is pure, almost without impurities. Master Qing, where did you obtain such quality steel? Before Qingxiu could reply, Su Xiaochun proudly said, this is just ordinary steel. But after my husband improved the forge, the impurities were refined out. A glint of sharpness appeared in Li Yuan's usually murky eyes. Li Er was so excited he could hardly speak coherently. This. Master Qing, you also know the craft of forging steel? Qingxiu knocked Su Xiaochun on the head. Why do you go around blabbing everything? Realizing she had spoken too freely, Su Xiaochun quickly tugged on Qingxiu's sleeve and said pitifully, Husband, I was wrong. I am just a woman, and hearing others praise my husband made me lose myself. I will not dare to do it again. All right, Qingxiu said with a wry smile. Besides, the method of refining hundredfold steel is not exactly a secret. Tiniu and his apprentices already know. A few more people knowing does not matter. Hundredfold steel? Li Yuan and Li Er became visibly excited, their breathing quickening. If anything could strengthen a country the most, it was surely weapons. The Tang sword was a legendary weapon throughout history, made from countless hammerings of hundredfold steel, far superior to the material used in this plough. Though Tang swords were also forged from hundredfold steel and the craftsmanship was exceptionally high, the forging process was extremely difficult. Yes, Qingxiu said nonchalantly. It is indeed the method for hundredfold steel. How much hundredfold steel can be produced in a day? Li Er asked urgently. Qingxiu thought for a moment and gave a conservative estimate. 5 people, 100 jin per day, should not be a problem. Heavens! Li Er looked skyward with a cry of anguish, his face a mixture of grief and indignation. The Ministry of Works has thousands of workers and can only produce a few thousand jin of hundredfold steel per year. Yet 5 of your men can produce 100 jin in a day. Master Qing, please do not deceive me. Li Er was clearly concerned. Qingxiu replied with displeasure, why would I lie to you? He knocked the plow on the ground. This thing weighs over 100 jin. Tiniu and his 3 apprentices made it in 3 days. If it were just raw hundredfold steel with no shaping, 100 jin per day at minimum. Suddenly, Li Er gave Qingxiu a deep bow, his expression sincere. Master Qing, though Tang military arms are renowned worldwide, the manufacturing process is overly complex. The Ministry of Works barely produces over 1,000 Tang swords per year. These swords are given to elite cavalry only. Many soldiers still lack quality weapons. Their blades snap when clashing with the curved sabers of the Turks or the swords of Tibetans. They may be brave, but they cannot unleash even half their strength. The nation's strength lies in its military. Without sharp blades, how can one be mighty? To protect the homeland and defend the borders, what we lack most are weapons forged from hundredfold steel. But the Ministry of Works has no quick method, our border troops remain weak. If we had this rapid steel forging method, within 2 years, every Tang soldier could wield a fine weapon, holding the front lines without retreat, resisting foreign threats with unyielding power. I humbly beg Master Qing to teach me the method of forging hundredfold steel. I will petition the court, if I must, I will beg them to grant you a hereditary marquisate. Please, in the name of righteousness, pass on this method to strengthen our military. Li Er bent at a 90-degree angle, unwilling to rise. Qingxiu was moved by his humility, a true emperor willing to honor the wise. Li Yuan joined in solemnly, clasping his hands, please, Master Qing, teach us the method to strengthen the military. Zhang Sun Wugo followed suit, please, Master Qing, bestow the method for forging hundredfold steel. If you act generously, your name shall be recorded in history and revered by future generations. The younger ones mimicked their elders. Even Su Xiaochun was stunned, tugging at Qingxiu's robe so hard his pants were nearly pulled off. Yunyang seemed to be waiting for something. Qingxiu helped Li Yuan up, then Li Er, and said, you flatter me too much. The method of forging hundredfold steel has existed since ancient times. I merely improved it slightly. Please, there is no need for such ceremony, especially you, old Li. Why are you jumping in? I am already blind. If you bow to me, are you trying to cripple my legs too? Li Yuan burst out laughing. Li Er asked excitedly, then you are willing to teach the method? I never intended to keep it secret, otherwise, I would not have taught it to the village blacksmiths. However, Qingxiu continued, what I taught Wang the blacksmith was only the method of high-temperature hammering. The real secret to quickly removing impurities from steel lies in borax. That I did not teach him. After all, Wang was not forging weapons, just iron tools. If Qingxiu had not needed to forge a cane sword for himself, he would not have upgraded the forge in the first place. Li Er stifled his excitement, memorizing the use of borax, then visited Wang Tiniu's home to inspect the forge. Upon returning, he stared at the plow on the ground. Master Qing, how exactly does this tool work? Qingxiu explained, farmers typically use hoes to till the soil, which only scrapes the surface. Seeds are then scattered. This leads to many problems and low survival rates. This plow can dig deeper, bringing moist soil to the top. If seeds are dropped into the furrow, even without irrigation, the survival rate can reach 70 to 80%. It also greatly reduces the time needed for tilling. With hoes, one person can till at most 1 mu a day. With this tool, several strong men can till dozens of mu daily. If pulled by oxen or horses, one operator can till dozens or even 100 mu a day. Hiss! Li Er sucked in a breath. Are you serious? I am. Li Shimin was overjoyed. With such a farming implement, not only can we quickly sow crops, but we can also reclaim wasteland. Bumper harvests will be inevitable. Master Qing, this tool is truly a divine implement for farming. Thank you for solving such a vital problem for our people. Please accept my bow. Qingxiu dodged the bow and said, I did not invent this. It was recorded in ancient texts. Its true name is plow sled, and it dates back to the Han Dynasty, documented in carved records. It should be listed in the Ministry of Works engineering manuals. I truly wonder, why is such a divine implement kept hidden and unused? What is the court thinking? A bunch of bloated incompetents. Li Yuan and Li Er twitched at the corner of their mouths, not out of offense at the insult, but because this tool had existed all along and no one had put it to use. Especially Li Er. Seeing his expression, Qing Xiu knew the Ministry of Works was about to be in trouble. Li Ji departed with his entire household, shamelessly taking with him the newly forged plow crafted by Qing Xiu. Qing Xiu simply went back to Wang Tiniu and had a new plow made. After all, Li Ji was the biggest bandit leader in the Tang dynasty. Qing Xiu dared not count on him to voluntarily return the plow. As soon as Li Ji returned to the palace, he had the Bureau of Agriculture test the plow's effectiveness. The results exceeded his expectations. One man and one ox, working for half an afternoon, managed to plow more than 20 mu of land, dozens of times faster than the rate commoners achieved using hoes. This delighted Li Ji immensely. He then personally searched through the Ministry of Works archives until sunset, finally discovering a record of the plow in the agricultural tool section. Back in the Lijing Hall, Li Ji's expression was grave. Bastards! He slammed the table in rage, shouting, Master Qing was right. This plow has existed since the Han Dynasty, and it is even recorded in the agricultural tools section of the Ministry of Works manual. Such a divine implement has been collecting dust instead of being used. What the hell have those drunken, gluttonous fools at the ministry been doing? Zhang Sun Wugo gently said from the side, Your Majesty, calm yourself. The ministry may have been negligent, but please do not anger yourself over it. Li Ji cursed, How can I not be angry? We have the plow, yet still force the people to use hoes. They work from sunrise to sunset and can barely plow 1 or 2 mu of land. But this plow can cultivate 100 mu in a day. No, I must go to the Ministry of Works. Li Ji stood up to leave. Zhang Sun Wugo quickly tried to stop him. Your Majesty, it is already late. The ministry closed long ago, no one will be there. Li Ji hesitated, then relented. Very well, I will go tomorrow. The next morning, there was no court session. At the crack of dawn, Li Ji went to the Ministry of Works and personally ordered the blacksmiths to improve the forges and build bellows. By mid-morning, a forge had already been modified. 3 blacksmiths began forging steel according to Qing Xiu's method. They worked until nightfall. The minister in charge of the forge, exhausted, nevertheless beamed with joy. Holding a newly forged steel plate, he said with excitement, Your Majesty, behold, refined steel. Li Ji stroked the black steel plate before him, which shimmered with a metallic luster, almost entirely free of impurities. Good steel, excellent steel, this is true refined steel, he murmured. The minister, moved to tears, said hoarsely, Your Majesty, this forging method is brilliant. The refined steel we forged today surpasses what previously took days to produce. Moreover, the 3 of us have already forged over 100 jin today. Li Ji exclaimed joyfully, with such an effective forging technique, the rise of Tang's military industry is just around the corner. Minister Wang, tomorrow, begin converting all forges in the ministry to this model. This method is strategic and must not be leaked. If it reaches foreign lands, it could be disastrous for Tang. Also, teach this method to the Armaments Bureau and have them forge battle swords day and night. Whatever funds they need, they may petition the treasury, there will be no limit. In addition, have the craftsmen of the ministry rush to manufacture more plows. Wheat will be harvested in half a month. After that, autumn crops must be planted. We must spread the plow across all counties in Guangzhou as quickly as possible. With that, Li Ji departed. His order to draw unlimited funds from the treasury thrilled the minister beyond words. Over 2 days, Qing Xiu organized the method of papermaking and handed it to Li Tai. Though papermaking could indeed bring great profit in this era, the process was complex, and profits would only come through mass production. Being inherently lazy, Qing Xiu preferred simpler paths to wealth. There was no need to invest his energy in papermaking. After sending off Li Tai, Qing Xiu took Old Ma, Old Dao, and a few trusted household guards to his residence in Chang'an to begin experimenting with glassmaking. Upon receiving the papermaking method, Li Tai immediately rushed to the palace. Thanks to daily running, he had shed much of his body fat. His once plump face now looked striking and spirited. Aside from slightly tanned skin, he now resembled a dashing young heir from a wealthy family. Lijing Hall. Seeing Li Tai enter, Li Er beckoned with a smile, Qing Ke, why are you not studying with Master Qing at the estate? What brings you to the palace? Ever since witnessing how Qing Xiu taught Li Tai, Li Er had wanted him to stay at the estate and study diligently. Father. Li Tai presented a piece of xian paper with a grin. These are the detailed steps of the papermaking method compiled by Master. I came to deliver them immediately. Li Er eagerly opened the document and read it carefully. He marveled aloud, even bamboo can be used to make paper? And grain stalks too? Wang De immediately summoned the 3 departments and all civil and military officials for court tomorrow. The next morning at court, civil and military officials stood in 2 rows. At the center of the Hall of Supreme Harmony was an object covered with burlap. Everyone was curious about what lay beneath. But since Li Er said nothing, few dared ask. Yu Qigong quietly lifted a corner of the burlap and asked in wonder, "Your Majesty, what is this object doing here in the hall?" Li Er waved his hand. "Uncover it, and you will see." Yu Qigong fully removed the burlap, revealing the plow. The officials immediately showed astonishment. "What is this? Complex workmanship, unusual shape, but the steel is real. Could this be a new weapon from the Ministry of Works?" a puzzled civil official muttered. His comment drew instant ridicule from the generals. "A weapon? Open your damn eyes, has anyone ever seen a weapon shaped like this? Ha, even if it were a weapon, who could carry this into battle? Come now, you civil officials, demonstrate how this weapon is used. Looks more like a farming tool." Li Er nodded. "Correct. This is a farming tool called a plow. Yesterday afternoon, I personally took it to the Bureau of Agriculture. 1 man and 1 ox plowed over 20 mu in half a day. If used from dawn till dusk, cultivating 100 mu a day is not far-fetched." Gasps filled the court. 100 mu in 1 day? My God, this is no tool, this is a divine implement. Minister of Works Duan Luan exclaimed, "Your Majesty, if it truly can cultivate 100 mu per day, it will save our people time and labor and greatly increase crop survival rates. We should have the ministry produce more plows and distribute them throughout Guangzhou." Li Er's icy gaze fixed on Duan Luan, making him shiver and lower his head. Li Er said with biting sarcasm, "Indeed. This plow, known as the sled plow, dates back to the Han Dynasty. It is recorded in your ministry's agricultural tools manual. Duan Luan, as Minister of Works, are you telling me you never knew of it?" Duan Luan's brow twitched, his face turning red. "This, Your Majesty, I did not know." Smack. Li Er slammed the desk and roared, "Such a divine farming tool, recorded since Tang's founding, yet every Minister of Works has remained ignorant. You let it gather dust and made our people till the land with hoes. What the hell has your ministry been doing? Do my generous salaries merely feed a bunch of worthless pigs like you?" Duan Luan fell to his knees in fright. "Your Majesty, I have been too busy with affairs to read the manuals. Reviewing manuals and promoting tools is the duty of the Agricultural Implements Division." Li Er's eyes widened with authority. "Is that division not under your ministry?" I am guilty." The court fell silent. Some secretly rejoiced at his misfortune. Most sensed that trouble was brewing for the Ministry of Works. "Your Majesty, I acknowledge my guilt." At this point, Duan Luan had nothing more to say and could only wait for his punishment. Inwardly, he was already cursing the families of those good-for-nothing officials in charge of the technical manuals. Li Er spoke in a deep voice, "Duan Luan, Minister of Works, has neglected his duty and is guilty of dereliction. He is hereby stripped of his title and demoted to Agricultural Service Officer." Duan Luan's expression changed dramatically. His face, lowered to the ground, was filled with reluctance and thick resentment. The Minister of Works oversaw an entire ministry, a position of genuine power. And now, because of a mere plow, a senior official of the 3rd rank had been demoted to a minor 5th rank post. Moreover, Agricultural Service Officer was a physically demanding position that required frequent visits among the common people. To say Duan Luan bore no resentment would be a lie. "I thank your Majesty for your mercy." Li Er said coldly, "Where is Grand Chamberlain Li Daliang?" "I am here." A man in his 40s stepped out from the military officials' ranks. Li Daliang was from the Longxili clan, both civilly and martially accomplished, a renowned general and a competent statesman. Li Er said, "You shall assume the post of Assistant Minister of Works." Li Daliang was overjoyed and immediately saluted, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Er continued, 2 days ago, I ordered the Agricultural Implements Division to work day and night to produce plows. Once the first batch is ready, the Ministry of Works shall be responsible for distributing them to all counties in the Guangzhou region. The local agricultural bureaus shall work around the clock to ensure widespread implementation." "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Daliang accepted the decree with energy and enthusiasm. True control of state power lay with the 3 departments and 6 ministries, followed by provincial governors. The Ministry of Works was a true fat post. Taking over it left Li Daliang flushed with pride. After a moment's thought, Li Er added, "This plow was an improved farming tool designed by Prince Wei's tutor, Master Qing. I have tested it myself, its effectiveness is astonishing. It is a great service to the people and must be rewarded." The officials began murmuring among themselves. "This Master Qing again? Truly worthy of being Prince Wei's teacher, to have invented such a divine tool for farming. Your Majesty, Master Qing has improved the efficiency of farming for the people. He deserves a reward. I second that. On the other side, Duan Luan, surrounded by civil officials, grew even darker in expression, his resentment now turned toward Master Qing. If it had not been for that damned plow, would he have ended up like this? Li Daliang's eyes lit up, and he cupped his hands. Your Majesty, the plow benefits the nation and the people, greatly improving agricultural methods. This is a merit worthy of eternal praise, it must be rewarded. Li Er laughed and nodded. Grand Chamberlain, you speak well. I think the same. However, Master Qing is far more capable than just inventing a plow. Oh? Li Daliang smiled. Your Majesty, what other inventions has Master Qing contributed to the nation? Li Er smiled and picked up a sheet of xian paper from the table. As everyone knows, among the 4 treasures of the study, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, paper is essential. Yet a few sheets of quality xian paper cost a gold tael. It is expensive and produced in limited quantities, far from sufficient for general use. Only the wealthy and noble can afford xian paper. Ordinary folk may never see it in their entire lives. Yet xian paper is not only for writing and record keeping, it is also critical for printing books and can be preserved long term. Unfortunately, due to its cost, mass production has been impossible. As a result, book printing and the dissemination of educational materials have always been a key but difficult goal of all dynasties, including ours. Master Qing has not only taught Prince Wei the papermaking process, but also introduced the concept of movable type printing. As for papermaking, there is no need to say more, its benefit to the nation and society is immeasurable. It is a feat that will be remembered for eternity. As for movable type printing, it is revolutionary. In the past, each printing block was carved as a whole and destroyed after use. But Master Qing's concept involves carving individual character stamps that can be rearranged as needed to print texts. Surely all of you understand the brilliance of this idea? All the officials were visibly shocked. Among the civil officials on the right, Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes were wide as saucers, and he stammered, Your Majesty, has Master Qing truly improved the papermaking method? How much can be produced in a day? Xiao Yu and Zhang Sun Wuji jointly oversaw the secretariat, which was responsible for book printing, hence Zhang Sun Wuji's intense reaction. The impact of this news was monumental. Li Er shook his head. I do not know. The detailed instructions are recorded here. Li Daliang, I now entrust this to the Ministry of Works. Establish a papermaking workshop and begin trials immediately. Report the results as soon as they are available. I obey. Li Daliang hurriedly took the document, skimmed through it, and then tucked it carefully into his robe. After securing the papermaking notes, Li Daliang continued, Your Majesty, the techniques of papermaking and movable type printing are monumental achievements that benefit the entire world. With such talents, why not invite Master Qing to serve in court? Li Er shook his head. It is not that I lack the will to recruit talent. Master Qing is a man of peace, who dislikes the scheming and infighting of court. Moreover, he is visually impaired. A blind man should live in seclusion, not be dragged into the burdens of state. Li Daliang was astonished. Master Qing is blind? Yes. Li Er nodded. Li Daliang sighed deeply. What a pity. A man of such talent afflicted with blindness, it is as if heaven is jealous of genius. Zhang Sun Wuji suddenly suggested, Your Majesty, why not summon the Imperial Medical Bureau to treat Master Qing's condition? Li Er was moved and smacked his forehead with regret. In my busyness, I truly forgot. Right Vice-Chancellor, you have reminded me. I shall draft an edict shortly and dispatch an imperial physician to treat him. However, before that, there is another important matter I must address. The officials pricked up their ears. Li Er's face flushed with excitement, his expression impassioned. Master Qing not only discovered the plow, but also improved papermaking and introduced movable type printing. These merits alone are worthy of the annals of history. But there is more. He has made another tremendous contribution that will elevate our Tang military industry. Have none of you noticed the steel used in this plow? At his words, the officials once again examined the plow. This steel has a luster, it is obviously refined steel. One official even flicked it with his finger. The plow rang out in a crisp echo throughout the hall. Good steel, this is definitely refined steel. The tone is clear, without impurities, no worse than the material of my personal sword. Your Majesty, could this next great contribution of Master Qing relate to refined steel? Zhang Sun Wuji asked nervously. His family was in the iron business, and steel was their main source of income. Naturally, he was sensitive to the topic. Haha. Lia left. Indeed, right Vice Chancellor, you are correct. A few days ago, I visited Master Qing's estate. He shared with me a method for producing refined steel. The Ministry of Works, with thousands of smiths, can barely produce a few thousand jin of refined steel annually, just enough for military needs. But Master Qing's method can produce over 100 jin a day with only 3 people. Our great Tang will never lack refined steel again. A powerful military industry is within reach. This declaration caused a great uproar in court. Zhang Sun Wuji's expression shifted repeatedly, excitement mixed with unease. He was thrilled because this method would significantly enhance Tang's military capabilities. But he was uneasy because his family's steel business might suffer catastrophic losses, perhaps even total collapse. Many of the military officers were flushed with excitement. Refined steel, old Cheng, it is refined steel. Yuqi Jingde grabbed Cheng Yaojin's shoulders and shook him vigorously, emotionally exclaiming, with refined steel, every soldier under our command can be equipped with weapons and armor forged from it. Cheng Yaojin, his flab jiggling from the shaking, pushed Yuqi Gong away and said with a pout, "Look at you, getting so excited, what kind of behavior is that? Are you not excited?" Cheng Yaojin grinned widely, then grabbed Yuqi Gong's shoulders and shook him furiously. "Old hey, refined steel. With refined steel, every soldier under our command can be armed and armored with it." Yuqi Gong rolled his eyes and shoved him off. "Spare me. Heavens, 3 men can forge 100 jin of refined steel in a single day? What kind of miraculous speed is this? Heaven blesses great Tang. If 3 men can forge 100 jin, then 300 men could forge tens of thousands of jin in a day. With this method, within a year, great Tang can avenge the humiliation of the Bian Bridge." Leading the military officials, Li Jing stepped forward, gripping the ceremonial scepter, his eyes slightly red. He suppressed his excitement and spoke in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, please order the Armaments Bureau to forge weapons day and night. I can no longer wait to avenge the humiliation of Bema." The disgrace of the White Horse at Bian Bridge by the Weha River last year remained a lasting stain for all Tang people. The Turks dispatched an army of 100,000, advancing to the Weishui River and threatening Chang'an. Li Er personally led all available forces from Chang'an, including city guards, imperial troops, and county militias, totaling fewer than 10,000. How could they stand against Jieli's 100,000 cavalry? At Bian Bridge, a white horse was sacrificed in a treaty ritual, and from then on, massive tributes of gold and silver had to be paid annually to the Turks. This was a humiliation to every military officer. Li Er, hearing this, also had reddened eyes. He said solemnly, "Li Jing, now is not yet the time to wage war against the Turks. But with Master Qing's refined steel method, within 3 years, we will wipe away this shame." Li Jing also knew that it was not yet time to engage the Turks. In the early Zhenguan years, there were internal and external troubles. In Shuafeng, the rebel Liang Shidu had proclaimed himself king. In Longyu, raiders and Chang tribes were burning, killing, and looting, and in Liaodong, barbaric Goguryeo threatened. To defeat the Turks, domestic threats must first be eliminated. Li Jing cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, Master Qing has provided the refined steel method to strengthen our national military. This merit is clearly of the highest order. I have never involved myself in civil court affairs, but now I must say, Master Qing's contribution is immeasurable. Your Majesty, Duke Wei speaks the truth. I second that. I second it as well." As the generals one by one voiced their support, Li Er could not conceal his joy. He immediately bent over to write an imperial decree. After completing the first edict, Li Er read aloud, "Qing Xiu, Baron of Lantian County, has created the plow, reducing the people's farming hardship tenfold. For this great merit, he is awarded 1,000 strings of silver and elevated to Viscount of Lantian County with a fief of 300 households." He casually handed the decree to Wang De. "Wang De, have a herald proclaim the edict in Sanha village." Wang De immediately found several heralds to set out. After an incense sticks time, Li Er wrote the second decree. He unfolded it and read, "Qing Xiu, Viscount of Lantian County, has improved papermaking and invented movable type printing. These achievements will benefit the state and people for generations. For these twin merits, he is awarded 5,000 strings of silver and promoted to Count of Lantian County with a fief of 1,000 households. Wang De, send the heralds." Wang De again gathered heralds to deliver the decree. Next came the third decree. After a moment's hesitation, Li Er read aloud, "Qing Xiu, Count of Lantian County, has presented the refined steel method, strengthening our military might. He is hereby granted the title of Marquis of Lantian County with a fief of 10,000 households, to be hereditary for 3 generations." A fief of 10,000 households? Hereditary for 3 generations? The officials' expressions all changed simultaneously. They were stunned by Li Er's generous reward. Gasp, a marquis of 10,000 households? This is the first marquis of 10,000 households since the founding of Great Tang, is it not? This Master Qing is truly honored. Papermaking, movable type printing, refined steel, which of these is not a monumental merit? He deserves the title. We who are dukes at most enjoy 3,000 households. A single marquis is granted 10,000? This. Wei Jing suddenly stepped forward, frowning. Your Majesty, do you not think the reward is too generous? Master Qing's merit is great indeed, but a marquis of 10,000 households and 3-generation hereditary title, this exceeds proper bounds and violates the norms of propriety. The censors of the Imperial censorate all jumped out as well. Your Majesty, Lord Wei is right. Such excessive reward defies ritual norms. Your Majesty, many founding elders with countless military achievements were only granted 1,000 households. Master Qing's merit is great, but even a Marquis 8 is already an immense honor, let alone 10,000 households and a hereditary title. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. Li Jing angrily rebuked them, why are you all so bitter? The refined steel method produces 10,000 jin per day. Within a year, every soldier of Great Tang can be fully equipped. Our army's strength will multiply manyfold. Such a world-shaking merit, what is wrong with a hereditary Marquis 8 of 10,000 households? Humph, behind him, Cheng Yaojin scoffed. Wei Zheng, mind your own people. All you do is gripe and envy. If you are so capable, go earn such merit yourselves. Prince Hejian, Li Shaogong, thought for a moment and said, even if the refined steel is not used for the military, it can be used to mass-produce agricultural tools. This method strengthens the nation and benefits the people. Such merit deserves the Marquis 8. Li Er frowned. Censorate, no more discussion. My will is firm. Wang De, prepare a herald to issue the edict. After speaking, Li Er stood and left for the rear palace. Clearly, he was ending court. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Your Majesty, this reward is too much. We must not set this precedent. Your Majesty. Wei Jing shouted a few more times, but Li Er had already vanished. The general strutted proudly. Ha, court is over. I shall head to Sanha village personally to thank Master Qing for the refined steel method. Refined steel weapons will enhance combat power, refined steel armor will reduce injuries. I must express my gratitude in person. A competent general must be strict with military discipline yet love his soldiers like sons, to gain respect in the ranks. Duke Lu is absolutely right. I shall go with you. Li Jing stroked his beard. How could I be left out? I shall go too. Assemble outside the city. I shall go as well. Li Shaogong laughed heartily and joined Cheng Yaojin's group. I am coming too. Old Cheng, do not leave me behind. Yu Qigong grinned. Cheng Yaojin laughed. Together, but we must be discreet. We must not scare Master Qing. Master Qing is a man of such great talent. How could he be frightened by us? Old Yuqi was puzzled. Li Shaogong smirked. Yuqi, Cheng meant you, you ugly bastard. Yu Qigong's face darkened further. He grabbed Li Xiaogong's collar and shouted, Prince Hejian, say that again if you dare. Li Xiaogong retorted righteously, was I wrong? Everyone, be honest, was I wrong? Oh yes, absolutely right. Prince Hejian speaks the truth. Old Yuqi, he called you ugly and you can endure that? Well, I cannot. Ouch! Li Xiaogong cried, clutching his eye, now blackened from a punch. Thus began a chase between a prince and a duke, from the palace to the outer gates. Realizing he could not catch him, Li Xiaogong huffed angrily and left. Meanwhile, 10 li outside the city, 4 or 5 dozen retainers on horseback encircled a youth of 17 or 18. He rode in the center, eyes cold, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over 3 other youths. He spoke slowly, Do Kuei, Xiao Chong, Shanglia, Huayu, are all the retainers assembled? Do Kuei cupped his hands and said, Elder cousin, all are present. With such a display, will you now tell us what this is about? Elder cousin Do Xiaojian said gravely, our great-grandfather was stripped of rank and office for dereliction. Uncle Fengjie was also exiled to Lingnan for embezzling land deeds. This is a major blow to the Do family, you all know this clearly. Do Kuei, Do Xiaochong, Do Shanglia, and Do Huayu all wore dark expressions. Do Xiaojian's lips curled with cold disdain. Why has the Do family flourished? Because we stand united, support each other, that is our foundation. Our clan was instrumental in founding Great Tang. Now His Majesty strips our great-grandfather of rank, he clearly seeks to purge our family. We have always been loyal. Yet for one mistake, he reacts so harshly. Is he not afraid of alienating us? In recent years, our great-grandfather has done much for the family. He does not deserve this end. We all understand the principle of shared fate. We cannot sit idle, we must show His Majesty that the Do family is not to be trifled with. Do Kuei said darkly, brother, we all understand. But at the root, it was that blind Master Qing who caused this. If not for his letter, great-grandfather and Uncle Fengjie would not have fallen. Is this about that blind man? The youngest, Do Huayu, looked worried. Brother, we are bringing more than 200 retainers. If someone accuses us of rebellion, we might not survive the fallout. Do Kuei snapped, Huayu, what nonsense are you spouting? These are household retainers, not soldiers. The laws allow nobles to keep dozens to hundreds of retainers. Who dares accuse us of rebellion? Do Shanglia laughed. Indeed, all 4 of our homes were robbed last night. We are just bringing our retainers to catch thieves. If His Majesty interferes, he would be overstepping. Do Kuei asked, brother, what exactly are we doing? Do Xiaojian sneered. Kill the blind man to send a message. Show the world what happens to those who oppose the Do family. Do Kuei gasped. Brother, he is a titled noble. If we kill him outright, how will our elders explain this to His Majesty? I heard even the retired emperor resides in his fief. If blame falls, it will get worse. Do Xiaojian laughed. I jest, who said anything about killing him outright? He is a baron granted by His Majesty. Killing him in broad daylight would be a direct slap to the emperor's face. But if the blind man cannot see and accidentally stumbles into our path while we are catching thieves, trampled to death, or his legs broken, well, that is not our fault. Haha, brilliant, brother. Do Xiaojian swept his gaze across the group and raised his hand. Move out, Sanha village. Over 200 retainers galloped swiftly toward Sanha village in a thunderous procession. Several days had passed since the midsummer poetry gathering, and the few exceptionally refined poems composed there had already spread widely throughout literary circles. As a result, Qing Xiu had quickly gained a group of devoted admirers, young men and women who worshipped literary talent. For several consecutive days, many talented Confucian scholars and gifted young ladies had come to Sanha village to visit him. Without exception, none were able to catch even a glimpse of his face. Still, that did not deter these literati from strolling around the outskirts of Sanha village. One reason was that the village was exceptionally well built and paid great attention to culture and cleanliness, making it a favorite among scholars. Another, more important reason was the flourishing local market. The number of merchants setting up stalls had grown day by day, stretching from the eastern to the western end of the village. Every day bustled with life and excitement. A carriage slowly arrived and stopped at the eastern edge of Sanha village. The elderly coachman turned and said, Miss, we have arrived at Sanha village. Yen Yushir lifted the curtain and glanced outside, immediately drawn to the lively scene before her. Maid Xiaotsue exclaimed in surprise, Miss, when we last came here, the place was run down. Who would have thought that in just a few months, it would become so prosperous, almost on par with Chang'an's western market? Yen Yushir gently nodded and admired, it is indeed thriving. Red bricks and green tiles are everywhere. Is this really his fief? Since many young ladies from noble families had visited recently, a single carriage did not attract much attention. Yen Yushir came to Sanha village because of curiosity, and because she wanted to see the man who had written the bold verse, the great rock rises with the wind in a single day, soaring 90,000 miles. She stepped out of the carriage, adjusted her light green dress, her slender waist cinched by a floating sash. Her white embroidered shoes bore peony designs. Her curved brows resembled crescent moons, her almond eyes shone like stars, her lips were delicate, her skin like warm jade, her beauty was striking. Yen Yushir took a piece of broken silver from her pouch and handed it to the coachman. Uncle Zhang, feel free to buy yourself some food and wine. Xiaotsue and I will walk around the estate and return in half an hour. Very well, Mississippi. Uncle Zhang took the silver and began looking around for a tavern. Yen Yushir and Xiaotsue wandered into the estate. Xiaotsue whispered, Miss, Sanha village now has several hundred households. If we just stroll around like this, we definitely will not bump into Master Qing. Why not ask someone where his house is? Yen Yushir shook her head. There is no justifiable reason for me to seek him out. I only came to try my luck at seeing him, and to learn more about his character. Then shall I go ask someone? Yen Yushir thought for a moment, then nodded. Xiaotsue approached an elderly woman with silver hair selling pine needle water at her stall. Granny, may I ask if this is Master Qing's fief? The old woman looked up and saw 2 noble young ladies. Her face warmed with a kind smile. If you are looking for Master Qing, I suggest you return. In recent days, many young noblewomen have come seeking him, but all have been turned away. Coming here will be in vain. Yen Yushir asked in confusion, so many people have come to see Master Qing? The old woman laughed. Oh yes. My grandson Ergu says that ever since Master Qing won first place in the poetry contest, many visitors come daily hoping to meet him. But Master Qing is far too busy to meet everyone. He has simply stopped receiving guests. Yen Yushir asked curiously, he does not hold any official post in the court. What could keep him so busy? What is he doing? Grandmother's son replied with pride, of course he is busy creating ways for us villagers to earn a living. My grandson Ergu is one of his personal guards, an honor indeed. Master Qing treats the families of his guards very well. I only get to sell pine needle water thanks to Ergu's position. Look over there, Miss Qian's cold noodles, Aunt Xuanzi's meat buns, Old Chen the cripple's crispy pork, Old Lou's grilled skewers, all these business ventures were arranged by Master Qing. Since Master Qing came to Sanha village, every household now lives in bricktile houses. He made sure each family had a way to earn a living. The least anyone makes is 2 silver taels a month, some make 8 or 10. Yen Yushir widened her eyes in astonishment, glancing around at the red brick, green tile houses. Are you saying Master Qing built all these for you? Granny Sun beamed with pride. Indeed. Master Qing used his own silver to build them. My family even erected a longevity tablet in his honor. All of these? Yen Yushir asked in disbelief. Granny Sun grinned so widely her teeth nearly vanished. Every single one. All the bricktile houses you see were built by Master Qing. Now, everyone lives a good life, all thanks to him. My favorite thing to do is to persuade neighbors to set up longevity tablets for Master Qing. Now, over 100 households honor him with one. He tried to refuse, but we said it is our business, not his. At this point, Granny Sun's wrinkled face shone with genuine happiness. Good heavens, Yen Yushir murmured. She could hardly believe that one person had built homes for the entire village out of his own pocket. And not just that, he even created livelihoods for them. Could such a person truly exist? Biting her lip, Yen Yushir continued deeper into the village with Xiaotsue. They asked several more stall owners, all of whom praised Master Qing to the skies. Yen Yushir became convinced that their words were true. In short, whenever anyone in the village mentioned Master Qing, it was with a thumbs up and heartfelt admiration. If this was merely performance, it could not possibly achieve such universal praise. Just then, from the eastern end of the village came the sound of galloping hooves like rolling thunder. The thunderous clamor entered the village. Even the ground seemed to tremble. The once bustling market instantly fell silent. Everyone instinctively turned toward the eastern end of the village. They saw dozens of well-dressed young noblemen, followed by more than 200 armored riders. The riders wore 4 different colors: black, dark gray, navy blue, and deep red. Dokue rode forward, surprised. Brother, how did Sanha village become like this? I remember it being a desolate place. In such a short time, it has become so prosperous. Do Shanglia frowned. Indeed. The change is too drastic. For a village to thrive to this extent is hard to comprehend. Do Xiaojian showed no expression. That does not matter. Shanglia, go find a peasant and ask where the blind man lives. Just as Do Shanglia was about to dismount, a tall old man stepped out from a nearby courtyard. Li Tietching's face showed vigilance. He scanned the group and stepped forward, cupping his hands. I am Li Taicheng, village chief of Sanha village. Gentlemen, what is the purpose of such an imposing arrival? Dokue leaned forward over his horse's neck and sneered. A mere village chief dares speak with such backbone? What gives you the nerve? Let me tell you, even the county magistrate must wear a smile in our presence. You have some balls. Li Taicheng narrowed his eyes, speaking firmly yet politely. Judging from your tone, it seems your visit is not a friendly one? Bastard. Dokue barked and raised his whip. But Li Taicheng easily dodged the blow. You dare to dodge? Dokue's eyes widened in fury as he prepared to strike again, only to have his arm restrained by Do Xiaojian. Do Xiaojian sat tall on his horse and looked down at him. Chief Li, we are here to find the blind man named Qing. This has nothing to do with the villagers. Have them clear the way. If they are trampled and injured, or killed, it will be their own fault. Nearby villagers, upon hearing this, were outraged but dared not speak. Some timid ones moved aside. But a few brave souls stood their ground. A dozen even stepped forward. These were retired soldiers not selected as personal guards. They could already tell from the noble's words that they had come looking for trouble with Master Qing. In a corner of the village, Li Yuan sat upon a small folding stool, his face clouded as he watched the scene unfolding not far away. He murmured to himself, how did it come to this? How could it have come to such a place? Did the Do clan not live comfortably enough? They had to come here making trouble. What am I to do? Beside him, Li Tai wore a furious expression. Grandfather, I remember seeing them at the ancestral temple months ago. They are relatives of uncle. They have come here surely to cause trouble for Master Qing. Grandfather, let us step in and stop their wrongdoing. Li Yuan's face gradually darkened. After a long silence he shook his head. Now is not the time. Xiao Jian, Xiao Chong, Xiao Kuer, Shanglia, Huayu, these pups have come here with ill intent. If we stop them now, what if next time they find Master Qing somewhere without us to defend him? Li Tai's face flushed with indignation. This is too much. Do they even respect the laws anymore? I will certainly inform my father. Li Yuan's expression turned deeply displeased. They dare come here because they think I do not matter. These grandchildren think they have grown wings. Qingke, we shall not intervene. Let them make a scene. When it becomes uncontrollable, all the better. A bunch of stubborn fools, sooner or later the Dou family will ruin themselves. Li Tai's anxiety subsided, and he and Li Yuan settled into the corner as mere observers of the spectacle. Dou Xiaojian glared at the villagers standing in the road and sneered at Li Taicheng. You, a mere village chief, a ninth-rank official at best, are still higher than several of us in rank. But in my eyes, you are no different from these unruly villagers. Li Tiecheng's expression shifted and he replied in surprise, You are, the Dou family? Scared? Dou Kuei sneered while pointing at the villagers behind Li Taicheng. We are all Dou clan members. Last night, our home was robbed. We heard thieves fled into Sanha village. We are here to catch them. Clear the road, or you will be treated as criminal accomplices and face imprisonment. If you do not wish to go to jail, step aside. In a steady voice, Li Taicheng responded, So what if you are the Dou clan? In Sanha village, the people are honest and upright. They do not steal. There is no such thief here. If you merely wish to rest here, I might ignore you. But the village code prohibits riding horses or dismounting. No one enters unless they obey. Behind Dou Xiaojian stood Dou Shanglia, who glared in anger and drew his sword with a metallic flash. Pointing his blade at Li Taicheng, he declared, You old thief, I see you are determined to be part of the criminal gang. I will kill you to uphold the law. Shanglia. Dou Xiaojian frowned and sharply interrupted. Dou Shanglia replied angrily, Brother, let me cut down this unrepentant old thief. We came to catch thieves, he blocks our way. He is clearly part of the gang. In a low voice, Dou Xiaojian cautioned, A lie, think. Uncle has lived here long. This man is bold because he believes under my uncle's protection. If you kill him and uncle learns of it, it will be disastrous. Dou Shanglia's arrogance receded, and his tone softened. What do you think should be done, brother? Dou Xiaojian stared ahead, gaze hardened, and bit his lip. We pursue thieves to this point. Anyone blocking the road is part of the thieves. Everyone prepare to charge. Li Tiecheng's eyes flashed. He shouted, You dare? Anyone who harms my villagers will face death. A fierce aura radiated from Li Taicheng. Even the lead horses shied backward with unease. The villagers, too, grew rowdily angry. These princely brats clearly came to cause trouble. I just heard they came looking for the blind Mr. Qing. Our nobleman's surname is Qing, and he is blind, he must be the target. The visitors are unkind-hearted. They definitely mean trouble for Master Qing. They are arrogant fools who came to bully Master Qing at his own estate. Totally unreasonable. How he helped us build brick houses and gave us livelihoods, he is our village's benefactor. If anyone dares bully him, I will not stand for it. Row after row of masons, clutching iron shovels and trowels, red-faced and throats tight with rage, surged forward. Their eyes blazed. Some held bricks ready to hurl. Even the local women began shouting, picking up broken bricks, carrying iron pans or large ladles. Within moments, more than a dozen masons and women blocked the road. From a distance, Li Yuan watched in awe, murmuring, Truly, when the people's hearts align, nothing is unbeatable. Now I understand fully what water can carry a boat or overturn it really means, the people's yearning. At the rear of the crowd, Yan Yushi and Xiaocui were pale with fright. Initially calm, now they could not steady their composure. Seeing how the estate's people fiercely defended Master Qing, both were surprised. They knew Master Qing had prestige and popularity, but not that it had reached the point where people would risk their lives for him. What kind of personal magnetism must this be? Yan Yushi's gaze burned. She now felt even more compelled to catch a glimpse of this blind man. The villagers' roaring anger had unsettled the horses of the Dou-mounted entourage. Dou Xiaojian and the others' pupils contracted with alarm. Master Qing has come. Master Qing has come. Truly, Master Qing is here. Someone shouted, and the crowd parted to form a path. Qing Xiu, his eyes covered with black silk, tapped his blind cane steadily and walked through, followed by Su Xiaochun and Yunyang. Blankets of silence fell as he passed. Yan Yushi's heart trembled, she jostled forward to peer. Even though his face was covered, she could sense extraordinary elegance, a resolute and hardened visage as if carved by blade, a soft faint smile playing on his jaw. Even the woman behind him remained serene, though the buxom Yunyang showed a slight tension. Yen Yushir stared at the blind man passing. He seemed to sense her gaze, turned slightly, and his soft smile deepened. Flustered, she hastily looked aside, a blush blooming on her cheeks. Only after Qingxiu had passed far did she return her gaze, angry at herself. He could not see her, yet she was intimidated enough to look away. How worthless she thought herself. He is Master Qing, so handsome, one wealthy young lady whispered candidly from the crowd. So he is blind, and yet so beautiful. If he were not blind, he would be a true handsome man. I finally see Master Qing. I love his poems, especially Breaking the Frontier. The alternating meter is unprecedented. By then, Qingxiu had approached within a dozen steps of the mounted group. He planted his cane upon the ground, left hand gripping it firmly, while his right rested upon the sword hilt beneath his cloak, an assured pose, ready for swift action. You are Qingxiu? Dou Xiaojian asked, his eyes filled with cold intent as he carefully scrutinized Qingxiu. Qingxiu lowered his head slightly, his voice calm. I am Qingxiu. Who are you? What business brings you to my estate? Dou Xiaojian replied with a mocking smile, there was a theft in our household. The thief fled to this area. We are here to catch the criminal. Qingxiu responded in a flat tone, the people of this village are honest and upright. There is no thief here as you claim. Please leave. Dou Kuei sneered, it is not up to you to decide whether there are thieves or not. That is for us to determine. We will search house by house to be certain. Blind man, tell these unruly villagers on your land to step aside. Do not obstruct us. Unruly villagers, what an insult that was. The gentle smile on Qingxiu's face disappeared. He lifted his blind cane and struck the ground hard, drawing a line. In a soft voice, he said, Uncle Li, Old Saber, let this be the boundary. If anyone crosses it, kill them. If they all cross it, leave none alive. If trouble arises, I will take full responsibility. In short, any who bare their fangs, I will break their teeth. Though spoken softly, even gently, the words echoed through the entire crowd, each syllable ringing with power. The villagers were all stunned, their gazes toward Qingxiu now carried an added weight of reverence. What does it mean to say the most domineering words in the calmest tone? This was a living example. Many villagers wore expressions of excitement and admiration. The scholars and ladies who had come in admiration of his poetry stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide in shock. They had come to pay homage to his literary talent, only to witness this decisive and fearsome side of Mr. Qing. How could they not be astonished? Let it be known that these intruders were no ordinary men. They were second-generation scions of the Dou family, royal relatives, the maternal kin of the emperor himself. These noble daughters and Confucian scholars could not be unaware of the Dou family's status. If the Dou family wished it, they could determine life or death for most people. In a corner, Li Yuan's eyes lit up as he slapped his thigh and laughed quietly, Good, good lad, any who bare their fangs, I will break their teeth, how perfectly phrased. Li Tai was so excited that his little face turned bright red. At that moment, he saw his teacher shrouded in divine light, bursting with unmatched charisma. Behind the crowd, the noble daughter of the Yen family trembled both in spirit and body, even feeling a touch of fear. Dear heavens, more than 200 people. If they were all killed, would not the blood run from one end of the village to the other? Dou Xiaojian's pupils contracted, his eyes suddenly wide. Even the cousins behind him stared at the blind man in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Old Saber drew his tang blade, laughing thunderously, what a fine line, break the teeth of the biter. Master, rest assured, if anyone dares cross this line, I will cut off his head and use it as a stool for you. With that, he hoisted the blade to his shoulder, stepped forward, and stood just behind the line. His gaze swept arrogantly, none other could match him. Come on, cross this line if you dare. In my youth, I killed countless men. This blade has not tasted blood for 7 or 8 years. Today, I will use you little bastards for practice. Old Saber truly had killed, and not just once. He had once served as Li Yuan's personal bodyguard. How could his hands be clean? Dozens of lives were a conservative estimate. The moment his blade was raised, his demeanor made it clear, he feared no one, and he exuded murderous energy. Li Taiqing also rolled up his sleeves and flicked them lightly, producing a sharp tearing sound as the wind split around him. Though he said nothing, merely standing there like a small mountain, he exuded a terrifying pressure. That one flick of his sleeve made the Dou family's guards turn pale. How could they not see that this seemingly old brute was a true warrior? Dou Xiaojian glared at Qingxiu, blind man, you are merely a county baron. Who gave you the guts to act so arrogantly? Qing Xiu casually picked at his ear and said, I am not only blind, I am deaf. I cannot hear your dog barking. If you have the balls, cross the line and say it to my face. You really think I do not dare? Dou Xiaojian spurred his horse forward to cross the line, but his eyes never left Li Taicheng and Old Saber. Just as the horse's hooves were about to cross the line, he suddenly pulled the reins. His face twisted with uncertainty, and even flushed slightly red. He had lost face. He truly did not dare. Why did you stop? Qing Xiu asked coolly. Dou Xiaojian's face twitched, and he suddenly sneered, the blood of the Dou family is far too noble to be spilled here. If these two lowborn curs truly kill me, even if their entire families pay with their lives, I still lose. You really think I will fall for your trick? At that moment, Old Saber stepped forward, and his blade fell. Thud, the horse's head dropped to the ground with a sickening sound. Blood sprayed over 10 meters, splattering many people and prompting a chorus of screams. The headless horse crumpled on the spot. If Dou Xiaojian had not once been a soldier, he might have been crushed beneath it. You killed my horse? Dou Xiaojian was both shocked and furious. Bastard! Old fool, you dare kill my brother's horse? Outrageous! You filthy commoner, how dare you? Old Saber coldly replied, your horse's head crossed the line. Dou Xiaojian turned and roared, charge! Charge, damn it! Anyone who blocks the road, trample them to death. A mere county baron dares defy heaven. Whoever kills that horse-killing old bastard, I will reward with 1,000 taels of silver. Generous rewards beget brave men. The Dou family's guards were already eager to act. But just then, a sharp voice rang out from the rear of the cavalry, Imperial decree arriving. Everyone was stunned. What? An Imperial edict, at this very moment? Dou Xiaojian's face changed, a trace of panic flickering across it. Dismount, everyone dismount and clear the road. None dared block the path of a royal envoy. This was the symbol of the supreme authority of the Great Tang. Not only must the path be cleared, everyone must also perform full ceremonial respect when receiving the decree. All the guards dismounted and parted to form a road. Dou Kuei whispered in worry, brother, His Majesty's decree has arrived. Could he know we are making trouble here, or, catching thieves? Dou Xiaojian's face darkened. We will find out soon. A eunuch, accompanied by several guards, strode quickly forward, casting curious glances around. When he saw a headless horse still twitching on the ground, the eunuch started in alarm and pointed, What is this? Whose headless horse dares block the Imperial envoy? Old Saber pointed mockingly at Dou Xiaojian. His. The envoy glanced at Dou Xiaojian and instantly softened his tone, so it is Lord Dou. Please remove your headless horse. I come bearing the Emperor's decree. If something were to happen. Lord Dou, I trust one need say no more. Dou Xiaojian quickly ordered the carcass dragged away. Only then did the envoy ask, where is Baron Qing Xiu of Lantian County? Qing Xiu planted his blind cane before him, clasped his hands, but said nothing. The envoy smiled and said, Baron Qing Xiu of Lantian County, receive the imperial decree. By order of His Majesty of the Great Tang, Baron Qing Xiu of Lantian is hereby granted the title of Viscount of Lantian, awarded 1,000 gold coins, and entitled to 300 households. Qing Xiu receives the decree. Qing Xiu said calmly, took the decree, and the envoy left to report back. Dou Xiaojian sneered, no wonder you act so boldly, you have earned great merit. But do you think that a mere Viscount title will stop me? All men, prepare, mount up and charge. But just as his voice fell, a sharp cry rang out again, Imperial decree arriving. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the Dou clan members. Another decree? Dou Xiaojian pulled Dou Kuei aside, irritated. This envoy frowned at the blood on the ground, said nothing, and opened the decree, by order of the Emperor of the Great Tang, Baron Qing Xiu of Lantian, for his improvements in papermaking, is hereby granted the title of Earl of Lantian, awarded 5,000 gold coins, and entitled to 1,000 households. Qing Xiu also received this decree with puzzlement, then sent the envoy off. Dou Xiaojian took a deep breath and returned to his original spot. He forced a cold smile. You really are something. You improved papermaking and even came up with some damned movable type printing technique. Some petty tricks and the Emperor actually made you an earl? Heh. I will say it again. A mere earl, I, of the Dou family, do not care. Imperial decree arriving. A third piercing voice filled the air. The villagers of Sanha stood stunned, unable to believe their ears. The sons of the Dou family turned pale. Another one? Li Yuan muttered, what the hell is that brat up to, 3 imperial edicts in a row? Dou Xiaojian and his younger cousins all twitched and stepped aside with twitching mouths. The envoy unrolled the decree and began to read, by order of the Emperor of the Great Tang, Baron Qingxiu of Lantian, for submitting a steelmaking method, with daily output of 1 gene by 3 men, has rendered great service. He is hereby granted the title of Marquis of Lantian, inheritable for 3 generations, and entitled to 10,000 households. The Dou clan sons trembled from head to toe, they were utterly dumbfounded. Damn it to hell. Qingxiu cursed inwardly. That bastard Ling Heir really pulled a masterstroke, actually maneuvering him into putting on such an earth-shattering show. Truly, well fucking done. Dou Kuei's face had turned pale. Tugging at Dou Xiaojian's sleeve, he stammered, "Big brother, a marquis with 10,000 households. What kind of honor is that?" Dou Huayu looked terrified, whispering, "Big brother, we should just back off. Let us regroup and reconsider later." "Yes, big brother, he is a marquis of 10,000 households. My father is not even dead yet, and I have not inherited my title. I am a commoner, and he is already a 10,000 household marquis." Dou Xiaochong spoke bitterly. "We should retreat." Dou Shanglie swallowed hard and also looked toward his eldest brother. Dou Xiaojian's face was a portrait of conflicting emotions. While there were many marquises in Great Tang, they were granted fiefs of only several hundred households, at most 1,000. But this blind man, he was now undeniably a marquis of 10,000 households. Such honor, such nobility, looking across the entire Tang Empire, there was probably only this one blind man with that level of prestige. A marquis of 10,000 households, this had never existed in the history of the Tang dynasty. Even a meritorious figure like Yu Qigong, a hero of the empire, had been granted merely 3,000 households. Not even a prince of a commandery had surpassed 10,000. If they did not retreat now, what could they possibly do? The man had transformed into someone untouchable. Any action against him would doom their entire clan. But if they backed off now, it would be too humiliating. He had utterly disgraced the Dou family. Dou Xiaojian's face turned ashen. He gave Qingxiu a deep look and growled through clenched teeth, "Blind bastard, you are ruthless. We shall see. Let us go." Dou Xiaojian turned and walked away. But as he turned, 5 men entered Sanha village with swaggering, arrogant strides, chatting and laughing. The leader sported a black eye, looking rather comical. As soon as they saw the newcomers' faces, Dou Xiaojian and his lackeys turned pale and were visibly alarmed. He immediately pulled 2 of his men aside and hid behind a few horses. Ling Xiaogong glanced around curiously, scratching his head in confusion. What is going on here? Could it be that Mr. Qing knew we were coming and arranged a welcome party? Ling Jing narrowed his eyes. Does not look like it. Looks more like, something unpleasant just happened. Chang Yaojin furrowed his brow. "I smell blood." A tall, middle-aged man, slightly hunched and haggard but with a noble bearing, looked at Yu Qigong with his hands clasped behind his back. "Old Hey, go ask someone what happened here." Without a word, Yu Qigong pushed a horse aside, grabbed a Dou family guard, and slammed him to the ground, growling, "Spill it. What happened here? Why is everyone gathered?" I, the guard stammered, face drained of color. Yu Qigong was terrifying. His dark skin, brutish face, thick eyebrows, and scruffy beard all screamed menace. "Damn it. Asking a question and you look like you pissed yourself." Yu Qigong casually tossed the guard aside, yanked another one out from behind a horse, and slammed him down too. Leaning in close, he asked, "Boy, tell Grandpa Hey what the hell happened here. Why all the people?" The second guard swallowed nervously and stammered, We are Dou family guards. We came here to cause trouble for the blind man named Qing. Our young master said he wanted to kill the blind man to assert dominance." Frightened out of his wits, the guard blurted out the entire truth. Dou Xiaojian buried his face in his hands, his cheeks twitching, eyes full of murderous rage. Dou Kuei flushed with shame, breathing heavily, fists clenched. In his heart, he cursed that guard's entire family. At that very moment, the guard's entire family surely felt an ominous shiver. Dou Shanglie, Dou Xiaochong, and Dou Huayu all lowered their heads in utter shame. Misfortune had befallen the clan, truly, misfortune. What? Yu Qi Laohei's eyes bulged as he roared, the dignified Dou family, relatives of the empress, doing such despicable filth? Outrageous. Fuck your mother? Old Yu Qi swung his arm in a wide arc and hurled the guard. The guard's head struck a brick wall with a loud crack, burst open on the spot. The guard's body convulsed a few times, legs twitching, completely and unmistakably dead. The haggard middle-aged man frowned and said in a low voice, "Old Hey, restrain yourself. This is not a battlefield." Yu Qi shrugged. "Brother Shubao, I did not even use force. The kid was just too fragile." He took a step forward and shouted toward the remaining guards, "Whose man is this? Come claim the body. If you want silver as compensation, come to my mansion. If you want my life, I will not give it. Then, with great strides, he walked over to Do Huayu, eyed him carefully, and suddenly grabbed his collar. This fancy get-up of yours screams noble blood. Whose son are you in the Do family? The noble ladies and Confucian scholars in the crowd were stunned. This dark-skinned brute was blunt and violent, truly frightening. Do Huayu had always been timid, and he was only 16 or 17. He had never in his life seen a man as fierce as Yuqigong. He turned deathly pale, lips trembling, unable to speak. Old Yuqi glared. I asked you a question. Speak up. Whose son are you? Gurgle, gurgle. Do Huayu's throat made two choking noises. Green liquid dribbled from the corner of his mouth, and his face turned a ghastly gray. Yuqigong jumped back in fright and shouted, God damn it, you little shit. If you were sick, why did you not say so? He turned around with an innocent look. You all saw it. I never touched him. You must testify for me later. Huayu, Huayu. Do Xiaojian rushed forward, panic-stricken, to support him. Do Kuei was also shocked. Huayu, what is wrong? Do Huayu stared at Yuqigong with terrified eyes, spit out more green bile, rolled his eyes back, and his head lolled to the side. Do Xiaocheng's face turned white as he slapped Huayu's cheeks. Huayu, wake up. Wake up. Dead, he is dead? Do Shangli glared at Yuqigong and roared, Duke of Yi, you killed my younger brother? Yuqigong's expression changed. He roared back, bullshit. I never laid a finger on him and he just died. Obviously, he was sick. What the fuck does that have to do with me? Do not spout nonsense. Everyone saw it. Do Xiaojian, eyes red with grief, said bitterly, yes, you did not touch him. But you scared him to death. Ling Xiaogong slapped his thigh and laughed out loud. Cheng Yaojin's mouth twitched, Ling Jing sighed, unable to bear the sight. Qin Qiong stepped forward, apologetic. Young master of the Do family, Yuqigong does look fierce, but it is not his fault. His parents made him that way. He never wanted it. The blame lies in your brother's fragile nerves. You people, you have gone too far. Too far. Do Xiaojian cried toward the sky, eyes full of tears, voice trembling with rage. Let us go. Return to the mansion. We shall go to the palace. Let His Majesty judge this. Yuqigong curled his lip. His Majesty? Go ahead. I did not even touch the kid. He died of fright. What the fuck does that have to do with me? Cheng Yaojin also curled his lip. You Do family bastards, I hate bullies the most. You bring all these people to someone's doorstep to show off, and now you want the emperor to fight your battle? Have you no shame? Do Xiaojian said no more. He ordered his men to carry Do Huayu's body, turned his head for a final long glare, and snorted before leading the retreat. From a distance, Ling Yuan stood dumbstruck. He glanced at Yuqigong, swallowed hard, and quietly turned to leave. Grandfather, where are you going? Home. Grandfather is feeling unwell. Ling Yuan's old face flushed. He almost blurted out, Grandfather is scared. And through it all, Qing Xiu remained dumbfounded. Good heavens. That man was a living god. He scared someone to death just by existing. Is this really a world where appearances decide everything? After the young masters of the Do family had left, Qing Xiu turned around and gestured with his hand, saying, Everyone disperse, it is over now. With that, he prepared to return home with his wife Su Xiaochun and Yunyang. However, after only a few steps, they were surrounded by the villagers. Master Qing, these are wild bitter greens we dug up this morning, not worth much, just a small token. Please take them home and try them. Master Qing, I saved these eggs for half a month. Now that I have a full basket, I brought them for you. Master Qing, these fish were just caught from the Ba River. Look, they are still flopping around. These cornbread cakes were just freshly made in our house. Please have a taste. Master Qing, this is. Qing Xiu felt somewhat helpless. Every time the villagers saw him, they were warm and enthusiastic, but this time it was overwhelming. The entire village had gathered, blocking the road home completely. It took quite a while before the path was cleared, and they hurried home as if fleeing, with wild vegetable leaves and 2 fish hanging from him, leaving a strong fishy smell all over his body. Yan Yushir watched Qing Xiu's figure disappear into the distance before withdrawing her gaze. Xiao Chui tilted her head and looked at her mistress, then smiled with her lips pursed. Miss, do you like Master Qing? Who likes him? Do not talk nonsense. Yan Yushir's cheeks flushed pink. Flustered and embarrassed, she stamped her feet and hurried toward the carriage. Miss, wait for me. As the crowd dispersed, the market regained its usual liveliness. In recent days, aside from giving lessons to Li Tai, Qing Xiu had been focused on improving the village. After discussing it with Li Taicheng, they decided to build a school and a medical clinic in the village, and construction had already begun. To provide liquor that would win the hearts of the people for Lao Dao and Lao Ma, he had cleared out a small storage room next to Yunyang's boudoir and converted it into a distillery. He had distilled a good amount of liquor with an alcohol content of over 40 degrees. From it, he also extracted more than 10 caddies of alcohol of about 70 degrees. Given the limited conditions, being able to distill 70-degree alcohol was already no small feat. This alcohol was, of course, not for drinking, but kept in reserve for disinfection purposes. Although the Tang dynasty was culturally refined, its sanitary conditions were far behind those of later times. Especially among villages along the rivers, people upstream did not care how those downstream used the water. Urinating, defecating, and washing clothes in the river was extremely common. Once there was an outbreak of cholera or dysentery, a large number of people could easily die. Qing Xiu could not manage the people in other villages, but after his reforms, Sanha village had become unexpectedly clean. Villagers would even look for latrines to urinate after leaving the village, and only relieve themselves on the spot when absolutely necessary. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Su Xiaochun could no longer maintain her dignified facade. She clutched Qing Xiu's arm, her beautiful face flushed with excitement, and said, "Husband, you are now a marquis, and not just any marquis, but a marquis with 10,000 households. Bao River Township alone has over 10,000 families, all are now your fief. It happens to be harvest season too, who knows how much rent we will collect." Qing Xiu replied disdainfully, "Do not get too happy too soon. The wealthiest part of Bao River Township is our Sanha village. Look at the people in other manors, some of their children are still running around bare-bottomed. If a family can eat its fill, that is already quite good. I do not expect these poor folk to pay much grain tax. Our family is not in dire need of grain either. Except for those local gentry and wealthy landlords, the peasants' rent should be waived if possible." Su Xiaochun thought for a moment, then smiled sweetly and nodded, "Yes, I will follow my husband's lead. I only realized today how comforting it feels to be loved and supported by the people. They have no idea how grateful they will be when you waive the rent on their land. Is that not so, Yunyang?" Yunyang nodded lightly, her face proud. "Indeed, husband is the kindest-hearted man in the world." "Kind-hearted?" Qing Xiu slowly shook his head. He did not believe himself to be kind-hearted at all. "Well said, ha." A hearty laugh rang out from outside. Xuanzi and Taizhu led 5 middle-aged men into the courtyard. The man laughing had a handsome face, but looked somewhat weak in energy. He wore dark red clothing with black and white patterns and had a tall, robust figure. The weak-looking man cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I am Qin Qiong, Qin Shubao. I came uninvited and asked for Marquis Qing's forgiveness." Xuanzi quickly stepped forward and said, "Noble, no, you are a marquis now." Scratching his head and grinning honestly, he lowered his voice and said, "Marquis, these officials came to pay respects to you. They are not like those young lords and ladies who come out of curiosity. They are all renowned dukes of the court. The one with the black circles under his eyes is the Prince of Hejian. I let them in." Xuanzi had studied for several years. With proper features and a dignified appearance, coupled with his upright but clever nature, Qing Xiu had made him the gatekeeper responsible for welcoming and filtering guests. Qing Xiu nodded, "Very well, Xuanzi, go make a pot of tea and bring it to the main hall." "Right away." Xuanzi trotted off to the kitchen. Qing Xiu smiled and said, "So it is Duke of Yi. The name of Lord Qin is long known to me, thunderously famous. Regrettably, I am blind and cannot admire your heroic presence. A true pity." Qin Qiong laughed heartily, "It is just an empty title. How can I compare with you? Marquis Qing, not yet 30 and already honored with the title of Marquis with 10,000 households, you are truly a brilliant young man. Marquis Qing, I wanted to introduce you, but since you cannot see, let us all just announce ourselves." Li Jing smiled gratefully, "I am Li Jing. I have come to thank Marquis Qing for offering the method of refining 100 times tempered steel. This method can not only provide weapons for the soldiers of Great Tang, but also armor, thereby increasing their combat effectiveness and ensuring their protection. Thank you for your generosity." Qing Xiu was slightly stunned. "Li Jing, the god of war of Great Tang?" He observed Li Jing from his mental image. Li Jing was in his 50s, with graying temples, a fine beard, eagle-like eyes, a high nose and broad mouth. His gaze was sharp and wise, and he appeared extremely refined. Qing Xiu cupped his hands, "So it is the Duke of Wei. I have long heard the great name of the god of war." Li Jing quickly waved his hand, "I dare not accept that title. I am no god of war. Please do not flatter me so. The title of god of war is well deserved, Duke of Wei." Li Jing was about to object again when a middle-aged man with dark eye sockets pulled him aside. Li Xiaogong said impatiently, "Enough, enough. He called you the god of war, just take it and be glad." Why do you need to talk so much just to announce your name? I am Li Xiaogong, Prince of Hejian. After speaking, he began inspecting the courtyard on his own. My name is Yuqi Gong. Like Li Jing, I have come to thank you for providing the technique of refining 100 times tempered steel. It can reduce casualties among our soldiers. On behalf of my brothers in arms in the right guard, thank you. I am Chang Yaojin, same as Old Black here. Qing Xiu said quickly, so it is the Duke of Yi and the Duke of Lu. I have long admired your names. Please, everyone, come into the hall and have some tea. Everyone followed Qing Xiu into the front hall. After they were seated, Qing Xiu once again cupped his hands. I did not know that half of Great Tang's martial strength would visit today. I was unprepared, and my humble abode is plain. I have only coarse tea to offer. Please forgive the lack of hospitality. Li Xiaogong sipped his tea and laughed. No need for formalities. We are all rough men from the military. We like to be direct. From what I see, Marquis Qing is also a straightforward man. Let us save the pleasantries. Ha ha. Qing Xiu laughed. Prince of Hejian is indeed forthright. Li Jing said, there is no other purpose in our visit today. Aside from thanking Marquis Qing for his care for the soldiers of Great Tang, we came to see you in person. That way, when we meet again in the future, there will be no misunderstandings or unnecessary trouble. Yuqi Gong patted Qing Xiu on the shoulder, his face serious. When we arrived today, we saw some brats from the Dou family causing trouble. If you encounter trouble again, just send someone to my residence. I cannot promise everything, but I will stand up for justice. Chang Yaojin slammed his teacup on the table and snorted angrily. They are all a bunch of idle and spoiled sons. If Marquis Qing needs it, I will submit a memorial tomorrow to impeach the Dou family. Heh, I was thinking the same thing, Li Xiaogong agreed. Only Li Jing remained silent. Qing Xiu was moved, but quickly dismissed the idea in his heart. If he truly did that, he would owe them a few personal favors. And throughout history, nothing is harder to repay than a debt of gratitude. Qing Xiu smiled and said, from what I can hear, you gentlemen are all men of character. I am truly grateful for your noble intentions. The matter with the Dou family is a private affair between our two households. I will not trouble you any further. The others did not say anything more. Suddenly, Yuqi Gong sniffed the air, put down his teacup, and said, I do not enjoy drinking tea. You all continue your conversation, I will take a walk outside. After speaking, Yuqi Gong got up and left. The place he went was none other than the distillery. The door was already locked, but Yuqi Gong lingered outside the door, pacing back and forth, swallowing a couple of times as he did. He even leaned closer to the door, inhaling deeply. Eventually, he closed his eyes in intoxicated pleasure, and when he opened them again, they gleamed with an eerie light. Naturally, Qing Xiu noticed his behavior from his omniscient vantage. By this time, the tea in the hall had also been finished. Li Jing stood up and cupped his fists. We came uninvited today and disturbed you, Marquis Qing. It is getting late, I should return. The others followed suit. I shall also take my leave. I must take my leave as well. Old Black, what are you doing leaning on that door? Li Xiaogong slapped Yuqi Gong on the back, the sound echoing loudly. Luckily, Yuqi Gong had thick skin and flesh. He turned around and asked in confusion, you all, where are you going? Chang Yaojin kicked him and scolded with a laugh, we have already paid our respects to the newly appointed marquis. Are we staying here for dinner too? I do not have a face as thick as yours. Leaving so soon? Ah, fine then. Qing Xiu, I take my leave, said Yuqi Gong, cupping his hands toward Qing Xiu. He cast one last longing glance at the door of the distillery before reluctantly following the others. Qing Xiu smiled faintly and stood at the entrance of the main hall, saying, you gentlemen have come from afar and have been treated only to plain tea. It is now nearly noon. I have prepared a humble meal, why not stay and eat before departing? It was not about how much silver one meal might cost. Each of these guests was a duke of great merit in Great Tang. For them to come and visit a mere marquis like him was already a huge honor. If he did not invite them to a meal, it would seem stingy and might draw criticism. Letting them leave without a meal would reflect poorly on him. Having lived for decades, both Li Jing and Li Xiaogong understood that one should not impose after accepting someone's hospitality. They hurriedly declined. Yuqi Gong became anxious. His eyes widened, and with a face full of righteous indignation, he said, you old fools, Marquis Qing is now a marquis with 10,000 households. He is treating us properly, and we do not even stay for a meal? Are we not slapping him in the face? Such warm hospitality met with cold refusal. If this is reported back to Chang'an, where will your old faces hide? Chang Yaojin hesitated, but after some thought, he nodded, very well, then let us graciously accept. Qin Qiong nodded repeatedly. Indeed. Marquis Qing's invitation is sincere. If we do not give him the courtesy he deserves, the rumors would not be favorable. Many thanks for your hospitality. Li Xiaogong also followed the majority. Li Jing simply smiled and nodded without further comment. Qing Xiu called toward the inner room, Yunyang, go find the cooks and prepare some food. Yunyang and Su Xiaochun emerged from the boudoir, their cheeks flushed red, clearly having had some private conversation. Yes, master. Yunyang quickly left the hall and headed toward the moon gate on the west wall. Qing Xiu followed her and whispered in her ear, make it a feast. Yunyang trembled slightly, feeling a sudden warmth at her ear, which stirred a flutter in her heart. Blushing, she bowed her head and walked off shyly. Originally, there was no door in the west wall, but behind it was a small courtyard. A few days ago, Qing Xiu had ordered an opening made in the wall for easier access. Inside, he had arranged for some servants and cooks to handle cleaning and food preparation. As usual, the servants set up tables and chairs in the courtyard. Everyone sat around chatting casually. Not long after, Xuanzi came in and whispered to Qing Xiu, Marquis, someone from the palace is here. It is the same eunuch who read the imperial decree at the tea house in Ani Ward last time. He appears to be a close attendant of His Majesty. Li Jing and the others also showed signs of interest. Why would Steward Wang come at this hour? Could he be here to deliver another imperial edict? No, if it were an imperial decree, they would not need to inform anyone. They would enter directly. Qing Xiu stood up, leaning on his blind cane, and followed Xuanzi to the gate. When Wang De saw Qing Xiu, he cupped his hands and smiled. Congratulations, Marquis Qing. You are young and already the only marquis with 10,000 households in all of Great Tang. Qing Xiu smiled, Your Excellency has traveled far. Please come in and have some tea. Wang De shook his head, no need. Let us get to business. His Majesty heard that Marquis Qing lost his sight due to illness. He specifically ordered me to bring several imperial physicians from the palace to examine your eyes. I must report back shortly. Wang De clearly did not want to waste time. He turned to the physicians and instructed, You all, examine Marquis Qing thoroughly. He is the only marquis of 10,000 households in our empire. Show your true skill and do not hold back. You honor us, Steward Wang, said an elderly physician in elegant attire, stepping forward. Marquis, please remove your blindfold so I may examine your eyes. The fact that Li Ji had sent imperial physicians to treat his eyes caught Qing Xiu completely off guard. He suddenly saw the emperor in a new light and felt a surge of gratitude. That His Majesty would care about a blind man like him proved he truly valued him. He removed the blindfold, and the old physician began his examination. This drew the attention of the others in the courtyard, who all came over to watch. After some time, the old physician furrowed his brows and shook his head with a sigh. Alas! Wang De asked urgently, Dr. Zhou, how is Marquis Qing's condition? Imperial physician Zhou sighed and shook his head. Although the eyes appear normal and have some luster, the pupils are entirely ashen and lifeless. It is just like someone who lived long in darkness and was suddenly struck by intense light, that is how blindness occurred. Marquis, am I wrong? Qing Xiu raised an eyebrow, feeling slightly dejected, but still expressed his gratitude. What you say is absolutely correct. My eyes went blind after exposure to intense light. Dr. Zhou, is there any hope of restoring my sight? Imperial physician Zhou shook his head and sighed, the spirit of the eyes is already dead. I am powerless. Truly powerless. He cupped his hands to Qing Xiu with an apologetic expression. Wang De's face grew solemn. Dr. Zhou, step aside. The rest of you, examine him as well. The other imperial physicians all took a look, but their conclusions were the same. They were at a loss. Alas! Wang De slapped his thigh in frustration and said grimly, I truly hope not to see Marquis Qing remain blind. His Majesty feels the same. But since even the imperial physicians say this, I fear, his condition may be incurable. Qing Xiu said with a smile, It is fine. I have grown used to it. Your Excellency, please convey my gratitude to His Majesty. Of course. At that moment, imperial physician Zhou's eyes lit up with excitement. Though I cannot cure Marquis Qing's eyes, there is someone in Chang'an who might. Who? Wang De asked excitedly. Imperial physician Zhou showed an expression of reverence. The Medicine King, Sun Simiao, Taoist Master Sunday. Master Sun? Wang De's face immediately brightened. How could I forget Master Sun? Marquis Qing, I shall return to the palace at once and ask His Majesty to invite Master Sun to treat your eyes. Wang De urged his entourage to hurry and left quickly. At some point, Su Xiaochun had come running out. With red-rimmed eyes and tears welling up, she threw her arms around Qing Xiu and choked out, Husband, your eyes can be saved. Immortal Sun is the miracle doctor of Guanzhong. There is no illness in the world he cannot cure. I sent people to search for him many times, but we could never find him. If His Majesty sends someone, they will surely succeed. They will find immortal sun. Crying with joy, Su Xiaochun clung to Qing Xiu's chest. Qing Xiu cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, my dear, there are people watching. Mind your manners." Su Xiaochun's face turned red. She wiped her tears and pouted, "I am just happy. Even if everyone were watching, if it meant curing your eyes, I would crawl on my knees from our doorstep to Zhuke Avenue without a single complaint." Qing Xiu felt a warmth in his heart. A wife like this, what more could a man ask for? As soon as Yu Qigong saw Qing Xiu coming out holding a jar of liquor, his eyes lit up. He started scratching his knees under the table impatiently, eager to leap up and snatch the jar away. Before the feast officially began, Qing Xiu instructed the kitchen maids to cook a pot of handmade noodles. Many people in the Tang dynasty had no habit of eating breakfast. In their belief, eating breakfast made one feel hungrier throughout the day, while skipping it helped suppress hunger. It was common to eat only once before noon and again before dark. This habit, however, was extremely harmful to the body. Though it might not show in 3 to 5 years, after 20 or 30 years without breakfast, one was very likely to develop stomach problems. This lunch, naturally, could not do without alcohol, and it was a good idea to eat something first to cushion the stomach. Very soon, under the bustling efforts of the kitchen maids, 6 large ceramic bowls were brought out, steaming with heat. Everyone craned their necks to see what was inside, guessing at its contents. Li Xiaogong opened his mouth and then gave a wry smile. "Marquis Qing, do you really think we are all rice buckets, serving us such huge bowls of food?" Yu Qigong chuckled, "Heh, not too big. Just right. The bowls we use at home are this size. So are ours." Cheng Yaojin nodded in agreement. Li Xiaogong curled his lip, "Look at yourselves, who else here is as fat as you two? This is exactly how pigs are fed." Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin started bickering, and a fight nearly broke out. Thankfully, Qin Qiong and Li Jing intervened. Otherwise, Qing Xiu's home might have been torn down. Each person had a huge bowl placed before them, and as they looked inside, the corners of their mouths twitched. Their expressions turned particularly sour. Although the bowls were enormous, the contents were meager, just a small clump of steaming handmade noodles, resembling a lone noodle for 26 copper coins. Li Jing furrowed his brows but said nothing. Yu Qigong, craving the alcohol, did not care what was for lunch. Li Xiaogong tapped the ceramic bowl with a finger and said in disbelief, "Marquis Qing, though we may be rough men who are not picky eaters, you cannot fool us like this. A noodle dish as hospitality? We can understand if your household is struggling, everyone would sympathize. But this little bit of noodle in such a big bowl, who is that supposed to feed? Are you looking down on us?" His face already bristled with anger. To him, this was an insult. Qing Xiu replied calmly, "Your Highness, there has been a misunderstanding. This is not the main course. As people of Tang often skip breakfast, drinking alcohol directly at noon would harm the body. These handmade noodles are just to whet the appetite. After this, the real feast begins, and the wine shall flow freely." Li Xiaogong looked embarrassed and cupped his fists. "So that is the case. I misunderstood you. My apologies. But these plain white noodles taste like nothing. I cannot eat this," Qin Qiong said with a bitter face. Just then, 2 kitchen maids came out of the kitchen. One carried 2 small brass basins, the other held a pot of hot oil. A young kitchen maid placed some freshly boiled spinach into each bowl, sprinkled minced garlic from the brass basin, and then poured hot oil over it. With a sizzle, white smoke rose, and the aroma spread instantly. Following the same method, 6 steaming bowls of Yupo Mian, oil-splashed noodles, were finished. Qing Xiu beamed and made a welcoming gesture, "Uncles, please enjoy." Cheng Yaojin's eyes bulged, "You can eat noodles like this? Handmade noodles can be eaten like this? How curious. Smells incredible." Qing Xiu mixed the oil, garlic, and vegetables with his chopsticks, and the others followed suit. "I shall not stand on ceremony," Cheng Yaojin declared, quickly stirred his bowl, and then took a huge slurp. Before even swallowing, his eyes lit up, and he buried his head to eat more. Within 20 seconds, the bowl was clean to the bottom. "Damn it, now this is what I call a meal." Cheng Yaojin licked the edge of the bowl with closed eyes and muttered, "Damn it, I thought I had tasted every delicacy under the heavens. Turns out I've been eating pig slop this whole time." The others nodded in agreement, mouths full, none willing to slow down. "Pig slop? Old Cheng, do not insult pig slop. Just this oil-splashed noodle, if sold in Chang'an, it would go for 80 copper coins a bowl. I would eat 10 bowls a day. Sadly, it is not enough." Yu Qigong slammed his bowl on the table and shouted, "Another bowl. There is no more." "No more? Such a pity." The dukes were visibly unsatisfied. But Qing Xiu called toward the kitchen, "You may begin serving the dishes." Immediately, the kitchen maid started bringing out the side dishes. The entire courtyard was enveloped in rich aromas. As the stir-fried dishes hit the table, the guests were visibly stirred. Who eats like this? Why is there no soup? Strange, dry dishes? But the smell, divine. TSK, now this is real food. All this time I've been wasting grain at home. Damn it, I am going home to beat my chef. Calls himself a disciple of a famous master, he's been conning me all along. Qin Xiong curiously asked, Marquis Qing, these dishes have no broth, how were they made? They were all accustomed to stews and roasted meats, they had never seen stir-fried dishes. Qing Xiu explained, this is stir-fry. After a detailed explanation, everyone had a new understanding of stir-frying and decided to test their own chefs when they returned. Though the young kitchen maid's skills were no match for Qing Xiu or Yunyang, they were leagues ahead of typical cooks. Any one of them could easily run a bustling tavern. Yu Qigong pointed at the wine jar in front of Qing Xiu and grinned, no rush. Open the wine first. Qing Xiu removed the seal, and a strong aroma immediately filled the air. Good heavens, how is this wine so fragrant? Yu Qigong stood up abruptly, a look of greed in his eyes. Chang Yaojin stretched his neck to look into the jar, nearly shoving his face in. He sniffed deeply. Good wine, indeed. Just by smell, it is 100 times better than 3 leg rains. Come, pour me a bowl first. Qin Xiong was already holding his bowl at the ready. Qing Xiu had a kitchen maid pour him a bowl and reminded him, Duke of Yi, your health is weak. This is a strong spirit, please be cautious. Qin Xiong did not gulp it down like the others but sipped lightly. Excellent, excellent wine. Ha, if I can drink such wine in this life, I have no regrets. He then took a big gulp. His face turned red almost immediately. After tasting, everyone praised the wine profusely. Before long, Yu Qigong was already tipsy. He swayed while holding the now empty jar and asked, Marquis Qing, where did you buy this wine? Tell me, and I will get 100 jars myself. Such good wine must be stocked at home. The others perked up, eager to buy dozens of jars to drink their fill. Though everyone had grown close after this meal, Qing Xiu had no intention of missing the chance to make money. Each of these dukes controlled 1,000 households. Their annual grain rents amounted to thousands of taels of silver. On top of that, they received salaries and royal rewards, each was a man of enormous wealth. Especially Yu Qigong. For his contributions during the Xuanwu Gate incident, he was rewarded with everything from the Prince of Qi's estate. No one in Chang'an was richer than he, except for Li Yuan and Li Er. Qing Xiu shook his head, you cannot buy this wine. Why not? My household is full of silver. Why would I not be able to buy it? Marquis Qing, do they not sell this wine in Chang'an? Qing Xiu nodded, indeed, they do not. This wine is called Xinghua Village. I stumbled upon it by chance and spent a long time recreating it. Brewing a single jin requires 30 jin of grain. What? 30 jin of grain per jin of wine? Wine is the essence of grain. No wonder it is so good. Qing Xiu continued, not only is it grain intensive, it is extremely laborious. The brewing process is complex. It takes the strength of hundreds of strong men to press out the wine. The costs are very high. Yu Qigong grew impatient. Just tell me where I can get this wine. I will pay, whatever the cost. Qing Xiu replied evenly, I plan to open several distilleries in Chang'an. Tomorrow, one will open next to the tea house in Ani Ward. If you wish to drink this wine regularly, visiting my shop is a must. This Xinghua Village wine has a high cost, so I intend to sell it at a low margin, 100 taels of silver per large jar. What? Chang Yaojin cried out, 100 taels per jar? Marquis Qing, have you gone mad over money? Qing Xiu laughed, not for a small jar like this, but a large jar of 50 jin. Well, that is reasonable. Give me 10 jars first. I will send someone with the money right away, said Yu Qigong boldly. Let us open one more now and drink to our heart's content. 2 taels per jin was a light expense for them. If they knew the actual cost was only a few dozen won per jin, who knows how they would react? Qing Xiu said with mock displeasure, Duke of Yi, what are you saying? Drinking at my home and paying? That would be slapping my face. Today, drink all you like. Everyone will receive a jar when they leave. Ha! Marquis Qing is generous, just my kind of man. Clearly, these 5 were all heavy drinkers. With them opening up the market for Xinghua Village wine, it would be hard not to make money from distilling. In Chang'an, inside the Imperial city, outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, several hundred people knelt in rows. Your Majesty, we implore you to bring justice to the Dou family. As Li Er emerged, he was struck by the unprecedented scene before him and felt a chill down his spine. He glanced around, frowning as he asked, Dou Yen, Dou Jing, Dou Dan, Dou Gan, Dou Shiluan. Why are all of you from the Dou family here? This is the Imperial City, the Taiji Palace, not the ancestral shrine of the Dou clan. Wailing and sobbing here, what sort of decorum is this? Li Er noticed that not only were members of the younger generation present, but also several of the Dou family's elders, as well as Dou Xiaojian of the youngest generation. Strangely, however, Dou Gue was nowhere to be seen, which raised some doubts in his mind. Dou Gue was the cousin of Dou Kong. Both were among the 9 founding elders of the dynasty. The Dou family alone accounted for 2 of the 9. Though Dou Kong had been dead for several years, he had many descendants, each more remarkable than the last. Dou Yan, Dou Kang's eldest son, had inherited the title of Duke of Chen. Though he held no official post, he was a pillar of the Dou family, wielding immense influence. His second brother, Dou Jing, was a rare talent in both civil and military matters. He served as Minister of Agriculture and held real power, earning the title of Baron of Xindu through his own merit. 2 years later, Li Er even created a separate division within the Ministry of Revenue specifically for Dou Jing, in recognition of his abilities. Their third brother, Dou Dan, was the emperor's brother-in-law through marriage and even more accomplished than his older siblings. He had earned numerous military accolades and was enfeoffed as the Duke of Xian. Other members of the Dou family also held noble titles or official posts in various capacities. Dou Yan, kneeling at the front outside the Taiji Hall, looked up at Li Er and suddenly cried out in grief and indignation, "Your Majesty, please deliver justice for the Dou family." Li Er asked coldly, "Duke of Chen, what grievance do you have?" Dou Yan responded, "Last night, our residence was robbed. I ordered my son Xiaojian, along with his cousins Dou Kuei, Xiaochong, Shanglia, and Huayu, to pursue the thieves outside the city, all the way to Sanha village in Ba River Township. However, the village head and baron of Lantian, Qingxiu, shielded the criminals. They blocked my son at the village entrance, causing him to miss the chance to catch the thieves." Li Er's pupils contracted, his gaze turning icy cold. He was no fool, how could he not see through the real motive behind the Dou family's trip to Sanha village? The talk of chasing thieves was but a pretense. The real target was that blind man, Qingxiu. Dou Yan continued, "My son attempted to reason with them, but the village head and Baron Qingxiu not only refused to yield but also slaughtered my son's horse as a warning. My son, wishing to avoid conflict, could only swallow the insult and return. But before he could make it back, Duke of Yuqi Jingda ambushed them from behind, killing one of my personal guards and threatening my young nephew, Dou Huayu. That poor child, timid by nature, was so terrified by that brute that he collapsed from fear on the spot. Your Majesty, please bring justice to the Dou family. Severely punish the village head of Sanha, Li Taicheng, and Baron Qingxiu for harboring criminals. Punish Yuqi Jingda and make him pay with his life for my nephew." Li Er's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "Duke of Chen, I am the sovereign of this nation. Though your Dou family is part of the imperial in-laws, I cannot rule based on your one-sided account. I must send someone to thoroughly investigate and uncover the full truth. Return to your homes for now. Once I have the results, you will be notified." Your Majesty, Dou Yan's third brother, Dou Dan, interjected, "Last night, it was not merely a robbery. The perpetrators were a group of rebels. They stole tens of thousands in silver and killed many of my family's servants and guards. I suspect that these rebels are connected to Sanha village." Li Er's eyes widened as he replied coldly, "Duke of Xian, the region of Guangzhong is very stable. There are no rebels, only a few petty thieves driven by greed. I hope you understand the situation clearly." Dou Dan continued, "Your Majesty, I heard them shouting slogans to overthrow Tang and kill officials last night. If your Majesty does not believe me, there is nothing I can do." With that, Dou Dan lowered his head, his face like a still lake, staring at the ground. Li Er shouted in anger, "Dou Dan, are you saying that I have failed to govern properly, allowing rebels to emerge in Chang'an? That this is my fault?" Dou Dan calmly replied, "Your Majesty, I meant no such thing. I am simply telling the truth. Whether you believe it or not is your prerogative." Fine, ha. Li Er laughed coldly. "I will send someone to investigate thoroughly. Is that satisfactory? Now all of you, get out of the Taiji Palace." Suddenly, Dou Jing, who had remained silent, spoke, "Your Majesty, I have a question. What is the punishment for dereliction of duty?" Li Er opened his mouth but found himself momentarily speechless. Dou Jing pressed on, "My uncle, Dou Gue, was punished for dereliction of duty. His title was stripped, and he was removed from office. I have reviewed the Tang legal code thoroughly. Dereliction warrants demotion or loss of salary, at worst removal from post, but never the stripping of a noble title. Your Majesty acted harshly over a minor incident. If word of this reaches our hometown of Pingling, tens of thousands of the Dou clan will cry injustice. The people across the empire may criticize your majesty for disproportionate punishment. Can the laws of Tang be overridden by your majesty's personal emotions? Li Er's face darkened. Dou Jing, you are the Minister of Agriculture. This is an internal family matter. What concern is it of yours? Dou Jing responded solemnly, Your Majesty, I speak only the truth. If a noble can lose his title over dereliction, which gentry family or scholar would dare enter officialdom? I am not meddling for the sake of it. Yes, I am a Dou family member, but I am also your Majesty's subject. As your subject, I must speak out when I see injustice. Dereliction of duty should be punished according to law, not by imperial whim. Li Er replied coldly, I see now. The Dou family has come to force my hand. Dou Yan quickly said, Your Majesty, we are wronged. As your subjects, how dare we force your Majesty? If your Majesty refuses to deliver justice, we will not press the matter. You are the Emperor, the law is yours to define. Do as you see fit. This old subject will now take the Dou family's unworthy descendants and leave the palace. Li Er's expression grew complex, anger, worry, and resentment intertwined. If what Dou Yan said spread across the empire, that justice was denied, titles stripped arbitrarily, it could severely damage his reputation. The people would call him a tyrant. This could hurt the future development of the Tang dynasty and alienate the gentry clans who supplied talent to the state. After a long silence, Li Er said in a cold voice, I will give the Dou family an explanation. I will personally go to Sanha village and investigate the matter of the thieves. Dou Gui's title of Duke of Zan will also be restored. Is that enough? Now leave, at once. Leave! Li Er roared, turning and storming back into the Hall of Supreme Harmony. He smashed everything on the imperial desk in a fit of rage. After a long while, Wang De cautiously reminded, Your Majesty, please take care of your health. Exhausted, Li Er slumped onto the imperial desk and pointed outside coldly, Go see if those Dou people are gone. Wang De returned shortly, Your Majesty, the Dou family has dispersed. Li Er said in a deep voice, The Dou family, just one Dou family, and they dare threaten me? If I do not give them an explanation, the Dou clansmen of Xianyang and their gentry allies might even rise in rebellion. If I do not restore Dou Gui's title, my name will be smeared all across Xianyang. Bastards, all of them. I swear I will destroy the Dou family. He slammed his palm heavily on the imperial desk. After a moment, with a vicious glint in his eyes, Li Er rose and said, Prepare the carriage. We are going to Sanha village. I want to consult Mr. Qingxiu on how to uproot the Dou family without damaging my reputation. Wang De shivered. He knew then, Li Er was determined to do something big. Soon, a carriage and a team of guards quietly left the palace. Chang'an, at the residence of the Zhangsun family. Zhangsun Wuji sat in his study, as serious and silent as ever. His wife, Lady Zhao, entered the room carrying a cup of tea. She placed it on the table and noticed that Zhangsun Wuji did not react at all. With concern, she asked, Husband, why do you look so troubled? Zhangsun Wuji finally came back to his senses and said in surprise, Wife, when did you arrive? Lady Zhao gave a bitter smile. This is the third time I have come in. Seeing you lost in silence, I dared not disturb you. Zhangsun Wuji sighed helplessly. Our ironworks may soon be ruined. Lady Zhao was startled and asked in a trembling voice, Did His Majesty confiscate our ironworks? Zhangsun Wuji shook his head. No, it is the Baron of Lantian, no, now the Marquis of Lantian. He presented to His Majesty the method for producing 100 refined steel. With just 3 to 5 people, 100 caddies can be produced in one day, and its quality is far superior to ours. 80% of our steel output is supplied to the Armory Bureau. Now that they have the method for 100 refined steel, they no longer need what our workshops produce. We cannot sell steel freely on the civilian market, so our source of income is suddenly cut off. Alas! His face was full of gloom. Lady Zhao was shocked. 3 to 5 people producing 100 caddies of refined steel per day? My heavens, is there truly such a method? You said it was provided by the Baron of Lantian, is it that blind man who recently upset Pingting? Zhangsun Wuji nodded. It is him. Lady Zhao sat beside him, also visibly distressed. Suddenly, a glimmer appeared in Zhangsun Wuji's eyes. He said to his wife, Wife, go and bring Pingting here. Obediently, Lady Zhao went and summoned Zhangsun Pingting. I have something to discuss with Pingting alone, said Zhangsun Wuji. Though curious to stay, Lady Zhao understood her place in a patriarchal society and withdrew from the study. Zhangsun Pingting asked, puzzled, Father, why have you called me? Zhangsun Wuji studied her carefully, which made her uneasy. Father, why are you looking at me like that? Zhangsun Wuji explained the predicament with their steelworks. To his surprise, Zhang Sun Pingting looked delighted rather than worried. As expected of Lord Qingxiu. He even knows this method, how incredible. Zhang Sun Wuji's face darkened. He said sternly, Pingting, did you not catch the critical point in what I just said? Ah, she replied sheepishly. Father, I understand that our family's enterprise is about to fail, but what does that have to do with me? Lowering his voice, Zhang Sun Wuji said, Pingting, I know you like Qingxiu. I told you a few days ago that I do not mind him being blind. But so many days have passed, why have you never gone to see him? Blushing, Zhang Sun Pingting replied, Father, I am a young woman. I must act with restraint. Matters of love cannot be pursued too aggressively. These things take time. Zhang Sun Wuji massaged his temples. Time is what we do not have. Our business is collapsing, and we still have so many household members to support. Pingting looked confused. But what does this have to do with me and Qingxiu? It has everything to do with it, he said, eyes gleaming. Once you and Qingxiu are bound by affection, marriage can follow. At that point, we can persuade him to hand over the 100 refined steel method, and our family enterprise will be saved. Zhang Sun Pingting looked at her father in disbelief. Shaking her head, she said, Father, how could you think that way? You want me to get close to Qingxiu just to obtain his steel-making method? Frowning, Zhang Sun Wuji replied, What are you thinking? Did I not support your relationship with him even before he presented that method? She hesitated, then realized he was right. He continued, Whether or not he had that method, I would still support you. But now that our business is in crisis, we must act quickly. Here is the plan. Tomorrow, you will go to Sanha village and invite Qingxiu for an outing to the peach forest 10 li east of Ba River. I will accompany you as a chaperone. This, she stammered, her face red. This does not seem proper. How could a woman invite a man out? That was before. This is now. Listen to your father. Dress nicely tomorrow morning and set out early. Embarrassed, Zhang Sun Pingting said, But father, Qingxiu is blind. No matter how well I dress, he will not see it. As she spoke, she could not help but sigh inwardly. If she truly became his wife, her beauty would remain forever unseen by him. What a pity that would be. Zhang Sun Wuji smacked his forehead in embarrassment. Look at me, so anxious I forgot he was blind. Fine, it is settled. Go now. Remember, not a word of this to your mother. I understand, father. She departed. Zhang Sun Wuji chuckled silently, feeling quite proud of his decision. At the same time, Li Er arrived in a whirlwind at Sanha village. Even before entering, he heard hearty laughter coming from the courtyard. Frowning, he muttered, Why are those bastards here? Never mind, he said, shaking his head and instructing a guard to monitor the place. He then went to the residence of Li Yuan. After waiting half an hour, Yu Qijingda and his party left. Li Er left his guards outside and, under the guidance of the gatekeeper, entered the courtyard. Upon entering, he bowed and smiled to Qingxiu. Congratulations, Marquis Qing. A few days ago, I presented your methods of movable type printing and 100 refined steel to His Majesty. He was overjoyed and full of praise for you. Qingxiu was not drunk and fully alert. Brotherly, your presence honors this humble abode. Qingxiu offered the usual courtesies and invited him to sit for tea. Li Er, full of vivid expression, smiled and said, In today's court, His Majesty overruled all opposition and insisted on granting you the title of Marquis overseeing 10,000 households. Perhaps you are unaware, His Majesty even quarreled with the entire court. He declared that if anyone opposed your enfeoffment, he would have their head cut off. Qingxiu's lips twitched, he cursed the shamelessness in his heart. What a pompous lie. Still, he could not show it and merely remarked, It seems His Majesty is a man of passion. I would very much like to witness his elegance. Li Er was especially pleased, secretly wanting to reveal that he was the emperor himself. Qingxiu asked, Did Brotherly come just to tell me this, or is there something more? Li Er had already prepared his words. Hearing the question, he answered directly, After morning court, His Majesty kept me behind to discuss an urgent matter. He is deeply troubled and, as his subject, I must help ease his burdens. Oh? What matter troubles His Majesty? Lowering his voice, Li Er said, His Majesty wishes to uproot the Dou family but lacks a proper and sufficient excuse. I came here hoping to consult you, Master Qingxiu. Do you have a plan that would preserve His Majesty's reputation while allowing him to eradicate the Dou clan in one stroke? Though Qingxiu's face remained calm, inwardly he was full of scorn, pretending to be a whore while building a memorial arch? That was exactly the nature of Li Er's request. Can you help me with a plan? Li Er asked eagerly. Stroking his chin, Qingxiu replied thoughtfully, A plan I do have, and it is feasible. But at present, I fear it may not yet be viable. Li Er lit up and asked, You already have a solution? Qingxiu chuckled. Brotherly, you may inform His Majesty to expedite the development of papermaking and movable type printing. Once these are fully established, dealing with the Dou family will be a mere trifle. Li Er could not conceal his excitement, his curiosity burning. Can you share the plan with me now? Qingxiu shook his head. Too complicated, and hard to explain at the moment. If I say it now, it may not work. Besides, I cannot guarantee it will succeed. Just have patience and wait. Li Er bowed. Then I shall rely on you. After some idle chatter, Li Er made an excuse and left. Once he returned, he issued 2 directives urging the relevant departments to accelerate the paper-making process. Judging by today's events, the Dou family would surely become a problem in the future. Qingxiu also wanted to eliminate this trouble as soon as possible to avoid complications later. With Li Er now involved, this would be much easier to accomplish. As night fell, Qingxiu finished his bath and went to bed early. Su Xiaochun came in but did not immediately join him. Instead, she gave Qingxiu a playful push and chided, "Husband, why are you not spending the night in Yunyang's room?" Qingxiu replied with displeasure, "Since when does a proper wife push her husband toward a concubine's bed?" Su Xiaochun sat down at the head of the bed and covered her mouth, laughing, "Your wife is just such a person." "Husband, go on. It has been many days since you returned from Chang'an. You deflowered Yunyang and never touched her again. What if she thinks I forbid you from going to her? Would that not make me look petty?" Qingxiu pushed lightly against Su Xiaochun's chest and said with a stern face, "A young girl speaking such indecent words, where did you learn such vulgar language?" Su Xiaochun leaned down and kissed him, laughing mischievously, "I only say such things to my husband. Hurry now, before Yunyang locks the door and you cannot get in." Qingxiu yawned, "Let us talk about it tomorrow. I am tired tonight. Get some rest, my dear. You need to be up early to run the wine shop. You must be well rested. Are you going or not?" Su Xiaochun pouted and urged him again. "I am not going. If you want to, then you go." "Fine, since you will not go, I will bring Yunyang here." With that, Su Xiaochun wiggled her hips and left the room. Moments later, a shy and hesitant Yunyang followed her into the bedroom. Qingxiu's heart skipped a beat. He had thought she was joking, but Su Xiaochun had truly brought Yunyang over. Still, being a doting husband, Qingxiu decided not to upset Su Xiaochun. After all, he was blind and powerless, and could only accept whatever treatment he received. Yunyang, led by Su Xiaochun, blushed and resisted weakly. "Xiaochun, let us not do this. Let me go. It is not proper for a concubine to sleep in the main wife's room." Su Xiaochun knocked her lightly on the forehead and scolded, "What is improper about it? In villages within 10 miles, everyone sleeps together." Yunyang mumbled timidly, "That is because they are poor and have no extra rooms, so they have no choice but to share beds." Qingxiu nodded in agreement. Yunyang is right. It is poverty that forces people to sleep together. "Husband, silence. I thought you were tired, just go to sleep." Su Xiaochun rolled her eyes, pulled the bolt on the door, and got ready for bed. In the Tang dynasty, there were no underpants or shorts, only loincloths, like what sumo wrestlers wear. Shorts, of course, were something Qingxiu had invented to serve as modern-style underwear. By candlelight, Su Xiaochun's fair body swayed back and forth, but unfortunately, Qingxiu was blind. "Yunyang, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and get undressed. You need to come with me tomorrow morning to open the wine shop. Best get some rest early." She spoke casually, almost as if this were routine. The blush on her face showed that she was trying hard to suppress her nerves. Oh. Yunyang nodded foolishly. Soon, she had stripped down just like Su Xiaochun. "Yunyang, you sleep inside next to husband. I will be on the outside." Su Xiaochun pushed Yunyang to the inner side. Yunyang panicked a bit, but she could never resist Su Xiaochun's assertiveness. In ancient times, wives slept on the outer side of the bed, while husbands slept inside, symbolizing that a woman should not cross over the man. The wooden bed was not large. It had never felt cramped before, but now it did. Yunyang's smooth body was pressed close, warm to the touch. Qingxiu took a deep breath and tried hard to clear his mind, shifting inward and lying stiff as a corpse, unmoving. Suddenly, Yunyang gasped and moved closer, causing Qingxiu to tense up immediately. Disaster. "Xiaochun, do not crowd me," Yunyang murmured in protest. Su Xiaochun replied with annoyance, "Why are you sticking to the edge? I am about to fall off. Move inward." Yunyang had no choice but to scoot further in. Qingxiu gritted his teeth. "Su Xiaochun, do you need a good beating?" "Hee, I do. What can you do about it, husband?" Su Xiaochun said provocatively. Qingxiu truly wanted to sit up and discipline her, but remembering she was pregnant, he gave up the idea. If I cannot discipline you, I will discipline Yunyang instead, he said angrily, and began to do so. Yunyang never expected to get caught in Su Xiaochun's fire-starting game. Being naturally gentle and used to being bossed around by Su Xiaochun, she had never resisted. Even if she did, she could not overpower either of them. So Yunyang's protests were faint and stifled. The next morning, Su Xiaochun and Yunyang were up early. They arranged over a dozen carriages filled with freshly distilled high-proof liquor and headed to Chang'an. They had leased the storefront 2 days prior and had a signboard made, Xinglong Wine Shop. Below the gilded name were poetic lines. During Qingming Festival, the rains fall in drizzles. Travelers on the road feel grief in their souls. I ask where a tavern might be found. A shepherd boy points far to Apricot Blossom Village. With this verse as promotion, Apricot Blossom Village was sure to capture the liquor market in Chang'an. Su Xiaochun directed the house guards to carry the wine inside while winking and whispering obscene phrases in Yunyang's ear. Yunyang's face flushed to her ears. She looked around and snapped, "This is all your fault, Xiaochun. Please stop doing this in the future." Embarrassed beyond words, she wanted to crawl into a hole. Su Xiaochun teased her a few more times. "My lady, I am ignoring you now." Yunyang stomped her foot and rushed into the tea shop next door, prompting Su Xiaochun to burst into laughter. Once everything was set and the sign was hung, it quickly drew a crowd. "Shopkeeper Su, is your family not in the tea business? Why are you selling wine now?" Su Xiaochun smiled and said, "Uncle Wang, tea and wine both nourish the soul. This wine is called Apricot Blossom Village. My husband returned home during Qingming to honor his ancestors, and happened upon a peach blossom grove where he discovered this recipe. It is rich, bold, aromatic, perfect in every way. Would you like to try a jar?" Old Wang waved his hand and laughed, "Please, shopkeeper Su, I could not even afford your tea, let alone your wine." Su Xiaochun turned to her shop assistant and said, "Chunjing, pour a caddy of wine for Uncle Wang." "Yes, ma'am." The youth named Chunjing went to fetch the wine. Old Wang flustered, "Shopkeeper Su, you must not. I cannot afford your wine." He had once inquired about their tea prices and been shocked. Still, Su Xiaochun had always been generous, often offering free tea, which had fostered familiarity over time. Su Xiaochun said with a smile, "Uncle Wang, we are old acquaintances. This is on the house. If you like it, please spread the word around the neighborhood. That would be a great help to us." Old Wang loved good liquor. Though he was honest and did not want to take advantage, the aroma was too tempting. When the wine was handed to him, he nervously said, "Shopkeeper Su, this is too much." Su Xiaochun smiled gently, "Uncle Wang, no need for formality. Just help us promote it." "All right then, thank you kindly. How much is it per caddy?" "2 taels of silver." "So expensive?" Old Wang was shocked by the price. Su Xiaochun replied, "Uncle Wang, 2 taels is already very cheap. Most wines take a few caddies of grain to produce. Ours requires over 30 caddies per caddy of liquor. Try it, you will be satisfied." Old Wang took a sip. The intense spiciness filled his mouth, followed by a smooth richness with no impurities. He was instantly impressed. "This is fine wine, strong, full of character, truly perfect. 2 taels is fair. Do not worry, shopkeeper Su. I will go to 10 Fragrance Pavilion and bring you some customers." Delighted, he left with the wine and soon arrived at 10 Fragrance Pavilion. When he opened the wine jar, some spilled, and the entire place was filled with its rich aroma. As the saying goes, good wine does not fear deep alleys. The fragrance spread far, attracting numerous curious drinkers, many of whom began asking about the wine. Opposite the Xinglong wine shop, a young woman dressed in pale blue stared intently at the poem engraved on the signboard. She murmured to herself, "Mistakenly entered the peach blossom spring? With such fragrance, it might truly be an immortal brew. No doubt he is a disciple of the immortals." The woman wore a pale blue martial outfit, her slender waist easily encircled by one's hands, and her full bosom barely contained. Her hair was tied in a neat, practical bun. Her face was exquisite, with a touch of softness, and a red cinnabar mark at the corner of her eye added an extra hint of allure. She was young, no more than 17 or 18, with bright, piercing eyes. When she smiled, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons, the outer corners arching upwards, naturally seductive. Beneath her delicate nose were 2 thin, rosy lips, shimmering with healthy color. She walked toward the wine shop and carefully read the classical poem on the signboard. Su Xiaochun stepped forward and asked, "Miss, are you here to buy wine?" The woman sized up Su Xiaochun with a faint smile and pointed at the signboard, saying, "Buying or not is another matter. This poem is beautifully written. May I ask who the author is?" Su Xiaochun answered with pride, "It was written by my husband." "Oh? The woman's interest was piqued. Your husband is quite the poet. Has he composed any other works? Su Xiaochun smiled. He has written many poems. Just a few days ago, he won the top prize at the Midsummer Poetry Gathering. Your husband is Mr. Qingxiu? The woman asked with narrowed, smiling eyes. Indeed, Su Xiaochun replied, a bit curious. Miss, are you not from Chang'an? Still smiling with her eyes, the woman shook her head. I am not from Chang'an. Just passing through. I have heard of Qingxiu's great reputation. May I ask if that poem, above in Jade Capital, 12 Towers and 5 Cities, the immortal strokes my crown, and I receive the Tao in youth, was also written by your husband? Su Xiaochun looked puzzled and shook her head. I do not recall him writing that poem, though it does sound quite elegant. The woman nodded, took out a gold ingot, and placed it on the table. 1 jar of wine. Keep the change. Su Xiaochun picked up the hefty gold with a smile. 10 taels of gold, just enough for 1 jar. Miss, our wine comes in 50 jean jars. Shall I have a servant carry it to your lodgings? The woman in blue shook her head. No need. Just give it to me. Su Xiaochun was surprised. Miss, 50 jean is not light. Can you carry it? The woman smiled with narrowed eyes and nodded. 50 jean is nothing. I can manage. Still skeptical, Su Xiaochun asked Old Ma to bring out a jar of 50 jean. The woman casually lifted it with both hands, tossed it lightly into the air, then caught it single-handedly and rested it in her palm. Without a backward glance, she walked off with graceful ease. Old Ma's pupils contracted, his eyes narrowed. Su Xiaochun covered her mouth in amazement. She looks so slim, yet has such great strength. Old Ma spoke gravely, Madam, this is no ordinary woman. Carrying a wine jar that heavy yet walking so lightly, she must be a martial arts expert. At such a young age too. She is no simple character. Su Xiaochun replied, who cares? As long as she pays, even if she can carry 10 jars, I will not be impressed. Old Ma chuckled, Madam does not practice martial arts. Naturally, you cannot understand how difficult it is. Su Xiaochun was indifferent. Thanks to Old Wang's boasting at the 10 Fragrance Pavilion, more customers came, and Su Xiaochun was happily busy counting money. Meanwhile, the woman in blue walked through several alleys with the wine jar. She lightly vaulted over a few courtyard walls. After making sure no one was around, she knocked on a door. The woman who opened it was also dressed in pale blue, her face covered with a sheer veil. Her outer robe was overlaid with a layer of pink gauze, accentuating her graceful figure and generous bust. She had enchanting almond-shaped eyes, and her beauty, half hidden behind the veil, was mesmerizing. Seeing the massive wine jar, she spoke in a voice as seductive as honey. Xiaoro, what news did you gather? And where did you get that wine jar? Shan Xiaoro pursed her lips. Master, Mr. Tu asked me to bring back some wine. I bought this in town for him. The veiled woman scolded softly, given our special status, we must avoid attracting attention. Why bring back such a large jar? Shan Xiaoro stuck out her tongue and pouted, Master, I already scouted carefully. No one followed me. I climbed over several walls. No one noticed. Then she slipped inside. The courtyard was small, with a main hall and a side room. The door to the side room opened, and an elderly man in black martial attire emerged, brimming with vigor. He looked around 70, eyes sharp, back straight, shoulders broad, a strong, imposing figure. With a gentle smile, he said, Miss Yunyan, it was I who asked Miss Xiaoro to bring the wine. Please do not blame her. Lu Yunyan hesitated, then turned to close the door behind her. Mr. Tu, here is your wine. It should last you a while, said Xiaoro, setting the jar gently on the grinding stone. Mr. Tu looked surprised. Such a large jar? Miss Xiaoro, though I enjoy wine, I cannot drink this much. It would be a waste. Shan Xiaoro rolled her eyes. How was I supposed to know how much to get? If I brought too little, you would complain. Now it is too much. Being kind is never easy. Mr. Tu chuckled, I did not mean to blame you. What did you learn today? At the mention of news, Lu Yunyan walked over with graceful steps and asked softly, Is there any news? Shan Xiaoro nodded and whispered, the poem was indeed written by someone named Qingxiu. According to local rumors, the Dog Emperor made him a marquis yesterday because he presented the court with movable type printing and the method for producing 100 refined steel. Movable type printing? 100 refined steel. Mr. Tu frowned deeply. Shan Xiaoro said, I do not know much about the printing method, but as for the steel, it takes only 3 to 5 people to produce 100 jean a day. Mr. Tu gasped, his eyes ablaze. Such techniques are not the product of mere intelligence. These are contributions that benefit the entire world. They say he is very young, no more than 20. For someone so young to do all this, I do not believe it was his doing alone. He must have a powerful teacher behind him. The rumors that he is a disciple of immortals are probably true. Lu Yunyan also appeared moved. She raised her brows and asked, "When will we act?" Mr. Tu shook his head. "Not yet. My disciples have not all arrived. The three of us alone have little chance. If he is truly an immortal's disciple, he may have unknown protective means. We wait." Lu Yunyan nodded slowly. Mr. Tu glanced at the wine jar, then returned to the side room to fetch a ceramic bowl. He unsealed the jar, and the aroma immediately filled the air. His eyes sparkled with shock. Even Lu Yunyan sniffed and murmured, "Such a rich aroma." Shan Xiao added, "I forgot to tell you. I bought this from Xinglong Wine Shop in Ani Alley. The shopkeeper is Qingxiu's wife. She said this wine was discovered by Qingxiu during his ancestral rites at Qingming. He accidentally stumbled upon Peach Blossom Spring and tasted this wine." Peach Blossom Spring? Mr. Tu's strong body trembled, eyes filled with astonishment. He scooped a bowlful and drank deeply. "What a wine, an immortal brew," he exclaimed. "Such wine belongs in heaven, not in the mortal world. I have lived over 80 years, drunk countless wines, but this is the first time I have tasted such divine liquor." He must have been to that place. Otherwise, he could not have produced such wine. The story about stumbling into Peach Blossom Spring is just a cover for sourcing the wine, a smokescreen. Lu Yunyan raised an elegant brow and narrowed her seductive eyes. "Mr. Tu, if we can discover the path to that place through him, do not forget your promise to bring me and my disciple with you." "Of course," he replied. But as Mr. Tu turned to drink, his eyes glinted cold and sharp. Sanha village, inside the newly built distillery workshop. Over a dozen village men were working according to the blueprint, constructing fermentation vats and boilers for distillation. The Tang dynasty already possessed a rudimentary winemaking system, but it was still far from refined, especially in the area of distillation. The general winemaking process involved over a dozen steps: weighing, washing, soaking, placing in steamers, 3 steams and 3 beatings, cooling, fermenting, piling for heat preservation, transferring to vats, secondary fermentation, distillation, and blending. This system could directly produce high-proof spirits above 60 degrees. With secondary or even tertiary distillation, it might reach 80 to 90 degrees. Using a god's eye view like in anime to spy on the village had become a regular habit for Qingxiu. More than once, he had seen the young village girls squatting in the latrines. Of course, it was never intentional. Xuanzi came running to the distillery and, upon seeing Qingxiu, hurried over. "My lord, the young lady from the Zhangsun family is here. She is waiting outside your home." Qingxiu was puzzled. "Why is she here? Did she say what she wants?" Xuanzi shook his head. "No, I did not ask." "All right, I understand." Qingxiu got up and tapped his blind stick, heading back toward his home. The distillery was about 60 meters from the residence, but his god's eye view currently only covered around 40 meters. To observe the entire village, he still had a long way to go. A luxurious carriage was parked outside the gate. Zhang Sun Pingting stood by the door, dressed in a light green gown, hands behind her back, peeking inside. She was not tall, petite, and delicate. In terms of appearance, by Qingxiu's aesthetic standards, she scored about 90, on par with Yunyang. But compared to Li Lizhu, she was a bit lacking. Li Lizhu had exceptional genes and some mixed heritage. Her beauty was truly stunning, at least a 97. Hearing the tapping of the blind stick, Zhang Sun Pingting tiptoed to peer further. As Qingxiu approached, she patted her rising chest, blushing furiously, constantly reminding herself, "He is blind. He cannot see me blushing." Qingxiu smiled faintly and said, "From far away I smelled a refreshing fragrance. At first, it seemed familiar. It turns out to be the scent of Miss Zhang Sun." Zhang Sun Pingting's already blushing cheeks turned even redder, and she began to sweat slightly from her forehead. When a handsome man speaks such words, it is flirtation. When an ugly man does, it is perversion. Qingxiu belonged to the former. Even though she tried to stay calm, her voice still trembled slightly. "Mr. Qing, I apologize for the sudden visit. I hope it is not an inconvenience." Qingxiu smiled. "Whether it is or not, Miss Zhang Sun is already here. How could I refuse to receive you?" Zhang Sun Pingting opened her mouth slightly, then shyly rubbed her nose. Qingxiu asked, "To what do I owe the honor of your visit?" At this question, Zhang Sun Pingting became even more flustered. After swallowing nervously a few times, she finally composed herself. "Mr. Qing, there is a peach blossom grove by the midstream of Ba River. The peach blossoms are in full bloom this season. Would you be interested in going for a visit?" Qingxiu pointed at his blindfold with a strange expression. Zhang Sun Pingting turned beet red and quickly explained, "Ah, forgive me, Mr. Qing. I misspoke. Not to see the blossoms, but to smell them. Qingxiu laughed heartily. At the midsummer poetry gathering, you held my paper for me. I am already deeply grateful. Now that you invite me, how could I refuse? Then please get in the carriage, Mr. Qing. Zhang Sun Pingting, delighted, stepped forward to help him up. Qingxiu shook his head. No need to ride together. You are not yet married. It would not be proper for a young woman to share a carriage with a man. People might talk. Xuanzi, he turned and said, go ask Erguzi and Taiju to prepare a carriage. You stay here and tell my lady that I went out for an outing. Understood, my lord. Xuanzi ran off to fetch Erguzi. Zhang Sun Pingting, whose face had just been flushed red, suddenly turned pale and furrowed her brow in distress. Mr. Qing, you are married? Qingxiu smiled gently, his tone affectionate. Yes, I have been married for over 3 months now. My wife is a few years older than you, but her personality is quite similar. Oh. Then congratulations, Mr. Qing. Zhang Sun Pingting forced a bitter smile. Her eyes reddened slightly, and she suddenly felt a sour sting in her nose. So, he was already married. Was this truly fate without destiny? She had already extended the invitation, it would not be appropriate to make up an excuse to cancel now. Besides, she was unwilling to miss this opportunity to spend time alone with him. Qingxiu had his own reasons for speaking as he did. He accepted the invitation to avoid offending her but also revealed his marital status early, hoping she would give up. If she still had other intentions, that would be beyond his control. Zhang Sun Pingting took a deep breath. Mr. Qing, I will board the carriage first. Once your carriage is ready, we can depart. Of course, Miss Pingting. She entered the carriage, and as soon as she sat down, tears fell like broken pearls onto her dress. So he is already married, she whispered, wiping her tears, thinking, father will be disappointed. Her father did not mind that Qingxiu was blind, but he would never allow her to become someone's concubine. For a girl from a noble family to become a concubine was a disgrace. Especially for someone like Zhang Sun Wuji, a renowned statesman and pillar of the court. Soon, the carriage was ready. Xuanzi solemnly warned, Erguzi, Taiju, you take care of the lord. If anything happens to him, I will personally kill you both. Erguzi scoffed, You? You think you can take both of us? Taiju grunted, if something happens to the lord, no need for you to act. I will find a crooked tree and hang myself from it. Satisfied, Xuanzi nodded. The carriage followed along to the midstream peach blossom grove by the Ba River. It was about 10 li from the village, a short trip of half an hour. The weather in late spring was perfect for an outing, and the grove's scenery was stunning. Many people came to enjoy the blossoms. There were young and old, even elderly men drinking deep within the grove. The carriage stopped outside the grove. Erguzi and Taiju trailed tens of meters behind, watching the surroundings alertly. Zhang Sun Pingting lowered her head in silence, brows furrowed, hesitant to speak. She remained quiet. Qingxiu chuckled, Miss Pingting, you invited me here, yet you have not said a word. Should you not at least say something, or else it becomes awkward? She gave a bitter smile. Mr. Qing, do you find being with me awkward? Qingxiu shook his head. I am thick-skinned, I feel no awkwardness. I only worry that you might. Well, it is a bit awkward, she said, blushing and lowering her head. In the distance, about 100 meters away, a girl suddenly tugged another girl's arm and said, Miss, look, is that not Mr. Qing? Where? Yan Yushir quickly looked up and scanned the area. Following Xiaozui's gaze, she saw Qingxiu with his black veil and smiled faintly, that must be Mr. Qing. Who else wears a black veil? Strange. Miss, why is he with a young lady? Could that be his wife? Yan Yushir furrowed her brows slightly and shook her head. Xiaozui tilted her head, surprised. Miss, look, someone chubby just went up to talk with them. Both saw it. A slightly chubby, short middle-aged man had approached Mr. Qing and the young lady and was chatting. Yan Yushir exclaimed in surprise, that is Lord Zhang Sun Wuji. During grandfather's birthday banquet, I saw him once. The man was Zhang Sun Wuji. Zhang Sun Wuji scrutinized Qingxiu carefully. Aside from his blindness, the man was excellent in every other aspect, handsome, upright in posture. If not for his eye condition, who knew how many families would dream of having him as their ideal son-in-law? Qingxiu had already noticed the unimpressive-looking fat man, but he had no idea who he was. Zhang Sun Pingting glanced at the man, silently pointed to her own face, and mouthed something. Zhang Sun Wuji nodded with a smile. Qingxiu was puzzled, were they playing charades? Did they really think he could not see? Feigning surprise, Zhang Sun Pingting said, Father, what brings you here? Zhang Sun Wuji replied, I had nothing to do and came to inspect our grain fields nearby. I happened to see you and came over. Pingting, who is this blind gentleman next to you? Qingxiu's mouth twitched. He silently cursed, these two must be plotting something. Zhang Sun Pingting said, Father, this is the very same Mr. Qing who won the top prize at the Midsummer Poetry Gathering. Zhang Sun Wuji acted surprised. So you are Qingxiu? I have long admired your poems and always hoped to meet you. To think you know my daughter, what a surprise. Qingxiu nodded. Qingxiu pays respects to Lord Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun Wuji laughed heartily and patted Qingxiu on the shoulder. No need for formality. I have heard your name frequently lately, even the court has discussed you on occasion. Especially yesterday, when you presented the techniques for movable type printing and refined steel to His Majesty. All the ministers were amazed. Lord Zhang Sun flatters me. I am but a commoner. Zhang Sun Wuji said, if even a marquis like you is a commoner, then the rest of us are nothing but straw. Your name echoes far and wide. May I ask why you are with my daughter? Qingxiu felt something was off, though he could not say exactly what. Zhang Sun Pingting lowered her head and blushed. Father, I invited Mr. Qing to the peach blossom grove for a walk. Oh? Zhang Sun Wuji raised an eyebrow and smiled. Pingting, do you perhaps fancy Mr. Qing? What surprised Zhang Sun Wuji was that Pingting did not act shy. Instead, she frowned and said, Father, Mr. Qing and I are just ordinary friends. Zhang Sun Wuji was stunned. He stared at his daughter. This was not the reaction he had planned for. Zhang Sun Pingting looked downcast and softly said, Mr. Qing is so talented and the only marquis in the entire Tang court. Naturally, any girl would admire him. There are surely countless noble daughters in Chang'an who hold affection for him. But Mr. Qing is already married. Zhang Sun Wuji's expression stiffened. Is that so? And whose daughter was fortunate enough to marry Mr. Qing? This was not going according to his carefully crafted script. Qingxiu smiled mildly. My wife is just an ordinary village girl. Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes lit up, and he narrowed them with a smile. Mr. Qing, you are a marquis, such status demands a suitable match. A village girl, how can she be worthy of a man like you? Qingxiu frowned. What do you mean by that, Lord Zhang Sun? Zhang Sun Wuji chuckled. Mr. Qing, my sister and I are deeply favored by His Majesty. She is the Empress, and though our family may not be the highest nobility, we are royal relatives nonetheless. Just now, I sense my daughter may have some affection for you. What are your thoughts? Qingxiu finally understood what this father-daughter pair was up to. He shook his head. I have no such thoughts. Though I have read little, I know one principle: a wife taken in poverty must not be cast aside, nor should friendships formed in hardship be betrayed. Zhang Sun Wuji grew displeased. Let us not talk of the world. Even in just Chang'an, many noble families would kill to be allied with the Zhang Suns. Are you truly not tempted? Marry into our family, and your status would rise even further. Aside from the royal family, none would dare disrespect you. Qingxiu frowned. It is not that Miss Pingting is unworthy. My wife and I met in times of hardship, and we've endured much together. Now that I am wealthy, how could I abandon her for another? Zhang Sun Wuji impatiently replied, I am not telling you to abandon her, just to demote her to concubine. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Qingxiu's expression turned cold. Lord Zhang Sun, I have treated you with respect. Though I am blind, I am not deaf to the tone of your words. If we are not of one mind, further talk is pointless. Take care, Lord Zhang Sun. Farewell. Qingxiu gave a half-hearted bow, took up his blind stick, and left swiftly. Zhang Sun Pingting said with concern, Mr. Qing, wait. My father was just impatient. He did not mean anything by it. Please do not be angry. Father, you spoke a bit harshly. Her tone carried a hint of reproach, but she dared not press too hard. Zhang Sun Wuji's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Ungrateful bastard. Pingting, you are not to associate with him again. But father, tears welled in Zhang Sun Pingting's eyes, and she bit her lip in grievance. Pingting, we are going home. Zhang Sun Wuji turned with a flick of his sleeves and walked off grimly. Zhang Sun Pingting took one last deep look at Qingxiu's retreating figure, then followed her father with a heart full of sorrow. When Erguzi saw Qingxiu return so quickly, he asked, puzzled, My lord, what happened? You and Miss Pingting were talking so well, why are you back already? And who was that shady-looking fat man? Qingxiu muttered, that was Zhang Sun Pingting's father, Zhang Sun Wuji. Damn, that was Zhang Sun Wuji? Looked like you two did not get along. Qingxiu shook his head. It is nothing. Let us go home. Taizhu scratched his head and grumbled, what the hell? That was the shortest date ever. Qingxiu kicked him. What date? Those two had it all planned. They invited me out to smell peach blossoms, but were really trying to marry me off to his daughter. Erguzi was stunned. My lord, that is a great thing. To marry into the Zhang Sun family, you would be practically royalty. Qingxiu sneered, what do you know? Zhang Sun Wuji is a cunning old bastard. He never makes a losing deal. He rushed to marry off his daughter to me, not knowing I was already married. For someone of his status, appearances are everything. He would never let his daughter become someone's concubine. He actually told me to divorce my wife and marry his daughter. The nerve. Taizhu was dumbfounded. Is his daughter that desperate to marry? Qingxiu said meaningfully, not desperate, he has another agenda. What agenda? Asked Erguzi. His family is in the steel business. Their biggest client is the royal court. Now that the court has the refined steel method, they do not need his steel anymore. That father and daughter came to trick the formula out of me. Erguzi sucked in a breath and cursed, what a shady old bastard. Not good looking and still full of schemes. Forget him. Let us head to Chang'an and check on the wine business. Qingxiu walked toward the carriage. Just then, a pleasant voice called out nearby, excuse me, are you Mr. Qing? Qingxiu had already noticed the two young ladies, but he had not expected them to be looking for him. Though, he did not know who they were. Master Qingxiu, what brings you here, and what business do these two young ladies have? Qingxiu stopped walking, resting both hands on his bamboo staff as he addressed the two girls. At the same time, he carefully examined the two young women. The one in front was about 16 or 17 years old, with brows like distant mountains and eyes like blossoming peach petals. Her expression was refined with the grace of one immersed in books, her presence was noble, and her movements graceful and elegant. She was an extraordinary beauty, by his standards, a solid 93 or 94 out of 100. As for the maid behind her, she barely reached an 80, both in appearance and age, likely just 13 or 14, with a figure that lacked fullness in all areas. Yen Yushi, with her exquisite features, wore a gentle smile. Her hands rested delicately upon her full, tender chest as she gave a respectful bow and said, I am Yushi Yen. Greetings to Master Qing. Qingxiu nodded. Miss Yu and I have never met. How do you know my name? Yen Yushi smiled softly. I caught a glimpse of you at the midsummer poetry gathering. Your manner of dress stood out. I recognized you at once. That did not surprise him. I see. Then may I ask what brings Miss Yu to seek me out? Yen Yushi spoke in a soft voice. Earlier, I saw Master Qing conversing with a young lady. I dared not interrupt. At first, I thought she might be your wife, but upon noticing the unpleasant nature of your exchange, I set aside that notion. At that midsummer poetry gathering, your poetic talent left a deep impression on me. I had long wished to become acquainted, but found no opportunity. Meeting you today by chance, perhaps it is fate. Forgive me for being so forward, Master Qing. Qingxiu's mood brightened considerably, hearing her speak so gracefully, then comparing it to how Zhang Sun Wuji had behaved, it was like heaven and earth. Being around someone who spoke so pleasantly was, somehow, very uplifting. Qingxiu chuckled softly. A woman should be reserved, yet Miss Shi Yan has humbled herself to speak with me, how could I possibly take offense? Yen Yushi smiled radiantly. I have long admired your poetic talent, Master Qing. Might I impose upon you to offer me some instruction? Qingxiu smiled and nodded. When a beauty extends an invitation, how could I possibly refuse? Yen Yushi looked surprised. But Master Qing, you cannot see. How do you know whether I am beautiful or not? Qingxiu explained, beauty lies within. Yours is not merely skin deep. Inner beauty is the truest kind. Yen Yushi's eyes sparkled with joy. You flatter me, Master Qing. Please, come this way. Qingxiu turned back and called out, Ergu, Taizhu, go amuse yourselves somewhere. Miss Shi Yan and I have some deeper matters to discuss. Ergu and Taizhu had long since been dazed by Yen Yushi's beauty. Taizhu nodded eagerly. Yes, yes, of course, my lord. Ergu added, my lord, I'll let the madam know you won't be returning tonight and that she should not wait up. Qingxiu stumbled, nearly falling. Yen Yushi, beside him, blushed fiercely. Gathering her composure, she also sent her maid away. Then she and Qingxiu walked side by side deeper into the secluded peach grove. Qingxiu glanced around and nodded to himself. This 10-li stretch of peach blossoms was indeed an ideal place for some field maneuvers. Miss Shi Yan, how would you like my instruction? In response, Yen Yushi pursed her lips. I was inspired by the breathtaking view of the peach grove and composed a poem. I hoped you might offer your thoughts. Oh? I would love to hear it. Yen Yushi hesitated for a moment, then softly recited. In 10-li peach grove blossoms fill the sky. A spring breeze brushes gently in mid-April nigh. Beneath the trees, green grass like jade is spread, while on the boughs, peach blossoms blush deep red. Qingxiu secretly curled his lip, but outwardly clapped his hands. Excellent verse. Such a luscious, evocative poem. Yen Yushi's cheeks flushed pink. She half-joked, compared to your works, Master Qing, mine are like a child's drawing beside a master's painting. Please, do point out its flaws. Qingxiu said, though the poem is charming, your rhyming is somewhat forced. Sky, nigh, and red, they neither rhyme nor balance. The poem's structure is conventional and a bit too plain. Then how should one structure a poem about peach blossoms, she asked. Qingxiu shook his head. Though I cannot see this peach grove, I carry a world within my chest. A world within your chest? She repeated in awe. It means poetry comes from imagination, not merely describing what the eyes perceive. One must exaggerate to evoke grand images, that is how poetry stirs the soul. Yan Yushi, visibly excited, said, I have never heard such an insight. Could you explain more? Qingxiu smiled. Take the example of Mount Lu's waterfall, one might liken it to the Milky Way descending from the heavens, a cascade 3,000 feet high. Was it the Milky Way falling from the sky? Yan Yushi's jaw dropped so wide a whole egg could fit inside. Qingxiu continued, or to describe a tall pavilion, a perilous tower rising 100 feet, with hands plucking at the stars, we dare not speak aloud, lest we startle the gods above. Yan Yushi looked at him, stunned and awestruck. To describe snow-covered solitude, 1,000 mountains, no bird in flight, 10,000 paths, no trace of man. A lone boat, an old man in a bamboo hat and cloak, fishing in the snowy river alone. Qingxiu smiled faintly. Or right now, to exaggerate the beauty of the peach blossoms and nearby Ba River, the waters of Peach Blossom River are 1,000 feet deep, yet not as deep as Shurian's invitation to me. Yan Yushi's lips parted, then closed, then opened again, speechless from amazement. After a moment of dazed silence, her cheeks turned rose-pink, and her eyes shone with a shy glow. The waters of Peach Blossom River are 1,000 feet deep, yet not as deep as Shurian's invitation to me. Master Qing, that was truly beautiful. Qingxiu replied, actually, long ago, many poets employed such exaggeration. Xiang Yu was one of them, with his line, my strength can lift mountains, and my spirit dominates the age. What do you think? Yan Yushi's eyes sparkled like stars. She looked at him with boundless admiration and nodded. Yes, Master Qing, you are absolutely right. Could you perhaps compose a poem about peach blossoms using this exaggerated style? Qingxiu shook his head. Peach blossoms are more literal in nature. They lack the grandeur and scale for such lofty expression. At most, something like the scent of peach blossoms wafts through Chang'an might work. For flowers and trees, a narrative style suits best. Could you give an example? She pressed. Qingxiu thought for a moment, plucked a branch of peach blossoms, and said, in the southern land, the peach blossoms bloom. As spring arrives, they branch and plume. I hope you pick them while they're true. For this flower speaks of longing too. With that, he tossed the peach blossom branch to Yan Yushi. Yan Yushi murmured the lines back to herself, her expression tender. In the southern land, the peach blossoms bloom. How beautiful, Master Qing, your poetry is truly beautiful. Qingxiu waved his hand. That's enough for today. I am tired and heading home to rest. Without lingering, he turned and walked off. Yan Yushi rushed after him, blushing, and stammered, Master Qing, in a few days it will be my 16th birthday. Would you honor me by joining a boat outing on the lake at Hibiscus Garden? Without looking back, Qingxiu waved his hand. Send an invitation. If I am free, I shall come. Yan Yushi stood still, wanting to say more, her face filled with longing and disappointment. Just as she debated whether to chase after him to name a specific date, he suddenly spoke aloud. In Peach Blossom Dock stands Peach Blossom Cottage, where dwells the peach blossom immortal in solitude. He plants peach trees, and sells the blossoms for wine money. They mock me for madness, I mock their blindness. They do not see the tombs of fallen heroes, where there is neither flower nor wine, only toil in the fields. Even when Qingxiu and his carriage had disappeared, Yan Yushi was still lost in thought. Xiaocui had already come up beside her, nudging her with a hand as she giggled and said, Miss, you look like a love-struck flower spirit wandering into a sea of blossoms. Hee hee, flower crazy. Yan Yushi snapped back to herself, cheeks flaming red. This time, she did not scold her maid. Instead, she bit her lip, eyes filled with resolve. Xiaocui, let's go home. Right now. Half an hour later, she and Xiaocui returned to the Yan estate. They made their way directly to Yan Shigu's study. Hearing movement, Yan Shigu looked up in surprise. Did you not go for a walk through the peach grove? Why are you back so soon? Yan Yushi walked up to his desk, her eyes unwavering. Father, I want to marry Master Qing. Yan Shigu nodded, then suddenly looked up as if he had seen a ghost. What did you say? I said I want to marry Master Qing. Yan Shigu's face darkened. He said sternly, Yushi, do not speak nonsense. You know he already has a wife and a concubine. Yan Yushur bit her lip, her face stubborn. I do not care. I want to be his concubine. I will marry no one but Master Qing. If you and grandfather refuse, I would rather grow old and die a spinster in the Yan family than marry anyone else. Yan Shurgu was utterly stunned. Yan Shurgu looked solemnly at Yan Yushur and asked in a deep voice, Yushur, it has only been a few days since I last saw you, yet you seem like a completely different person. Can you tell your father what brought about such a change in your heart? Yan Yushur did not try to conceal anything and responded gently, since ancient times, beauties have admired heroes, and fair ladies have been paired with talented scholars. Though I dare not claim to be a national beauty, I believe I possess a fair degree of charm. Master Qing, in terms of talent, if not unprecedented, is certainly rare in this world. The other day, I encountered him by chance in the Tenli Peach Grove. After interacting with him, I realized he was far more learned and refined than I had imagined from the poetry gathering. He is a man of great substance. Being with him puts my heart at ease. To spend a lifetime with someone like Master Qing would never be lonely. I have come to admire his talent deeply, and so, I have offered him my heart. Anger surfaced on Yan Shurgu's face. He is merely the Marquis of Lan Tian. That day when we visited his residence, he claimed he had no intentions. So it was all pretense? He said one thing to us but secretly met with you in private. How can one be so dishonest? Yan Yushur quickly explained, Father, you misunderstand. I approached him under a false name. Master Qing does not even know my true identity. Yan Shurgu was taken aback. Yan Yushur bit her lip lightly, then knelt down on both knees, resting her palms on the floor before her forehead in a deep bow. I ask Father to fulfill my wish. Yan Shurgu helped her up, his expression complicated. Yushur, had you brought this up a few days earlier, things might still be manageable. Your grandfather and I could have used the momentum of Master Qing's victory at the poetry gathering to arrange the match, even if only as a concubine. But what? Yan Yushur asked, confused. Yan Shurgu's face turned bitter. Just after you left the house, an elder of the Wang clan from Taiyuan sent a formal request for marriage. He is currently at the post station. Your grandfather has already gone ahead to catch up with his old friend. Yan Yushur's face turned pale. She asked urgently, has grandfather agreed? Yan Shurgu shook his head. I do not know. But if the Wang elder is of such high status, why did father not accompany him? Yan Shurgu pointed to the books on his desk and smiled bitterly. His Majesty has ordered me to compile introductory textbooks. The draft is due in 3 days. Whether I can finish it in time is uncertain. I may not sleep for several nights. How could I find time to visit the post station? Yan Yushur urged, let me help you with the compilation. Father, you go to the post station. Do not let grandfather agree to the Wang family's proposal. Are you really capable of that? Yan Shurgu asked, unsure. If it is not well done, I will take full responsibility. You can rest assured, Father. Very well, then. Just as Yan Shurgu was about to leave for the post station, a servant came running in, panting. Master, the elder master has already invited the Wang elder into our house. The elder master asked me to inform you and meet him in the main hall. So soon? Yan Shurgu was surprised, then nodded. Understood. I will go immediately. Yan Yushur followed, her face determined. Father, I will come too. Yan Shurgu said nothing, walking directly toward the main hall, implicitly agreeing to let her come along. After some turns, the father and daughter arrived at the main hall. From within, the hearty laughter of old Master Yan Silu rang out, Haha, brother Buching, come, try this tea. It is called Jade Guanyin, sold at the Ani tea shop for 10 strings of coins per jin. Excellent, excellent. This tea leaves a lingering sweetness and its fragrance is refreshing and soothing. It is indeed fine tea. Wang Buching, in his 60s, was slightly younger than Yan Silu, dressed in a silver robe and appearing as a scholarly elder. After finishing their tea, the handsome young man beside Wang Buching promptly poured another cup for him. Yan Silu looked at the youth and nodded with satisfaction. I cannot believe it, Jinghuai has grown into a fine young man. Brother Buching, it has been 7 or 8 years since we last met, has it not? Wang Buching laughed. It has been 8 years. Brother Yan, you are still as impressive as ever. Yan Silu waved his hand. I am getting old. My body declines with each passing day. At that moment, Yan Shurgu entered the hall and respectfully greeted them. Greetings, father. Greetings, Elder Wang. Shurgu, you are growing more and more composed, Wang Buching said with a smile. Low EQ, you are old. High EQ, you are more composed. Wang Buching then waved to the youth behind him. Jinghuai, come and greet your uncle Shurgu. Wang Jinghuai bowed politely. Jinghuai greets uncle. Yan Yushur also entered, but she barely glanced at Wang Jinghuai before focusing her gaze on Wang Buqing. She performed a graceful curtsy. Yushur greets Uncle Wang and Cousin Wang. Wang Buqing looked surprised. You are Yushur? Yan Yushur nodded. 8 years ago, you were just a little girl chasing after your father. I did not expect you to have grown into a young woman. Yan Yushur thought to herself, is that not obvious? It has been 8 years. Of course, I grew up. What, should I have turned back into a fetus? Wang Jinghuai began scrutinizing Yan Yushur, his eyes gleaming with admiration and obvious amazement. Yan Silu smiled. Yushur, Jinghuai is 1 year older than you. He is from the main line of the Wang family and is highly esteemed in Taiyuan. He is one of the rare young talents of the city. You may take him around our courtyard. Wang Jinghuai was already eager. Yan Shurgu looked conflicted but said nothing. However, Yan Yushur shook her head. Grandfather, I came here for 2 reasons. First, to greet Uncle Wang. Second, to announce that I have decided to marry Master Qin. Yan Silu had just taken a sip of tea and nearly spat it out. His eyes widened, and he choked violently, causing Yan Shurgu to rush over and pat his back. Wang Buqing furrowed his brow and gave Yan Silu a questioning look. Wang Jinghuai's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly said, Elder Yan, since Sister Yushur is already betrothed, why was this not mentioned in your letter? We came all the way from Taiyuan for this matter. Please explain. Silence. Wang Buqing snapped. This is not your place to speak. Wang Jinghuai stepped back, visibly displeased. After some coughing, Yan Silu finally caught his breath and glared at Yushur. Yushur, what nonsense are you speaking? Was that not already resolved the other day? Why bring it up again now? Yushur was panicking inside. She had never once defied her family. But now, she had no choice. She bit her lip, clutching her dress tightly, and said with firm resolve, Grandfather, I have thought long and hard about this. I cannot let this matter stain the Yan family's reputation. So I choose to marry Master Qin. This way, not only will our family honor its word, but we will also earn a reputation for integrity. Yan Silu slammed the table in anger. You choose this exact moment to say this? Are you trying to send me to an early grave? Yushur lowered her head, full of guilt. If I do not say it now, it might be too late. Yan Silu was about to speak again but stopped and turned sharply to look at Yan Shurgu. Yan Shurgu avoided his gaze, then shifted his eyes to Yushur, his expression calm and unreadable. He was a broad-minded man. He had not married the one he loved, and that regret stayed with him his whole life. He did not want to see his daughter suffer the same fate. Wang Buqing's face showed no emotion, but his voice was heavy. Brother Yan, I hope you will clarify this matter. I did not travel all this way just to be made a fool. Old Master Yan blushed with shame and briefly explained the situation. Then he said apologetically, Brother Buqing, I never expected this from Yushur. It is a disgrace to our household. I am deeply sorry to have shamed you. Yan Yushur's face was full of grievance. Is pursuing her own happiness really a disgrace to the family? Wang Jinghuai clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. From the moment he saw her, he had been struck by her beauty. Just moments ago, he was overjoyed. Now, the cooked duck was about to fly away. Naturally, he was fuming inside. Wang Buqing's expression was extremely grim. As a scion of the most prestigious lineage among the 5 surnames and 7 clans, the Wang clan of Taiyuan, face and reputation were of utmost importance. Yan Silu hurried to say, I can take full responsibility for this matter. I absolutely will not allow my younger brother and the Wang family to lose face. Father. Yan Shurgu took a deep breath and said, since Yushur already has someone she admires, why force her to miss her true love and regret it for the rest of her life? While it is said that marriages are arranged by parental command and matchmakers' words, as her father, I believe I should decide this matter. I ask Father to allow it. Having spoken, Yan Shurgu bowed deeply and solemnly. Yan Silu stared blankly at Yan Shurgu. As a family renowned for strict traditions, it was rare for a son to go against his father's will. No one knows a son better than his father. Since childhood, in Yan Silu's eyes, Yan Shurgu had always been a well-behaved child who followed his every word. But now, he chose to defy his father's decision. Yan Silu was not angry, rather, he was reflecting inwardly. For his son to go so far as to contradict him, there must be a reason behind it. Wang Buqing responded in a sarcastic tone, Brother Yan, I have long heard of the Yan family's emphasis on family discipline. Now that I have seen it for myself, it is no exaggeration. I had thought such a trivial matter would be under your control, but evidently not. Very well then, let it be. At the side, Wang Jinghuai grew anxious. He stepped forward and said, Uncle Yan, I was smitten with Sister Yushur at first sight. If our families were to unite by marriage, it would indeed be a fine tale. I beg you to grant your blessing. Upon hearing this, Yan Yushi frowned slightly, a feeling of disgust arising within her. Wang Buqing also grew displeased. Jinghuai, you are not a child anymore. How can you be so impatient? Your uncle Yan has already given his daughter to someone else. Why persist? Wang Jinghuai replied confidently, Grandfather, it is not that I insist without cause. The reason is that this Master Qing, whom Elder Yan spoke of, is said to be extraordinarily talented. It is understandable that Sister Yushi was moved by his talent. I may not be the most outstanding, but in Taiyuan, I am recognized as the leader among the 8 talents of Taiyuan. Uncle Yan, Sister Yushi, perhaps you are unaware, the 8 talents of Taiyuan are selected through scholarly competitions among Confucian scholars based solely on literary merit. As for this Master Qing you mention, he merely won a small poetry contest at Furong Garden and already thinks highly of himself. How can that compare to Taiyuan, the land of the Confucian elite? To me, he is nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well, blind to the vastness of the sea. As he spoke, pride spread across Wang Jinghuai's face. Yan Yushi nearly ground her teeth into powder in anger. Her voice turned cold. Since you are the heir of the prestigious Wang family and the leading scholar of the 8 talents of Taiyuan, why must you elevate yourself by belittling others? Does that not show an insecure heart? In modern terms, Wang Jinghuai was the textbook definition of a sycophant, someone who attempts to win favor by putting others down, all while thinking it would impress the woman he admires. In reality, to the woman in question, such behavior was utterly repulsive. Insecure? Me? Wang Jinghuai sneered. Sister Yushi, have you ever read the essay, The Old Grain Seller? Yan Yushi nodded. Yes. It tells the story of an old man who toils all year farming. After paying taxes and rent, he takes the little grain he has left to sell so he can afford medicine. He recovers, only to freeze and starve to death one cold night. Wang Jinghuai looked pleased. That essay was written by me. It is what earned me the title of first of the 8 talents of Taiyuan. His demeanor screamed, Come, worship me. Yan Yushi sneered. Then have you heard the lines? Hoeing grain beneath the noon sun. Sweat drips down to the soil below. Who knows that every bowl of rice is the fruit of hardship and woe? Wang Jinghuai furrowed his brow. I have heard it, somewhere in Guangzhou, children chant it like a nursery rhyme. Yan Yushi's disdain only deepened. Then have you heard? The edge of a treasured sword comes from constant honing. The fragrance of plum blossoms arises from bitter cold? Or, the mountain of books has a path of diligence. The sea of learning is crossed by hard work? Wang Jinghuai began trying to recall. I have not heard those, but these poems are excellent. Even Wang Buqing could not help but exclaim, truly excellent poetry, each line encapsulates the truth that success comes only from great effort. Yan Yushi continued, and what of these lines? One day a mighty wind will rise, and lift me 9,000 li into the skies. Laughing boldly, I stride out the gate. How could I be one of the common crowd? In recent days, she had committed Qingxiu's poems to memory, nearly to the point of reciting them backward. Bold and heroic, what a poem, someone said. Yan Yushi stood tall. Then have you heard? In Peach Blossom Dock stands Peach Blossom Cottage, beneath which dwells the Peach Blossom Immortal. Others laugh at my madness. I laugh at their blindness. Do they not see the graves of ancient heroes? Who died without wine or flowers, tilling barren fields? And have you heard? In the southern land bloom peach blossoms bright. When spring arrives, they bud with light. Pick them now while they are still true. This flower carries longing too. Or, the towering tower rises 100 feet. One could pluck the stars by hand. We dare not speak too loud, lest we startle the gods above. Or, a waterfall plunges 3,000 feet. Could it be the Milky Way descending from heaven? Her heart raced, her face flushed red, but the contempt in her eyes was unmistakable. Both Wang Buqing and Wang Jinghuai were dumbstruck. As members of a prestigious Confucian clan, they could not fail to recognize the brilliance of these poems. Any one of them could stand the test of time and be passed down for generations. Even Yan Silu and Yan Shirgu were stunned. They had never heard the later poems before, but they exuded an extraordinary aura. Yan Yushi felt deeply satisfied. Finally, she had her moment of triumph. She bowed gracefully. Elder Wang, young Master Wang, these poems were all composed by Master Qing. Especially the last few, which he has never published for fame or recognition. Unlike certain individuals, who boast endlessly about a single essay and believe themselves the greatest scholar under heaven. Wang Buqing rose in shock. All these poems were written by that Master Qing? Wang Jinghuai's face darkened. Who knows if he plagiarized them? With so many outstanding poems, if he truly wrote them, would he not already be renowned throughout the empire? Due to poor transportation and slow information flow in that era, it could take months for a work to spread across the Tang Empire. Yen Yushir curled her lip with disdain. Just because you cannot write them does not mean others cannot. If you do not believe it, go ask around the streets of Chang'an, who has not heard these poems. Uncle Wang, young Master Wang, I just remembered I have other matters to attend to. Please excuse me. With that, she bowed and withdrew swiftly to her chamber. She walked with an unmistakable spring in her step, her rosy face glowing with satisfaction. If one does not leave after making their point, then when should they? Though the ancients would not have called it showing off, they would have understood it as vindication and triumph. A short while later, Wang Wuqing left the Yen residence with Wang Jinghuai. After stepping outside, Wang Jinghuai, scowling, grabbed a servant by the collar. Go find out who this Master Qing really is. Report back only after you have the full story. Wang Wuqing did not stop him. He merely turned to glance at the Yen estate's name plaque, snorted, and boarded the carriage. Inside the main hall, Yen Silu said unhappily, Shirgu, you have made things very difficult for me today. Yen Shirgu knelt before him. Father, I have never gone against your will. But regarding Yushir's marriage, please allow me to decide this once. Yen Silu sighed. Stand up. If I meant to punish you, I would have already done so. Now tell me your reasoning. Yen Shirgu rose and shook his head. There is no reasoning. I just do not want my daughter to live with regret. What if she has chosen wrong? Yen Shirgu smiled faintly. Children must walk their own path. If Yushir has chosen poorly, that is her burden. Very well, very well. Yen Silu nodded repeatedly. In that case, even if offending the Wang family brings trouble, at least we have a justification. It may not be a strong one, but it is better than none. This young Master Qing's poetic talent aside, his proposals for movable type printing and steel refining are of immense value to the world. His conduct also seems steady. If we must offend the Wang family, so be it. It is not as if we are particularly close. Shirgu, choose an auspicious day and send a formal invitation. You are now fully in charge. I will stay out of it. Watching Shirgu leave, Yen Silu suddenly felt an urge to pass the title of patriarch on to him.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.